Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 101, Chapter 101, The Cunning Huga-Tenjin. In the southeastern region of the Land of Fire, the Huga clan reigned supreme, akin to emperors. The fires of war between the Senju and Uchiha clans never reached here, and no other family dared not to stir up trouble. Even the Uzumaki clan, who harbored deep resentment toward the Huga, would not cross half the Land of Fire to start a war. To put it plainly, the Huga clan had not yet shown their full strength. If they truly decided to mobilize their entire clan, it would surely spell trouble for both the Senju and Uzumaki clans. Just a few days ago, the young clan leader of the Senju personally visited the Huga in hopes of mending the historically friendly ties between the two clans. The cunning Huga-Tenjin received him with the highest standards of etiquette. The only reason he helped the Uchiha before was out of respect for Kyōsuke and the immense value of the Tenseigan, which warranted his intervention. Now that he had lent his aid, and repaid the favor in full, he had no intention of getting involved in the dispute between the two major clans. When the young leader of the Senju clan arrived, Huga-Tenjin made sure to host him with the utmost propriety, just as he would if Uchiha Madara himself came to call. This was the wisdom of Huga-Tenjin diplomacy, maintaining a low profile and biding his time until he attained decisive power, a survival strategy for times of chaos. Tennin's skill at dodging responsibility and deflecting issues had reached perfection, leaving the two young Senju brothers utterly vexed during their visit. The two brothers had always worked seamlessly as a team. The elder brother, Hashirama, played the fool, bluntly addressing the root of the problem in a straightforward manner. Meanwhile, the younger brother, Tobirama, pretended to scold him while subtly affirming his brother's point and blocking any chance for the opponent to refute. While this strategy wasn't foolproof, but it was incredibly effective against most adversaries. However, Huga-Tenjin gave the fledgling Senju brothers a harsh lesson in diplomacy. After 3 days of talks, Tobirama was hoarse from speaking, yet he failed to gain any ground. Forget about threats or temptation, Tobirama almost found himself persuaded to leave empty-handed. Unwilling to give up, Tobirama dragged his elder brother for a fourth visit. Tenjin-sama, Tobirama began, only for the clan leader to immediately cut him off. Speaking of which, congratulations are in order for Hashirama-dano, Huga-Tenjin remarked with a soft smile, holding a book as he glanced at the two brothers. The Uzumaki clan is formidable, with an excellent geographical position. They're the perfect match for the Senju in an alliance by marriage. At these words, the brothers' faces changed dramatically. The marriage alliance was still under discussion and known only to the high-ranking members of the two clans. How had this old fox obtained such sensitive information? This statement could only mean one thing: Huga-Tenjin had spies among their leadership. With a single sentence, Huga clan leader effortlessly intimidated the brothers. His implication was clear: if the Senju and Uzumaki unite through marriage, the Huga will inevitably be sidelined, perhaps even suppressed by your alliance. The two brothers weren't fools. They understood the rejection hidden within Tenjin's words. Clap, clap, clap. As the brothers stood stunned, Huga-Tenjin clapped his hands. From behind a screen, a figure slowly stepped into the hall. It was none other than Huga-Tenjin's disciple, Huga Yayoi. Hashirama-dano, Tenjin said, pointing to his apprentice. Yayoi is around your age, with a gentle and serene disposition. Don't you think she's a better match than the princess from the Uzumaki clan whom you've never met? The message was clear: marry my disciple and sever ties with the Uzumaki, or there's no point in continuing this discussion. Before the brothers could recover from this blow, Huga-Tenjin delivered the finishing stroke. Switching the marriage alliance to the Huga? Absolutely not. The Uzumaki clan was the best choice in terms of mutual trust, family honor, and strategic location. An alliance with the Uzumaki would position the Senju to defend against external threats, while a union with the Huga would lack such advantages. Miss Yayoi is indeed beautiful, unmatched by most women in the world, Hashirama replied with a forced smile. Tennin-sama, we won't trouble you further for now, he added, dragging his reluctant brother out of the room. Father, your sons are at their limit. Hashirama cried inwardly, wondering why he had to endure this torment. As for Tobirama, he desperately wanted to storm back in and test his latest ninjutsu on that crafty old fox. Big brother, what do we do now? He asked. Taking a deep breath, Hashirama's gaze grew resolute. This is a necessary step toward peace. If we can't overcome even this hurdle, how can we hope to bring change to the Land of Fire? With these words, the brothers resolved to return the next day. Meanwhile, in the meeting hall, Huga Yayoi stood expressionless like a lifeless doll. Seeing this, the previously mild-mannered Tenjin suddenly erupted in fury, striking his disciple so hard that she was sent flying. Useless fool. His mood seemed especially sour. Despite all this time, there was no sign of movement from the Atsutsuki chakra. Forget about awakening the Tenseigan, now even Yayoi, the supposed vessel, had stopped showing any progress. Yayoi had once explained that the foreign chakra was indeed merging with her, but the process was excruciatingly slow. To yield any results, it would require decades of accumulation. By then, not only would he be gone, but even his son would likely have passed away. Hyuga-Tenjin simply could not afford to wait that long. Now, only two paths remained open to him. The first option was to take the risk of transplanting the chakra into his son. Perhaps the pure Huga bloodline was the true key to unlocking the Tenseigan. The second was to return to the moon and seize the Tenseigan from his enemies by force. Both choices had their drawbacks, leaving him to decide which path to take. By the scattered chairs, Huga Yayoi slowly got up from the ground, still as respectful and cautious as ever, even though the blood on the corner of her lips had yet to dry. It was precisely this obedient demeanor that allowed her to conceal the fact that her caged bird seal had already been removed. Otherwise, even with Kyōsuke's cover, the truth would have been exposed the moment Hyuga-Tenjin conducted a simple test. After venting his anger, Hyuga-Tenjin quickly shifted back into his usual gentle demeanor. He spoke softly, almost kindly. If I recall correctly, you mentioned before that Uchiha Kyōsuke is still alive, didn't you? Yes, Yayoi nodded and added a surprising piece of news. According to reports from our spies, Uchiha Kyōsuke is currently heading toward our clan. Haha, is he worried that I'll side with the Senju? Hyuga-Tenjin chuckled sinisterly, his mind immediately racing with possibilities. If he wanted to return to the moon, he would need Kyōsuke's help. And if he had to ask for assistance, he would naturally need to show his sincerity. So then, how much value would rejecting the Senju's alliance hold in Kyōsuke's eyes? As for the situation in the Land of Rain, the Huga clan paid it no mind. With the Uchiha standing as the first line of defense, what was there to fear? What Hyuga-Tenjin didn't know, however, was that the enemy he was so concerned about had already descended from the moon, gathering a force capable of utterly destroying his clan. Once the Uchiha could no longer hold the line, the next to face annihilation would undoubtedly be the Huga clan. Prepare yourselves. Let us welcome a long-absent guest, Hyuga-Tenjin said as he prepared to leave. Suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically. He turned his gaze sharply to the direction of 11 o'clock. There's no need to trouble yourself, Huga clan leader. I'm already here. Before his voice had even fully landed, Kyōsuke's figure had already appeared in the courtyard. Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 102. Chapter 102. Talented individuals arise in each generation of the ninja world, each leading the way for decades. Staring at the young man in the courtyard, Hyuga-Tenjin's eyelid twitched as he thought to himself, he really came quickly. Huga Yayoi was also a bit surprised, though her expression carried more joy than shock. Thank goodness, he's really not dead. Her fleeting reaction vanished in an instant. By the time the clan leader's gaze swept over her, her expression had already returned to calm and unshaken composure. Yayoi, why aren't you inviting Kyōsuke in? There's no need. Ignoring Yayoi's invitation, Kyōsuke strode boldly into the room and plopped down unceremoniously across from the Huga clan leader. I heard you ran into some trouble earlier, and Hyuga-Tenjin began, slipping into his usual diplomatic tone. Unbeknownst to him, the person sitting before him was far from an ordinary youth. Trying to play politics with me. Kyōsuke had no intention of going along with his script. I heard the Senju brothers are currently guests of the Huga clan. Kyōsuke cut straight to the chase. Tenjin, taken aback by his directness, paused for a moment before nodding. Yes, the Senju and our clan are. Before he could finish, Kyōsuke interrupted again, his tone sharp. So, has the Huga clan agreed to the Senju's alliance proposal? He deliberately stressed the word proposal, making his disdain for the Huga clan's hesitance evident. As the host, Kyōsuke's bluntness was undoubtedly disrespectful. However, Hyuga-Tenjin suppressed his anger with considerable restraint. What could he do? Argue with Kyōsuke and risk breaking ties then and there? That would be akin to openly siding with the Senju clan. Serving under them was something Hyuga-Tenjin would never agree to, not in this lifetime. If he didn't have ambitions to rule, why would he go to such lengths to research the Tenseigan? From the start, an alliance between the Senju and Huga clans was never on the table. Kyōsuke had a fair idea of the situation. Of course, his confidence came not just from understanding Tenjin's thoughts but from the broader circumstances. Both the Uchiha and Huga clans were facing threats from the Land of Rain. A second alliance was inevitable, otherwise, let him ask Senju Butsuma if he was willing to step up and help the Huga deal with their troubles. Suppressing the rising anger in his heart, Hyuga-Tenjin shook his head and said in a deep voice, my clan has no intention of forming an alliance with the Senju. Kyōsuke, you can rest assured. That's for the best. Casting a glance at Huga Yayoi nearby, Kyōsuke gave her a questioning look. Seeing this, Hyuga-Tenjin immediately understood his meaning. No need to worry. Yayoi is already aware of everything she needs to know. So, her level of trust hasn't diminished. Kyōsuke smiled inwardly, satisfied. He then began explaining in detail the situation concerning the Atsutsuki clan on the moon. They've descended. Hyuga-Tenjin was momentarily dumbfounded. Weren't they supposed to be holding the fort on the moon? Now, instead of him going up to them, the enemy had come down on their own. The benefit of this is that he no longer had to ask Kyōsuke for help to go to the moon, but the downside was that the situation was getting out of his control. Taking the documents Kyōsuke had brought, Hyuga-Tenjin meticulously reviewed each piece of data. Capable of converting enemy corpses into puppets. Combat power exceeding that of clan leaders. The most crucial part was that the enemy had repeatedly declared their intention to wipe out the Huga clan and had even vowed to skin and torture Hyuga-Tenjin alive. Absurd. With a slight surge of chakra, the documents in his hands instantly turned to dust and scattered in the air. Kyōsuke's eyelids twitched slightly. He thought to himself that this old man's strength was becoming more and more formidable. From Kyōsuke's first impression, Hyuga-Tenjin, usually so reserved and unassuming, likely possessed strength surpassing most clan leaders. The time is not yet ripe. Huga Yayoi must continue to endure for a few more years. Kyōsuke refrained from intervening further. Tenjin was a shrewd man, he knew exactly what needed to be done. Given the Atsutsuki Tsukigakure clan's overwhelming strength, the Senju would undoubtedly remain on the sidelines. Butsuma would gladly see both the Uchiha and Huga clans destroyed. At that point, the Senju would make their powerful entrance, defeat the already exhausted enemy to dominate the Land of Fire. Not only that, but they'd also gain a reputation for fostering peace and unity. Why wouldn't they? If it were anyone else, even knowing the chances were slim, they would likely try to test the waters and see if they could extract something from the Uchiha. For example, if I don't act, you're doomed, or, I'll side with the Senju, and other such threats. But Hyuga-Tenjin was a different breed of leader, a schemer and opportunist. While he lacked moral virtue, he knew how to secure the things that truly benefited him. Without any preamble or excuses, he directly stated the core issue: after we win, the Tenseigan is mine. No problem. Kyōsuke nodded with a smile. This was the bargaining chip intended to lure the Huga clan into action. As for whether clan leader Uchiha Taijima would agree. That man was narrow-minded and had an "I betray the world, but the world cannot betray me" mentality. But he wasn't a fool. Taijima knew exactly how important the Huga clan was. The Tenseigan, while valuable, was ultimately unsuitable for the Uchiha to wield. Rather than waste time exploring it, it was better to focus on how to unlock the Mangekyo Sharingan. Hyuga-Tenjin understood this as well, which was why he didn't doubt Kyōsuke's promise. Glancing at the beautiful disciple beside him, a sudden thought emerged in Hyuga-Tenjin's mind. Just like Senju Butsuma, if the Huga clan had decided to align with the Uchiha, it was only logical to solidify their alliance. Kyōsuke, with his high status and extraordinary strength, would be the perfect match for Yayoi. However, before he could speak, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Looking up, Tenjin saw none other than the Senju brothers. Kyōsuke. Uchiha Kyōsuke. Two shouts echoed, but the emotions behind the words were completely different. Seeing his old friend, Hashirama was very excited. If it weren't for the inopportune timing, he would have rushed forward to hug his old buddy. Meanwhile, Tobirama made no attempt to hide the killing intent in his voice. How dare you show your face in front of me? Give me back my uncle's life. With that, he drew the blade at his waist and charged into the hall. Impudent. Hyuga-Tenjin roared in fury, though much of it was for show. No matter what, Kyōsuke was currently in his territory. As host, Tenjin couldn't sit idly by while his guest was attacked. Dashing in front of Tobirama, Tenjin struck out with a palm, intending to teach the unruly youth a lesson. At that moment, however, Hashirama suddenly appeared between them, crossing his arms to block the attack. Ha ha ha, clan leader Tenjin, please calm down, Hashirama said with a sheepish laugh, struggling to find a way to defend his brother's actions. Finally, he mumbled awkwardly, they haven't seen each other in a long time. Maybe they just want to spar and bond a little. Tenjin, of course, didn't believe this nonsense. What truly made him stop wasn't the excuse but the fact that Hashirama had blocked his strike. Even though Hashirama crossed his arms and seemed to be using all his strength, Tenjin knew it wasn't the case. The reason was simple: under the appearance of Hashirama exerting his full strength, his legs remained firmly planted, unmoving like the roots of an old tree. Taking a direct hit from him and remaining rooted in place, such a feat could only be accomplished by a fellow clan leader-level powerhouse. Senju Hashirama, this young man is too terrifying. Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 103, Chapter 103, is what you see the truth. Though consumed by rage, Tobirama Senju managed to retain his rationality. He understood that he couldn't unleash a powerful jutsu, doing so would only give the Hyuga clan an excuse to intervene. Close combat is the only way to quickly eliminate him. The kunai he thrust forward was blocked by Kyōsuke. Seeing this, Tobirama puckered his lips as if he were about to kiss his opponent. Water release, heavenly weeping. However, what emerged from his mouth wasn't a tongue but a swarm of countless tiny water needles. This jutsu required no hand signs and could be released at any moment, especially during a close struggle, catching opponents off guard. Unfortunately for him, he was facing a Uchiha, and not just any Uchiha. Kyōsuke possessed extraordinary ocular powers. As soon as the chakra began to gather, Tobirama's intentions were exposed completely. Kyōsuke tilted his head to avoid the incoming water needles and raised his right leg, delivering a powerful upward kick that sent his opponent flying onto the rafters. Bang! The sudden burst of white smoke made Kyōsuke's gaze to narrow slightly. A shadow clone. Tobirama Senju had, after all, invented the shadow clone technique. No, more accurately, he had plagiarized the jutsu he himself created. So, stealing my jutsu is what symbolizes the love and peace of the Senju, huh? Learned something new. Kyōsuke's words dripped with sarcasm. It was logical and, at the same time, utterly shameless. Compared to Madara Uchiha, Tobirama resembled the descendant of Taijima Uchiha more. Of course, Kyōsuke himself would never admit this. No sooner had Kyōsuke finished speaking than Tobirama appeared behind him, his katana slicing horizontally, aiming to sever Kyōsuke at the waist. When it comes to stealing jutsu, even all the 5 great nations combined can't beat the Uchiha. I'm merely following your example. Tobirama's sharp wit enabled him to throw some biting remarks in return. Oh, so the kid's growing some guts. Dazzling lightning surged from Kyōsuke's body, and the Chidori current formed a blade of lightning that struck Tobirama, who had attempted to ambush him, flying. Always resorting to sneak attacks, you're just like a dog that can't stop eating its own filth. Bang. In Kyōsuke's disdainful gaze, Tobirama's second shadow clone shattered. I wonder how many more you can make, Kyōsuke said as he pulled the Kusanagi sword from his waist. The electric current surging along its blade made even the chairs in the room tremble slightly. Activating his Sharingan, Kyōsuke scanned his surroundings before vanishing in a flash, appearing in the corner of the courtyard. Uchiha style, sword leap thunderclap. The powerful slash cut off Tobirama's escape route. With Kyōsuke attacking at incredible speed, Tobirama had no choice but to brace himself and try to withstand the blows. Luckily, they had reached the outdoors, where he could finally use his most skilled water-style technique. He quickly performed 2 hand signs, a special water-style technique that only Tobirama knew, which skipped the usual hand signs. The form of the jutsu was also vastly different from usual. Just as the Chidori blade was about to strike, a massive surge of water enveloped Tobirama, spinning rapidly as it continued to rise. Water release, water formation wall. When the Kusanagi sword struck the wall, its full strength was reduced to less than half. Even the conductivity of the electric current couldn't penetrate to affect Tobirama inside. This brat has really gotten stronger. Kyōsuke, about to withdraw his blade, suddenly noticed the water volume on the ground rapidly increasing. The water formation wall he faced had become a tornado, rapidly spinning upward and sweeping Kyōsuke into its grasp before he could react. This was Tobirama Senju's improved water release technique. Water release, water tornado. It's not over yet. Tobirama's eyes burned with fury as he clapped his hands together. The water tornado, which had not yet dissipated, instantly changed shape, resembling a giant dragon that seemed to swallow the mountains and rivers, carrying tremendous power as it dragged Kyōsuke underground. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. This combo would seriously injure even his elder brother, Hashirama. While Tobirama admitted Kyōsuke was strong, he didn't believe Kyōsuke's physique could compare to his brother's. The battle was over. You were ultimately defeated by your arrogance. Tobirama crossed his arms in front of his chest, his expression full of the satisfaction of a victor. He did not kill Kyōsuke for 2 reasons. First, circumstances wouldn't allow it. At present, the Senju also sought to avoid reigniting conflict. The other reason was that his older brother was right there, and he knew Hashirama would never allow him to kill Kyōsuke. Tobirama. Ultimately, I'm still the stronger one. Tobirama. You were the first, but soon, Uchiha Madara will also fall to my older brother. Tobirama. The booming roar, as sudden as a thunderclap in a clear sky, jolted Tobirama out of his thoughts. When he snapped back to reality, there was no sign of Kyōsuke lying injured on the ground. Apart from the utterly devastated courtyard, all that remained was the broad, sturdy back of his elder brother, Hashirama. What just happened? Shaking his head vigorously, Tobirama seemed unable to distinguish between reality and illusion. Seeing this, Hashirama gave a bitter smile and explained, from the moment Kyōsuke rushed out of the house, you were caught in his genjutsu. This fight was your loss. Genjutsu. Since when did Kyōsuke become so proficient in genjutsu? To trap me without me noticing. His genjutsu mastery. Tobirama clenched his fists, his expression filled with frustration. He couldn't believe he had been defeated like this when he still had trump cards left to play. Upon learning that Kyōsuke was coming, Tobirama's first instinct was to kill him and avenge his uncle. But after exchanging a few moves, Tobirama gradually calmed down, realizing that now was not the time to kill him. He initially thought a light beating would suffice to vent his anger, but instead, he ended up being the one taught a lesson. Tobirama's current mood could only be described as akin to a constipated patient who was just about to find relief, only to realize his hemorrhoids had ruptured. Every moment spent here felt like an unbearable torment. At least Big Brother is here, he thought, falling silent. On the other hand, Kyōsuke didn't pay attention to Hashirama's attempt to stop him. Given the previous incident where he beat up Tobirama, it was impossible for the bowl-cut ninja to stand by and watch his little brother get turned into a punching bag. Let's stop this fighting, shall we? Hashirama said with a wry smile, waving his hand while shooting signals to Hyuga-Tenjin nearby. After all, they were on the Hyuga clan's territory, and as long as the head of the Hyuga clan spoke up, the fight would surely not escalate. Mediate. Hyuga-Tenjin silently surveyed his ruined courtyard, his face dark as if it were the bottom of a pot. Especially his beloved flowers, which now looked like underwear left unwashed for 2 months, utterly indescribable in their wretched state. Mediate. He wanted nothing more than to personally beat up Tobirama. No matter how much Hashirama tried to signal with his eyes, Tenjin acted as if he didn't see it at all. Helpless, Hashirama could only smile bitterly and soften his stance. Stop causing trouble. If we start fighting, everything around here will be destroyed. How about I just consider it my loss? Your loss. Kyōsuke raised an eyebrow, his words becoming sharper. With that kind of resolve, you think you can end the centuries-old grudge between our clans? Then what do you want? It's simple, Kyōsuke said, stepping closer to Hashirama with a smile. I'm carrying out a task for Madara. He asked me to bring you a gift, and I can't go back on my word. As he stood right in front of Hashirama, Kyōsuke smiled and continued, everyone knows I'm a man of my word. How could I make an exception for you? A gift. Hashirama's expression turned eager as he rubbed his hands together, looking like a client hearing the footsteps of their awaited masseuse. Yes, a very special gift. Kyōsuke slowly raised his hand, and in the astonished gazes of everyone present, he slapped Hashirama so hard that he was sent flying. Do you like it? Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 104, Chapter 104, The Second Battle, Kyōsuke vs Hashirama. Such action even made the usually good-natured Hashirama a little angry. As his younger brother, Tobirama drew his long sword, intending to charge forward and fight to the death. However, he was stopped by his older brother. I need an explanation, Hashirama said, looking at his old friend. To his surprise, Kyōsuke shrugged helplessly and said, I already said it. This is the gift Madara sent you. Oh, he also said that if that guy really slapped you, you might as well just kill him directly. Hashirama. Tobirama, straight face. They stood there in a daze for a few seconds, and suddenly, Hashirama seemed to understand Madara's intentions. He blamed me for not stopping our uncle and the others from attempting to kill Kyōsuke. Now that I think about it, I do owe Kyōsuke an apology. Under the strange gazes of everyone, Hashirama took 2 steps forward and slowly brought his right cheek close. I'm telling you, don't try this with me. Kyōsuke said, then glanced at Hyuga-Tenjin, who was planning to watch the situation, and a wicked smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I know the purpose of your visit, but unfortunately, the head of the Hyuga clan has already agreed to the Uchiha's alliance request. As for the reason, he believes in the future of me and Madara. In 10 years, the Senju will surely fall into our hands. Upon hearing this, both brothers turned their heads and glared angrily. Even Hashirama was struggling to control the wild power within him. He had let someone slap his left cheek and then brought his right cheek forward, not because he had developed some strange interest over the course of a year. Taking a slap willingly was partly to atone for what he owed Kyōsuke, but more importantly, it was a signal. Look, I've already overlooked my uncle's death and even personally apologized to the killer. If your Hyuga clan joins us, you'll definitely be the second biggest power in the Land of Fire. So, Hyuga-Tenjin, did you understand? To be honest, Kyōsuke didn't quite understand the deeper meaning behind it. He just wanted to find an excuse to test Hashirama's strength. At present, Madara Uchiha had already reached the peak of elite Jonin strength, combined with his skilled use of the Sharingan, confronting someone who had just entered the clan leader level was no problem at all. Madara was 2 years older than him, so it wasn't surprising that he had reached such a level of power. Besides, Kyōsuke had long suspected that Indra's chakra was beginning to influence Madara. Otherwise, how could that guy's chakra grow so rapidly? Then what about Hashirama Senju, who was 3 years older than Kyōsuke? What kind of incredible strength would he possess? Only by understanding this could Kyōsuke start thinking about his next steps. As he had once told both of them, to resolve the hatred between the two clans, they must first become the leaders of their respective families. Uchiha Taijima, Senju Butsuma, you two old fossils have lived long enough. That's right, Kyōsuke was preparing to make a move on the two clan leaders. Of course, this plan would be fraught with challenges. Not to mention, when he killed Taijima, he absolutely couldn't let outsiders know. Otherwise, not to mention how Madara and Izuna would view him, but he definitely wouldn't be able to stay in the Uchiha clan. This didn't align with Kyōsuke's plan. At the very least, he wasn't someone who wanted to wander the shinobi world as a lonely outcast. It would be so fun to establish Konoha village and become the first Hokage. The best approach would be to shift the blame onto Senju Butsuma. The Senju clan committed a grave act by plotting an ambush against Uchiha Taijima, the leader of the Uchiha clan. After a fierce battle, he ultimately lost his life. Uchiha Kyōsuke, filled with rage, launched an attack and killed Senju Butsuma, avenging the clan leader's death. How smooth would that sound? Power, status, credits, and fame, all in one go. At that time, he would raise his arms, rally the people to defeat the Senju, and take the lead in establishing the Konoha village. Then, when the Hidden Leaf village was established, he could push the damned Senju to the corners of the village. Oh, and he could also assign them to the duties of the Konoha police force. Don't say Kyōsuke is deliberately targeting them, he's just taking precautions. After all, they are the inherently evil Senju clan. Huga clan, Rear Mountain Training Ground. No matter how Tenjin thought about it, Hashirama couldn't accept the consequences of failing the mission. Kyōsuke wanted a fight, so Hashirama would just play along. Looking at his friend, standing 20 meters away, Hashirama took a deep breath, his hands locking tightly together. Wood style, tree bind flourishing burial. A massive surge of chakra erupted, and within a 20-meter radius, tree saplings began to sprout from the ground. In the blink of an eye, the saplings transformed into large trees, beginning to move in an orderly fashion around Kyōsuke. Same old trick, Hashirama, Kyōsuke said with a faint smile, his expression full of mockery towards the bowl-cut head. Earlier, during their battle, he had been unable to break through the blockade of tree bind flourishing burial, and that cost him the chance to defeat his opponent. But now, a mere forest was nothing, he could easily destroy it with a wave of his hand. Kyōsuke bit his right thumb and slammed his palm onto the ground. Summoning jutsu. A huge cloud of smoke erupted, and the giant snake, Haitai, appeared beneath him. Kyōsuke-sama, Haitai greeted respectfully with a bow. Without wasting time, Kyōsuke pointed ahead with one hand and spoke with a light smile, "Charge, crush this damn forest." "As you command." The summoned beast moved. Despite its seemingly clumsy appearance, City was extraordinarily agile. Using its massive length and strength, it completely ignored the sea of trees beneath it and charged directly toward Hashirama. Summoned beast, huh? His techniques are still as varied as ever. Hashirama laughed heartily, seeming pleased with Kyōsuke's growth. He was already quite silly, and now his laughter made him look even more foolish. Kyōsuke twitched the corner of his mouth as the curse mark on his shoulder began to spread across his body. He knew Haitai wouldn't be able to harm Hashirama. The summoning was only meant to close the distance between them. "Unfortunately, your summoning beast is useless against me." Hashirama's laughter faded, and he extended his hand toward the aggressively charging Haitai. Tree branches spread wildly, binding the giant beast in place. Wood style, smothering binding technique. With such ease, Hashirama neutralized the adult serpent from Ryuchi Cave, making his strength even more terrifying than Kyōsuke had imagined. Kyōsuke-sama. Haitai continued to struggle, trying to break free. "Go back for now," Kyōsuke said, and as he spoke, he entered his second curse mark state and flapped his wings, soaring above his opponent. Black lightning gathered around him, and he shot down from the sky like a bomb. Wailing Chidori. As for Hashirama, he was still slowly directing the growth of the large trees, using the continuous surge of wood to block the attack. In his second curse mark state, Kyōsuke's power was greatly amplified, and his Wailing Chidori now had the destructive power comparable to an S-rank jutsu. However, no matter how strong it was, it couldn't withstand the continuous grinding of Hashirama's wood style. In this contest of spear versus shield, wood style ultimately triumphed. "It's no use." Kyōsuke focused and calmed his mind as an irregular six-pointed star pattern suddenly appeared in his eyes. Mangekyo Sharingan, activate. The six-pointed star in his right eye spun wildly, and the trees blocking his path mysteriously began to fade away. "What?" Hashirama's expression finally changed, and he tried to respond. Unfortunately, Kyōsuke's Kusanagi sword had already been unsheathed, and in an instant, he slashed across Hashirama's chest, leaving a deep wound. Uchiha style, sword leap thunder. Hashirama was injured. Image. Chapter ends. Black heart, white heart. Chapter 105, Chapter 105, Wood Style, Deep Forest Emergence. Blood spattered sharply through the air, forcing Hashirama to narrow his eyes. The brutal reality of Kaisuke's decision not to hold back left the bowl-cut youth momentarily silent. On the other side, Kaisuke ignored the trees converging around him and flung out a large handful of pre-prepared explosive tags. Careful, it's going to blow. As the tags ignited, he utilized the flying thunder god to escape to safety just before the explosion erupted. Boom. 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 The successive blasts roared across the battlefield, drawing the attention of everyone present. Among them, Tenjin, Huga and the others tensed up, darkly wondering if the young Senju clan leader had perished in the explosions. Ironically, the one who should have been the most concerned, Tobirama, remained calm and composed from beginning to end. He knew his brother's strength, mere explosive tags were no threat to Hashirama. Instead, Tobirama found himself far more intrigued by Kaisuke's display of the flying thunder god. Almost unconsciously, his hand reached into his tool pouch, where a specially crafted kunai of Kaisuke's design was tucked away. Over the course of an entire year, he had gradually unraveled the secret of spatial coordinates, to the point where he could now erase Kaisuke's mark. The next step would be deepening his understanding of space itself while refining his research on the coordinates. If successful, he would essentially have stolen the flying thunder god from his adversary. I must admit, stealing ninjutsu from a mortal enemy brings a certain satisfaction. Too bad, that's an experience you'll never get to enjoy. In the center of the battlefield, the mass of trees parted to reveal a shield shaped like a demonic face bearing its fangs. Wood style, wood expulsion jutsu. A formidable defensive wood release technique, undoubtedly ranking among Hashirama's most powerful jutsu. So you've even mastered the wood expulsion jutsu. Kaisuke exhaled deeply, realizing that this man might be even stronger than he had initially imagined. Enough of this, Hashirama said, emerging from behind the wooden shield, his voice heavier and more serious than before. Don't push me. There are some technique even I cannot fully control. Oh. The moment I call you out, you start acting dramatic. Kaisuke ignored his showy antics, pulling out a flying thunder god kunai and hurling it toward Hashirama with deliberate precision. If brute force couldn't prevail, then he would rely on speed to determine the outcome. Clang. 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 The kunai ricocheted off each other midair, eventually landing behind Hashirama in an almost unbelievable trajectory. In the blink of an eye, Kaisuke's figure materialized, his kusanagi sword enveloped in dense black lightning. Uchiha style, wailing thunderclap. Yet, Hashirama seemed completely oblivious to Kaisuke's sudden appearance, his hands still clasped together, calmly gathering chakra. Ho! With an enraged roar, a vast forest of trees suddenly shot up from the ground, quickly surrounding Kaisuke. Such rapid growth. Forced to change his target, he swung his sword, cleaving through the approaching trees with destructive force. Under the wailing thunderclap, Hashirama's wood release appeared as fragile as paper pulp. In the brief moments Kaisuke took to catch his breath, more trees began to close in around him. No, it was more accurate to say that within a 3-kilometer radius, countless towering trees had already taken root. Were an ordinary person here, they would struggle to even glimpse the treetops above. Experience my strongest jutsu, Kaisuke. Hashirama bellowed, his entire being radiating boundless life force. Wood style, deep forest emergence. Kaisuke swiftly dodged the attack of the thick branches, running along the trunks while silently surveying his surroundings. As far as his eyes could see, there were nothing but enormous trees. Even with his keen eyesight, he could not spot an exit. In the face of such overwhelming ninjutsu, numbers lose their significance. He cut down a massive tree stretching from his rear with his sword, silently marveling at the sharpness of the kusanagi. Without it, his response would have been many times more difficult. Even so, he knew he had to find a solution quickly. Otherwise, would he have to compete in endurance with Senju Hashirama? Should I use Flying Thunder God? No, I can feel that the spatial coordinates are all moving, which means that Hashirama has wrapped up all the kunai. Even Flying Thunder God would not be able to escape the forest's encirclement, let alone techniques like shadow clones or chidori. He hurled a kunai from a distance, carefully maneuvering it through the spatial shifts to evade multiple attacks. However, as soon as he materialized, the same scenario unfolded once again. Kaisuke didn't even have a chance to retrieve the kunai. His chidori spear extended to its limit, instantly clearing a wide space, buying him a few precious seconds to catch his breath. Huff. Huff. Chakra consumption is too severe, I must find a solution quickly. The deep forest emergence is a powerful wood release technique that requires the user's chakra to serve as the very source of life in order to activate it. The principle is simple, towering trees rapidly grow from the ground, covering vast stretches of mountain and plains. With an overwhelming number, Hashirama can conjure a forest in the blink of an eye, using his abilities to create a dense, expansive woodland in an instant. What makes it most formidable is that everything within the forest is under the user's control. This means that Hashirama can perceive Kaisuke's every move with perfect clarity. On the other hand, Kaisuke has completely lost track of his opponent, unable to discern where Hashirama might be hidden in the endless sea of trees. Should I forcibly use the power of my right eye? Staring at the vast, sun-blocking environment, Kaisuke shook his head, understanding that even if he sacrificed his vision in the process, it would not be enough to counter Hashirama's would release. Kaisuke, enough already. Hashirama's voice echoed from a distance, and it was not difficult to hear the pain he was desperately trying to suppress. It seemed that Hashirama was still not fully in control of the deep forest emergence, and was likely enduring the intense chakra drain from using it. You've already pushed yourself this hard, so why should I retreat now? Slowly deactivating his cursed seal, Kaisuke's eyes narrowed, and an irregular six-pointed star pattern reappeared within his eyes. Upon seeing this, Hashirama's mind flashed back to their previous encounter. He had thought that Kaisuke would repeat the same trick, so he had no intention of holding back. A massive tree trunk, large enough for several people to encircle, struck from multiple angles, front, back, and sides. Expecting Kaisuke to dodge, Hashirama was surprised when the tree trunks completely encircled him, yet he made no attempt to evade. Hashirama's exceptional perception told him that Kaisuke's real body had indeed been struck by the tree trunks. Enduring the discomfort in his body, he halted the continuation of the jutsu. No matter what, Hashirama didn't want to personally kill his friend. I'll just give up on the Huga alliance, he thought to himself. In his heart, both Madara and Kaisuke were far more important than the Huga clan. After all, the three of them were the true companions who shared the same ideals. Just as the tree trunks were about to withdraw, a flash of golden light suddenly shone through the gaps, illuminating the area. Crack! The thick tree trunks were violently shattered from the inside, and as the dust settled, Kaisuke's true form stood before him. At this moment, Kaisuke's Mangekyo Sharingan gleamed brilliantly, and a dark golden skeletal frame enveloped him. Come on, let's continue this interesting battle. The third power, Susanoo. Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 106, Chapter 106, Susanoo's Destruction in the Forest of Trees. Susanoo, the third form of power that dwells within the Mangekyo Sharingan. It is also known as the power of the gods. It is said that those who have witnessed it with their own eyes are fated to die, an indication of Susanoo's overwhelming might. Susanoo manifests as a tangible form of chakra, allowing its user to stand within and receive protection from the humanoid constructive chakra. As the user moves, Susanoo follows, mirroring their intentions and executing any action as commanded. Depending on the user's mastery and the strength of their ocular powers, Susanoo is divided into several distinct stages. The initial form manifests as skeletal arms and ribs. This form can be used for offense, defense, protection, and control. Though it appears fragile, it is capable of deflecting most attacks. Just moments ago, Kaisuke had used his dark golden, initial stage Susanoo to block the oncoming would-release assault. The results were impressive, at the very least, it allowed him to avoid unnecessary consumption of energy. Most critically, the chakra surrounding him burned and twisted like flames. Beside the ethereal ribs, a dark golden energy arm materialized. Clutched within its hand was a Kusanagi sword, identical to Kaisuke's own, a weapon seemingly constructed of pure energy. In that moment, Kaisuke finally understood why Indra had once journeyed to Ryuchi Cave in pursuit of the Kusanagi sword. It turned out that, much like the Totsuka blade, the Kusanagi sword could also be integrated into Susanoo's form for combat. Though it lacked sealing powers and could not reflect physical damage like the Yata mirror, its strength was far simpler. Pure, unrelenting destruction. He's over there. Through their brief exchange of words earlier, Kaisuke had successfully pinpointed Hashirama's position. His gaze shifted to the 7 o'clock direction. Without hesitation, he sprang forward, charging toward his target with astounding speed. Sigh. From deep within the forest, a faint sigh seemed to echo, soft and almost imperceptible. Unfortunately, the sound never reached Kaisuke's ears. A battle is a battle. There is no need for such unnecessary theatrics. Once he defeated him, Hashirama could sigh as much as he pleased. Amidst the resistance coming at him from all directions, Kaisuke's pace remained unbroken. The ethereal arm of Susanoo swung violently, and the surrounding trees shattered and splintered under the Kusanagi sword's might. Second wave. Third wave. The entire forest seemed to come alive, as though intent on crushing the insignificant humans within it to dust. However, the Kusanagi sword was simply too sharp. Enhanced by Susanoo's energy, its destructive power multiplied several-fold in an instant. Blocking it head-on would hardly last to the end, but never forget, speed had always been Kaisuke's greatest advantage. Amid the flying splinters of wood, he forcefully carved open a path leading straight to where his opponent stood. You can't hide anymore, Hashirama. Kaisuke's wild hair fluttered in the air, his unrestrained ferocity on full display. His entire being radiated an overwhelming fighting spirit. Enduring the excruciating, needle-like pain coursing through his body, he tore through the final obstruction and emerged before a visibly drenched, sweat-soaked Hashirama. You really are something, Kyōsuke, remarked the Senju clan's young leader, already prepared and holding a broad-bladed greatsword in his hand. As the chakra surged, the pale blue blade extended instantly to 3 meters, standing nearly on par with the illusory Kusanagi sword. No further words were exchanged. The two immediately clashed. Faced with Susanoo's overpowering pressure, Hashirama gritted his teeth and refused to take a single step back, entering a contest of sheer strength. Likewise, Kyōsuke abandoned any ostentatious attack techniques. It was as if he were playing a game of whack-a-mole, striking at Hashirama repeatedly with one blow after another. By the 17th strike, it was Hashirama who could no longer hold on. Blood gushed from his mouth, his aura instantly plummeting. Seeing this, Kyōsuke commanded Susanoo to deliver a single punch that sent Hashirama flying, effectively marking the end of their second confrontation. Cough, cough. As soon as he withdrew Susanoo, Kyōsuke fell painfully to his knees, and for a moment, he genuinely felt as though he might go blind. Every cell in my body is trembling. Damn it, this thing's burden is even worse than the cursed seal. At this moment, Kyōsuke felt a flicker of fear. He had no desire to end up like that second brother, awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan only to go completely blind in a matter of days. To be precise, Sasuke had made several levels of leaps the very day he awakened Susanoo, successfully triggering the terrifying third form. In its initial state, Susanoo manifests ribs and arms. The first form takes on a skeletal appearance, with the chakra fully enveloping the body and enhancing its defensive capabilities. The second form builds upon the skeleton, developing muscles and tendons, which are ultimately encased by a cloak-like layer of chakra. At this stage, Susanoo can manifest unique weapons, such as energy swords, bows and arrows, or the Yasukani Magatama. The third form sees Susanoo clad in a layer of Karasa Tengu armor, significantly boosting its defenses and broadening its arsenal to include weapons like the Totsuka blade and the sword of Kusanagi. The fourth form does not increase Susanoo's power further but instead manifests its lower body. This greatly increases its size while also granting it notable mobility. The fifth form, often referred to as the perfect Susanoo, represents its ultimate evolution. Only those whose ocular power has reached a certain limit and who possess vast chakra reserves can unlock Susanoo's higher forms. At this stage, Susanoo's size becomes extraordinarily immense, towering to a height comparable to that of a small mountain. An ordinary person standing at its feet would scarcely exceed the size of its shoes. As for the power of the fully formed Susanoo, it can be aptly described as capable of splitting mountains and shattering the earth. With ease, it can reshape the terrain within a 10-kilometer radius. Beyond this lies the even more formidable ultimate Susanoo, a form achieved only when Sasuke absorbed the chakra of all 9-tailed beasts. This marked the peak of the second brother's power, granting him destructive capabilities surpassing even Indra himself. With his current Mangekyo Sharingan, Kyōsuke could at most manifest the third form of Susanoo. Like Itachi and Sasuke, he could clad the chakra cloak with the Karasa Tengu armor. Considering the abilities he currently possessed, there was a possibility that, upon mastering Sage Chakra, he could create a unique Sage Susanoo. To unlock the perfect Susanoo, the ideal method would be to awaken the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Alternatively, he could acquire a high-level Sage body, using its immense chakra reserves to compensate for his insufficient ocular power. However, such an approach would inevitably result in Susanoo's instability. Thus, the best option remained the awakening of the eternal Mangekyo. At this thought, Kyōsuke couldn't help but think of his cousin, Uchiha Kaijun, far off on the other side of the land of fire. Grow stronger quickly. I can't wait any longer. His goal was crystal clear, to find a way to trigger his cousin's Mangekyo Sharingan and use his cousin's eyes to catalyze his own evolution. Doing so would allow him to save a significant amount of points and resources. Why wouldn't he seize the opportunity? As for whether this plan might spiral out of control, with Uchiha Kaijun growing beyond his grasp, Kyōsuke remained utterly unconcerned. The blade had already struck, a power against which Uchiha Kaijun could never hope to contend. There was nothing to fear. All Kyōsuke needed to do now was wait patiently. Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 107, Chapter 107, I will fight alongside you. Before long, everyone gathered in the meeting room. After listening to Kyōsuke's account, the two brothers, Hashirama and Tobirama, finally understood the terrifying chaos engulfing the land of rain. So, it seems I was indeed wrong to stop the Huga clan, Hashirama reflected silently, guilt weighing on his mind. Kyōsuke glanced at the men with his distinct bowl haircut, now awash with regret, and inwardly sighed. Sometimes, this guy's thought process was truly incomprehensible. Moreover, even though he had clearly won the battle, judging by their current conditions, it felt as if he was the one who had lost. Within a mere half-hour, Hashirama was already lively and energetic again, while Kyōsuke was still suffering from the aftereffects of overusing his ocular powers. It was utterly baffling. On the other hand, Tobirama's thoughts were vastly different from his elder brothers. With the Tsukigakure clan displaying such dominance, the Uchiha were bound to suffer devastating losses. At that point, the Senju could easily take control of the Land of Fire without lifting a finger. As for how the Senju would deal with the enemy should the Uchiha fail, Tobirama didn't bother to consider it. To him, the threat posed by the Uchiha far outweighed that of any unknown adversary. If the two sides could destroy each other, that would be the ideal outcome. This was the fundamental difference between him and Hashirama. It wasn't just a disparity in strength but also an unbridgeable gap in character and vision. His reckless use of forbidden techniques such as Edo Tensei, his paranoid stance against the Uchiha, and his almost childish method of selecting the third Hokage, all of these reflected his flaws. To think that the criteria for Hokage succession boiled down to who was willing to die for him, it was an absurd and capricious notion. The result? The third Hokage lacked the prestige necessary for his role, plunging Konoha into a fragmented state of power struggles. Even Danzo, in his final moments, remained haunted by the events of that day. And this was just one of many such examples. Even upon being revived through Edo Tensei, knowing full well that Uchiha Itachi had saved the shinobi world, Tobirama's first reaction upon hearing that Sasuke harbored hatred toward Konoha was to consider killing him. In many ways, his stubbornness rivaled that of the Uchiha themselves. Moreover, his obstinacy left no room for outside advice or differing opinions. Kyōsuke, well aware of Tobirama's personality, had never held any expectations of him from the start. Now you understand, don't you? Kyōsuke coughed lightly, his gaze sincere as he addressed Hashirama. I'd like to know, as the clan's young leader, how you intend to respond to a disaster that could engulf the entire Land of Fire. Elder brother. Tobirama immediately interjected, his voice sharp. Don't be swayed by him. Don't forget what he's done before. Hashirama placed a firm hand on his brother's shoulder and silenced him with a stern look. Tobirama, who had never seen his elder brother glare at him before, felt an unexpected pang of grievance in his heart. Taking a deep breath, Hashirama rose from his chair, his expression solemn as he made his promise to the two, I will do my best to persuade our father to send troops. The disasters of the Land of Fire shouldn't fall solely on the Uchiha to bear. And if Butsuма refuses? Kyōsuke asked. For once, he held back the words that scum out of respect for Hashirama's sincerity. As he spoke, Kyōsuke glanced at Tobirama, who stood nearby with a fierce glare, then subtly raised his chin, gesturing toward his companion. Take a look, if you can't even convince your own brother, how do you plan to persuade someone as stubborn as Butsuma Senju? From the main seat, Hyuga-Tenjin frowned, thinking to himself that Kyōsuke was pushing his luck a bit too far. The fact that the Senju hadn't sent troops to ambush the Uchiha was already a generous move. Expecting someone like Butsuma, that old relic, to send troops in assistance. You might as well hope the enemy suddenly grows a conscience and decides to become monks in the Land of Fire's temples, it'd be more realistic. And yet, in the very next moment, Hashirama's reply was like a resounding slap to his assumptions. If father refuses, Hashirama said with a smile, looking earnestly at his friend, then I will join the defense as an individual. When that time comes, I'll be counting on you. Brother. Ignoring his younger brother's protests, Hashirama was resolute this time. He was determined to rebuild the bonds of friendship. In his eyes, only through such actions could the trust of the Uchiha be earned. If uniting the two clans and making peace meant stepping down as the Senju's young leader, Hashirama was willing to do so, knowing that his younger brother Tobirama could take over. Kyōsuke silently stared at Hashirama, his expression seemingly shaken. But in truth, his heart was utterly calm, even bordering on amusement. The feud between the Senju and Uchiha could never be resolved through negotiation alone. For them to join forces, one side would have to take control over the other. A great war was inevitable, it was only a matter of time. And when that time came, the scale of the conflict would reach terrifying new heights. Hashirama's personal involvement in the battle would only bolster his reputation, but it wouldn't change the Uchiha's overall stance toward their enemies. As always, resolving such deep-seated conflicts would require a heavy-handed approach and a long period of time to erode the grudges that had lasted for generations. What a sigh-worthy situation, Kyōsuke thought, as he extended his right hand toward Hashirama. I look forward to the day we fight side by side. That evening, Kyōsuke stayed at the Huga household. Using his exhaustion as an excuse, he retired early to his room, preparing to use the Flying Thunder God technique to meet with Yayoi. Unexpectedly, before he could act, Yayoi herself appeared, wearing a thin shirt that clung lightly to her frame. Aren't you worried Tenjin will find out? Kyōsuke thought, surprised by her boldness. Could her influence have grown so much already? To act this openly. Heh. Huga Yayoi let out a cold laugh, her expression laced with self-mockery. He sent me here himself. Naturally, there's no reason to worry about being discovered. As she spoke, she deliberately gestured to the thin shirt she was wearing. How thin was it exactly? Let's put it this way, with just a slight movement, Kyōsuke could feel her entire body trembling. That old bastard Tenjin Huga actually sent his disciple to do something like this. It was clear that Yayoi had likely lost her position as the future head's wife of the family. Kyōsuke didn't know the exact reasons behind this change, but from the looks of it, she didn't seem inclined to explain either. With a helpless shake of his head, the young man asked quietly, "How's the research going?" When the topic turned to serious matters, a trace of subtle disappointment flashed across the woman's face. She quickly composed herself, though, and began to speak about the results of her year-long research. Currently, Yayoi has mastered highly advanced techniques in cell cultivation and transplantation. She had even replaced the Atsutsuki cells within her body several times, hoping to use herself as a vessel to merge the bloodlines of the two clans. Unfortunately, she hadn't yet realized the issue with her Byakugan, which meant no matter how many times she tried, she couldn't activate the Tenseigan. Kyōsuke had come this time with the intention of giving her some guidance. He also planned to introduce her to the next phase of her research, cell cloning technology. This was a massive project. Even with existing data to follow, it would take her years to fully comprehend it. As for the Tenseigan, without the help of an energy vessel, its full awakening would be a long and arduous journey. By the time she reached the level of Atsutsuki Tonari, Kyōsuke might have already unlocked the Rinnegan himself. Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 108, Chapter 108, Invasion of the Land of Wind, Hashirama rushes to aid the Uchiha. Using the power of the Tenseigan as leverage, Kyōsuke successfully gained the support of the Huga clan. Early the next morning, news arrived from the front lines. A massive puppet army had landed in the Land of Fire, leaving devastation in its wake wherever it passed, and its forces were heading straight for the heartland of the Uchiha clan. Prepared for the onslaught, Uchiha Taijima personally led the army to meet the enemy. A full-scale battle had already erupted between the two forces. Time was of the essence, and Huga Tenjin immediately led his forces to depart, aiming to travel 1,000 miles a day in order to assist the Uchiha. There was no choice, the situation was urgent. In just half a day, the Uchiha's frontline positions had already fallen back by 30 miles. If they didn't act quickly, by the time they arrived, they would likely only be able to collect the bodies. At this point, the major clans finally realized just how terrifying the enemy's strength was. Under normal circumstances, if the clans united, defeating the enemy would be a matter of minutes. However, despite their fear, no clan extended a helping hand to the Uchiha. The reason was simple, these clans believed that the enemy from the Land of Rain would not necessarily wipe out everyone. If they truly wanted to conquer the Land of Fire, they could always escape to another country if necessary. As for the Uchiha clan, they had always prided themselves on their strength, let's see if they could withstand the overwhelming puppet army. Such a mindset was widespread among the clans, and to be fair, their relationship with the Uchiha was far from close. Yet, none of them knew that the enemy was not merely seeking domination but intended to completely eradicate the entire shinobi world. Once the living beings of the Land of Fire were slaughtered, the enemy would have amassed a puppet army numbering in the millions. At that point, no matter where anyone fled, they would face certain death. The ninja world, despite its name, was home to many ordinary people. For instance, there were famous entertainment cities, gambling hubs, livestock cities, and small towns nestled by mountains and rivers, many of which were scattered throughout the Land of Fire. Ninja villages were merely gathering places for ninjas. In terms of scale, they were not even comparable to the daimyo's castles, let alone the many large towns. This clearly showed that the existence of the daimyo was essential. If Konoha were to take charge, with such a small number of people, they wouldn't even be able to establish a basic political structure. Understanding the gravity of the situation, everyone knew how crucial it was to protect the borders of the country. If the enemy truly breached the Land of Fire, it would be a slaughter of unimaginable proportions. Both the Uchiha and Huga had chosen to send troops to resist. However, upon hearing the news, Senju Butsuma scoffed at it. Southeast of the Land of Fire, in the Senju clan's territory. It's impossible, absolutely impossible. Butsuma glared at his son with an expression of frustration. Hashirama, wake up. This is most likely the enemy's scheme. But father. Holding a battle report from the front, Hashirama appeared hesitant, his thoughts seemingly tangled. He wanted to ask, what kind of conspiracy would cause the Uchiha to suffer such significant losses? If things were truly as Kyōsuke had said, this couldn't possibly be the matter of just one or two clans. This was an all-out war for the Land of Fire. Unfortunately, still a person of little influence, Hashirama was not able to convince his father to change his mind. Hashirama. Butsuma continued to try to influence him, attempting to promote the idea that the Uchiha would always be the enemy. However, before he could say much, Hashirama excused himself, citing feeling unwell, and left. Sigh. Butsuma sighed, then turned to his other son and commanded, Tobirama, keep an eye on your brother. Don't let him do anything that would disgrace the name of the Senju clan. Understood. Tobirama also left the room. But to be honest, he himself was feeling a bit uncertain now. Kyōsuke might lie, but the Uchiha's casualty reports couldn't be fabricated. If the situation was real, it could be even more dangerous than he had imagined. Father, perhaps this time, Big Brother is right. If we don't take action, the Senju name will be destroyed. Soon, he found his older brother, who was sneaking around. Sigh. Looking at the figure before him, Tobirama sighed and said, even if you're sneaking out, you should at least avoid being seen by people. Can we stop acting like we're about to cause trouble? Heh. At this moment, Hashirama wasn't foolish. He quickly sensed his younger brother's change in attitude. He nudged his brother with his elbow, and the two whispered to each other for a while before using training outside the village as an excuse to leave the clan. But Sama probably never imagined that his two sons would betray him together. Actually, Tobirama, you don't need to come with me. Regardless of Madara and Kyōsuke, don't you know what kind of person Taijima is? He shouldn't show up. Big brother, shut up. Hashirama, fine. The Uchiha fought desperately against the Tsukigakure clan, while the Senju brothers rushed thousands of miles to provide aid. As for Kyōsuke, he had not yet been able to reunite with his clan. Not long ago, news came from the southern battlefield. Several families from the Land of Wind had united and sent a large army towards the borders of the Land of Fire. Faced with this hostile force, Uchiha Rei took the lead and personally joined the battle, commanding the southern army. The outcome was disastrous. The enemy's strength far exceeded expectations, and the southern army began to falter under the pressure. After a brief discussion, Kyōsuke decided to go alone to provide reinforcements, while Hyuga-Tenjin continued towards the main battlefield. There can't be this much coincidence in the world. The Fuma clan has ties with the Tsukigakure clan, and it's most likely Black Zetsu pulling the strings. Looking at it now, this army from the Land of Wind probably has a similar situation. These issues weren't hard to guess, but the key was that he couldn't fathom Black Zetsu's true purpose. This great filial son, no matter what he did, was ultimately trying to fulfill the grand ideal of splitting the moon to save his mother. Thus, everything he did should be related to that goal. From this perspective, it seemed unlikely that Black Zetsu would stand by and let the Uchiha clan be wiped out, at least not until he had enough pieces on the board. Otherwise, who would open the Rinnegan for him? How would he summon the God Tree? From the fact that he allied with the Uzumaki Ashina to trap and kill me, it's clear that I'm not his chosen target. In other words, the person Black Zetsu is preparing to use the backstab technique on is still our poor Dance King. In a moment of clarity, Kyōsuke seemed to understand something. Could the root cause of this war be to help Uchiha Madara achieve growth? Perhaps unlocking the Mangekyo Sharingan. By eliminating the descendants of Atsutsuki Himuras and using some method to help Madara and Izuna awaken their eyes. For Black Zetsu, it's basically a perfect way to kill two birds with one stone. Then, who is connected to the two brothers, and whose death could trigger the appearance of the Mangekyo? Just thinking about it for a moment, a familiar figure appeared in Kyōsuke's mind. This person was, of course, his most respected clan leader, Uchiha Taijima. Hey, I truly hope Black Zetsu succeeds. Is it bad that I think this way? Ha 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 ha. Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 109, Chapter 109, Kazekage Reto, who ended the Sengoku era. Southern Front, Uchiha Army Camp. Ha ha ha. I knew you'd be fine, kid. Elder Uchiha Rei, whom Kyōsuke hadn't seen in years, greeted him with a hearty embrace. Returning to the Southern Army felt just like coming home for Kyōsuke. Without needing any direction, he found himself a chair and sat down. Just as he was about to inquire about the state of the battle, Elder Rei's expression grew solemn. With a trace of apology in his tone, he began, upon hearing of your incident, I attempted to rally your troops to my side. Regarding that matter. Please, don't. Kyōsuke waved his hand with a wry smile and said, have you forgotten? These men were originally granted to me by you. That's not how it works. We must keep matters separate. I feel. Elder Rei, Kyōsuke interrupted, touching his nose as his gaze shifted to the strategic map laid out on the table. Sensing his intent, Elder Rei let the matter drop, and the two of them turned their focus to analyzing the enemy's movements. Who are we up against? Kyōsuke asked. Hearing this, Elder Rei mentioned a name that made Kyōsuke's eye twitch involuntarily. Have you heard of the Reto of the Sand? The name carried such weight that even Kyōsuke, who rarely paid attention to the affairs of the ninja world, had heard of it. Beyond his terrifying strength, there was one reason this man commanded such serious attention. The man known as Reto was none other than one of the 5 Kage who ended the Sengoku era, the first Kazekage of Sunigakure. This fact alone was enough to put anyone on high alert. Are you kidding me? What is that bastard doing in the land of fire? Isn't his mess in the land of wind chaotic enough already? Kyōsuke gritted his teeth in frustration. This was a crucial moment. The Tsukigakure clan was on the verge of sweeping across the entire land of fire. The last thing Kyōsuke wanted was to waste time dealing with the land of wind's affairs. Yet, here they were, intruding of their own volition. If he didn't fight back, the southern army would undoubtedly be destroyed. With a flick of his wrist, Kyōsuke tossed aside a thick stack of reports and turned his attention to another document, one detailing a list of individuals, starting with Shaman. The second Kazekage of Sunagakure and the creator of the puppet technique, Shaman. Next on the list was Manzaemon, the men who perfected the puppet technique and created the infamous, the Chikamatsu collection of 10 puppets. Then came Watanabe Cearu, a wielder of the Scorch Release Kekkei and a devout follower of the first Kazekage, Reto. This is just too much, Kyōsuke muttered as he looked down, feeling as though he were facing off against the entire land of wind. He finally understood why Elder Ray had been so insistent about him coming to the southern front as reinforcements. With such a terrifying lineup, unless the Senju or Uchiha clans personally stepped in, the enemy had more than enough power to wreak havoc across the land of fire. Even without considering their army, just those 4 individuals are each more troublesome than the last. Judging by my estimate, even the weakest of them, Watanabe Cearu, likely possesses strength comparable to a clan leader. If I take them on in succession, I'm not sure whether the enemy will survive, but my eyes will definitely be done for. Faced with such formidable opponents all at once, Kyōsuke couldn't help but feel a profound sense of isolation and helplessness. After some careful thought, he decided to head to the battlefield himself. His plan was simple: find one of the 4 enemies, eliminate them first, and then reassess the situation. When he shared his thoughts, Elder Ray wholeheartedly supported him. With the Flying Thunder God technique at his disposal, Elder Ray wasn't particularly worried about Kyōsuke running into trouble. After all, the main reason Kyōsuke had been summoned was to handle these highly troublesome opponents. As for the ordinary forces of the Land of Wind, the Uchiha Southern Army's ninja were no pushovers. Dealing with them wouldn't be a problem. Oh, by the way, Kyōsuke. Uchiha Ray asked curiously, have you truly awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan? I have, Kyōsuke replied without hesitation, showcasing it directly. Good, good, good. The elder uttered the word good 3 times in succession. It seemed that some heavy burden had finally been lifted from his heart. The Uchiha clan must ultimately rely on you young ones, he said with a tone full of hope. Western region of the Land of Fire, the border with the Land of Rivers. The massive army from the Land of Wind is currently stationed here. As the leader of his faction, Reto ordinarily wouldn't engage in such large-scale actions. But someone had offered him an irresistible bargain. Lord Reto. A familiar voice called out from outside the tent. Come in. Unwrapping the scarf around his neck, Reto let out a quiet sigh and silently calculated the power balance between his forces and the enemy's. The curtain parted, and a burly man with a dragon-shaped tattoo coiling around his right eye strode in. This was none other than Shaman, the founder of puppet techniques in the Land of Wind. To bring together such a fearsome lineup, the offered bargain had to be something none of them could refuse. That bargain was an entire set of techniques for creating human puppets, given as compensation by Black Zetsu to secure their assistance. The objective was simple: to stall Kyōsuke's movements. Until Madara and Izuna awakened their Mangekyo Sharingan, Kyōsuke could not be allowed to return to the Uchiha encampment. Seeing Shaman looking so pleased, Reto smiled faintly. It was clear his subordinate had achieved some remarkable results. Lord Reto, the puppet technique you provided are truly incredible, Shaman said, his voice brimming with excitement. I've completed about 60 to 70% of the process. I just need suitable test subjects to proceed further. Don't worry. Reto nodded and shared news that delighted his subordinate. Cearu has already set out with her team. If everything goes as planned, she should bring back several corpses with awakened Kekkei. That's excellent. Once we fully master the human puppet technique, our power will grow explosively. Then we'll see who dares to challenge us again. Hearing this, Reto chuckled and dismissed Shaman. Yet, after his subordinate left, Reto's expression turned somber. Indeed, the human puppet technique was astonishingly powerful, even capable of replicating a ninja's Kekkei and secret techniques from when they were alive. To offer such an incredible reward, the task they'd been entrusted with could not be an easy one. What seemed like a generous gift had already been marked with a hidden price. But neither Reto nor his followers knew what that price would ultimately cost them. We must remain ever vigilant, Reto murmured as he lowered his head, continuing to review intelligence reports regarding the Land of Fire. Along the border. Watanabe Cearu led her team as they ran along the stream. The Uchiha army responded quickly. She had thought that they would encounter resistance only after they penetrated deep into enemy territory. This works too. At least we won't have any surprises from behind, Watanabe Cearu smirked, a cruel smile crossing her lips. She estimated that it had been about 3 hours since she last killed someone. She found great enjoyment in the process of drying her enemies into mummies. Back at her home in the Land of Wind, she had countless shriveled corpses on display. Now, she would add the Uchiha name to her collection. Watanabe Cearu, known for her use of Scorch Release, was one of the most feared women in the Land of Wind. Her terrifying reputation was enough to silence even the loudest of children. Scorch Release, an incredibly terrifying ability that, upon contact with the enemy's body, instantly evaporates the moisture inside. Those who had fought her never lived to tell the tale, they ended up as shriveled, desiccated mummies. Even Monzaemon, who was usually headstrong and rebellious, rarely dared to provoke her. After all, madwomen are terrifying, and even if one isn't afraid, it's wise to keep a safe distance. Many share this same belief. A madwoman is already dangerous, but a powerful madwoman is a force of destruction. Soon, the Uchiha squad ahead would come to understand this all too well. Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 110, Chapter 110, Scorch Release User, Watanabe Cearu and the Heart-Crushing Kill. Report, no abnormalities found ahead. Good. Everyone, rest here for a while. This small team was responsible for patrolling the border, ensuring that the enemy couldn't sneak around and launch surprise attacks on their camp. After hours of constant searching, the team was mentally and physically exhausted. Reluctantly, the leader gave the order to rest for 10 minutes. Sigh. One of the team member couldn't help but sigh deeply. The others wore expressions of fatigue as well. Such patrol missions meant that if they encountered the enemy, it would be a life-or-death battle. Unless one is a true Jonin-level shinobi, no one else can guarantee that they can survive. War. When will it ever end? Seeing his team's morale falter, the Uchiha leader couldn't help but mention something he had just heard before setting out. Do you all know? Lord Kyōsuke has returned. At this, everyone immediately perked up with renewed excitement. Really? That's great. With Lord Kyōsuke's return, our southern army will be an absolutely unbeatable force. By the way, do we still have a chance to join the Lord's Legion? Hehehe, who was the one complaining earlier? You don't get it, things are different now. Unfortunately, the squad leader was just as clueless as his team members. He didn't know any more than they did, and if he had known the details, he would have wanted to join the Legion himself. While the rest of the group chatted enthusiastically, one person in the team remained silent, head lowered. A year ago, news of Kyōsuke's death spread within the clan, and various factions had been trying to recruit that invincible army. Responding to an invitation from Uchiha Rei, he had made the decision to return to the Southern Army. He couldn't be called a deserter, nor could anyone accuse him of betrayal, but there was a lingering sense of guilt in his heart. Now that Kyōsuke, the commander, had returned, he felt both happy and deeply ashamed. After a long silence, he slowly spoke up, "Indeed, Lord Kyōsuke is a commander worth following." The others exchanged looks, their faces awkward. In their excitement, they had completely forgotten about the companion standing beside them, one who had returned from Kyōsuke's army. The lively discussion among the group felt like cruelly rubbing salt into an open wound. Actually, the squad leader was about to explain something when he suddenly noticed the terrified expression on his companion's face. His years of battle experience told him that something was happening behind him. With one hand bracing against the ground, he quickly turned around. Before he could activate his Sharingan, a slender but immensely strong hand, as solid as steel, seized his throat with a deadly grip. "Why don't you follow me instead?" A mocking laugh rang out, and the words were enough to make the Uchiha members seethe with anger. Damn it. The squad leader, despite being held in a chokehold, swiftly shook his wrist, and a kunai appeared in his hand. Even if he had to die today, he would drag the arrogant woman who spoke those words to hell with him. Unfortunately, that kunai never reached its target. Ah! A horrifying scream rang through the forest. The squad leader felt as though he had been placed in a fiery furnace, his blood boiling and the searing heat relentlessly burning through his flesh and bones. In the blink of an eye, all the moisture in his body evaporated, followed by his blood and fat, until he was reduced to a mummified husk, nothing left but skin and bone. "Captain." A man from the squad gritted his teeth, quickly forming hand seals with both hands. ZZZT. The unmistakable crackle of the Chidori rang out. As a former member of Kyōsuke's army, he certainly knew how to use the Chidori technique. With his Sharingan activated, he locked onto the target and charged forward. "I'm going to take your life." However, his furious attack was met with nothing but the woman's relentless mockery. "You think you can take my life? Ha ha ha, I've heard that you all follow a little brat's orders. I'm really curious, do you also change his diapers for him?" Watanabe Cearu's words were venomous, designed to constantly undermine the enemy's morale. This was her specialty, killing not just with force, but with cruelty, savoring the twisted pleasure of breaking the spirit before ending life. "You are not allowed to insult my lord." the man shouted, his anger reaching its peak. Lightning crackled through the air, and his lightning-charged hand sliced through the space ahead like a spear, aiming with great force. Having already felt guilt toward Kyōsuke, hearing the enemy insult him now made the man's mindset erupt with fury. What he didn't realize was that this outburst had played directly into the enemy's trap. The power of Scorch Release naturally countered close-range attacks. Not only was physical contact dangerous, but even simply approaching her posed a tremendous risk. For instance, the man's situation was exactly like this: the closer he got to Watanabe Cearu, the more intense the heatwave became. At 5 meters, he was already struggling to breathe properly. At 3 meters, the scorching air even burned his eyes. Instinctively squinting, he lost sight of his opponent, who vanished from his front in an instant. By the time he stopped, his left arm, with which he had been preparing the Chidori, was completely cooked. Damn it! The Chidori's electric light reappeared as he gritted his teeth and severed his entire left arm. In excruciating pain, he lifted his head, only to find that, apart from himself, the rest of his squad mates had all fallen in pools of blood. It wasn't just Watanabe-kun, the bodyguards following her were just as ruthless. An ordinary squad had no chance against them. A long-forgotten sense of fear suddenly surged from the depths of his heart. Gripping his teeth, he used his lightning release to stimulate his cells and desperately ran in the opposite direction. Ha 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 ha. Behind him, Watanabe-kun's carefree laughter echoed. Hey, you're running already. I've heard that all Uchiha are heroes, but from what I see, you're nothing but a bunch of teddy bears. The intense pain from his severed arm and the overwhelming discomfort coursing through his body caused the man's condition to deteriorate rapidly. Instinctively, he tried to turn and flee, but the woman's cruel words stirred a burning rage within him, compelling him to slow down. Turning back, his Sharingan with 2 tomo glared fiercely at Watanabe-kun. You listen carefully, you damned woman. The Uchiha is not something trash like you can ever insult. The man gathered the last of his chakra, once again condensing a blinding electric light in his palm. This time, even if his eyeballs exploded, he would force his hand deep into the enemy's body. Idiot. Watanabe Cearu sneered coldly, her mocking expression becoming even more pronounced. In truth, no matter what the man did, it would always end in her ridicule. Proof? What could such a foolish act of rushing to his death prove? That the Uchiha were all brainless fools. If she were in his position, she would have fled at full speed, disappearing without a trace long ago. But now that someone else was suffering, that was a different matter altogether. I can escape, but if you try to run, I will mock you to the fullest. This was Watanabe Cearu's mindset. A sophisticated and extreme egoist. Now, pay the price for your stupidity. Scorch Release, extremely steaming murder. Just as the man was about to meet his end, a violent bolt of lightning descended from the sky, crashing down between them. What did you just say, woman? Kyōsuke stood with his arms crossed, his terrifying killing intent causing Watanabe-kun's expression to change dramatically. Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 111, do you know? You're about to die. Gazing at the clan member collapsed on the ground, Kyōsuke let out a deep sigh. Paying no attention to the hostile enemies eyeing him intently, he crouched down and used the mystical palm technique to quickly stop the bleeding. My lord, I. Save your breath, Kyōsuke interrupted, gesturing for him to conserve his strength rather than waste it on explanations. Suddenly, a sharp sound of something cutting through the air came from behind. The injured man's face instantly turned pale with shock as he glimpsed what was happening. Not long ago, his captain had died at the hands of this very woman in a similar manner. Could the same tragedy be repeating itself now? Didn't your teacher ever teach you not to turn your back on an enemy during battle? Watanabe Cearu's wild laughter echoed, drawing ever closer. Foolish move, Kyōsuke muttered coldly as a flicker of dark golden light shimmered around him. The rib-like structure of Susanoo materialized, encasing both him and the injured clan member within its protective embrace. If it were just himself, Kyōsuke could have eliminated the woman in countless ways, just as effortlessly as he had dispatched her subordinates earlier. But with an injured companion present, it was best to keep the battle's intensity to a minimum. Bang. The terrifying scorch release struck Susanoo's energy ribs, causing them to sizzle and crackle under the searing heat. It seemed the initial form of Susanoo wasn't sufficient enough to completely repel her attacks. Thankfully, Kyōsuke didn't need a perfect defense. A brief delay was more than enough. Never turn your back on the battlefield, Kyōsuke stated, rising to his feet. His irregular six-pointed Mangekyo Sharingan bore down on the visibly shaken woman. You can't even muster the courage to meet my gaze, and yet you dare call yourself an enemy of Uchiha Kyōsuke. Dark golden flames ignited, wrapping around Susanoo as it manifested a skeletal arm. 3 spinning Magatama glimmered ominously along its length. Yasaka Magatama. Damned brat, Watanabe Cearu growled through clenched teeth, using her scorch release to condense a series of peculiar fireballs. These were no ordinary fire techniques, even grazing one at close range would leave devastating injuries. For safety, she created 6 flaming spheres and launched them toward the incoming Magatama. Boom. A series of violent explosions erupted. Watanabe Cearu had hoped to exploit the chaos to attack, but to her dismay, her scorch release barely managed to neutralize his assault. Her mind churned with uncertainty, though her lips maintained their usual bravado. Not bad. It seems the Uchiha aren't as useless as I thought. Is that so? Kyōsuke smirked disdainfully, his voice laced with mockery. Your skills match your looks, utterly pathetic. For a brief moment, Watanabe Cearu felt as if she had met a true rival. Steadying herself, she began circling Kyōsuke cautiously, seeking a weakness in his strange skeletal armor. Yet no matter how hard she searched, she found none. Damn it. What kind of cursed ninjutsu is this, she cursed under her breath. Her strength lay in close combat, with only mediocre capabilities for mid to long-range attacks. She threw 2 kunai, but unfortunately, they posed no threat to her opponent. Realizing the situation, she knew she had no choice but to risk getting closer. This time, I'll incinerate you into ash even through that skeletal cage. With her resolve firm, Watanabe Cearu dashed forward, her body a blur as she closed the distance. Clearly, her mastery of the body flicker technique was exceptional, making her a formidable foe overall. But unfortunately for her, Kyōsuke, with his Mangekyo Sharingan now activated, was no longer the same man he once was. An opponent of elite Jonin level, even possessing a bloodline limit, could still pose no real threat to him. The skeletal arm reappeared, and the transformed Kusanagi Susanoo sword materialized, slashing down with overwhelming force in the woman's terrified gaze. The soft earth cracked, creating a deep rift 3 meters wide. The sword's impact was so strong that even the nearby stream, 20 meters away, seemed to briefly halt its flow. No matter how much of a close combat specialist she claimed to be, once Kyōsuke activated Susanoo, no matter what beasts or gods stood in his way, a single swing of the sword could erase them. He had to admit, he was starting to relish this feeling of overcoming cleverness with sheer force. Ah! From the cloud of dust, Watanabe Cearu charged out, clutching her broken arm. She had never anticipated her opponent to be this overwhelmingly powerful. This sense of helplessness was something she had only experienced before with Lord Reto in battle. The violent impact was something she still vividly recalled every time she awoke in the middle of the night. I have to escape from here. Watanabe Cearu gritted her teeth and forced her body to activate the body flicker technique for the second time in such a short period. This also caused blood to flow out from the broken part of the arm like a burst pipe. It hurt. She hadn't felt such pain in years. But for her life, she knew she had to escape from the boy's grasp. In that moment, she was no different from the Uchiha clansman who had fled before. Trying to escape. Kyōsuke's mocking voice rang out perfectly. I heard that ninjas from the land of wind are all fearless in the face of death, but now it seems they are nothing more than a group of frauds, deceiving the world. That boastful Reto from the sand, he's probably just a useless failure too. This provoked Watanabe Cearu, who had once held Reto in high regard. She wanted to react like the person before her, using her life to defy the enemy's mockery. But tragically, she didn't dare turn around. The fear of death weighed heavily on her, making it hard to even breathe, let alone face the overwhelming strength of her opponent once more. She could only flee, but even then, she stubbornly shot back, "Kid, we'll meet again on the battlefield soon." As she spoke, she suddenly saw a peculiar kunai coming straight at her. Hey, are you embarrassed? In that moment, she felt an odd sense of satisfaction, as if she were the one who had won. Facing the boy's mocking gaze, she easily tilted her head to dodge the kunai. Just as she was about to say something, the boy disappeared in the blink of an eye. What's going on? Before her surprise and fear could fully settle in, the tip of the Kusanagi sword suddenly pierced her chest. Are you afraid? Kyōsuke's voice, like a demon from hell, made her shudder. Ah. I'll make you die. Watanabe Cearu, knowing her end was near, desperately hoped to drag him down to hell with her. But when she turned around, there was no sign of her enemy. Are you scared? Kyōsuke's voice echoed once more in her ear. Watanabe Cearu was paralyzed with fear. The terror of death had completely overwhelmed her. Thinking of the collection at home, she shook her head frantically, shouting, "Don't kill me. I have information you'll be interested in. I can give you Reto's battle plans." Ah, what a brave girl. A mocking smile curled at Kyōsuke's lips, but suddenly, he felt a sense of disinterest. Not willing to waste more time, he swiftly formed hand seals, and a blazing fireball engulfed the enemy entirely. She liked corpses, didn't she? Well, let her experience it herself before death. System notification, successfully killed Watanabe Cearu, obtained 8,130 points. Points, 13,840. Killing her had covered the cost of exchanging for cell cloning technology. Only 6,000 points left, Kyōsuke had already set his sights on the next target. Sage Body, Beginner, Exchange requires 20,000 points. Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 112, Chapter 112, the first Kazakage's electromagnetic cannon. Bang. Renowned for his usually good temper, Reto now seemed to have lost all restraint. In a maddened frenzy, he began to smash and destroy everything in sight inside the camp. The news that had just arrived shocked him to the core. Watanabe Cearu, whom he had regarded as his right hand, had unexpectedly died by a seemingly insignificant creak. Her charred corpse emitted a foul stench, and it took considerable effort for his subordinates to identify her. Uchiha. Reto inhaled deeply, finally managing to suppress the rage boiling within him. He picked up a scattered chair from the floor, sitting down and remaining motionless for a long while. The thought that had once crossed his mind resurfaced once again. Is this the price you marked? Or, could Keiru's death be just the beginning? As Reto sighed deeply, he remained unaware that the crisis was already quietly closing in. At the southwest corner of the camp, a special, isolated area had been set up. The purpose of this area was simple, it was where the bodies of the collected ninjas were stored. At that moment, Watanabe Keiru's pitch-black, charred body was laid there. The ninja assigned to inspect the bodies did not notice that somewhere on her corpse was a peculiar symbol of unknown significance. Night soon fell, and the area around the morgue was completely deserted. Even the ninjas capable of catastrophic destruction generally preferred to avoid close proximity to a pile of corpses. Under the dark sky, with the autumn rain pattering down, the morgue, which should have been silent, suddenly emitted faint sounds. What is that smell? Kyōsuke frowned, reluctantly putting on the mask he hadn't worn in a long time. It wasn't that he was ashamed, it was simply that the stench here was unbearable. After killing Watanabe Cearu, he had sent his clan member to a safe location before quickly returning. Using spatial coordinates as a guide, he had successfully located the deeply hidden enemy stronghold. Since the enemy had traveled so far to pay him a visit, as the local ruler, it was only proper for him to extend a greeting. Watanabe Cearu had been merely an appetizer. Tonight, Kyōsuke intended to leave the enemy with an unforgettable memory. He raised his hand and crossed his fingers in front of him, and with several loud bangs, 5 shadow clones appeared beside him. Heh, I knew calling me out wouldn't mean anything good. The second clone rolled his eyes, casting a glance outside the camp. Don't say that. We all need to work together, right? The third clone habitually played the role of the peacemaker. Enough talk. Kyōsuke waved his hand, signaling them to hurry up and carry out their tasks. So, what are you going to do? I'll stay here to cover you guys. If any danger arises, I'll just throw a bunch of kunai. Heh, really, thanks for that. We're all on the same side, so don't be so formal. Soon, the clones scattered, each heading to different parts of the camp to begin posting explosive tags, which were meant to signify celebration. When triggered all at once, it would surely be a magnificent display of fireworks. I am simply too hospitable, Kyōsuke murmured with a slight pause, his gaze drifting towards the sky. The rain tonight is especially heavy. Boom. The deafening sound of thunder struck, awakening countless ninjas who had been peacefully lost in their dreams. As an apprentice of Lord Shaman, Monzaimon's mood could only be described as foul. Once, he had been at odds with Watanabe Cearu, wishing countless times for that madwoman's untimely demise. Today, his wish was finally fulfilled, yet his mood had only darkened further. It was not that he had developed any feelings for her. No man, aside from a masochist, could ever love such a woman. Monzaimon was merely afraid, no, worried would be a more fitting word. The technique of human puppetry was something even Lord Shaman coveted, and Monzaimon too, could not hide his envy. Whoever mastered the human puppet's technique would wield an unimaginable power, and in the land of wind, no force could stand against them. When the time came, Lord Shaman would surely release the puppet-making techniques to the public, attracting a host of talented individuals to their cause. The problem, however, was that by doing so, they were provoking one of the most formidable forces in the ninja world, Uchiha. Was it truly worth it? Compared to others, Monzaimon possessed an exceptional sense of perspective. Even if they were to defeat the Uchiha, the Senju clan would be left unchecked, and when the Land of Fire completed its unification, the neighboring Land of Wind would undoubtedly become the primary target. He had already come up with a plausible excuse, they would use this invasion as the trigger. Sigh. Monzaimon walked out of the camp tent, intending to open the sluice gates to release the water, when a fleeting shadow caught his attention. Who's there? He called out, swiftly chasing after the figure. I am your father, number 2 responded with an eye roll, raising a hand to form a seal. Before Monzaimon could make sense of the situation, a violent explosion suddenly tore through much of the camp. Boom. Looking up at the stormy night sky, where the thunder never ceased, number 2 smiled lightly, and with a decisive gesture, dispelled the clone. Soon, the exposed information reached the original body. Of course, he didn't even need to look to know the situation. The camp was filled with the sound of exploding tags. If anyone wasn't prepared by now, the enemy might as well slit their own throats. Inside the commander's tent, Reto pulled back the curtain in front of him and stepped outside into the heavy downpour. While others focused on the explosive tags, searching for traces of intruders, only he sensed something unusual in the air. Quickly, Reto's gaze fixed on the thunder-filled sky. He was a master of magnet release, his control over it far surpassing the several wind kages of the future. Not only could he manipulate metal and sand, but he could also sense the electromagnetic fields present in the atmosphere. Through his sensitivity, Reto could feel the incredible energy gathering within the thunderclouds. If it struck, much of the camp would be devastated. It seems we have a distinguished guest, Reto remarked, as he slowly rose from the ground, controlling his body with electromagnetic force. Are you intending to strike with the power of nature's thunder? He mused. How coincidental, I too enjoy making use of it. With his right hand raised above his head, and under the control of his electromagnetic power, boundless lightning quickly gathered at his fingertips. At the same time, the strange beast hidden within the thunderclouds finally revealed itself. With eyes that seemed almost tangible in their ferocity, the thunderous Kirin locked its gaze on the enemy, letting out a silent roar. In a distant corner of the camp, Kyōsuke's eyes were filled with suspicion and surprise. He had long known that the 5 Kages, the ones who would end the Sengoku era, possessed terrifying strength. He had assumed that this opponent would use golden sand or iron sand in battle, but he never imagined that the enemy had reached the level of controlling electromagnetic forces. Kyōsuke originally planned to take advantage of the rainy weather and use his lightning release, Kirin, to heavily damage the enemy. But now, the thunder beast in the clouds is only half its usual size. Most of the electrical power has been redirected through magnet release, flowing into the enemy's hands. This is quite a formidable opponent, Kyōsuke said, his eyes filled with excitement in the face of such overwhelming pressure. With a single wave of his hand, the Kirin instantly descended from the sky, as though a divine punishment falling from the heavens. Reto, however, showed no sign of concern. With a casual flick of his fingers, the electric pulse, already transformed into a lightning slurry, shot through the air. Magnet release, electromagnetic cannon. The lightning release, Kirin, which had performed extremely well since its inception, was completely wiped out from the middle with a single flick of a finger. Do you really think you can avoid it in my magnetic field? Reto, floating in the air, slowly pointed in another direction. Boom. In less than 1,000th of a second, the electric pulse reached in front of Kyōsuke. The speed was so fast that he didn't even have time to use the flying thunder god technique. Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 113, Chapter 113, a fierce battle amidst thunder and lightning. The camp that night was anything but calm. First came a barrage of explosive tags, startling everyone out of their wits, making them think the Uchiha army had launched an attack. Then came the roar of thunder, and with it, the arrival of Kirin. Its overwhelming power made every ninja experience the fear of death. Finally, Lord Reto appeared. With a single electromagnetic cannon, he obliterated Kirin and nearly struck down the hidden enemy lurking in the dense mist from hundreds of meters away. In mere minutes, the roller coaster of events left everyone's hearts pounding. Not dead yet. Reto murmured, his expression showing a faint surprise. His electromagnetic senses told him there was still a violent energy fluctuation within the thick fog. The intruder was far from defeated. Interesting. He snapped his fingers softly, and a large amount of black iron sand surged from the ground, forming massive iron wings behind him. While the electromagnetic field enabled him to levitate, it lacked agility. These iron wings, however, provided unmatched flexibility and precision. As the men hailed as the strongest, Reto's abilities would serve as the blueprint for generations of Kazekage to come. Iron sand, gold dust, or mere sand, none could rival the terror of his electromagnetic field. Flight, an extremely rare ability in the shinobi world, was as simple to him as raising a hand. For this alone, Reto's name was enough to make waves across the 5 great nations. As the fog below gradually dissipated, a battered figure emerged, a skeletal structure of dark golden hue, glaring against the night. Ugh! With a violent cough, Kyōsuke spat out a mouthful of blood. Wiping the corner of his mouth, he slowly rose from his half-kneeling posture. The enemy's abilities were truly terrifying, utterly unfamiliar to him. Had he not immediately activated the first stage of Susanoo, he might have already gone to join the Sage of Six Paths. Even now, Kyōsuke couldn't figure out how his opponent had located him so quickly. Not even the Byakugan could have pinpointed his position with such speed. Moreover, the strange lightning release technique was entirely foreign, something he had never seen before, not even in the manga he'd read in his previous life. Today's battle had given Kyōsuke a vivid and painful lesson. Awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan did not mean invincibility. The shinobi world harbored countless mysterious and dangerous abilities. Without caution, he could easily find himself waiting to be revived by Edo Tensei. Given how early the current timeline is, whether anyone in the future would even be able to resurrect him with Edo Tensei remains uncertain. Adversity breeds vigilance, while complacency leads to ruin. Kyōsuke knew he had to remain alert and prepared. Many things in this world allow no second chances. Very well, impressive indeed. Lifting his head, Kyōsuke locked his gaze on the man standing under the night sky. With a deep breath, he released the curse mark, and a pair of fleshy wings resembling hands extended from his back. With a few slow flaps, he rose to the same height as his opponent. His scarlet eyes glowed fiercely, and the fading Susanoo around him suddenly solidified. What had been mere skeletal remains grew muscle and sinew, eventually donning a cloak of dark golden chakra. Susanoo, second form. Though this form of Susanoo could not yet fly, it mattered little. As long as he, the user, could take to the skies, it was enough. He knew magnet release could manipulate sand and stone, allowing it to bypass Susanoo's defenses from beneath. Both Sasuke and Madara had fallen victim to such tactics. Kyōsuke would not repeat their mistakes. As he gazed at the dark golden giant hovering in midair, Reto's expression grew increasingly serious. He realized that the intruder might be even more formidable than he had initially anticipated. After a brief moment of contemplation, Reto decided to speak, testing the waters before making his next move. "Who are you?" "Uchiha Kyōsuke," Kyōsuke responded, offering a certain degree of respect when facing an opponent capable of threatening him. Kyōsuke. The name triggered a flood of memories in Reto's mind. As if piecing together a puzzle, he asked in a low voice, "Was Kaoru killed by you?" "That woman." "Impressive that you managed to identify her," Kyōsuke admitted without hesitation. Today, his objective was not only to eliminate Watanabe Cearu but also to make many enemies pay with their lives for the fallen members of the Uchiha clan. The straightforwardness of Kyōsuke's answer surprised Reto slightly, but he could also sense the absolute determination emanating from his adversary. Unfortunately, as long as he was here, no one would be allowed to wreak havoc. Boom. Thunder roared, the ground quaked, and electromagnetic forces rippled through the air, making the very world tremble. Call of lightning. Reto raised his right hand, and several bolts of lightning gathered furiously in his palm, eventually coalescing into a spear of blinding blue-white light. Then, he pointed the spear downward. In an instant, vast stretches of soil turned to dust, gathering into a massive wave of golden sand, which rapidly gathered and surged toward the sky. Magnet release, flowing sand torrent. In the blink of an eye, Kyōsuke's dark golden Susanoo was engulfed by the cascading ocean of sand. Everywhere he looked, there was nothing but sand, save for the thunderclouds crackling with lightning above. Even directly beneath him, countless sharp blades of sand lay in wait. Seeing this, Kyōsuke flapped his wings rapidly, charging straight toward the enemy concealed within the sea of sand. As for the terrifying waves of sand surrounding him. Reversal. With the activation of his right eye's Mangekyo ability, a clear path instantly appeared between him and his opponent, completely sweeping away the sand in his way. Wide-area ninjutsu often lacked precision in its destructive power. For Kyōsuke, using reversal made things easier, he only needed to clear a single section of the sandstorm. In Reto's shocked gaze, the space between them was abruptly cleared, as if the sand had retreated to open a direct path for Kyōsuke's advance. Kyōsuke retaliated immediately. The Yasaka Magatama formed in his hands, launching 3 consecutive strikes, all of which hit their mark. More precisely, they struck the lightning spear in Reto's hand. Reto retreated, and Kyōsuke pursued. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had left the sandstorm behind. On the ground below, the crowd could only look up at the battle in the sky as though watching a spectacle. It wasn't just ordinary ninjas, even the future second Kazekage, shaman, was powerless to intervene in this fight. After all, he couldn't fly. As for his ability to control sand, Reto had already proven that large-scale sandstorms had little effect on Kyōsuke. Damn it. Shaman cursed, slamming his fist into the side of a nearby tent. He despised himself for not mastering the puppet technique sooner. If only he had perfected it, they wouldn't be forced to stand by helplessly while Lord Reto fought alone. In the distance, there were still some defiant ninjas attempting to launch ninjutsu into the sky, or even attempting to control their puppets to rise into the air. Unfortunately, their altitude was far from enough, nowhere near sufficient. Under the thunderous night sky, Reto's expression grew increasingly serious. To this moment, he still couldn't understand why the sandstorm had mysteriously dispersed. The problem was that the relentless enemy gave him no time to ponder. Helpless, he had no choice but to push his chakra to its limits, continuously summoning electromagnetic pulses to strike down his foes. This technique was indeed terrifying, even the second form of Susanoo couldn't endure it with sheer defense alone. What made it worse was its incredible speed and its eerily unavoidable nature. Even with the transformed Susanoo sword of Kusanagi, Kyōsuke couldn't close the distance to his opponent. I can't engage in a protracted battle with him. The prolonged use of these techniques had already placed a great strain on Kyōsuke's body. Susanoo combined with the cursed seal was almost like opening the 8 gates of death. But, he could not retreat yet, killing Watanabe Cearu alone wasn't enough. Only by eliminating this man would the Southern Army have a real chance of defeating the enemy. There's no other choice. He muttered softly, and once again, the dark golden Susanoo underwent a noticeable transformation. Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 114, Chapter 114, Susanoo's third form, half-body armored. For an ordinary ninja, the two figures in the sky were as powerful as gods. Lord Reto was already regarded as the strongest in the eyes of many in the Land of Wind. However, no one had anticipated that the enemy attacking tonight would be so powerful and fearsome. Wait, what did Lord Shaman say just now? Uchiha Kyōsuke. Unknowingly, many had etched that name into their hearts. An existence that could stand side by side with Lord Reto himself. In the sky, Kyōsuke was still struggling to fend off the enemy's electromagnetic cannon. Since awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, he had never faced such an intense battle. Without the motivation from negative emotions, he could only rely on chakra to force his Susanoo to evolve. Fortunately, I have the cursed seal. By using diluted natural energy, I can ensure the completion of Susanoo's third form. As for the consequences of forcing this power, at this moment, Kyōsuke could no longer afford to care. Soon, the broken flesh was restored, and the dark golden skeleton was once again covered with its outer layer. Under the watchful gaze of the enemy, a phantom armor suddenly appeared, wrapping around the Susanoo like the mouth of a giant beast. Susanoo, third form. With the addition of the Karasatengu armor, Susanoo's defense was drastically increased. This form of Susanoo was immensely powerful, but its chakra consumption also increased greatly, making it highly unstable. Most regular Mangekyo Sharingan users would struggle to maintain the third form for long periods. In the original story, the already ailing Uchiha Itachi used his life force to activate this form. He forced his body to seal Orochimaru, only to die moments later in front of Sasuke. Sasuke was the same. The intense battle with Danzo had caused a significant depletion of his ocular power, but he stubbornly activated the third stage through his negative emotions. The result? Before even making a move, he blinded himself. Looking at the current situation, Kyōsuke had already embarked on the dangerous path of greatly exhausting his ocular power. Ah! A suppressed roar erupted from him as he completed the essential evolution of his Susanoo. In his right hand, he wielded the indestructible Phantom Kusanagi sword, while in his left hand, he formed a phantom shield, preparing to use it to block the enemy's electromagnetic cannon. Boom! Bright lightning streaked across the night sky. Realizing the situation was dire, Reto finally launched the Thunder Spear in his hand. However, its power was no longer enough to penetrate the shield held by Susanoo. Enduring the searing pain coursing through his body, Kyōsuke charged towards the enemy, Susanoo's sword raised high, giving the opponent no chance to evade. Seeing this, the future first Kazekage gritted his teeth, and with a surge of electromagnetic force, a power far greater than the previous violent lightning began to gather. Brat, you are still 100 years too early to defeat me. Magnet release, super electromagnetic cannon. A thick electrical current, resembling a laser, struck Kyōsuke's Susanoo directly. The immense impact caused his slash to miss the target. However, before the smile on the enemy's lips could even fade, the Yasaka Magatama, already charged and ready, shot out with tremendous force. Bang! The Magatama exploded, and the enemy, drenched in blood, fell from the sky. Had it not been for the layer of iron sand on his body, this strike would have been enough to kill Reto on the spot. Even now, his injuries were grave, and he would need at least a month to recover fully. By the time Reto was fully healed, the Land of Wind forces would have already been defeated. After all, their numbers were small, with most left behind to defend the homeland, which also had to be protected against hostile forces. Whoa! Kyōsuke's blood spurted out and a feeling of suffocation suddenly surged into his heart. But he knew that he couldn't lose consciousness now, otherwise, without the enemy's intervention, the fall from such a height alone would be enough to kill him. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he quickly formed hand signs and lightly pressed his hand against the empty space beside him. Ninja art, summoning technique. With a loud bang, smoke erupted, and the figure of Hitai appeared in the air. Lord Kyōsuke, big. Seeing the rapidly approaching ground, Hitai trembled, its lips quivering in fear. Not bothering to speak with it, Kyōsuke pried open the snake's mouth and crawled inside. If you don't want to die, then hurry up and dispel the summoning. Oh. Just a second before hitting the ground, Hitai finally dispelled the summoning on its own. Together with Kyōsuke inside it, both were returned to the Ryuchi cave. Ah yes, it's the familiar ceiling. After some time, Kyōsuke found himself once again submerged in the snake pond of Ryuchi cave. Nearby, Togorihime was lazily flicking a small leather whip at a smooth round stone. It seemed like she was practicing something. Kyōsuke coughed lightly, a bad feeling rising in his heart. The result was as expected. He once again fell victim to the whip training of the Divine Maiden. After all, he was always wounded, and once he sought her help, he had to follow her rules. Of course, he also took the opportunity to review the process of practicing senjutsu, although his current body was not yet capable of handling it. However, one day, he would grow, and the power of senjutsu was undoubtedly among the highest forms of strength. It could never hurt to learn more. On the other hand, after losing 2 key commanders in succession, the invaders from the Land of Wind were no longer as brave as they had been before. Watanabe Cearu was brutally killed, and their leader, Reto, was severely wounded and unlikely to recover. The second-generation shaman, who had not yet fully grown, was insufficient to resist the Southern Legion's offensive. Soon, the invaders were driven out of the border, and after half a month of stalemate, the Land of Wind was the first to announce a retreat. The reason was simple: Reto had not yet recovered, and Uchiha Kyōsuke had reappeared on the battlefield. Thinking back to that night, his figure, like that of a god, who else besides Reto would have the confidence to face such a monster? In any case, the agreement had been mostly fulfilled, so retreating now wouldn't violate the promise made earlier. At the border, Reto gazed at the territory of the Land of Fire, unable to regain his senses for a long time. My lord, beside him, Shaman seemed hesitant to speak. Let's go. Without a word, he silently turned around, his soft muttering slipping past unnoticed by anyone around him. One day, this land will kneel before my feet. The Southern Legion of the Uchiha won a great victory, driving the invaders back to the Land of Wind. This news quickly spread in all directions, somewhat restoring the morale in the previously unfavorable situation. That's right, even with the combined forces of the Huga and Uchiha, they were beginning to show signs of being unable to resist. The enemy's puppet technique was simply too strong, a perfect example of growing stronger the longer they fought. So far, many Uchiha clan members have already become puppets of the enemy, raising the blade against their former comrades and families. Had it not been for the strength of Hashirama's wood release, which single-handedly covered a third of the war's devastation, the entire front line might have already collapsed. Driven to desperation, Taijima finally made up his mind: he was going to execute a decapitation plan. Little did he know, this was precisely the scene some people were hoping for. The current Atsutsuki Sujito was no longer the same as before. He had remained still all this time, just to lure the ignorant into his trap. Sometimes, the roles of hunter and prey could be so blurred. A single misstep, and the identities of the two could easily be switched. Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 115, Chapter 115, Redeeming the Basic Sage Body. In the Southern Army's camp, Kyōsuke lay in his bed, still in a state of drowsy rest. Outside the tent, 2 clan members were quietly conversing, reflecting on the arduous battle they had just endured. Sigh, we truly owe everything to Lord Kyōsuke. Without him, there's no way the enemy would have retreated so quickly. Indeed. Despite his severe injuries, he forced himself to the battlefield, pushing through the pain. Ha, you're right. It was worth it though, those cowards looked utterly terrified when they saw him. Unfortunately, it seems Lord Kyōsuke's condition has worsened as a result. Their voices were barely above a whisper, like a secretive exchange of murmured words. Even so, the conversation still reached the ears of someone who had been eavesdropping with malicious intent. Ah, so that's how it is, a shadowy figure deep underground muttered to itself, breaking into a sinister chuckle. He, I was wondering how his injuries healed so quickly. It turns out he's just putting on an act. The Mangekyo Sharingan is powerful, but using it like that. He's practically digging his own grave. Well, if he's destined to fall anyway, why not let me give him a little push? Moments later, the figure stealthily infiltrated Kyōsuke's tent. Silent as a ghost, it slipped past the nearby guards, who failed to notice a thing. As the pale, deathly hand was about to touch its target, Kyōsuke's eyes suddenly snapped open. Without hesitation, a Chidori sharp spear tore through the intruder's body in a flash of lightning. I've been waiting for you, Kyōsuke said coldly. You. The white Zetsu clone's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. Your injuries were supposed to be severe. How could you have recovered so quickly? While others might not understand, White Zetsu, a being created in the ancient era and a collaborator with Black Zetsu, knew all too well the power and side effects of the Mangekyo Sharingan. By its estimation, Kyōsuke should have either gone blind or at least suffered a significant reduction in his ocular powers. Staying bedridden for 10 days or more should have been inevitable. There was no way someone in his condition could feign being seriously injured just to set up this trap. Can't figure it out, huh? Idiot, Kyōsuke spat as he stared disdainfully at White Zetsu. In truth, Kyōsuke had already fully recovered from his injuries. His decision to appear on the battlefield was a deliberate strategy, meant to bait the enemy commanders into making a move against him. To his surprise, the enemy had been cautious enough to avoid the trap, retreating without hesitation. With no other option, Kyōsuke redirected his efforts, aiming to draw out Black Zetsu, that ancient schemer. This can't be. What exactly did you? White Zetsu's clone was still visibly shaken. Kyōsuke frowned and asked a few questions, but as his patience wore thin, he decided to use genjutsu to force it to reveal the truth. However, just as he was about to delve deeper, Kyōsuke's expression changed abruptly. Sensing danger, he swiftly retreated from the tent, taking the two guards outside with him. Barely a moment later, White Zetsu's clone detonated like a balloon, erupting in a sudden explosion. So it even has a self-destruct mechanism. Black Zetsu, you really are rotten to the core, Kyōsuke muttered with a faint sneer before adding, oh, right. You don't actually have bones, do you? Having failed yet again in his attempts to trap the elusive Black Zetsu, Kyōsuke couldn't help but feel a pang of frustration. After reassuring the shaken guards, Kyōsuke relocated to another tent and laid down, resuming his rest. In truth, White Zetsu's guess was not entirely wrong. Normally, he should still be in a severely injured state. The reason he appeared to be so active and seemingly recovered was actually due to another item he had exchanged for. Beginner Sage Body, cost, 20,000 points. After defeating Watanabe Cearu, his points had risen to around 13,000. Then, in the rainy battle, the explosion talismans added another 7,000 points to his total. With this, he was able to exchange for the Beginner Sage Body. Beginner, 20,000 points. Intermediate, 50,000 points. Advanced, 100,000 points. Ultimate, 200,000 points. The Sage Body was different from other exchanges, it could not be upgraded in one go. It had to start from the beginner level and be enhanced step by step. At this point, Kyōsuke's strength was roughly at the level of Naruto when he was young. His chakra reserves skyrocketed, his self-healing speed increased drastically, but his physical strength and speed didn't see any noticeable gains. His injuries had recovered by about 60%, mostly due to the effects of the Sage Body. Without it, it was still uncertain if he could even get out of bed. System Panel. Name, Uchiha Kyōsuke. Age. Physical Strength, Jonin, Peak. Mental Strength, Elite Jonin, Early. Chakra Amount, Kaga Level, Early. Bloodline Limit, Sharingan, Mangekyo, Sage Body, Beginner. Upon activating the Sage Body, his chakra reserves instantly surged, reaching the level comparable to Kaga Level Powerhouse. If he activated the Curse Mark mode, his chakra would increase even further, possibly reaching mid-Kaga levels. Once one's strength reaches Kaga level, the gap between them and others of the same rank could be enormous, practically a world of difference. At the Super Kage and 6 Paths levels, the gap would grow even wider, potentially resulting in an overwhelming superiority. All in all, any increase in power was a good thing. However, Kyōsuke couldn't help but feel frustrated by his body's continued limitations at the Jonin level. Before activating the Sage Body, his physical strength had been stuck at the entry-level Jonin rank for over a year. Now, he had finally jumped to the peak of Jonin, a significant improvement, but still far behind in comparison to his other abilities. Ugh, it's all because of my age. Can't blame me for that. Of course, these were the obvious improvements. The most significant benefit to him wasn't the increase in chakra, but the Sage Body's ability to nourish his Sharingan. After completing the exchange, the gradually declining limit of his ocular power finally stopped worsening. As he began to adapt to his body's energy, Kyōsuke was pleasantly surprised to find that the upper limit of his Mangekyo Sharingan's power was slowly rising again. The recovery was incredibly slow, but it meant that he no longer had to worry about going blind. One word, the exchange for the Sage Body was truly worth it. The fusion of the Uchiha and Senju powers was, without a doubt, the strongest bloodline in the world of Naruto. Looking up at the snowflakes drifting outside, Kyōsuke realized that winter had arrived once again. Let's see, I've been in the Naruto world for almost 5 years now. Many times, Kyōsuke felt like his past life had been nothing more than a dream. Apart from the memories of the plot, everything else had gradually become blurry. A peaceful era's life could never compare to the relentless warfare of the ninja world. His injuries would take a few more days to fully heal. Not being able to trap Black Zetsu was a regret he couldn't shake. With these matters settled, it's time to begin developing the Yin-Yang chakra. When I hold the black rod, you'll see what it truly means to be afraid. A few days quickly passed, and Kyōsuke, concerned with the main battlefield, did not delay. He quickly bid farewell to Elder Uchiha Rei and set off. On the other side, Taijima began his decapitation plan. Due to his lack of trust in the Senju, he chose not to bring along the Senju brothers with him. In truth, had it not been for Madara's persistent persuasion, Taijima would have already attempted to secretly harm the young Senju clan leader. He could tolerate many things, but Taijima could not bear the thought of anyone surpassing his two sons. Whether it was Kyōsuke or Hashirama, both were thorns in his side, an annoyance he could not overlook. Thus, when Kyōsuke returned, what he saw was the Senju brothers being completely isolated by the entire Uchiha clan. Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 116, Chapter 116, The Failed Assassination Plan, Kyōsuke Takes Action. At the Uchiha frontline camp, in the southern corner. Here, your food for today. A logistics officer, rude and dismissive, tossed the food onto the table. At this, Tobirama's eyes flashed with murderous intent. These people were incredibly disrespectful. He and his older brother had come to offer their support, yet this was how they were treated. His judgment had been correct, the Uchiha truly were a naturally evil clan. They should have listened to their father back then, letting the Uchiha perish with their enemies. Big brother. Unable to endure any longer, Tobirama stood up, his intense killing intent making the food delivery officer's legs tremble with fear. You, what do you want? Don't do anything rash, the officer stammered, clearly acting on Taijima's orders. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so brazen in his targeting. But fortunately, not all Uchiha bore hostility toward the two brothers. Over the course of the month-long battle, countless ninjas had been saved by Hashirama. In the end, Hashirama's efforts had indeed helped to ease the relations between the two clans. But alas, the timing was wrong, perhaps only when he became the leader of the Senju clan could he truly change the situation from the root. Tobirama, Hashirama said, holding his younger brother's shoulder, ready to speak, when his eyes suddenly lit up with joy. Kyōsuke, you're finally back. Standing at the door was none other than Kyōsuke, who had returned from the southern border legion. He nodded at the two brothers, then fixed a cold, indifferent gaze on the logistics officer. Legion commander. The officer's eyes darted around nervously, clearly wishing to flee immediately. However, the only exit was blocked by Kyōsuke, leaving him with nowhere to run. Fixing his gaze on the officer's fearful expression, Kyōsuke expressionlessly raised his right hand. Slap. With a sharp sound, a few teeth flew out of the officer's mouth. Ignoring the officer's screams, like a pig being slaughtered, Kyōsuke raised his hand again and slapped him even harder. Stop, stop. I was wrong, I'm just a small man, confused, please spare me, my lord. You worthless sycophant, Kyōsuke ordered without turning his head. Take him and throw him to the front lines, let him experience firsthand what it's like to have no control over life or death. Yes, sir. Maya, who had been waiting outside, immediately dragged the men away. Kyōsuke glanced at the food on the table, his disgust evident, and knocked the plate over. He forcefully pulled the brothers to his own camp. Here, he was the true ruler. The clan leader's orders and attitude held no weight. Just bear with it for a little while, Kyōsuke said with a smile, addressing the two of them. Forget about that useless fool, Taijima. He'll die in the streets sooner or later. Come, let's have a drink first. Ah. Hashirama casts a nervous glance around, fearing that Taijima might suddenly appear from somewhere. As for Kyōsuke, he paid no mind. Black Zetsu had forced him to face the large army of the Land of Wind, and it was highly likely that he would have to deal with Taijima sooner rather than later. He had just heard that the old fool had gone off to carry out an assassination mission, and it was almost certain he wouldn't survive it. The last time they met, Atsutsuki Sujuto had already mastered the abilities of attraction and repulsion. Essentially, he had become a living version of the Six Paths Pain. His combat strength might not be the strongest, but his ability to survive was definitely top tier. He was not someone Taijima could just kill on a whim. However, Taijima was still the clan leader, and Kyōsuke felt it was only right for him to personally send him off. At the peak of clan leader level, the rewards would certainly be great. How could he let such an opportunity slip by without taking action? Of course, he couldn't openly launch an attack, so he had to drag the Senju brothers out for a drink. Thinking of this, Kyōsuke raised his glass to the two of them and said, "Come on, let's drink to our brother Hashirama dreams." As soon as the words left his mouth, Hashirama's eyes welled up with tears, thinking that all his efforts had been worth it. Yes, for our dreams, cheers. Tobirama, silently watching the two, found Kyōsuke's enthusiasm a bit strange. It seemed almost excessive. How could anyone imagine that just a month ago, the two had been fighting desperately against each other? But considering the current situation, Tobirama could understand Kyōsuke's change in attitude. After this battle, the Uchiha will surely be severely weakened. Then, the Land of Fire will have no power left to stop the Senju. Picking up his wine glass, Tobirama, in a cheerful mood, also joined the drinking party. He couldn't match Kyōsuke in a fight, but could he be beaten at drinking? Don't underestimate the Senju clan's constitution, you evil Uchiha bastard. The small feast lasted for 3 full hours before it came to an end. As for whether it was appropriate to drink before a battle, no one in the Uchiha clan dared to question it. Age was no concern either. None of them could be judged by normal standards. I'm telling you, I am going to defeat you one day sooner or later. Flying Thunder God, I'm about to puke. Tobirama, who had started vomiting, was left behind as Kyōsuke, with Maya's help, stumbled back to his tent. Don't let anyone disturb me, Kyōsuke mumbled hazily, instructing Maya to have someone guard the camp entrance. Once his subordinate left, he immediately sat up, shaking off any signs of drunkenness. After waiting silently for a while, suddenly, a figure quietly slipped into the tent. Secret Ninja Number 1, reporting, Lord. This man appeared entirely ordinary, much like many other Uchiha members. But in reality, he was one of the 3 secret ninjas trained by Kyōsuke. The first secret ninja was responsible for monitoring the various matters within the clan. The second secret ninja was tasked with setting up an intelligence network. The third secret ninja had special missions and had been undercover for several years. He was never one for passive defense. When he did something, it was only when he had complete certainty. The assassination of Taijima had long been part of the plan, and now, even if the situation changed, he could still respond calmly. Taking the tools his subordinates had prepared, Kyōsuke nodded and disappeared from the camp. Seeing this, the first secret ninja used a transformation technique, changing into Kyōsuke's likeness and lay on the bed. Apart from him, no one knew of Kyōsuke's departure. To the southwest of the Land of Fire, near the border region. Boom. 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 The terrifying sounds of explosions echoed repeatedly, as countless puppet soldiers pursued the 2 brothers who were fleeing below. Damn it. Izuna gritted his teeth, constantly using fire-style ninjutsu to delay their pursuers. Beside him, his older brother, Uchiha Madara, said nothing. His expression was dark and brooding. The assassination plan had failed, and the enemy's strength far exceeded what anyone had expected. Even the 2 brothers had been forced to separate from their father. At this moment, neither side had time to worry about the other. For some unknown reason, an ominous feeling suddenly rose within Madara's heart. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was about to happen. Looking at Izuna, who seemed slightly flustered, Madara swore quietly to himself that no matter what, he would protect his younger brother's safety. Even if it meant dying. Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 117, Chapter 117, Clan Patriarch, Long Time No See. Within the hastily constructed base, Atsutsuki Sujuto surveyed the ground littered with corpses and let out a cold laugh. That guy's information was indeed accurate. It's a pity I couldn't capture Uchiha Taijima. He walked to a breach in the wall, gazing at the scene outside as he murmured to himself, with the plan progressing to this point, it's about halfway to success. Once the Uchiha are dealt with, the Senju clan will be next. Ancestor Hamura, your decision back then was indeed correct. The world created by the Sage of Six Paths doesn't deserve to continue existing. For so many years, I was the one blinded by obsession. As he spoke, his gaze gradually filled with hatred. Clearly, the desire to destroy the shinobi world wasn't solely about fulfilling his ancestors' wishes. More than anything, he sought revenge for his son. Uchiha, Huga, you will pay the price for your actions. And it begins with your patriarchs. The decapitation squad had fled in haste, but Atsutsuki Sujuto had no intention of letting them go so easily. Taijima was as good as dead. As for those 2 brothers, he would spare them for now as per the instructions he had received. In the end, they will all meet their demise, one after another. There's no need to act hastily for now. 15 kilometers west of the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Rain. In the dense forest, an army of human puppets surged forward, moving like an unstoppable wave. At the front, the disheveled Uchiha Taijima fled in desperation, all the while dodging the green energy bullets fired at him from behind. The once proud leader of the Uchiha clan had been reduced to such a state. It would not be an exaggeration to describe him as a stray dog. Almost there, once I reach the border, I can meet up with the reinforcements. Gripping the katana in his hand tightly, Taijima charged ahead with reckless determination, paying no mind to the consequences. Although his speed was impressive, it still couldn't compare to the flying capabilities of the human puppets. A barrage of green energy bullets rained down, forcing Taijima to turn back and confront the enemy head-on. A flurry of flashing blades and clashing steel allowed Taijima to eliminate more than 30 puppets. However, an even greater number of pursuers had already surrounded him completely. At the command of several puppet masters, an overwhelming barrage of energy bullets rained down in an instant, completely engulfing the figure of the Uchiha Patriarch. Yet, the target they had been relentlessly chasing for so long turned out to be nothing more than a shadow clone. 30 kilometers north of the scene of the battlefield. As the memories from the shadow clone transmitted back to him, Taijima brushed aside the grass covering his hiding spot and climbed out from the concealed pit with a cold smile. A bunch of fools. Still, that brat's shadow clone technique is undeniably useful. The cunning Taijima had even managed to steal the Chidori, let alone Kyōsuke's shadow clone technique, which had never been closely guarded. With his deep understanding of ninjutsu, combined with the Sharingan's assistance, replicating the shadow clone technique had been a simple task for him. Unexpectedly, this technique saved his life today. After quickly determining the direction, Taijima immediately set off northward, confident that no one would anticipate him taking such a wide detour. Despite the failure of the decapitation mission, he had successfully used the lives of his loyal subordinates to execute a shadow clone technique that misled the pursuers. Due to the failure of the decapitation mission, he resorted to using the lives of his most trusted subordinates, sacrificing them in order to successfully perform the shadow clone technique. This tactic effectively confused the pursuers, leading them away from his true location. It wasn't just the puppet masters who were fooled, even the Zetsu that had been secretly observing from the shadows was left bewildered. What just happened? Staring at the dissipating white smoke of the shadow clone, Zetsu felt its teeth clench in frustration. Fortunately, White Zetsu's scouting abilities were unmatched. With enough time, it was confident it could locate its target again. Before long, while it still hadn't found Taijima's trail, it stumbled upon an unexpected discovery. It's him. White Zetsu blinked in surprise and immediately relayed the information to Black Zetsu through their shared connection. Soon, a new command arrived: abandon the original plan and instead guide the newcomer toward Taijima's location. Hey, this is going to be interesting. Deep within the forest, a figure cloaked in black and wearing an Oni mask was advancing swiftly. This figure was none other than Kyōsuke, who had been relentlessly pursuing Taijima all the way. However, aside from the scattered remains of puppets all over the ground, he had yet to find any trace of Taijima. If I'd known, I would have exchanged points for a sensory-type ability earlier. Kyōsuke sighed. Yet, in his current penniless state, he didn't even have enough points to redeem a basic transformation technique, let alone something useful. As he silently regretted his situation, something unusual suddenly caught his attention. After a moment of hesitation, Kyōsuke decided to investigate. Whether it was Taijima or not, he needed to find out. This pursuit took him over 10 kilometers. Each time he considered giving up, the trail became more precise, pointing him toward a specific location. At last, his efforts paid off. He finally spotted two puppet masters from the Tsukigakure clan in front of him. A little farther ahead was the figure he had been chasing, none other than his dear patriarch, Taijima, fleeing for his life. Finally found you. With a burst of the body flicker technique, Kyōsuke launched a near-silent assault, swiftly eliminating the two puppet masters. He quickly formed a series of hand seals, and a roaring great fireball shot forward, filling the space in front of Uchiha Taijima with intense flames. Dearest patriarch, long time no see, Kyōsuke remarked, his tone dripping with sarcasm as he approached. In the distance, White Zetsu slowly emerged from the ground. Its eyes glinted slightly, as if using some method to record the scene unfolding before it. The show was about to begin. On the other hand, Uchiha Madara had finally shaken off his pursuers. After a desperate battle within the base, he had managed to push his body beyond its limits, and at this moment, his body exuding an overwhelming, terrifying aura. This feeling, one that Izuna had only ever sensed in a few of the clan's strongest members, was something he had never imagined his older brother would reach after that grueling fight. The Uchiha clan was unique in that a surge of negative emotions could dramatically alter the chakra of the user. With their father injured and his younger brother in immediate danger, the two most important people in Madara's life were both at risk. In that moment, his mind was almost consumed by negative emotions. When he regained his senses, he had already used an explosive surge of chakra to temporarily repel the enemies. For now, Izuna was safe, but it all depended on whether their father would remain unharmed. Looking at his breathless younger brother, Madara gritted his teeth and decided to meet up with the reinforcement squad first. After ensuring Izuna's safety, he planned to return and search for his father's whereabouts. Father is strong, there are few who can match him. At the very least, he should have a good chance of escaping. While deep in thought, Madara sensed a faint disturbance behind them. Fearing pursuers, he immediately urged his brother to hurry. Brother, Izuna said, looking back with some concern. Father won't be in any danger, will he? Clearly, he was also concerned about their father's safety. Though Taijima had a harsh personality, he was still the father of both brothers, the person closest to them. Normally, this wouldn't matter as much, but now, Izuna fully realized how important their father truly was. Not just Izuna, Madara himself couldn't bear to imagine the consequences if something were to happen to their father. Suppressing the rising unease in his chest, Madara smiled at his brother and gently reassured him. Don't worry, father will be fine. At the same time, he silently whispered to himself. Whoever dares to harm father, I, Uchiha Madara, will make him pay with his life. Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 118, Chapter 118, what's this unbelievable surprise? In the forest, the sound of blades clashing echoed through the air. That guy. Taijima's gaze darkened as he continued to press the figure in the cloak with relentless attacks. No matter who the opponent was, he couldn't afford to waste any more time here. Otherwise, if he alerted the enemy, the consequences would be disastrous. However, his opponent seemed to be aware of his strength, avoiding direct contact unless absolutely necessary. The figure's slightly odd movements seemed to be assessing his condition, evaluating whether it's worth revealing his identity. The sly Taijima instantly saw through the opponent's thoughts. His guess was indeed correct. Despite his weakened state, as a peak-level clan leader, Taijima was still a formidable opponent. With just the current probing attacks, Kyōsuke had to maintain his cursed seal state to be able to confront him. Otherwise, he would have no choice but to activate his Susanoo to withstand those incredibly sharp slashes. Old bastard, your skills are indeed formidable. Kyōsuke raised his Kusanagi sword to block the violent chakra-infused slashes from his opponent. Even with all his strength, Kyōsuke's body was still pushed 3 meters backward uncontrollably. Seeing this, Taijima raised one hand, releasing a burst of flames while throwing a dozen shuriken. Fire style, Phoenix Flower Shuriken Jutsu. This technique is based on the use of phoenix fire, with the flames wrapping around the flying shuriken. Its power remains unchanged, while allowing the ability to be controlled with ease, making it an advanced fire-style jutsu that only the Uchiha clan can master. If he wasn't careful, the fiery shuriken would surround him completely. While Kyōsuke had the ability to endure Taijima's attack, it would inevitably expose his identity. Looks like it's not just raw strength that matters, my battle experience needs improvement as well. Beneath the black cloak, brilliant blue-white lightning suddenly surged. With a single move of Chidori, Kyōsuke successfully blocked all the Phoenix Flower Shuriken. Of course, his identity was now completely exposed. It's you. Taijima was stunned. He hadn't found a chance to attack Kyōsuke yet, so how could this brat have the guts to come and cause trouble for him? Did he really think that just because he had awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan, he now had the strength to challenge him? How foolish. Surprised. Kyōsuke smiled slightly, his eyes sharp as he stared at Taijima, his killing intent surging within him. Good, very good. Taijima waved his katana lightly, a cruel grin spreading across his face, as though he were about to devour Kyōsuke whole. Daring to attack the clan leader, Uchiha Kyōsuke, I now officially expel you from the clan. Ah, yes, 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 Kyōsuke casually tapped his ear, giving a seemingly indifferent laugh. You can say whatever you like, my dear clan leader. The premise is that you survive from my hands today. Before the words even finished, 2 small silver coins, one from an older man and the other from a younger one, shot toward each other simultaneously. Despicable. Shameless old fool. Along with their sneak attack, the 2 men also didn't forget to hurl verbal insults at each other. Facing Kyōsuke's Chidori sharp spear, Taijima crossed his blade and, without hesitation, slashed down directly with one stroke. Uchiha style, Thorn Flash. A streak of white light whistled through the air, shattering the thunder blade while still carrying enough force to strike Kyōsuke. In the end, the blow was successfully blocked by the ribs of Susanoo. So this is Susanoo, Taijima muttered, his eyes lighting up. He began to calculate whether he could seize the Mangekyo Sharingan from the brat. Even if he couldn't use it himself, he could give it to his 2 sons as a weapon. With that thought in mind, he slowly extended his hand and forcefully ran it along the blade. In an instant, intense flames adhered to the surface of the katana. This action clearly showed that Taijima had an excellent understanding of the transformation of fire-style chakra. Lightly swinging the weapon in his hand, and under the illumination of the illusory flames, he seemed to transform into a ferocious beast, hunting for its prey. Uchiha style, explosive beast. With just this one strike, the skeletal form of Susanoo was immediately cracked open. Kyōsuke didn't expect that this damn old bastard's physical strength had reached such a terrifying level. Seeing the second strike coming closer, he had no choice but to use the Flying Thunder God technique to quickly retreat, narrowly avoiding Taijima's killing blow. Humph, ignorant brat. Taijima took a deep breath, his eyes narrowing as he turned and sped off into the distance. He understands Kyōsuke's concerns. Taking action against him carries enormous risks. If the situation is exposed, no family in the Land of Fire would accept a ninja who attacked their clan leader. Such a dire circumstance would undoubtedly be the last thing Kyōsuke wanted to pursue. In other words, there was no need to engage in a life-or-death struggle. As long as he could escape, it meant victory in this battle. The one who should be nervous now is you, Kyōsuke brat, Uchiha Taijima thought to himself with a sneer. Where are you running, old dog? With the second stage of the curse seal activated, Kyōsuke flapped his wings and quickly caught up to his opponent's back. Crossing his hands to form a seal, intense flames surged forward like a raging tsunami, heading straight for the enemy. Fire style, Dragon Flame Release Song Technique. 4 fire dragons gathered from different directions, perfectly blocking all of Taijima's escape routes. Dragon Flame Release Song, said to be an unavoidable fire-style technique. Faced with its threat, Taijima's choice was simple. He turned, planted his feet firmly, and gathered chakra, slashing down with all his might. The fire dragons dispersed with a swish. Such a powerful jutsu couldn't withstand a single sword slash from a peak clan leader. Of course, Kyōsuke never expected it to have much of an effect. The use of fire style was only to delay the enemy and buy himself time to reconstruct his Susanoo. With a towering height of 7 meters, wearing the fierce and domineering Karasu armor, the third stage of his Susanoo reappeared. Feeling the overwhelming, terrifying pressure like crashing waves, Taijima's expression completely changed. A look of solemnity gradually appeared in his eyes. No wonder he dared to come after me. It turns out this kid has brought his Susanoo to such a terrifying level. According to the clan records, this is the third stage of the Susanoo, possessing the terrifying power to slay the clan leader-level powerhouse. Under normal circumstances, he might be able to clash with it. The strength of a peak clan leader isn't something to be taken lightly in the face of this so-called third stage. But don't forget, Taijima had just narrowly escaped from the enemy's stronghold, his strength reduced by 3/10, and his chakra was less than half of what it had been. If it came down to a life-and-death struggle, he might not be able to find a chance to win. His gaze pierced through Susanoo's armor, staring at the cold-faced youth inside. Taijima took a deep breath, and his thoughts began to settle. Perhaps I should have eliminated you earlier. Fortunately, it's not too late now. Boom. Under Kyōsuke's confused gaze, Taijima suddenly summoned 2 shadow clones. Feel honored. You're the second person to witness this. Fire, wind, and lightning, 3 different nature transformations, manifested on his blade. The fire blade, wind blade, and lightning spear, 3 distinct colors of light, shone together, creating a dazzling spectacle that almost made his eyes blur. This was the power that time had granted Taijima, and it was his pride, the foundation of his supremacy in the land of fire. Prepare to die. Uchiha style, 3-day crescent slash. Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 119, Reversing Death, Sword Strikes Taijima. All experts skilled in taijutsu excel at utilizing the body flicker technique. Uchiha Taijima was no exception. Though it couldn't match the level of spacetime ninjutsu, it was more than sufficient to handle the relatively sluggish movements of a 3-stage Susanoo. Under normal circumstances, an attack of such magnitude would have been impossible for Kyōsuke to withstand head-on, regardless of the methods he employed. However, Taijima made a fatal miscalculation. He underestimated the defensive power of the Karasu armor. Wind, thunder, and fire, the combined force of the 3 elements merged into a terrifyingly potent strike. Before the blade even descended, the ground beneath them began to crack and splinter, and even the air seemed to groan in agony under the immense pressure, letting out sharp, piercing cries. At that moment, Kyōsuke pushed his dojutsu to its absolute limit. He knew that once he endured this strike, Taijima would be dead without question. The opponent's deteriorating physical condition was evident even to the naked eye. This was precisely why Taijima had taken the desperate gamble of striking so recklessly, despite the risk of exposing himself. Boom. A formless shockwave swept out in all directions. The massive dark golden figure shuddered slightly but ultimately withstood the attack. That single blade had indeed cleaved through the Karasu armor, slicing even into Susanoo's very flesh. Had Taijima been in better condition, his attack would have undoubtedly penetrated beyond the final skeletal barrier. What a pity. You've still missed your chance. Kyōsuke smiled faintly as he withdrew the Kusanagi sword. Without any unnecessary flourish, he delivered a single, precise thrust. The blade pierced directly through Uchiha Taijima's chest. From the moment you set yourself against me, you should have anticipated this outcome. Pulling out the Kusanagi sword, Kyōsuke allowed the scalding blood to spray freely as a look of exhilaration from the kill spread across his face. Is that so? Suddenly, Taijima's voice echoed from behind him, and in an instant, a katana thrust through Kyōsuke's back, piercing his chest. A sharp pain surged through Kyōsuke's body. He felt a bitter taste rise in his throat, and blood gushed uncontrollably from his mouth. On the ground, Taijima's corpse gradually dissolved and vanished, as if everything that had just happened was nothing more than an illusion. There was only one dojutsu Kyōsuke knew of that could create such an effect. The Uchiha clan's forbidden technique, Izanagi. Upon activation, Izanagi allows the caster to temporarily transcend reality by using the Sharingan to record their current state, including physical condition and surroundings. During its effective duration, any injuries, fatal damage, or even death experienced by the caster can be negated and rewritten, restoring them to the recorded state as if the events leading to their demise never occurred. The technique's power was undeniable, but the cost was equally steep. At this moment, Uchiha Taijima's left eye had been permanently blinded. Yet, in exchange, he had managed to land a lethal blow from behind. Young one, remember my words. The clan leader's voice carried both satisfaction and a mocking tone. Until the very last moment, never presume to determine the outcome of a battle. As he spoke, Taijima released the grip on his katana and swiftly retreated backward. Perhaps driven by a determination to drag his opponent down with him, Kyōsuke recklessly activated Chidori Stream, forcing the enemy to retreat from his immediate vicinity. Why struggle so needlessly? Wouldn't it be better to die quickly and painlessly? Though he said this, if not for being pressed for time, Taijima would have taken great pleasure in tormenting the boy before him. It could only be said that fortune was on Kyōsuke's side today. Ugh! Another mouthful of blood sprayed out as Kyōsuke tasted the cold, chilling presence of death drawing near. So, this is what it feels like to be on the brink of death, he thought. With a bitter smile, he forced himself to focus. His right Mangekyo Sharingan flared to life, radiating a brilliant light. Reverse. In an instant, everything around him seemed to freeze in place. Then, as if rewinding a pre-recorded sequence, time began to reverse moment by moment. The cracked earth mended itself, trembling leaves returned to the branches they had fallen from, and even the katana flew back into Taijima's hand. Naturally, all effects caused by the katana vanished along with the reversal of time. Touching his now unscathed abdomen, Kyōsuke stood up with a smile, his gaze landing on the clan leader, whose face was now ashen with despair. What were you lecturing me about just now? Cough, cough. Taijima coughed violently, unable to form a complete sentence in his panic. His eyes, filled with disbelief, stared at the boy, unable to comprehend how his carefully planned killing blow had been so effortlessly undone. Seeing Kyōsuke ready to strike, Taijima, whose chakra reserves were already depleted, couldn't help but plead, is there truly no room for negotiation? After all, I am the father of Madara and Izuna. True, Kyōsuke replied, seemingly moved. However, his next words nearly made Taijima cough up blood. At worst, when I attend your funeral, I'll just give you more money in condolences. In the world of Naruto, just as in his previous life, it was customary to give gifts at such events. During Naruto and Hinata's wedding, even Konohamaru had joked about Irika's modest contribution. Given his relationship with the two brothers, 10 large bills in the condolence envelope should suffice, right? While Kyōsuke pondered the matter of funeral gifts, the supposed star of the funeral, Uchiha Taijima, was less than thrilled about the idea of hosting such a banquet. Gathering what little chakra he had left, Taijima let out a furious roar and charged at the boy. Yet before he could reach him, Susanoo's fist sent him flying with a single, devastating punch. Without sufficient chakra to support him, Taijima's once proud Kenjutsu was now reduced to mere shadows of its former glory. As for his remaining Sharingan, the truth was simple, activating Izanagi required a significant amount of chakra as well. Truly, the tables had turned, and now it was his turn to experience the despair of being cornered with no way out. Realizing Kyōsuke had no intention of sparing him, Taijima saw no point in words. Summoning his last reserves of strength, he slashed wildly at his enemy with his blade. But Kyōsuke had no intention of giving him another chance. He raised his hand and threw a kunai, moving with the blade as it flew. When he reappeared, a fatal wound had already been cut across Taijima's neck. Blood gushed out like a fountain, and thus, a formidable figure of his era met his end. Bending down to retrieve the fallen kunai, Kyōsuke murmured softly, "Do you know why you lost? It's because you weren't evil enough." System notification, successfully killed Uchiha Taijima. Gained 32,000 points. Reaching into his robes, Kyōsuke took out tools prepared by Secret Shinobi No. 1 and quickly staged the scene, making it look as though the Tsukigakure clan had been behind the attack. After carefully inspecting the surroundings, Kyōsuke nodded in satisfaction, then donned his disguise once more and in a flash, he vanished from the spot. 30,000 points. I'm not far from exchanging for the intermediate sage body. The intermediate sage body meant an even more terrifying amount of chakra and a significant boost to physical strength. Non-lethal injuries could also heal at a much faster rate, though not at the terrifying level of self-healing without seals. His vitality would be enhanced, and the body would provide a strong nourishment for the Mangekyo Sharingan, slowly increasing the potential of the eyes. In terms of effect, it could be compared to Naruto 2 years later. Even without the tailed beasts, the amount of chakra in his body would be enough to astonish anyone. P.S. I don't know what 2 years later means, so you can just ignore it. Kyōsuke even suspected that the intermediate sage body might have the ability to continue evolving the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 120, Chapter 120, Madara opens his eyes, 3 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan. Soon after, news spread throughout the camp that the beheading mission had failed. The young clan leader, Uchiha Madara, returned in disarray, and the clan leader, Taijima, whereabouts are unknown so far. An uneasy atmosphere gradually spread across the camp. Upon hearing the news, Hashirama and Kyōsuke, despite the heavy scent of alcohol on them, hurriedly climbed out of bed and rushed to check on their friend. I'm fine, Madara shook his head. With his father absent, he, as the young clan leader, had to shoulder the responsibility. Stepping out into the snow, Madara looked around in slight confusion. After a long silence, he suddenly asked in a low voice, Kyōsuke, no matter what happens, you'll support me, won't you? With a faint sigh, Kyōsuke nodded without hesitation. Of course. After sending his younger brother, Izuna, back, Madara immediately set out with the clan members to search for his father's whereabouts. Unfortunately, even with the help of the Huga clan ninjas, he could not find any trace of Tejima. Having asked the Huga ninjas to continue the search, Uchiha Madara chose to return to the camp alone. He had a premonition that something had happened to his father. If that were the case, he needed to return, for there would undoubtedly be those within the clan who would seize this opportunity to cause trouble. What exactly happened? From a distance, a group of people approached, exuding an aggressive aura. Upon seeing them, Madara's eyes narrowed, recognizing the arrival of troublemakers. One of them was Uchiha Koji, a powerful elder of the clan, who held significant military influence. As long as Tejima was around, things had been under control, but with the current situation, Koji's ambitions were now clear. He strode forward, scanning each of them with a disdainful look. Where is Tejima? Don't tell me you abandoned the clan leader and ran back here alone. Father is missing. Elder Koji, do you have any concerns? Madara's gaze remained indifferent, and no one could tell what he was truly thinking. Missing. Uchiha Koji's voice instantly rose several octaves. At a time like this, when the Uchiha clan is at the brink of life and death, the clan leader is nowhere to be found. Their quarrel gradually drew the attention of the other clan members. Seizing the opportunity, Uchiha Koji took advantage of his elder status to openly criticize the Uchiha brothers. When the clan leader is in danger, the first thing you should do is go out and search for him. No, from the very beginning, the beheading plan was a foolish idea. Now, look at this. The clan leader is gone, and who can take charge of the Uchiha clan's future? Upon hearing this, Izuna, who had rushed over in a hurry, couldn't hold back and retorted sarcastically, it seems, Elder Koji, you're very eager to take charge. Humph, apart from me, who else could shoulder this responsibility? Uchiha Koji stroked his beard, not forgetting to undermine Madara's authority. He continued, I don't understand how Tejima could have lost his mind and sent two young brats like you to carry out an assassination. Truly self-inflicted misfortune. Before he could finish his words, a terrifying killing intent suddenly enveloped him. Madara and Izuna stepped forward simultaneously, their Sharingan eyes fixed on Koji, not hiding the murderous intent in their gazes. Watch your words, Madara's voice was low, his hand already gripping the hilt of his katana at his waist. Otherwise, I'll cut your tongue out today. If it had been anyone else, they would have likely been frightened out of their wits by Uchiha Madara's presence. However, Elder Koji, a seasoned warrior who had crossed the blood-soaked path of battle, would never be intimidated by the killing intent of two young children. Humph, arrogant brats, Koji sneered, his commanding aura flaring. The overwhelming pressure of his status as a clan leader-level powerhouse made the onlookers stiffen. However, the people before him seemed unaffected by his imposing presence. Sensing his authority being challenged, Uchiha Koji took a step forward, ready to discipline the young members of his clan. At that moment, a loud commotion suddenly erupted at the entrance of the camp. Shouts and cries filled the air, and the key words within them caused Madara and Izuna to change their expressions drastically. Without a second thought about dealing with Uchiha Koji, Madara rushed toward the entrance of the camp with his brother. There, they found their father's lifeless body, no longer making a sound. Big brother, Tobirama tugged at his elder brother's sleeve. As outsiders, it was clear they were not supposed to be here. Beside them, Hashirama glanced at his best friend with concern, knowing that Madara's heart must be in torment. But as his younger brother had pointed out, the Uchiha clan was on the brink of a power struggle. Even the Huga clan had stayed out of sight at this crucial moment. Sighing, Hashirama glanced at Kyōsuke's silent back, then shook his head and returned to their camp with his younger brother. Clan leader. Some of Tejima's loyal subordinates shouted in anguish. How could this happen? What exactly happened? Others were still unclear about the details of the beheading mission. For the sake of keeping the plan secret, Tejima had told few people about it before leaving. Many in the clan still didn't understand how their clan leader could have met such a tragic end. Perhaps sensing an opportunity, Uchiha Koji stepped forward and began to embellish the details of the incident. Here's what happened. I understand how you feel, but someone must be held responsible for the clan leader's death. It was clear that Uchiha Koji had already decided to show his true colors. Now that the news of Tejima's death was confirmed, the election for the new clan leader would soon begin. If he didn't act first, others would soon follow. For example, Uchiha Rei from the Southern Army, Uchiha Hiroki from the West, and so on. But first, Uchiha Koji needed to tarnish the reputation of the so-called young clan leader. Even if the position was hereditary, the ability of the successor mattered. Without a doubt, Uchiha Madara was an exceptional candidate, one of a rare caliber. For that very reason, Uchiha Koji had to suppress him, not allowing this young man any chance to rise. And Izuna, that boy, and Kyōsuke, they both need to be watched closely. Uchiha Koji thought to himself, his gaze slowly shifting toward Kyōsuke. Kyōsuke, noticing the warning in Koji's eyes, silently mouthed a response without making a sound. What is he saying? For a moment, Uchiha Koji doubted his own eyes. Ignoring the elder whose fate was sealed, Kyōsuke turned his attention to the two brothers who remained silent. After an unknown amount of time, Madara slowly crouched down and began to carefully arrange his father's appearance. Izuna, go and stay with father. Madara's voice was cold, as though suppressing something deep inside. Big brother. Go now. Holding back the pain in his eyes, Izuna lowered his head and followed the clan members back to the camp. Faintly, Kyōsuke thought he saw something change in Izuna's eyes. Before he could observe further, Madara, who had been facing away from everyone, suddenly turned around. Within his eyes, 3 black lines were interwoven, forming hollow black rings at each intersection. Mangekyo Sharingan. Activate. Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 121, Chapter 121, I'm great, not because of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Staring at those eyes with strange patterns, Uchiha Koji stood frozen in place. It wasn't just him, the other Uchiha clan members also looked as if they had seen a ghost. Mangekyo Sharingan, someone murmured in disbelief. For so many years, it seemed as if the Uchiha clan had been cursed. No matter how talented a member was, they could never evolve their 3-tomo Sharingan to the next stage. It felt as if something crucial was missing. Kyōsuke's appearance had already excited the clan, but now, today, the young clan leader had successfully awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Wait a moment. A sudden exclamation came from the side. If Lord Madara can open his eyes, could Lord Izuna also? In truth, everyone knew that the so-called Uchiha 3 heroes were largely an exaggeration by the clan head. Izuna had excellent talent, but he was far behind the other two. However, if he could also unlock the Mangekyo, it would be a completely different story. Noticing a few restless clan members, an elder nearby gave them an annoyed glance and whispered, if you're going to make a fuss, at least choose the right time. Is this really the moment to be worrying about such things? As he spoke, the elder gestured toward the center, where Uchiha Koji was already facing off against Uchiha Madara. Boy, don't think that unlocking the Mangekyo makes you special. Uchiha Koji's voice was dark as he pressed forward against Madara. At this moment, he no longer cared about anything else. Now was the perfect opportunity for Koji to claim the position of clan leader. If he missed it, there might never be another chance. In terms of power, he could never compare to the other two influential elders. Once they realized what was happening, the Uchiha clan would no longer be under his control. Hearing the elder's words, Madara shook his head, his expression proud as he firmly rejected the claim, you're wrong. I'm not impressive because of the Mangekyo. It's because I am Uchiha Madara. Taking a heavy step forward, Madara glared at Koji, his eyes sharp, his tone low, if you want power, fine. Defeat me, and you'll be the next clan leader. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Kanji's expression changed, and he immediately asked, is this true? Humph, do you think I, Uchiha Madara, am someone who goes back on my word? Madara's gaze was filled with disdain. However, instead of angering Koji, Madara's arrogance only earned him a nod of approval. Not bad. This spirit is much stronger than your father's. I won't take advantage of you. If you can defeat me, I, Uchiha Koji, will fully support your rise to power. Agreed. With their agreement made, the two disregarded the others' attempts to stop them and quickly made their way to the empty ground behind the camp. The remaining clan members exchanged uncertain glances, feeling that things were heading in an unpredictable direction. On second thought, maybe this isn't such a bad thing. Yeah, Elder Koji is highly respected, and Lord Madara is a hero of his youth. Whoever takes the position of clan leader is a blessing for us. Heh, I'm more interested in their battle. What do you think? Should we go watch? Of course I'm going. Missing such a grand event would be a regret for a lifetime. Unbeknownst to anyone, the news spread like wildfire. From 1 person to 10, from 10 to 100, the entire camp was abuzz, and soon every clan member staying behind had caught wind of it. It wasn't that there were no other candidates eligible to compete for the position of clan leader, but none possessed the combined power of the two about to face off. In other words, no matter who won or lost in the upcoming battle, the victor would undoubtedly ascend to the position of clan leader. The excitement wasn't limited to the Uchiha clan members. Even Hashirama was itching to join the crowd, barely held back by Tobirama's firm grip. Brother, Tobirama said, exasperated, rolling his eyes. With so many Uchiha present, aren't you asking for trouble by going there? Seeing Hashirama still restless and eager to leave, Tobirama took a deep breath and struck where it hurt the most. If they label Madara as colluding with the Senju because of you, I'm afraid his chances of becoming the clan leader will be over. Fine, I won't go, Hashirama muttered, slumping down. Watching his elder brother sulk in a corner, looking utterly defeated, Tobirama couldn't help but feel a vein throb in his forehead. Even his breathing felt more labored. This is exhausting. Behind the camp, open field. The two stood apart, separated by dozens of meters, their gazes locked in cautious assessment. To ensure fairness, Madara had chosen not to wield his signature war fan, Gunbai. Well, you've got some backbone, Uchiha Koji remarked with a faint smile, thinking to himself, you brought this on yourself. Don't blame me for using my strength to crush your arrogance. As an elder, Koji was well aware of the Uchiha war fan's power. With it, an opponent's strength could increase by at least 20%, while simultaneously nullifying most ninjutsu. It was naturally preferable that the fan wasn't in play now. Such a straightforward young man would be an easy blade to wield in the future. On the other hand, Madara understood the significance of this battle all too well. It was precisely because of that understanding that he refused to rely on external aids. Madara wanted Elder Koji, and every member of the Uchiha clan, to recognize that his strength didn't stem from the Mangekyo Sharingan, nor from his position as the clan heir. His strength was his own, because he was Uchiha Madara. Drawing the long sword from his waist, he took a moment to prepare before surging forward like a meteor colliding with the earth. The clash between the two was instant and fierce. Uchiha Koji was an experienced, clan leader-level powerhouse. His combat strength had long since reached its peak, and his body was in the prime of its life. By all logic, he should have easily suppressed his opponent. After all, Uchiha Madara was still just a young man, his body not yet fully matured. Compared to a true expert, his overall physical abilities should have been inferior. However, when the two clashed, an invisible shockwave rippled outward, causing the gathered crowd to realize something was amiss. How could the young clan heir, barely out of adolescence, go toe-to-toe with Elder Koji in sheer physical strength? Amazing. A jonin murmured to himself, stunned by the sight before him. It wasn't hard to believe that Uchiha Madara had immense chakra reserves and a mastery of numerous jutsu. Those were expected. But his physical strength, something that couldn't be improved simply through training, was another matter entirely. If the body hasn't reached a sufficient stage of development, no amount of training can break through the natural barrier that stands as a constant hindrance. Many clan members, including seasoned jonin, found themselves unable to comprehend the source of Madara's overwhelming power. Of course, someone muttered, he is the reincarnation of Indra. From the moment of his awakening, he was destined to be worlds apart from ordinary people. Kyōsuke, however, found nothing surprising about this. While Madara's strength might not surpass Hashirama's, the gap between them could never be too wide. In simple terms, the essence of a ninja's combat prowess lies in chakra. As long as one has sufficient energy, even shattering the moon with a single punch is not an impossibility. Take the renowned Might Dway and his son, along with the later Rock Lee, despite their reputation for mastering taijutsu, the essence of their strong fist technique is still chakra-driven. In this respect, Uchiha Madara, as the reincarnation of Indra's chakra, possesses an unparalleled advantage. Well, with the sole exception of Senju Hashirama. Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 122, only because I am Uchiha Madara. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, the formidable fire style and taijutsu techniques exhibited by Madara were not the result of any enhanced physical abilities granted by dojutsu powers. The reason is simple, his chakra was vast enough. Had Hashirama been there, even using a simple earth-style jutsu would require dozens of ninjas working together to resist it. As for why Madara didn't use his dojutsu techniques, Kyōsuke speculated that there were two possible reasons. First, Madara's dojutsu techniques were passive abilities, not ones that could directly affect the human body. Second, these dojutsu techniques had no effect on Hashirama Senju. Between the two, Kyōsuke leaned more towards the first explanation. During his battle with the allied shinobi forces and the five Kage, Edo Tensei Madara displayed his personal abilities almost perfectly. Taijutsu, swordsmanship, ninjutsu, the Mangekyo Sharingan, the Rinnegan, wood style, and so on. Had the Nine Tails not been absent, he would have even summoned a summoning beast to show off. He clearly had been holding back for quite some time. If the abilities granted by the Mangekyo Sharingan were something that could be used in a direct and obvious way, there would have been no reason for Madara to deliberately hide them. The only explanation is that he either could not use them actively or, if he did, the effect was not immediately obvious. For example, Genjutsu. In the span of thousands of years, Indra's reincarnations number in the dozens, and while they might not reach Madara's level, at the very least, activating the Mangekyo Sharingan should not have been an issue. So why has Black Zetsu not modified the stone tablet to guide earlier reincarnations to merge with the power of the Senju? Kyōsuke guessed that those reincarnations did not meet the conditions required to use the infinite Tsukuyomi. The Rinnegan is one aspect, but possessing the qualifications to cast infinite Tsukuyomi is also crucial. Perhaps these qualifications are the dojutsu techniques that Madara holds. Black Zetsu's long wait was for such a reincarnation to appear. During the battle between Edo Tensei Madara and the 5 Kage, the Reikage activated his lightning-style armor to its fullest, with chakra boiling inside him like boiling water, making it seemingly impossible for him to be affected by Genjutsu. However, when Madara merely glanced at him with his Mangekyo Sharingan, the Reikage collapsed on the spot. The mastery of Madara's Genjutsu was so high, it even surpassed his proficiency in Taijutsu and Ninjutsu. Even when Madara made his first appearance, Inoki, the Tsuchikage, immediately shouted for everyone to avoid looking at his eyes. This showed that, in Inoki's mind, Madara's Genjutsu was far more terrifying than his Ninjutsu and Taijutsu. End of forced explanation, just enjoy, everyone. At the scene, both sides had been silently staring at each other for a long time. Since they were all members of the Uchiha clan, they understood that the two were competing in Genjutsu. What do you think? Who do you think will win? I used to think Elder Koji had the better chance, but now. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, the situation on the battlefield finally began to shift. Cough, cough, cough. Uchiha Koji stumbled back 2 steps, clutching his eyes and gasping heavily for air. On the other side, Uchiha Madara was drenched in sweat, his chest rising and falling rapidly, clearly exhausted from the massive chakra expenditure. The spectators held their breath, their gazes shifting between the two combatants. It seemed that the young clan leader had gained a clear advantage. Why? After a long silence, Uchiha Koji suddenly asked a question that no one could understand. In response, Uchiha Madara did not explain in detail but silently raised his long blade, adopting a posture that indicated his intention to engage in close combat. Uchiha Koji inhaled deeply, his eyes filled with a complex expression as he stared at his opponent. Only he knew that within the eerie illusionary space, Uchiha Madara had the power to easily finish him off. As for why he didn't, to be honest, Uchiha Koji wasn't entirely sure. Come, let me see how good your skills are, he said, raising his katana to assume a defensive stance for the first time. Before the audience could react to the surprise, Uchiha Madara appeared in front of Koji like a flash, kicking him in the abdomen with incredible speed. Such speed. Even Kyōsuke couldn't help but feel surprised. Initially, he had thought that Izuna was the fastest ninja he had ever seen, but now it seems that Madara was just as impressive. In fact, when it came to agility and explosive power, Madara had undergone a qualitative leap. His frightening speed was even faster than Kyōsuke's full-powered Shunshin, body flicker technique. It seemed that only the Flying Thunder God technique could match Madara's speed at this moment. So this is the power granted by Indra's chakra, Kyōsuke thought, feeling a twinge of envy. On the battlefield, what should have been an evenly matched fight had now turned into a one-man show by Uchiha Madara. Illusions held an overwhelming advantage, and Taijutsu was able to suppress the opponent entirely throughout the battle. Keep in mind, this was Uchiha Koji, a legendary elder renowned throughout the ninja world. When has he ever been reduced to this kind of situation? This wasn't just about illusions. During the fight, Madara hadn't even activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, he was using only his regular Sharingan, fighting head-on with his opponent. What did this show? It showed that even without awakening the Mangekyo, Uchiha Madara still possessed the power to look down upon everything. Deflecting a sword strike aimed at him, Madara sneered as he closed in, planting his right foot on the ground. In an instant, his body twisted into the air, using the momentum to land a devastating kick to Koji's chest. In just 1 minute, Uchiha Koji was knocked to the ground for the second time. Damn it, Elder Koji muttered, his hair disheveled, his face filled with the shame of failing to maintain his dignity in his later years. Overcome with rage, he paid no attention to the clan members surrounding him and decisively unleashed his strongest S-rank fire-style technique. You old fool, you're asking for death. Kyōsuke's eyes narrowed, a cold, menacing aura radiating from him. Among the onlookers were many of his subordinates. Without any warning or defense, the damage caused by this jutsu could be catastrophic. It could be said that from the moment Uchiha Koji began to form his high-level jutsu, he completely forfeited any chance of claiming the position of clan leader. No one would allow a person who disregarded the lives of others to lead them. Bastard, how dare you? Madara, having already decided to take on the responsibilities of clan leader, immediately activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, pushing his dojutsu power to its peak. In a moment of disorientation, he felt as though his soul was about to leave his body. Steeling himself, the blue arm of the Susanoo materialized in an instant, and it swung fiercely toward his opponent. On the side, Kyōsuke still prepared to intervene. Even with the initial form of the Susanoo, it might not be enough to break through Koji's S-rank fire-style jutsu. At that moment, the fiery jutsu, resembling a divine sword of flames, suddenly shrank at a visible speed, eventually dissipating into sparkling lights in the air. Not far away, Izuna, with a pained expression, covered his eyes, his face full of exhaustion. Fortunately, my dojutsu techniques can help, big brother. Boom. The Susanoo's fist struck with overwhelming force, sending Uchiha Koji crashing to the ground, grievously injured. Had Madara not intentionally held back, Koji's insides would have likely been crushed. After defeating his opponent, Madara swept his sharp gaze across the field. Anyone who met his eyes immediately lowered their heads. Youthful ambition, more proud than the autumn frost, what could rival the thrill of advancing in a single victorious battle? Today, Uchiha Madara had proven himself with absolute strength. From this moment on, he would be the undisputed leader of the Uchiha clan. Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 123, Chapter 123, I will remember this night forever. Amid the heavy snowfall, Kyōsuke carried a jug of wine and slipped into the tent. As the curtain was lifted, a gust of fierce wind swept into the tent, causing the oil lamp to flicker. Beneath its wavering light, Madara's face looked noticeably tired. Oh, working even on New Year's Eve, are we? Our esteemed clan leader. Kyōsuke teased as he stepped in. Hearing the jest, Madara responded with a helpless smile and stretched lazily, his fatigue evident. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed since he became the new leader of the Uchiha clan. Thanks to the concerted efforts of various supporters, Madara's ascension to power had been relatively smooth. Even Uchiha Koji expressed his support for him, leaving others with little reason to object. The only unpredictable factor was Uchiha Rei of the Southern Army. Fortunately, Kyōsuke personally wrote a letter to him that managed to persuade the venerable elder. As for the contents of the letter, only Kyōsuke himself knew. Madara, for his part, was somewhat curious but refrained from investigating further out of trust in his friend. Right now, their primary focus was to defeat the invaders. In 3 months, the Uchiha clan had finally managed to halt their deterioration. Even though the enemy's puppet army still surged relentlessly, it could do little against the might of 3 Mangekyo Sharingan wielders. Taking the wine flask Kyōsuke handed him, Madara tilted his head back and drank deeply, the weariness on his face easing somewhat. In terms of age, he had taken up the mantle of clan leader 6 or 7 years earlier than expected. The burden was undoubtedly heavy, but Kyōsuke's support lightened it somewhat. Help me out, will you? Madara suddenly chuckled and said, how about I make you the youngest elder in Uchiha history? Sure, Kyōsuke replied nonchalantly with a nod. But, before Madara could rejoice, Kyōsuke doused his excitement with a cold dose of reality, but don't expect me to handle any of the administrative work. I'm not doing it. Then what do you even spend your days doing? Training, of course, my friend. Such a reasonable excuse left Madara with nothing to refute. He couldn't possibly ask someone to abandon their training, could he? After all, these were the responsibilities of a clan leader. Madara, Kyōsuke said after some thought, deciding to offer a piece of advice. I'm sure you've read about the drawbacks of the Mangekyo. The ninja world is vast, and there are countless hidden masters. Our current strength is far from invincible. I understand, Madara nodded. How much he truly took to heart, however, was another matter. Having just taken on the leadership, he didn't have a dependable team to delegate tasks to. Once everything settled into place in the future, he believed things wouldn't be as hectic as they were now. Come, let's relax a bit tonight. I'll call over Izuna and Hashirama. Let's have a little gathering. Fine. Now that Madara was the clan leader, he didn't need to concern himself too much with public perception. Facing Hashirama's relentless persuasion, he once again rekindled his dream of building a peaceful village. Kyōsuke, however, remained skeptical as ever. He'd always said the same thing, if you want to talk about peace, wait until you become the leader of the Senju clan. Every time this topic came up, it was met with Hashirama's helpless smile. As for the actions of his 2 sons, Senju Butsuma was practically at his wit's end. If not for Taijima's death, which inadvertently calmed his temper, there was a real chance Hashirama might have been expelled from the Senju clan. Kyōsuke could only offer a moment of silence for his friend's painful experience. At most, he would wait until he had the time and find a way to get rid of his troublesome father. Once Hashirama became the clan leader, there would no longer be any obstacles between him and Madara. At that point, they could do whatever they wanted without restriction. I truly am a considerate and understanding friend, Kyōsuke mused. Boom, boom, boom. Fire style erupted in the sky, a display Kyōsuke had specifically instructed his subordinates to arrange. After all, it was the new year, what kind of celebration would it be without fireworks? Perhaps because the year was coming to an end, the enemy's offensive had slowed significantly. After a year of grueling battles, they had finally earned a brief respite. When the fighting resumed, who knew how many would fall on the icy battlefield? 12 years old now, Kyōsuke thought, his mind drifting. For a moment, he almost seemed to see the prosperous future of Konoha. To be honest, he was truly tired. Endlessly killing and fighting, whether it was the Uchiha's aggressive nature or the environment itself, anyone in such a situation for a long time would undoubtedly see a shift in their character. Fortunately, this war was finally coming to an end. Other clans gradually realized that something was wrong and began secretly offering help to the Uchiha. For example, they cut off the enemy supply of corpses, and without that, the Tsukigakure clan was no longer the invincible force it had once seemed. Moreover, it seemed that Black Zetsu did not want the Uchiha clan to be wiped out. Without the help of that old coin, how could Atsutsuki Sujito, that fool, ever stand a chance against the battle-hardened Uchiha? Within 6 months, this war will end. Madara raised his cup. To his right, Kyōsuke looked at everyone with a smile and raised his cup in turn. On his left, Izuna mimicked the gesture, though his gaze was more focused on Tobirama, as if secretly competing with him. "That's right, let's end this damn war," Hashirama said with a hearty laugh, clearly in a good mood. The 5 people present could be said to represent the future peak of combat strength in the ninja world. What the future held was uncertain, but at least for now, everyone was working toward the same goal. Haha, cheers. That night, all 5 drank to excess. Perhaps they themselves weren't sure if they would ever have the chance to share a drink like this again in the future. No matter what happens in the future, I will definitely remember tonight. Having fun with my friends. It was truly a good time. Hashirama, clutching the bottle, fell into a drowsy sleep, his thoughts muddled. Yes, Kyōsuke murmured, closing his eyes with a smile. It was indeed a good time. After the new year, the Tsukigakure clan quickly launched another attack. Unfortunately, after losing their supply of soldiers, they began to feel the strain. Not only were they unable to break through the Uchiha's blockade, but at this point, simply managing to avoid a counterattack was a success. After spending a month to recover their advantage, the Uchiha clan began planning a full-scale assault on the enemy. It was then that something completely unexpected occurred. The Fuma clan, who had defected, suddenly turned their weapons against the Tsukigakure clan. These bastards! Atsutsuki Sujito roared in fury. The one thing he hated the most was betrayal. Of course, he had never intended to keep his promises. Once the Uchiha and Senju clans were destroyed, the Fuma clan could forget about escaping. With no corpses to build an army and no supplies to sustain them, the Tsukigakure clan had reached the end of the line. Seeing this, Atsutsuki Sujito finally stopped hesitating. He decided to go to the battlefield himself, using his own power to carve a path for his clan. His eyes shone with brilliant blue light, the power of his Tenseigan nearing full activation, which meant he would soon be able to use even more of his strength. However, it seemed that he might not have time to use it on the battlefield. It's all right. With the power I have now, no one in the ninja world can stop me. I am already invincible. Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 124, Chapter 124, Weakness earns no respect, and diplomacy belongs to the strong. That day, the Uchiha clan received a rather peculiar guest. I've long heard that clan leader Madara is an exceptional talent even from a young age. Seeing you in person today, I can see the rumors don't do you justice, said the visitor, as he started showering Madara with flattery. The guest visiting the Uchiha was none other than the patriarch of the Fuma clan, a man named Fumayukishi, a top-tier fighter with a reputation that left much to be desired. Of course, when faced with 3 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan, any so-called top-tier title would pale in comparison. Fumayukishi knew this all too well, so he made sure to present himself with great humility. Patriarch Yukishi, Madara began, unreserved and direct as ever, once both parties had taken their seats. Our clans have long been at odds. Are you not concerned that stepping into Uchiha territory might mean you won't leave alive? Fumayukishi, who had been preparing to continue his polite remarks, froze at Madara's words. His expression stiffened as he thought, why is this man so unpredictable? I've come here clearly to surrender, and yet here he is, threatening to turn against me outright. Noticing that Yukishi's expression was growing more and more awkward, Kyōsuke interjected calmly, Patriarch Yukishi, I've heard your clan has already begun clashing with the enemy. At this, Fumayukishi's eyes brightened as if realizing something. He quickly nodded and affirmed, that's right. I've discovered the enemy's malicious ambition to annihilate the entire shinobi world. As part of the Land of Fire, the Fuma clan has a responsibility to take a stand. Ah, Patriarch Yukishi, your noble sense of duty is truly admirable. On behalf of the countless citizens of the Land of Fire, I thank you. Not at all, not at all. It's simply my responsibility. Watching Kyōsuke spout such hypocritical platitudes with a practiced smile, Madara was momentarily stunned, as if seeing a new side of him for the first time. Is this the same man who claims to lack skill in diplomacy? You're a natural at this. After Kyōsuke and Yukishi concluded their round of insincere flattery, Madara finally let out a resigned sigh and took over the conversation. Since that's the case, on behalf of the Uchiha clan, I thank Patriarch Yukishi for his assistance. No need for thanks, no need at all, it's my duty. Having received his task to hold the defensive line, Fuma Yukishi departed with satisfaction. Inside the tent, Madara hesitated several times before finally voicing his thoughts tentatively. Why did you choose to accept him? His meaning was clear, he had been reluctant to accept the Fuma clan's allegiance. In Madara's eyes, the Fuma were nothing more than a group of opportunistic schemers. Their claim of seeing through the enemy's plans was merely an excuse. The real reason for their shift in allegiance was the growing weakness of the Tsukumi clan, which prompted them to seek refuge with the Uchiha clan. Should the Uchiha falter in the future, Fuma Yukishi would undoubtedly be the first to lead an invasion into the heart of the Land of Fire. Kaisuke, of course, was well aware of this. Seeing his companion still struggling to understand, Kaisuke calmly explained, schemers are ideal. I've always had a fondness for those driven by self-preservation. They're predictable and useful when needed. We don't need loyalty from the Fuma. What the Uchiha need right now are voices within the Land of Fire that openly support us. Madara, I won't comment on the clan's past decisions, but starting today, the Uchiha need to undergo some changes. Stopping Madara from responding, Kaisuke smiled faintly and continued, I know you've never truly given up on that dream. No matter when it happens, the chaotic warring states era will eventually come to an end. The establishment of a village is inevitable. The real question is, will it be led by the Senju, or by our Uchiha clan? Think it over carefully. Madara was no fool, his personality was simply too stubborn. With a bit of guidance, this young clan leader would understand quickly enough. By bringing the Fuma into the fold, they would become a weapon in the Uchiha's arsenal. Loyalty wasn't necessary. As long as irreconcilable hatred developed between the Fuma and the Senju, the Fuma would have no choice but to stand firmly with the Uchiha. Don't be fooled by the Senju's willingness to negotiate peace with the Uchiha, it wasn't because they were particularly kind or reasonable. It was purely because both sides were equally matched, and further conflict would only lead to mutual destruction. As for the Fuma clan, they would serve their purpose. If the Senju truly wanted to, they could wipe them out in an instant. The idea of resolving things with a smile and letting bygones be bygones simply didn't exist. Even though Hashirama was kind-hearted, Tobirama was far from having a good temper, something Fuma Yukishi surely understood. In simple terms, a weak clan has no diplomacy. I understand, Madara nodded, beginning to grasp Kaisuke's thoughts. If a village were to be established in the future, the Fuma clan would inevitably join, becoming a faction to support the Uchiha. Kaisuke really is thinking far ahead, Madara thought with a sense of admiration. In truth, Kaisuke's thoughts went beyond this. He had personally witnessed the secretive dealings between Fuma Yukishi and Black Zetsu. Logically, he should have kept his distance from such a person. But upon further consideration, having someone like that around might not be a bad thing. In the past, no one knew what Black Zetsu was truly up to. But with the Fuma clan by his side, Kaisuke would essentially have a tracking device for Black Zetsu. With the right arrangements, there might be an opportunity to capture that loyal son one day. Of course, this couldn't be spoken of openly. Fortunately, his earlier thoughts weren't entirely a facade for his friend. Fuma Yukishi was certainly not someone willing to be a puppet. Looking at the fate of the Tsukigakure clan, it was clear what the consequences were for aligning with Black Zetsu. For the sake of his clan and his own life, Kaisuke was certain that, at the critical moment, Fuma Yukishi would make the right decision. Patting his companion on the shoulder, Kaisuke smiled and reassured him, don't think too much. Just treat the Fuma as a practice target that walks right into your hands. I'm not thinking about him, Madara said, his expression strange as he looked at him. After a moment, he couldn't help but ask, you seem quite interested in the idea of establishing a village, huh? Yeah, Kaisuke nodded, his expression turning slightly serious, I'm planning to become the leader of the hidden village of the Fire Country. I see now, Madara suddenly seemed to understand, that's why you didn't want to accept the elder's position. Smart. Good, Madara's expression grew serious, and he spoke with a firm promise, if that day comes, I will fully support you in taking the position. There's also me, Izuna, who had no understanding of leadership, finally seized the chance to speak. Both me and my elder brother will support you. Ha ha ha, with the three of us together, there's nothing in this world we can't accomplish. As they laughed, a messenger suddenly arrived outside the camp. Report to the clan leader, the enemy is gathering on a large scale. It seems they are preparing for a full-scale assault. Good timing. At that moment, Uchiha Madara was full of energy, and without hesitation, he decided to face the enemy head-on. The death of his father and the countless souls of the Uchiha clan, he was determined to avenge them all through this battle. Send a message to the Huga clan and invite the clan leader Tenjin for a discussion. Izuna, go find Hashirama and tell him the time for the final battle has come. Soon, leaders from various factions gathered in the main camp of the Uchiha clan. The final showdown was about to begin. Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 125, Chapter 126, Izuna's Kagutsuchi. The sudden arrival of Atsutsuki Sujuto immediately drew the great attention of all parties. Kill him, and the war will end, Madara Uchiha murmured under his breath. Those are my eyes, Hyuga-Tenjin muttered, his breath quickening as an insatiable desire gleamed in his gaze. Heh, pathetic fools, Fuma Yukishi sneered, casually distancing himself from the others. He feared that the men might recklessly come after him for revenge. Little did he know, at that moment, Atsutsuki Sujuto wasn't paying him the slightest attention. While everyone else hesitated, carefully observing the situation, one individual could no longer hold back and took action first. Bastard! Give me back my father's life. Uchiha Izuna roared as he charged at the enemy with unrestrained fury. With a series of hand seals, several massive pillars of flame erupted from the ground, twisting and writhing like serpents as they encircled the enemy. Fire style, great flame technique. Foolish brat, Sujuto remarked with cold indifference. To him, the young man was nothing more than a reckless child scrambling to survive. What was there to take seriously? This level of trickery, spare me. As his Tenseigan gleamed faintly, an overwhelming repulsive force surged outward like a tidal wave. The seemingly powerful pillars of flame instantly shattered into pieces, bursting like fragile balloons under the pressure. Humph, not worth mentioning, Sujuto muttered. But as he glanced down, his eyes met a pair of haunting, glowing orbs. A frown creased his brow, there was something about the boy that felt off compared to their last encounter. Not worth mentioning. Izuna grinded his teeth, his rage boiling over as he experienced, for the first time in his life, such an intense desire to kill someone. Fine then. Today, I'll show you something new. Saying this, he suddenly activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, triggering his dojutsu, and the flames that were about to dissipate immediately regained some of their former intensity. Kagutsuchi. The newly revitalized flames coiled around Sujuto like a whirlwind, compressing inward with relentless force. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Boom. It wasn't until Sujuto unleashed another wave of repulsive force that he managed to break free from the vortex of fire. As he emerged, his body bore scorched marks, and his expression turned grim. What is this ability? Why didn't you show it before, he demanded. Humph. Izuna's icy gaze was unwavering. Scarlet flames swirled around him, casting his figure in the image of a blazing deity. It is the power of hatred, hatred that has shown me how to kill you. Today, I will make you pay for my father's life. As soon as the words left his mouth, an intense emerald glow burst forth around him. After rigorous training, Izuna had successfully mastered the power of Susanoo. The emerald green Susanoo in its second form appeared, conjuring a bow and arrow. Flaming arrows took shape, locking firmly onto the enemy. Die. Blaze release, Susanoo Kagutsuchi. The arrow of the Susanoo was incredibly swift, almost arriving in front of the enemy in the blink of an eye. Boom. The whirlpool of flames exploded, and Atsutsuki Sujuto was struck by Izuna's attack without any reaction. The dark green Susanoo dissipated, and Izuna half knelt on the ground, breathing heavily. For him at this moment, simultaneously activating the Susanoo and his unique dojutsu was still too much to bear. At last, I've avenged my father. Before the smile on his lips could fully form, a figure wrapped in black mist suddenly charged toward him. Brat, you're still too inexperienced. The green sphere of light expanded infinitely, engulfing Izuna in an instant. Boom. A terrifying explosion rang out. Even though Izuna managed to summon his Susanoo at the critical moment, he still couldn't avoid being severely injured by the enemy's strike. Ultimately, Izuna's age was still too young. What a pity, if only his other dojutsu were Amaterasu. Kyōsuke remarked with slight regret. A dojutsu combined with Kagutsuchi could control all flames, including the black flames, and with it, the user would truly deserve the title of Fire God. However, mere control was not enough. To defeat the enemy, the power of the flames was equally important. In this regard, Izuna was inferior to Sasuke, even though in the later battles, aside from the white Zetsu clones, Amaterasu couldn't burn anyone. Sasuke's mastery of fire was greater. Dodging the light energy projectiles coming his way, Kyōsuke didn't act immediately. Black Zetsu's abandonment meant that the Atsutsuki clan had already reached the end of the road. He even began to doubt that these people might not even have the ability to return to the moon anymore. Although the enemy appeared to be in full control, none of the powerful figures had yet made their move. No matter how strong he was, it would be impossible for him to survive a relentless barrage. Izuna's defeat meant that the time had come for the strongest brother complex to appear. Bastard, I'll take your life. With a furious roar, Uchiha Madara, the king of dance, made his grand entrance. His hands moved rapidly, like butterflies weaving through flowers, completing the hand seals. Then, a sea of flames once again descended upon the world. Fire style, great fire annihilation. A fireball, resembling a meteor, fell from the sky, its area of coverage so vast that every ninja on the battlefield couldn't help but take notice. God, the clan leader's fire style. What terrifying power, even Lord Taijima might not be able to do this. In a corner of the battlefield, Uchiha Koji shook his head with a bitter smile, finally understanding the immense gap between him and the clan leader. He had once prided himself on being a fire style expert, but now, witnessing Madara's fire style, he understood what it meant for a flickering candle to compete with the bright moon. Awakening the power of Indra, Madara's chakra had indeed surged to an extraordinary level. However, the cause of such a spectacular display seemed to involve more than just the sheer quantity of chakra. As an observer, Kyōsuke had always believed that Madara's second ocular technique might be related to this, yet it appeared to be more than just a simple enhancement. According to the Sage of Six Paths description, after death, the soul should lose all consciousness and passively head to a place called the Pure Land. There, the deceased would rest peacefully, unaware of the passage of time. The reanimated corpses summoned by Orochimaru confirmed this, as even the 4 Hokage couldn't sense anything unusual after their death. Only the true Atsutsuki clan had the ability to break the rules of the Pure Land. Besides that, Madara's reappearance among the reanimated army was an exception. When the King of Dance was summoned, he kicked open his coffin, and his first words were, "That Kid Nagato has finally grown up, making me wait so long." This indicated that even after death, Madara retained his consciousness and could clearly sense the passage of time. When the reanimation jutsu was lifted and his soul began to ascend, Madara still managed to force his spiritual form to return, even casting fire-style jutsu while in his soul state. It was truly outrageous. Initially, Kyōsuke thought this was a result of the reanimation jutsu, but upon further reflection, at that time, Madara hadn't even undone the technique yet. Moreover, not just anyone could undo the effects of reanimation. As its creator, Tobirama would have a hard time moving even an inch without Orochimaru's permission, let alone cancelling the jutsu. Madara, on the other hand, could freely play with the 5 Kage without worrying about the caster erasing his will, all thanks to his second dojutsu technique. Thus, Kyōsuke boldly speculated that this power was most likely related to the soul. Enhancing ninjutsu was merely a side effect, similar to how Kyōsuke's own fusion of spiritual energy had consistently boosted his chakra reserves. It was the soul that truly hid Madara's deepest power. Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 126, Chapter 125, The Three Gods Join Forces, Unrivaled Across the World. On the battlefield, Madara, Kyōsuke, and Hashirama stood side by side. "It seems the enemy is finally at the end of their rope," Kyōsuke said, rolling his neck. Deep down, he couldn't deny that Black Zetsu's methods were truly remarkable. Silently and without warning, the seemingly insurmountable problem that neither the Uchiha nor the Huga clans could solve together had been effortlessly resolved. In the past, the Tsukigakure clan had always employed a dispersed strategy, relentlessly expanding the battlefield. To put it plainly, they relied on overwhelming numbers to exploit their opponent's lack of manpower. This forced everyone into a state of exhaustion, particularly Kyōsuke, who, with his exceptional mobility, had been running from one hotspot to another like a firefighter, extinguishing flames wherever they arose. But now, the enemy's puppet army had dwindled sharply in numbers, forcing them to concentrate their forces in one location. This shift finally gave the 3 warriors the chance to join forces against their foe. In the distance, a familiar rumbling echoed. The thunderous roar signaled the approach of the puppet army, pouring in like an unstoppable tide. The usual plan. Madara tilted his head slightly, a faint smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Despite the grim situation, he couldn't suppress the pleasure of fighting alongside his comrades. For Madara, it was a rare and treasured feeling, one that made him realize that, apart from his younger brother, there were other things in this world worth cherishing. "Leave it to me." Hashirama nodded firmly and, under countless watchful eyes, stepped to the front of the group. Senju Hashirama, Hyuga-Tenjin murmured softly to the 2 beside him. "Pay close attention to him. He's the opponent you'll need to surpass one day." Next to him, Huga Yayoi responded with a nod but didn't take her clan leader's words to heart. She knew Tenjin wasn't addressing her, his advice was meant for the young man standing beside her, Huga Kosuke. "I understand, father," Kosuke replied, his tone calm but his gaze brimming with pride. He had learned of the existence of the Tenseigan and, based on the information discovered on the moon, understood that its power far surpassed that of the Sharingan. Kosuke firmly believed that one day, he would surpass the individuals standing before him. P.S. Ha ha ha, ignorant fool. Yayoi's lips tightened as she looked at the young man's determined profile. Her gaze grew unfocused, as if lost in thought. That peculiar look in her eyes was strikingly similar to the one Kyōsuke had when he looked at Uchiha Kaijun. At the forefront of the group, Hashirama took a deep breath. Guiding his spiritual energy, his entire body became enveloped in a faint purple chakra glow. Even from a distance of more than 10 meters, everyone could feel the powerful gusts of air created by the surge of chakra. This guy. Madara couldn't help but shake his head. Every time he thought he had made significant progress, Hashirama would immediately unleash an equivalent level of power in return. To manifest chakra in such a tangible form without employing any ninjutsu, any experienced ninja would immediately understand the profound significance of this feat. Fall to the ground, sinners. Hashirama clapped his hands together with a resounding snap. The terrifying effects of his ninjutsu caused the ground for several kilometers ahead to tremble slightly. Would release secret technique, nativity of a world of trees. In an instant, Hashirama created an entire forest in the distance. Towering trees, each tens of meters tall, stretched toward the sky, easily reaching the puppets flying overhead. Even before direct contact, the enemy had already suffered significant losses. None of you will pass through here today, Hashirama declared with the imposing demeanor of a legendary warrior. But before he could finish his proclamation, a group of puppets leaped effortlessly through the gaps between the trees. Hashirama. Madara, what a fool. Brandishing his war fan, Uchiha Madara charged forward with great speed, using the fan as a shield to block the oncoming barrage of green energy projectiles. Once he had gathered enough energy, he leaped high into the air and, with a cold smirk, swung the fan in his hand. Uchiha return. A raging shockwave erupted in all directions, instantly engulfing a large swarm of human puppets within its range. Fighting airborne enemies proved troublesome, even for powerhouses like Hashirama and Madara, who had to exert 3 to 4 times their usual effort to contend with them. However, for Kyōsuke, aerial combat seemed to pose no such challenges. Flapping the wings bestowed upon him by the cursed seal, he aimed at the enemy formation and unfurled a scroll containing custom-made kunai. The puppeteer, hidden in the rear, suddenly noticed a barrage of kunai raining down on their puppet army. That style. Not good. It's Uchiha Kyōsuke. Unfortunately, by the time they realized the danger, it was already too late to evade or escape. Activating his Mangekyo Sharingan, the spiritual energy spheres within the puppets were clearly reflected in his eyes. Using the Flying Thunder God technique, Kyōsuke teleported behind one of the puppets. With a swift thrust of his Kusanagi sword, he brought it down effortlessly. System notification, successfully killed Atsutsuki puppet. Gained 116 points. TSK, another weak puppet. Before his voice could fade, Kyōsuke had already closed in on another puppet. With a sharp thrust of his Chidori sharp spear, he pierced through its head with ease. System notification, successfully killed Atsutsuki puppet. Gained 88 points. Damn, is my luck this bad today? Unlike Namikaze Minato, Kyōsuke lacked the godlike reflexes to eliminate dozens of enemies in an instant. However, he had his own methods. If efficiency fell short, then he would make up for it with sheer numbers. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 5 shadow clones appeared simultaneously, each utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique. While they couldn't match Minato at his peak, they were more than sufficient to handle these puppets. System notification, successfully killed a Moonshadow puppet. Gained 65 points. System notification, successfully killed a Moonshadow puppet. Gained 39 points. System notification, successfully killed a Moonshadow puppet. Gained 404 points. Phew. Finally found a big one, Kyōsuke remarked, visibly relieved. The quality of the enemy puppets was highly inconsistent. Most of them couldn't even match the level of a genin. While their combined strength could be overwhelming, individually, they were no match for Kyōsuke. Correspondingly, the points they awarded were meager. As Hashirama worked to prevent the enemy forces from regrouping, Madara fended off waves of energy attacks, while Kyōsuke systematically eliminated clusters of puppets. The three worked in perfect harmony, delivering a magnificent spectacle for everyone to witness. Truly, the younger generation is formidable, murmured Fumayukishi from afar, his gaze flickering as though he was secretly contemplating some idea. On the other side, Hyuga Tenjin no longer felt the same certainty as before. Even if his son could awaken the Tenseigan, would it truly guarantee surpassing the 3 before him? Damn it. How did so many prodigies suddenly appear at once? As one of the most outstanding warriors of the older generation, Hyuga Tenjin suddenly felt an unsettling sense that he was being left behind by the times. While he silently reflected, his expression abruptly changed. His Byakugan locked onto a certain point ahead, his focus unshakable. In that direction, a terrifying presence was rapidly approaching. It wasn't just him, Kyōsuke and the others also sensed that something was amiss. The 3 exchanged glances and quickly regrouped. The main player has finally shown up, Kyōsuke murmured to himself. Far in the distance, a figure sped toward them. His eyes radiated a dazzling pale blue light, revealing the identity of the enemy. Atsutsuki Sujito, the wielder of the Tenseigan. Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 127, Chapter 127, The Shadow's Grasp, A Deal for Revenge. Faced with the relentless pressure from Madara, Atsutsuki Sujito dared not let his guard down for a moment. Izuna's dojutsu was so powerful that it nearly caused him fatal harm, and now with the appearance of an even stronger sibling, he had no idea what strange abilities Madara might unleash. However, he soon realized that Madara didn't seem to display anything particularly extraordinary. Except for one thing, his opponent appeared to possess an incredibly impressive agility. Has only that little brat's power been enhanced? Before the thought could even fully formed in his mind, Madara delivered a powerful kick to his abdomen. What? Atsutsuki Sujito's face was one of disbelief. If it were just the awakening of ability-based techniques, that would be one thing, but why had even his basic ninjutsu and taijutsu grown so much stronger? Just a short while ago, during the beheading mission, the two brothers together couldn't even touch him. Bastard, Atsutsuki Sujito muttered as he gathered a green light sphere in the palm of his hand, his eyes burning with intense fury. As the self-proclaimed overseer of the ninja world, a great existence above all, he had always looked down on humanity from the perspective of someone in power. How far has technology advanced? Was war still ongoing? Could people truly trust one another, and so on? It seemed that the Tsukigakure clan had been playing a game called civilization. As long as everything went according to their desires, they were fine. But if something in the developmental process deviated from their expectations, they immediately attempted to delete the save. Yet, when these administrators confidently entered into the game, they soon realized that the world was no longer what they had once known. In simple terms, these players from the Tsukigakure couldn't even defeat the low-level monsters just after leaving the beginner village. Other problems Atsutsuki Sujito could still explain away using his unfamiliarity with ninja techniques. But the brothers, whom he had just defeated not long ago, had quickly evolved to the point where they now possessed the power to threaten him. The cruel reality shattered the last shred of hope in his heart. I will never forgive you. With a forceful grip, Sujito clenched the light sphere in his palm, not throwing it, but instead transforming it into a weapon resembling the six-path staff. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Madara, the staff slicing through the air with a high-pitched screech as it came crashing down with tremendous force. He had expected to shatter that damned fan in one blow, but after a resounding bang, the fan Madara was holding remained completely intact. Furious to the core, Atsutsuki Sujito's hair and beard began to writhe, and his chakra surged uncontrollably from within. His left hand shot forward, aiming at Madara, who was retreating backward. A terrifying gravitational force immediately bound Madara in place. Then, Madara's body was forcefully pulled toward his enemy. Again with this cursed ability, Madara's eyes grew cold, and dark blue skeletal ribs suddenly emerged around him. Flesh quickly grew over the bones, his skin was covered, and he was eventually encased in a thick layer of Karasengo armor. In that moment, facing the enemy who had killed his father, and driven by the hatred in his heart, Madara successfully triggered the evolution of his three-stage Susanoo. The Susanoo sword materialized, cutting through the air with deadly precision, ignoring all of the enemy's flashy counterattacks. In one swift motion, it sliced through Atsutsuki Sujito, sending him flying through the air. While using gravity, the enemy couldn't activate repulsion at the same time, so Sujito had no way to avoid the blow. Hehehe, can you not hold on anymore? With a violent cough, Atsutsuki Sujito spat out a mouthful of blood, tumbling a few times on the ground, no longer showing the disdain he had earlier. With a violent cough, Atsutsuki Sujito spat out a mouthful of blood and rolled a few times on the ground. Gone was the earlier air of disdain, his appearance now reflected nothing but defeat. As he listened to the voices echoing in his mind, his eyes were filled with endless hatred, mixed with a trace of regret and fear. Struggling to lift his head, he gazed at Madara, whose eyes were filled with mockery and disdain. After a few moments of silence, Sujito spoke softly to himself, "Fine, you can have my body, but you must promise me one thing." "Hehehe, go ahead and tell me," came the strange voice, continuing its coaxing. "Huga Tenjin and Uchiha Kyōsuke, no matter what, I want those two to die." This was the final wish of Atsutsuki Sujito. In truth, he had known for a long time that he would never be able to complete the task of wiping out the shinobi world. He couldn't even control a fraction of the power in the Land of Fire. How could he possibly take on the other four nations of similar size? Now, the only thing left for Atsutsuki Sujito was one desire, to find his son's murderers and at the very least drag those two to hell. "Fine, I promise you." A bitter smile appeared on Sujito's lips, and with that, he relinquished all resistance, allowing a shadow-like existence to slowly consume his body. The last image to appear in his mind was of his son as a child, just learning to walk, babbling, and calling out, "Daddy. Wait for me, Dad, I'll be there soon." By the time the shadow-like entity fully took control of his body, Atsutsuki Sujito's consciousness had been almost entirely devoured. No one knew that the leader of the Tsukigakure had now become nothing more than a soulless shell. As for the mysterious voice that had taken over his body, it was none other than the old silver coin, Black Zetsu, hidden within his shadow. What did it matter if it targeted the Tsukigakure? In the end, Atsutsuki Sujito would still have to rely on its power in crucial moments. With all its scheming and plotting, Black Zetsu surely understood such a simple truth. In the end, this moonbound Atsutsuki was only seeking revenge for his son. The notion of fulfilling his ancestors' will was nothing but a farce. Once this truth was known, Susanoo could no longer escape Black Zetsu's control. Its next plan could now proceed without any obstacles. Next, let me say a quick hello, Black Zetsu grinned mischievously. The pure dark energy surged toward the eyes. Susanoo, who had once believed the Tenseigan would never evolve further, now watched in disbelief as it surged forward, like a race car with a full tank, rapidly completing its final stage of development in mere seconds. Feeling the eyes halt their evolution once again, Black Zetsu appeared somewhat regretful. Ultimately, it's a flawed product. With my power, I could only push it this far. By the way, the hidden power within Himura is no less than that of his brother, Hagoromo. As Black Zetsu felt the explosive power within its host's body, a thought suddenly sprouted in its mind. The Sage of Six Paths brothers, in essence, did not differ greatly in power. The Six Paths planetary devastation, a technique that could only be used when the two brothers worked together. Could the Tenseigan be used to undo the seal placed on his mother? The Tenseigan was a power that had been activated only after Atsutsuki Himura traveled to the moon, and Black Zetsu was unaware of its existence. Had it known earlier, it would have secretly targeted the Huga clan long ago, never allowing that family to grow as it had. Perhaps, I'll need to make a few adjustments to the plan. As for now, Black Zetsu originally intended to take the Tenseigan and leave, but then it suddenly wanted to test the true power of these eyes. Only in doing so could the Huga clan be forced to desire them at any cost. That way, the next phase of the plan could proceed more smoothly. Slowly, Black Zetsu made hand seals. A green chakra, fiery and intense, began to form around the body of Atsutsuki Susanoo. The Tenseigan chakra mode, activate. Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 128, Chapter 128, Tenseigan chakra mode. The emerald green flame-like chakra cloak made everyone's expression change subtly. What a terrifying chakra. Huga Yayoi's pupils shrank, and her eyes shimmered with boundless light. She had finally felt the power of the Tenseigan. If she felt this way, then Huga-Tenjin, who wasn't far away, must have been affected even more. This is the power of our ancestors. I must find a way to obtain it. Driven by desire, he began charging toward his target. As for those who stood in his way, Huga Yayoi would deal with them without hesitation. Those eyes are mine. No one else can have them. If Huga-Tenjin was still some distance away from it, then Uchiha Madara was practically standing beside Black Zetsu. Interesting, Madara said with a smirk. Show me what you're capable of, descendant of Himura. In the blink of an eye, Atsutsuki Susanoo's figure disappeared. What seemed like ordinary movement was so fast it looked like teleportation, leaving everyone stunned. Before Madara could summon the initial form of his Susanoo, he suddenly felt an overwhelming force strike him, sending him flying like a bullet. Unbelievable speed and power. Kyōsuke observed silently, analyzing the situation. He never expected that Atsutsuki Susanoo would be able to activate the Tenseigan chakra mode. Does this mean the enemy has already attained power surpassing the Kage level? No, obtaining power beyond the Kage level isn't so simple. Kyōsuke shook his head, dismissing his own conclusion. If that were the case, the enemy would have already wiped out the Uchiha clan. I'll continue to observe. Seeing the clan leader injured, the nearby Uchiha members immediately abandoned their opponents and charged toward Atsutsuki Susanoo. In an instant, he was surrounded by a barrage of shuriken and fireballs. Pathetic, Uchiha. Black Zetsu sneered and activated its repulsion force, instantly deflecting all the attacks. Originally, Black Zetsu had intended to find an opportunity to eliminate a few troublesome individuals. However, the enemy wasn't taking the bait, seemingly content to watch and observe the unfolding battle. Frustrated, Black Zetsu turned its focus back on the Uchiha clan members. The more it fought, the more its anger boiled. For so many years, it had wandered through the shinobi world like an orphan, desperately searching for a worthy successor. It could be said that most of the resentment in its heart was directed at the Uchiha clan. Had they shown more resilience, his mother would not have been trapped on the moon for so long. Gradually, Black Zetsu lost control over the force of its strikes, and in the blink of an eye, more than 10 members of the Uchiha clan were killed by its hand. Seeing this, Uchiha Madara gritted his teeth in agony, suppressing the searing pain. With the help of Izuna, who had been treated and regained some strength, they rushed forward together to engage the enemy. 2 Susanoo, one blue and one green, appeared simultaneously, showing no mercy as they relentlessly attacked, leaving the enemy no room to breathe. Too naive, Atsutsuki Susanoo muttered, raising his hands horizontally. In an instant, the emerald green chakra cloak seemed to fade slightly. Then, a terrifying repulsive force erupted, and the two brothers were struck with devastating blows almost simultaneously. It's not time yet. Looking at Izuna, who was spewing blood from his mouth, Black Zetsu had to exert great effort to suppress the urge to kill. To guide Madara down the path it had arranged, simply awakening the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan was not enough. First, it was necessary to plunge his spirit into the abyss. Otherwise, it would all be for nothing in the end. After waiting for thousands of years, it didn't mind waiting another 10 or 20. While thinking, a shadow approached Black Zetsu from behind without it noticing. "I've got him." The newcomer was none other than Senju Tobirama of the Senju clan. Having successfully sneaked behind the enemy, Tobirama raised one hand to form a seal while pulling out a large number of explosive tags, tossing them onto Atsutsuki Sujito's body. Summoning jutsu, mutually multiplying explosive tags. After witnessing Kaisuke's Susanoo, Tobirama had been constantly thinking about a way to counter it. The attack power was manageable. Once he replicated the Flying Thunder God technique, avoiding the Susanoo's attacks wouldn't be difficult. The real problem, however, lies in how to break through Susanoo's defenses. Thus, the mutually multiplying explosion tag technique was brought into existence ahead of time. This technique was an A-rank forbidden jutsu developed by Tobirama, utilizing pre-prepared explosion tags to execute an endless cycle of concentrated explosions. Infinite summoning, infinite explosions, no defensive ninjutsu could withstand its power. Boom. 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 As the series of explosions began, Tobirama secretly grinned, feeling an urge to howl at the sky. "See. All you Uchiha, with all your flashy tricks, in the end, you still need me to clean up your mess." Poor Black Zetsu, who had just been preparing to deal with the Uchiha, was suddenly caught off guard by Tobirama's sneak attack from behind. As the elder who had dominated the ninja world for over 1,000 years, Black Zetsu never expected that today it would be outwitted by a mere teenager. "How dare you humiliate me like this?" Black Zetsu thought to himself. The emerald green chakra cloak swelled violently, attempting to use its dojutsu power to forcibly eliminate the explosive tag's effect. However, it had greatly underestimated the forbidden technique invented by Tobirama. The repulsive force would require 3 more seconds to recharge, during which time it had to endure tens of thousands of explosive tag attacks. As a seasoned sixth, Tobirama knew well how to seize the right moment. P.S. I really don't know what this means. If he was going to act, the enemy had to pay the price. However, since the mutually multiplying exploding tags had just been invented, Tobirama didn't have time, or the funds, to experiment with the technique. This was actually the first time he had used summoning on such a large scale. Thus, Tobirama quickly found an unexpected problem. The shockwaves from the explosions gradually enveloped him, the caster, as well. Now, he had only 2 choices, retreat or perish along with the enemy. If this were the battlefield of the Senju, perhaps he could have heroically sacrificed himself. But to sacrifice his life for the Uchiha, a group of evildoers? A joke. Without hesitation, Tobirama stepped out of the jutsu's range, causing the mutually multiplying explosion tag to immediately cease. Seeing this, Hyuga-Tenjin, who had been waiting for the opportunity, finally found his chance. Relying on his Byakugan to see through the smoke, he charged in without hesitation. Soon, the sounds of fierce combat could be heard from within. In the sky, Kaisuke, who had been silently observing, finally came to a halt. He realized that Atsutsuki Sujito didn't seem as terrifying as he had imagined. The Tenseigan chakra mode is powerful, but those eyes are not entirely his own. Besides the attraction and repulsion, and the basic ability to fly, the enemy doesn't seem capable of using those 2 potent forbidden techniques. The powerful Golden Will Rebirth explosion transformed the truth-seeking ball into a massive yellow chakra sword. Its destructive power was extraordinarily terrifying, capable of cleaving the entire moon with a single strike. The moon, after all, was sealed by the combined efforts of the Sage of 6 Paths and his brother. Fortunately, the story took place after the Great Ninja World War, otherwise, Kaguya might have been unsealed right then and there. In terms of versatility, the Tenseigan is not as comprehensive as the Rinnegan's full abilities. However, in sheer destructive power, the strength it grants is truly terrifying. Until he understood this, Kaisuke would never have charged in recklessly. As for now, it was time to completely eliminate the threat of the moon. Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 129, Chapter 129, The Majestic Wood Dragon, roaring across the sky. Amidst the thick smoke of battle, Hyuga-Tenjin stumbled back in a state of disarray. Not only had he failed to seize those coveted eyes, but he had also suffered severe injuries in the process. Raising his hand to disperse the surrounding smoke, Sujito cast him a cold glance, showing no intention of pursuing him further. "Consider yourself lucky. You still have some use for me." With that, he turned his attention to Senju Tobirama, who stood a short distance away, ready for battle. This brat had just launched a sneak attack on him, and Black Zetsu had no intention of letting him off easily. The Uchiha clan had been gravely weakened by the recent assault from the Tsukigakure clan. Their so-called victory was nothing more than a hollow triumph. Under normal circumstances, the Senju clan would avoid attacking at this point, as it would destroy the goodwill they had worked so hard to establish. However, if the younger son were to perish on the battlefield, Senju Butsuma would undoubtedly mobilize his forces to strike against the Uchiha. Black Zetsu had essentially handed them the perfect excuse. After all, as long as Azura's reincarnation stayed alive, the lives of others meant nothing to it. Having made up his mind, Sujuto instantly appeared before Tobirama. In Tobirama's panicked gaze, the elder sibling raised his green staff high. Had that blow landed, Tobirama would have surely bid farewell to this world, and to the wicked Uchiha as well. Fortunately, although Tobirama was in grave danger, he had an older brother who could bear the burden. Hashirama, having broken free from his own skirmishes, arrived at the critical moment. Would release, Hobi technique. A shield shaped like a demonic maw with sharp fangs surrounded Tobirama, swallowing him whole as if protecting its prey. The enemy's attack was thus deflected, unable to harm Tobirama. Would release. Black Zetsu's gaze lingered on the wooden shield, his expression revealing hints of an unpleasant memory. Meanwhile, it was rare for Hashirama to show anger, but in this moment, his fury was unmistakable. I will not allow anyone to harm my brother. He clapped his palms together with a sharp smack, then clasped his left hands back with his right palm, extending his hands forward to confront the formidable enemy. Hashirama, your ninjutsu consumes life energy. Don't push beyond your limits by using forbidden techniques, his father's warning echoed in his ears. However, Hashirama understood that life rarely adheres to one's desires. For example, at this moment, Madara and Izuna had been defeated, and even Hyuga-Tenjin had been forced to retreat in a panic. If he didn't step forward now, they would all meet their end together today. I won't let any of you die, he vowed, his resolve unwavering. As the last remnants of chakra drained from his body, anyone else in his place would have succumbed immediately. But for him, the situation was completely different. Just as his chakra was about to be exhausted, an immense surge of life energy erupted from within him. This not only replenished his chakra but also allowed Hashirama to simultaneously force the activation of his secret would-release technique. Would-release, would-dragon technique. This was a method only Hashirama could wield, a technique that forcefully drew upon the cells within his body to activate ninjutsu he would not have otherwise been able to use. He was unsure of the consequences of this method, but for now, nothing was more important than defeating the enemy before him. The enormous wood-dragon roared as it soared forward, charging straight at the distant enemy. The strength of this technique was so great that even the full Ninetales would howl in agony when struck by it. Furthermore, it had the ability to absorb chakra, making it perfect for dealing with the enemy at hand. Wooden Dragon Jutsu, huh? Black Zetsu certainly recognized the signature technique of Ashura. Relying on the power granted by the chakra mode of the Tenseigan, it stood its ground without hesitation, facing the wood dragon head-on. Whoosh! Hashirama coughed up a mouthful of blood but pushed on, relentlessly draining his body's cells to fuel the wood dragon. Sigh. From a distance, Kyōsuke sighed lightly, then, with a few quick flashes, appeared behind Hashirama. Kyōsuke. I haven't even made my move yet. Why are you trying to show off? Shaking his head in exasperation, Kyōsuke activated his Mangekyo Sharingan and slowly placed his hand on Hashirama's back. Let me help you. Susanoo. Using Hashirama as a medium, his dojutsu directly influenced the wood dragon. What followed was an astonishing sight for everyone present. The already formidable wood dragon quickly developed a dark golden armor-like layer across its surface. Not only did this increase its defensive strength, but its overall power was greatly enhanced. Though Black Zetsu had deceived countless beings in its life, there was one truth it had never lied about. The power of the Senju and Uchiha clans, two completely opposing forces, when combined, could indeed lead to the creation of everything in the world. Even the chakra mode of the Tenseigan was gradually losing ground in the struggle against the armored wood dragon. How terrifying. Is this the power of Lord Kyōsuke? Oh my god, it's like he's from an entirely different dimension. So this is the Mangekyo Sharingan, no, this is the power of the gods. Boom. 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 The deafening sound of explosions filled the air as Black Zetsu knew its current vessel couldn't hold up much longer. I can't let this body break down before I take down Senju Tobirama. It was clear to Black Zetsu that as long as Tobirama remained alive, the two clans would continue to coexist peacefully for a long time. Therefore, it was pushing the power of the Tenseigan to its limits. With Black Zetsu's efforts, the greenish chakra flame surged once again, momentarily overpowering and pinning the armored wood dragon beneath him. Humph, without me, you two are indeed useless. A cold snort rang out as Madara, who had appeared beside his two allies, mimicked Kyōsuke's actions and placed his hand on Hashirama's back, pouring his own dojutsu power into him. Huh. A faint sensation caught Madara's attention as he felt something unusual from Hashirama. However, the situation was too urgent for him to think much about it. With the second boost of power, the wood dragon successfully suppressed its opponent and began to absorb the chakra from Atsutsuki Sujuto. At this point, the victory was all but assured. Forcing the three gods to team up and launch a joint attack was no small feat. Atsutsuki Sujuto had proven to be incredibly formidable. As for Black Zetsu, without a suitable host, it was completely powerless to do anything. We still lost, faster than I imagined, it chuckled lightly as it forcefully tore its lower half apart, using self-mutilation to escape the wood dragon grip. Black Zetsu manipulated Sujuto's mangled remains, sending them flying into the distance, while it quietly plucked out a Tenseigan and buried it beneath the ground. Why not take everything with it? The answer was simple: without offering the target anything of value, how could it expect them to willingly submit? We will meet again soon. Black Zetsu left silently. In the distance, Huga-Tenjin, his face alight with wild joy, rushed forward and reached out toward the corpse on the ground. Then, he exclaimed in disbelief, "Impossible. Why is there only one eye?" Tenjin's furious shout caught the attention of many people. Only one eye. Kyōsuke furrowed his brow, an increasingly odd feeling growing in his chest. Could it have been crushed by the wood dragon? Hashirama mused, stroking his chin with a hint of dark amusement. Forget it, doesn't matter for now. Kyōsuke turned away, his gaze directed at the fragmented moon above. From this moment on, the moon would serve as his base. Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 130. Chapter 130, has Atsutsuki Himura been resurrected? 3 months later, on the moon, within the Tenseigan chamber, energy vessel. While leisurely eating grapes, Kyōsuke quietly listened to the reports from his subordinates. The remaining members of the Tsukigakure clan have all been exterminated. We have captured over 300 elderly, women, and children, with an innumerable amount of resources and materials. Our people are currently sweeping through various locations, and we expect more detailed results to be submitted soon. In the final defense battle of the Land of Rain, Kyōsuke's army suffered heavy casualties, nearly reaching the point of complete annihilation. In truth, his subordinates had only faked their deaths. Aside from those who had established families, the rest had all moved to the moon to develop the new base. The moon was rich in resources, with abundant vegetation and water sources. It was even possible to cultivate the land and raise livestock. Regardless of future developments, the moon would undoubtedly become the most important rear base for Kyōsuke. To that end, he spared no effort in creating a space-time barrier for easy travel back and forth. He even entrusted his 2 subordinates with the Flying Thunder God technique, hoping that, in his absence, they would take responsibility for the development of the moon base. From today onward, his loyal subordinates would gradually move over. Izumi would oversee this task, while Maya would stay within the clan to assist him. Spitting out the grape skin, Kyōsuke pondered over how to deal with those women and children. Lord, why not just kill them all and eliminate any future threats? Maya gestured with a throat-slashing motion. Please, that's over 300 people. Kyōsuke rolled his eyes and said impatiently, how can you be so cruel? Uchiha Maya replied, then what do you suggest? I'll think about it, Kyōsuke said, lowering his head in contemplation. The Atsutsuki bloodline on the moon was thick, making them excellent candidates for experimentation. Moreover, their eyes could potentially be fused into a massive source of energy. It would be a waste to throw them away. These people should not be killed. The weak and elderly will be sent to Yayoi as test subjects. As for the others, anyone over the age of 30 should have their eyes taken and kept. They may prove useful to me in the future. That's the general plan. You can take care of the rest. Understood, Maya blinked, momentarily unsure of what the word cruelty truly meant. By the way, Kyōsuke suddenly had a brilliant idea, his mind lighting up. In the future, encourage more intermarriage between our clan and the Tsukigakure clan. It will definitely produce exceptionally outstanding descendants. Uchiha represented the power of Hagoromo, while the moon's native population represented the power of his brother Atsutsuki Himura. By combining both, they might create ninjas with exceptional talent and great potential. Perhaps, like Naruto and Hinata, they could even give birth to a genius with the pure eyes. In the future, if the opportunity arises, we should try to transfer some members from the Uzumaki and Hyuga clans to contribute to the growth of the Uchiha. A faint smile curled on Kyōsuke's lips as he stood up and left the Tenseigan chamber. After 3 months of hard work, the construction on the moon was gradually getting on track. The remaining tasks were not his concern, the only issue left was to investigate any potential hidden dangers. For instance, whether Atsutsuki Himura was still alive. Or, he could attempt to visit the rabbit goddess from the myths and legends. Thinking about it, it's really exciting. The Tsukigakure clan had carried out a special mission since ancient times. Behind the moon palace stood a special shrine, where only the clan leaders of each generation were allowed to go and listen to the teachings of their ancestors. Without a doubt, Kyōsuke knew that there must be something strange going on there. With nothing else to do, Kyōsuke decided to visit the shrine alone and investigate. Soon, he arrived at the Tsukigakure clan's neatly kept shrine. After carefully reading the inscriptions on the monument, he began to understand a few things. As expected, it's a brief record of Kagaya's life, Kyōsuke muttered, shaking his head. Then, curious, he lit the fire at the shrine. The next moment, green flames rose, and within them, a shadowy figure seemed to move. This is... Kyōsuke's eyes widened slightly. How could he not recognize the unmistakable, distinctive appearance of the Atsutsuki? The figure in the flames was none other than the ancestor of the Tsukigakure Atsutsuki clan, the phantom image of Atsutsuki Hagoromo's brother, Atsutsuki Hamura. My name is Atsutsuki Hamura, and I am Kagaya's second son, the figure declared. For the next while, this ancestor began recounting the secrets that Kyōsuke had already known. That's about the gist of it, the phantom figure finally concluded its long explanation. At this point, Kyōsuke thought the projection would soon fade away. Having wasted so much time at the entrance, Kyōsuke was now eager to meet Atsutsuki Kagaya in person. He wondered if the seal of the Six Paths, Chibaku Tensei, planetary devastation, would have stripped her of her consciousness. If he could wake her, perhaps they'd have a chance to talk. Just as he was about to bypass the shrine's altar, Kyōsuke suddenly felt that something was off. Why hasn't Hamura's phantom figure disappeared yet? Moreover, the expression seemed to have gained a hint of life, far more dynamic than before. Could it be? Kyōsuke swallowed nervously, realizing he had somehow found himself in an unexpected situation. What started as a casual mountain trip had turned into something far more complicated. What was happening now? Unsure of how to proceed, he could only watch as Hamura's phantom figure slowly regained its awareness. Kyōsuke sensed that this wasn't the true form of Hamura, but rather a projection of his thoughts or intent. The reason for this awakening was most likely due to Kyōsuke himself, someone not of the Atsutsuki bloodline. As he had suspected, there must have been some sort of warning set up at the entrance to the seal, and it seemed that even this brother of the Sage of Six Paths had left behind a lingering remnant here. Anyway, since he was already there, he might as well stay and see how things would unfold. I am Atsutsuki Hamura. Intruder, state your name, the figure now spoke with a commanding presence. I'm Uchiha Kyōsuke, Kyōsuke began, intending to sound serious, but the gap in their energy was just too great for him to maintain his composure. Sigh, being a 12-year-old was tough. The name Uchiha seemed to stir a memory within the ethereal figure. Yes, he had come to the moon, but that didn't mean he had severed all ties with his older brother. With Hamura's abilities, traveling between planets was hardly a challenge. He had even met his brother's son, Indra. Naturally, he knew that the Uchiha were descendants of Indra. Speaking of which, the destruction of the ninja sect seemed. The phantom figure let out a strange sigh. Upon learning that the visitor was a descendant of Indra, it appeared to relax, letting go of some of its previous wariness. Seeing this, Kyōsuke cautiously asked, I know who you are, but, what about now? He wanted to ask, are you dead or not? I hope I don't accidentally trigger your true form and cause it to explode. I'm already dead, the phantom figure suddenly turned its head and looked toward the cave behind. But if needed, I can come back to life at any time. What does that mean? Kyōsuke was confused, struggling to make sense of Hamura's words. After thinking it over, he started to grasp the figure's meaning. In other words, if you sense any signs of Kagaya's seal being undone, you could come back to life and deal with her. That's pretty ruthless. Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 131, Chapter 131, The Universe-Level Warriors, Atsutsuki Clan. Knowing that the other party could revive at any time, Kyōsuke's demeanor became increasingly obedient. After all, this was the younger brother of the Sage of Six Paths, a legendary powerhouse capable of thrashing the Ten Tails. With only a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan at his disposal, even if he were to awaken a perfect Susanoo, Kyōsuke figured the other party could probably take him down with a single blow. Don't be afraid. Perhaps sensing his unease, Hamura's projection suddenly smiled. I am here solely to safeguard my mother's seal. I will not intervene in other matters. That's a relief, Kyōsuke muttered, accidentally letting his thoughts slip out. After hesitating for a long while, his curiosity finally got the better of him. Carefully, he asked, Elder, since you're still alive, does that mean your brother is also still in this world? My brother. The phantom sighed softly, shaking its head in denial. My brother has indeed reached the end of his natural lifespan. However, his situation is somewhat unique, so there's no need for you to look into it too deeply. You must understand, sealing mother was not the end of our troubles. A new threat is already beginning to emerge. Hearing this, Kyōsuke tactfully picked up on the conversation and asked, a new threat? Indeed. The projection lifted its gaze, as though piercing through the sky to glimpse the vast cosmos. Those individuals will not spare Earth. They will continue to send warriors here. At this point, Hamura's projection began to explain the origins of his mother. The Atsutsuki clan, he revealed, originated from a distant alien world. At their core, these beings were fundamentally not human. They were born with immense power, requiring no training like ordinary mortals. Even if they perished by accident, they could resurrect themselves using a method called karma. They existed as beings who had transcended death. Much like the clans of the shinobi world, the Atsutsuki clan was divided into a main family and a branch family. The main family wielded absolute control over the lives of the branch family. Upon reaching adulthood, main family members were tasked with missions to planets abundant in life energy, where they would plant the divine tree. By absorbing the life force of these planets, they produced unique chakra fruits, which were then brought back for the Atsutsuki elders to consume. In many cases, when faced with resistance from the planet's native inhabitants, branch family members of the Atsutsuki clan were even sacrificed as nourishment for the divine tree. Kaguya sought to escape such a fate, which is why she ambushed Ishiki. After consuming the chakra fruit in secret, she feared retribution from her clan's enforcers. Thus, she conceived the idea of creating a white Zetsu army to defend herself. She probably never imagined her two sons would be so incredibly capable, ultimately teaming up to use the Chibaka Tensei technique to seal her away, something she never saw coming. It could only be said that the ninja world is truly a unique existence. Ah. Kyōsuke interrupted cautiously, his voice filled with hesitation. Elder, does the Atsutsuki clan have a lot of members? Many, Hamura's projection replied. Seeing the boy's frightened expression, he chuckled and added, but don't worry. Not all of them have the chance to consume chakra fruits. What's more, my brother has already discovered. The projection suddenly paused mid-sentence, choosing not to continue. Discovered what? Kyōsuke blinked, guessing that the Sage of Six Paths might have found a way to surpass the Six Paths level. Having consumed a chakra fruit, Atsutsuki Kaguya was already in immortal existence. Without reaching a comparable level, even the combined efforts of the Six Paths brothers could not kill her. To fend off the pursuers that were bound to arrive in the future, the Sage of Six Paths must have started searching for a long way to break through a long time ago. It seemed he had now found a concrete method. Kyōsuke didn't press for details, he figured the projection was unlikely to reveal anything more. After listening to Hamura's explanation, Kyōsuke gained a clearer understanding of the Atsutsuki clan. Obsessed with devouring chakra fruits and dispatching their kin to other planets to harvest spoils, didn't they sound strangely familiar? Exactly. In Kyōsuke's eyes, the Atsutsuki clan was essentially a parallel to the Scion warrior race. The only difference was that Scion sold planets for profit, while the Atsutsuki destroyed life on planets to produce chakra fruit. Of course, if there were organizations in the universe similar to trade guilds, the planets invaded by the Atsutsuki might still be sold for profit. Things are getting more and more ridiculous, Kyōsuke muttered with a bitter smile. Noticing that the projection had stopped explaining, his gaze shifted toward the cave behind him, and he cautiously asked, is Kaguya sealed inside there? Yes, the projection flickered briefly, seemingly on the verge of vanishing. In the future, not just, you too. Good luck, brother. With a snap, the projection of Hamura vanished before him. In its original form, it was merely a fragment of consciousness left behind to observe the descendants of the clan. Had it not sensed the presence of Kyōsuke, an outsider, this consciousness would not have awakened, no matter how many years had passed. Thankfully, he didn't hold me accountable. Kyōsuke let out a sigh of relief, paused for a moment to gather his thoughts, and then continued toward the seal site, eager to witness the power of the rabbit goddess, Kaguya. The projection hadn't interfered, suggesting it didn't have the power to lift the seal. Kyōsuke also began to doubt whether he could even communicate with Kaguya. If he could, perhaps he could deceive her and gather more information about the Atsutsuki clan. Unfortunately, Kyōsuke's efforts didn't bear fruit. After searching the cave for a long time, he didn't sense anything unusual. No, to be more precise, he could feel the immense chakra, vast like the cosmos itself. Yet, no matter what he did, there was no response from the other party. It seems like communication isn't possible, Kyōsuke sighed in frustration, deciding to leave the mountain shrine for now. He summoned a few trusted subordinates and instructed them to keep a strict watch over the area, ensuring Northwest One got close to the location. Afterward, Kyōsuke used the teleportation passage to return to the ninja world. There were still many matters waiting for him to address within his clan, so for the time being, he didn't need to worry about the threat of the Atsutsuki. At the space entrance, he had already sent secret ninjas to set up multiple layers of disguises, ensuring that no one could detect the presence of the teleportation passage. The moon was simply too far from Earth, and the flying thunder god technique couldn't cover such a vast distance. Even if he used a space-time barrier, its principle relied on the passage that Hamura had set up. For safety's sake, Kyōsuke had stationed a heavy guard at the site, though to outsiders, it appeared to be nothing more than an inconspicuous small mountain stronghold. As for Black Zetsu, he currently had no good way of dealing with it and could only take things one step at a time. For the foreseeable future, the Land of Fire would remain relatively peaceful, and he had plenty of time to gradually increase his strength. Without war, the rate at which I gain points will definitely slow down. Now that I wield the combined power of both the Senju and Uchiha clans, it's time to focus on refining my skills in yin-yang release techniques. And there's the shadow clone training method. I wonder if the self-healing ability of the sage body can replace the function of the tailed beasts. There was still much work left for Kyōsuke to do, but he didn't mind. After all, what he had in abundance right now was time. And so, time passed swiftly. 3 years seemed to slip by in the blink of an eye. Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 132, Chapter 132, thank you for safeguarding my eyes. The Huga clan, study room. In the quiet study, Hyuga-Tenjin leisurely flipped through a scroll in his hands, his expression calm and composed. Yet, in his eyes, a myriad of lights seemed to flicker, betraying the thoughts running through his mind. 3 years had passed, and tales of the Uchiha clan's courageous battles had already spread across the nations. Once perceived as tyrannical and domineering, the Uchiha had completely transformed their public image. Now, within the Land of Fire, who wouldn't give a thumbs up when the Uchiha were mentioned? This change wasn't a coincidence. The actions of the Tsukigakure clan, Clan of the Moon, were excessively cruel and destructive, leaving devastation in their wake wherever they went. As the heroes who defeated such a threat, the Uchiha naturally gained an abundance of fame and recognition. Of course, this transformation was closely tied to Kyōsuke's leadership strategies. As he had once said, never underestimate the power of media and public opinion. Sometimes, they are far more terrifying than sharp blades. Initially, Madara didn't pay much attention to Kyōsuke's views, dismissing them as nothing more than idle pursuits. However, during one of his outings, when several children approached him with flowers as a gesture of gratitude, the Dance King finally realized just how correct Kyōsuke's policies were. The Uchiha had achieved both fame and fortune. Yet, few knew that the Huga clan had also played a significant role in this success. Unfortunately, Kyōsuke had never intended to share the spoils with the Huga clan. After seizing control of the moon base, it was inevitable that a rift would form between Kyōsuke and Tenjin. Not to mention, one of the Tenseigan eyes had mysteriously been destroyed. With these two events combined, the already fragile relationship between the two clans completely shattered. Since they were bound to become enemies, Kyōsuke saw no reason to show any mercy to the old fox, Tenjin. His attitude was clear: you should be thankful I didn't portray your Huga clan as traitors and collaborators. Naturally, this enraged Tenjin. However, a certain event managed to divert his attention. After replacing his own eye with the seized Tenseigan, Tenjin began experimenting with its capabilities. It was during this period that another eye unexpectedly came into his possession. In the great final battle, Atsutsuki Sujito had displayed unparalleled strength. If not for the combined efforts of many powerful individuals, the outcome might have been rewritten in his favor. Such a force, surpassing even the strength of clan leaders, was irresistible to someone like Tenjin, who had always aspired to become the strongest. After spending more than 2 years mastering the power of the Tenseigan, Tenjin's strength had grown to a level even he found astonishing. With power came ambition, ambitions that should not have existed in the first place. Recently, Tenjin had dispatched his son to negotiate alliances with neighboring clans. He neither leaned toward the Senju clan nor sought to ally further with the Uchiha. Instead, Hyuga-Tenjin intended to establish himself as the ruler of the Land of Fire. Putting down the scroll in his hands, clan leader Tenjin stood by the window, gazing out at the serene night sky. By now, Kosuke should have reached the third clan, he murmured. If he could draw the surrounding smaller clans to his side, the Huga would dominate the eastern region of the Land of Fire, forming a three-way power struggle with the other two great clans. As for who would ultimately emerge victorious, it would depend on their strategies and methods. Unbeknownst to Tenjin, who was immersed in his dreams of the future, a group of individuals had already set their sights on his son. As the saying goes, it's easier to defend against external threats, but the ones from within are the hardest to guard against. No matter how secretive their actions, they couldn't escape the watchful eyes of an internal traitor. The eastern region of the Land of Fire, Take Torai clan. Kosuke-sama, their people are just ahead, a branch family member reported, his voice steady as he pointed toward the horizon, where the welcoming party could be seen approaching in the distance. As the third target of this mission, the Take Torai clan was a critical ally they needed to secure. If this medium-sized clan could be persuaded to submit, the remaining smaller clans would likely follow without causing much trouble. For the sake of the Huga clan's 100-year plan, Hyuga Kosuke was determined to accomplish his mission at any cost. Slowly lifting his head from his contemplation, Kosuke turned his gaze toward the group in the distance. Yet, the more he observed, the stranger the feeling in his heart became. Logically speaking, the branch family had already conducted an investigation, so there shouldn't have been any issues. But for some reason, he chose to activate his Byakugan, and when he looked again, he immediately noticed something wrong. "Watch out for an ambush," Kosuke shouted, warning those around him. 3 years ago, he had transplanted the chakra of the Atsutsuki clan, and since then, the power of his Byakugan had been growing stronger with each passing moment. Others might not have noticed, but to him, the enemy's disguise was already fully exposed. "Heh, I didn't expect you to see through all of it with just one glance," a familiar light laugh came from the distance. Kosuke widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at the person before him. You're Huga Yayoi. It's me, Yayoi nodded, having long since removed the bandages. Her graceful figure stood tall, captivating anyone who looked at her. However, whenever Kyōsuke saw her, he couldn't help but recall the time she had cosplayed as Danzo. Despite her natural beauty, her charm dropped sharply in his eyes. On the other side, seeing how unmasked and open her approach was, Kosuke's heart sank with a growing sense of dread. What did her blatant confidence mean? It meant that she was confident, certain of her victory, and had no fear of any retaliation he might unleash. Stopping his subordinates, who were still cursing and yelling, Kosuke wasted no time in forming hand signs, preparing to use the caged bird's power to eliminate her. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Not only did she show no reaction, but the smile on her face only grew more evident. The caged bird failed. Not only Kosuke, but even the branch family members around him stood frozen in shock. Did you know? Yayoi suddenly covered her mouth and let out a light laugh. I've been looking forward to this moment for many years. I will personally slaughter you, just like butchering a helpless lamb. As soon as her words fell, her subordinates rushed forward, leaving only Kosuke standing alone. Taking a deep breath, Kosuke's pupils seemed to flicker with a hint of blue light. I have to admit, your patience is extraordinary. Too bad, Yayoi, in the end, you'll still fail, because you've misjudged me, Huga Kosuke. I'll make you understand the true difference in talent. 2 minutes later. With a light flick of her hand, Yayoi brushed off the blood on her palm. She gazed down at the corpse, its face twisted in disbelief, and let out a soft laugh. I've certainly seen it. By the way, thank you for keeping my eyes safe. Having long since become one of the world's top scientists, Yayoi had tried every method she could think of to unlock the Tenseigan, but all her efforts had failed. With no other option, she set her sights on Huga Kosuke. The pure Byakugan he possessed might just be the key to awakening the Tenseigan. Don't be afraid. It won't be long before I send Tenjin to join you. Of course, he can't die just yet. If I don't stir up the conflict between the Huga and Senju, what reason do I have to overthrow this cruel clan leader? Soon after, Yayoi led her subordinates away. Recent intelligence had shown that the Senju clan spies were beginning to infiltrate the Huga territory on a large scale. Before leaving, she carefully set up the battlefield, framing the death of the clan heir as the work of the spies. No matter what, Tenjin would to approach the Senju for an explanation. From that point on, how things would unfold would be beyond his control. Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 133, Chapter 133, the Uzumaki Princess's secret meeting with a rogue youth. Before long, news of the clan heir's death reached the Huga clan. Enraged, Tenjin immediately led his most trusted subordinates to the Senju clan, determined to confront Senju Butsuma and demand an explanation. As soon as this news broke, it immediately drew the attention of the entire Land of Fire. Those with sharp instincts had already sensed that something was amiss. For such a significant incident, a thorough investigation should have been conducted. Yet, why was the Huga clan reacting so impulsively? Daring to confront the Senju clan directly, what if it truly was their doing? Did Tenjin not fear that he might never return alive? At this moment, the eyes of the entire Land of Fire were firmly fixed on the Senju clan. Everyone's, except for one person. In the Land of Whirlpools, within the Uzushio hidden village. Your Highness, your lunch is ready. A maid carefully approached a room, carrying an exquisite meal large enough to feed 3 people. Just then, the door in front of her opened, and Uzumaki Mito, who had long outgrown her Bean Sprout nickname, made a dazzling entrance. At this moment, she bore a slight resemblance to the Mito in memories, like a green apple that had ripened into a luscious peach seemingly overnight. It must be said that ninjas, shaped by their intense training in harsh environments, mature far more quickly than ordinary people in every way. Set it inside, Mito instructed, her appearance now more mature, and her presence radiating a newfound elegance and dignity. The only thing that hadn't changed was her signature bun hairstyle. Yes, my lady. The head maid directed the servants to arrange the food, her gaze curiously wandering around the room before leaving with a knowing smile. As Mito's closest attendant, she knew many of the princess's secrets. For instance, though the princess claimed she was focused on studying sealing techniques in solitude, she was, in fact, secretly meeting a certain rogue youth. Perhaps rogue youth isn't the right term, the head maid sighed. She knew the princess's love life was bound to be fraught with challenges. Years ago, that very individual had caused significant chaos in the Land of Whirlpools, and to this day, there were people who swore to take his life as their ultimate goal. If word of this leaked. Meanwhile, Mito seemed completely unconcerned about any potential trouble. This was her territory, and she was confident that no rumors about the Whirlpool princess secretly meeting a rogue youth would escape. And even if such a leak occurred, it didn't seem to faze her. After all, in the ninja world, power ultimately reigned supreme. No grudge could withstand the overwhelming force of true strength, and she had complete faith in that scoundrel's abilities. Closing the door behind her, she turned to see a handsome young man devouring the feast before him. In an instant, the elegant demeanor Mito had developed disappeared entirely. "Hey! Can you leave me some? Are you a pig?" Rolling up her sleeves, she dove into the fray, fighting for her share of the meal. This handsome, rogue youth was none other than Kyōsuke, who had now turned 15. Puffed. Kyōsuke spat out a chicken bone, skillfully dodging Mito's grasping hands as he grinned mischievously and picked up the roasted chicken in front of him. "I have to admit, your family's chef is incredible. Look at this chicken, even after being cooked, it's still so tender." Over the past 3 years, Kyōsuke had frequently visited Mito to play. The two often bickered, sparred to test their progress, and grew stronger together. It could be said that Kyōsuke had witnessed firsthand how Mito had transformed from a cute little bun into someone who could no longer be held with a single hand. The sense of involvement was undeniable. The two of them, each trying to outdo the other, devoured the food in a frenzy, quickly finishing the 3-person feast between them in no time. Letting out a satisfied belch, Kyōsuke struggled to move 2 steps before collapsing onto Mito's large bed. "Hey," Mito walked over and sat beside him, her curiosity evident as she asked, "Have you heard?" "Huh? What's going on? Are you talking about that old fool Hyuga-Tenjin?" Seeing her shift to a more serious topic, Kyōsuke finally gave her his full attention. 3 years ago, Tenjin must have witnessed Hashirama's power. Knowing that there are several top-tier experts standing guard, for him to still dare to go and demand an explanation means that the old man must have tremendous confidence in his own strength. If I'm not wrong, he probably has mastered the power of the Tenseigan, at least reaching the level of Atsutsuki Sujito from back then. Mito nodded vaguely, though she didn't fully grasp how powerful the deceased leader of the Tsukigakure clan had been. Seeing her confusion, Kyōsuke made a simple comparison. "To put it this way, if Sujito wanted to kill your father, it probably wouldn't be that difficult. Can we change the comparison? If you went with your father, you'd both be dead." At that, Mito couldn't hold back anymore, and with a fierce look, she lunged toward him, her hands reaching for him. After some playful struggling, they returned to discussing the ongoing conflict. "I remember you said Hashirama has terrifying potential. Over the past 3 years, he should have grown even stronger." "Yeah." Kyōsuke nodded, then shook his head, adding, "But you still don't fully understand what it means to reach the Superkage level. Hashirama might be strong, even beyond the peak of clan leader level, but breaking into the next stage isn't something that can be done so easily. Based on the current situation, it would likely take until Hashirama reached 20 years old, when his body would fully mature, for him to break through. Does that mean you can't do it either?" Mito asked, hitting on the crucial question. "As for me." Kyōsuke stretched lazily, his tone casual but with an underlying meaning as he responded, "In my regular state, I certainly can't reach Superkage level strength." "What do you mean by that?" Mito blinked, as if catching the deeper implication in his words. If his normal state couldn't reach that level, did that mean there were special conditions under which he could wield power comparable to a super shadow? Mito, now intensely curious, wasn't going to let him off the hook so easily. She grabbed his arm and started shaking it, eager for more details. "Well, if I were to use..." Just as he was about to continue, a sudden noise came from outside the window. Their conversation was abruptly interrupted, and both turned to see a small white snake slithering toward them. "Lord Kyōsuke, the news has arrived," the small white snake said, not only speaking in human language but also spitting out a scroll containing the latest intelligence. "Good job," Kyōsuke said as he gently patted the snake's body, taking the scroll and unrolling it with Mito to read the contents. Hyuga-Tenjin had a falling out with Senju Butsuma, and the Hyuga clan leader attacked on the spot, leading to a clash with the arriving Senju Hashirama. Hyuga-Tenjin gathered 2 Tenseigan and activated a special chakra mode, defeating the Senju clan's young leader and escaping successfully. Half a day ago, the Hyuga clan officially declared war on the Senju clan. The last sentence confirmed that the Land of Fire, which had only just achieved a fragile peace, was once again being dragged into the whirlpool of conflict. With the Senju restarting the war, the question remained, could the Uchiha clan remain uninvolved? The answer was obvious. "It's starting again," Kyōsuke said, a hint of resignation in his voice. He quickly wrote a new instruction on the letter and handed it to the white snake, directing it to deliver it to the second-ranked secret ninja stationed at the intelligence center. The Senju had killed their enemy's son, and when the father came to demand an explanation, he was brutally beaten. Such unethical behavior could not go unchallenged. Even if no significant harm had been done, over time, these actions would destroy the Senju clan's hard-earned reputation, which had been built over centuries. Compared to the evil deeds of villains, people's hatred for hypocrites was always far greater. As for the truth, it has never mattered. People only believe what they want to believe. "I'm leaving." Kyōsuke patted the girl's head, and despite Mito's dissatisfied gaze, he teleported to the outskirts of Uchiha. Looking at the peaceful village, Kyōsuke muttered softly, "You brought this upon yourself, Senju Butsuma. It's time for you to go to hell." Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 134, Chapter 134, Edo Tensei plus infinite explosive tags equals endless human bombs. In the eastern region of the Land of Fire, the Huga clan's forces gradually assembled. The clan leader, Hyuga-Tenjin, had personally arrived at the front line, determined to exact vengeance against the Senju clan in a bloodbath for his son's death. In truth, he had harbored suspicions about the incident. How could Kyōsuke die so suddenly and mysteriously? After conducting a series of investigations, all evidence pointed toward the spies from the Senju clan. The motive, the timing of the crime, everything lined up perfectly. But guess what? The culprit who killed Kyōsuke had died on their way back. It felt as though someone had intentionally sealed the Senju's guilt, making it unquestionable. What truly raised Hyuga-Tenjin's doubts was the reaction of the Senju Butsuma and his son, particularly the young Senju clan leader, Senju Hashirama. Tenjin had previously interacted with him during a visit, an encounter that left a strong impression and caused him to question his own conclusions. Evidence, after all, was not hard to fabricate. As a seasoned manipulator himself, how could he not see through such schemes? The exact truth would naturally be uncovered later. For now, however, his greatest desire was to make an example of the Senju clan. Having obtained the Tenseigan, he now possessed power sufficient to dominate not just the Land of Fire but the entire shinobi world. Tenjin's strength already surpassed that of Atsutsuki Sujito, and after 3 years of mastery, his combat prowess had firmly solidified at the Superkage level. Had it not been for that Mokutan would release, brat interfering, he might have killed Senju Butsuma that very day. When measured against the grand ambitions of his clan, personal grievances like his son's death seemed far less significant. Once he unified the Land of Fire, he would have all the time in the world to plan. He could father as many sons as he pleased then. Thus, the murderer of Hyuga Kyōsuke could only be from the Senju clan, it had to be. As for the Uchiha clan, they shared an alliance with the Hyuga. He despised Kyōsuke for seizing control of the Tsukigakure base, but that was an entirely separate matter and didn't prevent them from maintaining amicable and friendly relations. When the Senju clan showed signs of decline, the Uchiha would undoubtedly take the opportunity to intervene. By then, not only would the Senju clan be eradicated, but he would also take the Uzumaki clan down along with them. Once all other obstacles were removed, Tenjin would take his time settling the score with Uchiha Kyōsuke. This was the ambitious grand plan for the Hyuga clan's ultimate unification of the Land of Fire. The vision was grand, and the plan appeared highly executable. However, on their very first initiative, the Hyuga army found themselves running into a formidable adversary. At the Senju camp, Tobirama was making the final preparations. Tobirama, Hashirama frowned deeply, his heart filled with unease. To him, the jutsu his brother had developed was simply too vile. If word got out, the Senju's already tarnished reputation would undoubtedly plummet further. "Brother, you're too naive." Tobirama, in contrast, was brimming with confidence. "As long as we defeat the Hyuga, the Senju clan will become the most powerful force in the Land of Fire. When that happens, no one will dare criticize us. The Senju will once again symbolize love and peace." With that, Tobirama ignored his brother's nagging and turned to the 30-something mounds of earth before him. Summoning, Impure World Reincarnation, Edo Tensei. The Edo Tensei, an S-rank forbidden jutsu of the summoning type, was a technique created by Senju Tobirama. By performing this ritual, one could summon the souls of the deceased back to the living world, resurrecting them in the form of Edo Tensei bodies. The process required extracting a portion of the deceased's flesh, while a living person's body would serve as the vessel to house the revived soul. To carry out the Edo Tensei, a considerable number of living sacrifices had to be gathered beforehand. The higher the quality of the sacrifices, the greater the potential power of the resurrected beings. The reason Hashirama called his brother cruel was because Tobirama, along with their father, secretly went to other countries to collect the bodies of ninjas behind his back. If this were to be exposed, the Senju clan's reputation would be thoroughly tarnished. "You." Hashirama shook his head and walked off to a corner to sulk alone. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, over 30 Edo Tensei bodies had already been revived, and Tobirama was methodically taking control of their spirits. It worked, Tobirama grinned coldly, a sinister smile curling on his lips. With these bodies at his disposal, the Hyuga clan's army posed no threat whatsoever. "Brother, instead of sighing over there, you should be thinking about how we can deal with Hyuga-Tenjin," Tobirama said, leading the army of Edo Tensei bodies to the battlefield. The creation of the Edo Tensei technique had been inspired by the Tsukigakure clan puppets. The concept of an army that could not be killed, one that only grew stronger with each life it took, intrigued him deeply. Now, he planned to do the same, quickly gathering more and more Edo Tensei bodies from the Hyuga clan through their ongoing battles. Using the strategy of war breeds war, he aimed to eradicate the traitorous Dojutsu clan once and for all. The Dojutsu, he despised them deeply. For that reason alone, the Huga clan deserved to be wiped out. Before long, the Edo Tensei army clashed head-on with the enemy. Facing these Edo Tensei bodies, which could not be killed and had unlimited chakra, the Huga clan struggled to adapt. The immunity to vital point attacks, in particular, made their signature gentle fist technique completely ineffective. From the moment they made contact, the tide of battle quickly shifted in favor of the Senju. Within half an hour, the Huga clan suffered the most devastating casualties they had seen in 10 years. Seeing this, Hyuga-Tenjin had no choice but to step onto the battlefield himself, using his overwhelming strength to fend off dozens of Edo Tensei bodies single-handedly. However, Tobirama had anticipated this. While staying at the rear camp, he immediately used a second summoning technique, continuously placing explosive tags onto the Edo Tensei bodies. Edo Tensei plus explosive tags equals infinite human bombs. The intense explosions, lasting for 2 minutes, dealt a severe blow to Tenjin, who was using his Tenseigan chakra mode. Reluctantly, the Huga clan was forced to retreat back to their own territory, using the terrain to counter the Edo Tensei army. What did you say? The furious roar of Hyuga-Tenjin echoed through the rear camp. He was indeed furious, feeling humiliated by the defeat. However, his composure was strong enough to keep him from completely losing control. The reason he was speaking so loudly was because the constant explosions of the explosive tags today had caused a prolonged ringing in his ears. In simple terms, Hyuga-Tenjin was now somewhat deaf. Perhaps realizing he wasn't in the best state for conversation, Tenjin irritably waved off all the subordinates trying to speak with him. But some unexpected guests were ones he couldn't shake off. Well, it's been a while. Huga clan leader, Kyōsuke slowly pushed open the door and walked in, as if he had returned to his own home. But to his surprise, Hyuga-Tenjin remained facing away from him, not even turning around. Tenjin, clan leader. He called again, but there was no response. Tenjin old fool. Tenjin old man. Tenjin little chicken. Damn, this guy must be deaf, Kyōsuke muttered, shaking his head helplessly. He gathered his focus for a moment, and a violent killing intent suddenly erupted from his eyes. In the next instant, Hyuga-Tenjin sharply turned around, his gaze landing on the awkwardly embarrassed Kyōsuke behind him. About that, actually, I'm not here to fight. Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 135, Chapter 135, Night Attack, the Senju clan prepares for the feast. At night, the Senju camp was serene. Aside from the patrols keeping watch, most of the ninjas were in a deep sleep. Like the Uzumaki clan, the Senju also have many clan members skilled in sensory techniques, so it would normally be unlikely for them to be caught off guard by an ambush. However, they never imagined that enemies would strike from 1,000 meters above, launching an aerial assault on the camp. Right above the camp, Hyuga-Tenjin descended vertically like a missile. Looking at the approaching enemy camp, the clan leader took a deep breath, his hands moving to form hand seals with careful precision. Kyōsuke's arrival was unexpected, but considering the relationship between the Uchiha and Senju clans, it somehow seemed entirely logical. The terms of their negotiation were straightforward: I kill Butsuma, you secure victory, and in the end, everyone gets what they want without getting in each other's way. Hyuga-Tenjin hesitated slightly at this, but a single word from Kyōsuke completely solidified his decision. Don't forget, clan leader Tenjin, the Uzumaki clan might join the battle at any moment. Indeed, aside from their own strength, the Senju clan also had the powerful backing of the Land of the Whirlpool. If they didn't act quickly to seize the advantage, the situation would become troublesome later. Even if they managed to win, the clan would suffer heavy losses, which was certainly not in Tenjin's best interest. Thus, the two schemers found common ground and decided to use this opportunity to eliminate Senju Butsuma. This situation was different from the assassination of Taijima. Butsuma was not alone. As the clan leader, he was surely surrounded by countless strong shinobis. To lure the target into a trap, they needed to present bait that was irresistible. Kyōsuke had come to him for this very purpose. He wanted Tenjin to act as the bait to lure Butsuma into the trap. Given his past experience infiltrating the Senju stronghold, he knew the enemy would instinctively overlook certain unusual signs. By the time they realized what was happening, Kyōsuke would have already sent Butsuma to his death. As for whether his identity would be exposed, Kyōsuke had never once thought to hide it. If Hashirama could conveniently overlook the fact that Tobirama had killed Izuna and still relentlessly invite Madara Uchiha to live peacefully with the very person Madara had every reason to hate, then Kyōsuke felt no reason to burden himself with guilt over his own actions. You're unhappy? Then you must be at fault. And if that's the case, I'll make sure you face the consequences, Kyōsuke declared. One could only say that the Senju were indeed the spokespeople for love and peace. Now, as a naturally evil Uchiha, Kyōsuke had turned the entire situation upside down. Surely the Senju brothers would abandon their hatred, right? After all, Hashirama would definitely find some excuse to convince himself to move past the grudge of his father's death. He couldn't possibly be okay with killing Izuna, and yet, when the tables were turned, could he suddenly feel the need to make it a fight to the death? That would surely go against the ideal of love that the Senju upheld, wouldn't it? Oh, and by the way, it seemed that the Senju were now even more infamous than the Uchiha clan. Not far away, Kyōsuke, dressed in a black cloak, quietly observed the sky. Huga Tenjin, let me see your strength. As the final hand seal was completed, Tenjin's body was suddenly enveloped in a jade-green chakra cloak. Being a descendant of Atsutsuki Himura, Tenjin can naturally do what Sujuto can do, or else, how could he possibly suppress Senju Hashirama? Activating the Tenseigan chakra mode, his power surged to a level beyond even the Superkage level. Though it was only at a lower level, in this era, it was still enough to possess terrifying power unmatched in the ninja world. Moreover, Tenjin's own combat prowess far surpassed that of Sujuto. Looking down at the increasingly agitated camp below, Tenjin sneered coldly as he began gathering an overwhelming amount of chakra beyond normal limits. Having acquired the Tenseigan, Tenjin was now capable of utilizing many ancient ninjutsu recorded in his family's ancient texts. Not only in terms of chakra, but his progress in techniques was also enormous. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe it as opening a new world. Gathering the green chakra into his palm, in an instant, countless palm shadows poured down like a torrential rain onto the camp below. This was a terrifying technique that could only be learned from the Atsutsuki records, accessible only to those who had awakened the Tenseigan. It was called the 80-God Vacuum Attack. This technique was one that Atsutsuki Himura had created after his battle with his mother, a move recreated through memory. Its power was so immense that only someone with strength greater than that of the Super Shadow level could execute it. In the end, the Huga clan's 8 trigrams vacuum palm was nothing more than a simplified version of this technique. However, the gap in power between the two was worlds apart. With the foundation he had already built, his natural talent and aptitude made it easy for him to master this technique. In the blink of an eye, the sky was filled with palm shadows raining down upon the camp. With the support of his Byakugan abilities, Tenjin could clearly observe the movements of every enemy, ensuring his gentle fist never missed its target. Boom. 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 Except for a few strong individuals, almost everyone he targeted was crushed into a pulp by the enormous palm shadows. Senju Butsuma, long time no see. Gazing at the furious Senju clan leader, Huga Tenjin couldn't help but taunt, "Where are your 2 sons? Without their protection, you'd be dead by now." He, of course, knew that the Senju brothers, Hashirama and Tobirama, were on the front lines. He said this only to provoke his opponent. "How dare you?" As someone who had been renowned for many years, Butsuma could not possibly tolerate such provocation. Back then, at the clan's territory, he hadn't wanted to go to war with the Huga, which was why he allowed Hashirama to fight alone. If he had truly intended to kill, in his view, Huga Tenjin definitely wouldn't have made it out alive. "To challenge me like this, you're simply seeking your own death." With that, Senju Butsuma gathered a large group of experts and launched a fierce counterattack. As Butsuma had said, Tenjin dared not lower his guard too much. If he were to be hit by a large-scale ninjutsu, even he could fall in an instant. "Senju Butsuma, from now on, I'll be visiting your camp often," Tenjin said, as he flew off into the distance. His implication was clear: you can't defend against airstrikes. "Fine, I'll come every day and hit you with an 80-God vacuum attack." Unable to counter the rebirth jutsu, Tenjin thought it was best to gamble with their lives and see who would break first. Naturally, Senju Butsuma, who aimed to dominate the land of fire, could not allow this. With a signal to his subordinates, he immediately launched a spectacular, large-scale ninjutsu to block the enemy's escape route completely. Water release, Water Dragon Bullet. Times. The 30 water dragons roared through the sky, not only blocking the enemy's path but also relentlessly launching deadly attacks at him. Even someone as strong as Huga Tenjin had to take these attacks seriously. "You bastard, if you don't act now, I'll really run away," Tenjin said, breaking through the water dragons while casting a sharp glance at Senju Butsuma, who was swiftly advancing below. 100 meters, 70 meters, 50 meters, 20 meters. Finally took the bait. A soft chuckle seemed to echo from the darkness. If viewed from above, one would notice that black sealing techniques had spread around Senju Butsuma and his group without anyone noticing. The moment they stepped inside, the technique activated, instantly teleporting them 15 kilometers away. He succeeded. Huga Tenjin, who had been struck by a water dragon, took a deep breath and silently began to calculate the time in his heart. 5 minutes. I won't stay a second longer. Whether you can kill Butsuma depends on your own ability. Faced with the numerous Senju clan members, even Huga Tenjin, in his Tenseigan chakra mode, couldn't resist for long. All he could do was buy a little time for Kyōsuke. Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 136, Chapter 136, The 7 Chakra Nature Transformations. The moment the sealing technique was activated, Senju Butsuma realized he had fallen into a trap. The issue was that the spacetime transfer happened too quickly. Just as he was about to warn his subordinates, a group of people had already arrived 10 kilometers away in a canyon. This is spacetime ninjutsu. Senju Butsuma, being well informed, could tell right away. His youngest son had already mastered spacetime ninjutsu, and he had been curious to experience it himself. The sensation felt almost the same as the current situation. Drawing the long sword from his back, Butsuma quickly locked onto a figure in black robes at a distance. Uchiha Kyōsuke, no one else but you could perform such a large-scale transfer. Now that I've fallen for your trap, why do you still hide in the shadows and make yourself a target for ridicule? The old man wasn't completely foolish. Kyōsuke chuckled and lifted his cloak, effortlessly drawing the Kusanagi sword from his robes. Long time no see, clan leader Butsuma, he greeted with a smile. So it's you, Butsuma sneered when he saw Kyōsuke's true appearance. To think my son considered you a friend. It seems the Uchiha clan truly are a group of treacherous scoundrels. Ha ha ha. At those words, Kyōsuke burst into laughter and said, when did the Uchiha and Senju clans ever have any bonds of trust? Humph, didn't the Senju brothers help you fend off external threats? Butsuma continued, still trying to stall for time. They indeed did quite a lot, Kyōsuke nodded, and a cold smile suddenly appeared on his face. Which is why I didn't kill them. But you, on the other hand. Senju Butsuma, no matter what, you will die here today. Your death will serve as an important symbol in the establishment of peace in the land of fire. As he spoke, Kyōsuke's figure instantly vanished. By the time he engaged in combat with the enemy, his black cloak slowly fell to the ground, uncontrollably drifting away. Killing Senju Butsuma was no easy feat. His physical condition was perfect, and his strength was on par with that of Taijima. More importantly, he was accompanied by a group of powerful guards. Among these people, the weakest possessed the strength of an elite jonin. If it had been Kyōsuke from 3 years ago, even with the third stage Susanoo, he may not have succeeded. Fortunately, he was no longer the same as he once was. Chidori current erupted, instantly forcing back the surrounding enemies. Just as he was about to strike the person in front of him, Senju Butsuma arrived just in time, swinging his sword with a ferocious force that sent a chill down Kyōsuke's spine. In a swift motion, Kyōsuke dodged the attack, and while mid-air, he performed the shadow clone jutsu. Boom, boom, boom. With a faint puff of smoke, 4 shadow clones appeared around him. Then, everyone below witnessed an astonishing scene. Including Kyōsuke's real body, the 5 of them unleashed completely different multi-element ninjutsu, each showcasing a unique blend of chakra nature. Earth style, Earth Dragon Bullet. Water style, Water Dragon Bullet. Fire style, Fire Dragon Bullet. Wind style, Great Vacuum Cannon. Lightning style, False Darkness. Experience the results of my training over the past 3 years. 5 elements, Great Combo Technique. 5 different elemental ninjutsu, fire, lightning, water, earth, and wind, attack the enemy simultaneously, their powers converging in one place, causing a catastrophic explosion. The sound was so tremendous that even people 10 kilometers away could feel it. The clan leader is over there. You hold off the enemy. The rest of the team, follow me to rescue the clan leader. Faced with hundreds of Senju clan ninjas, Hyuga-Tenjin felt himself struggling immensely. If it weren't for the strong repulsive force of his Tenseigan, which could repel all ninjutsu attacks, he might have already been forced to retreat in panic. The strength gap between Kage-level individuals is already immense, not to mention those who have reached the next level, the Super Kage level. Without the ability to use several high-power finishing moves or even summon Hamura's stone statue, Hyuga-Tenjin was, at best, a strong contender in the early Super Kage tier. His strength placed him slightly above Atsutsuki Sujito. However, his ability still fell short compared to the 2 gods of the Warring States era, one with the perfect Susanoo and the other with the wood golems. At that level of strength, neither of the 2 could single-handedly defeat the entirety of their opponent's clan, and the gap for Hyuga-Tenjin was even greater. 3 minutes left, he muttered before suddenly unleashing repulsive force, scattering a large swarm of water dragons charging toward him. Glancing at the swiftly retreating squads in the distance, Hyuga-Tenjin gritted his teeth and resolutely dived toward the enemy. There were still sounds of battle from afar, indicating that the fight was ongoing. Regardless of who would emerge victorious, he could not afford to falter here. Damn it. If you fail to complete the mission, I'll be the first to kill you when we get back. Hyuga-Tenjin inwardly cursed as he faced a barrage of incoming jutsu. Chakra Nature Mastery, Fire, Level 7, Water, Level 5, Lightning, Level 7, Wind, Level 6, Earth, Level 5, Yin, Level 6, Yang, Level 4. For over 3 years, Kyōsuke had focused primarily on chakra nature transformation training. If he had trained on his own, even 10 years might not have been enough to achieve his current level. The rapid progress was largely thanks to the shadow clone training method developed by Kakashi. By leveraging the insights gained from his shadow clones, he could execute immensely powerful techniques like the Great Combo technique. As for the accumulated fatigue and damage to his body, they were insignificant for someone with a mid-level sage body. Kekkei-genkai, Sharingan, Mangekyo, sage body, mid-level. With his current abilities, minor to moderate injuries could be healed within a minute. The enhancement to his body and chakra far exceeded that of a beginner sage body. This confidence was the reason he dared to carry out solo assassinations. Stats: Physical strength, mid-Kage level. Mental strength, mid-Kage level. Chakra reserves, peak Kage level. His once dominant mental strength now showed signs of being surpassed by his physical strength and chakra reserves. Especially his physical strength, it continued to grow daily, as Kyōsuke, at only 15 years old, was still developing. Even without doing anything in the future, he would naturally attain the pinnacle of physical potential, with strength surpassing even that of the Senju and Uzumaki clans. Without even needing to use the Sharingan, Kyōsuke was confident he could kill Senju Butsama on the spot. In the distance, Senju Butsama staggered out of a massive crater caused by the Grand Combo technique. The sudden attack had taken him completely by surprise. He hadn't expected that Kyōsuke, after 3 years, had reached such a terrifying level in ninjutsu. He had reminded himself over and over to guard against Kyōsuke's Sharingan but had instead suffered a crushing defeat in terms of ninjutsu. If not for his subordinate's desperate intervention, Butsama knew he might not have survived such a devastating compound technique. "Clan head, should we retreat for now?" one of his lucky-to-be-alive subordinates cautiously suggested. "We can't afford to continue risking battle. We should at least wait for reinforcements from the camp." "Yes, clan head. We must consider the bigger picture. Clan head, I am willing to stay behind and cover your retreat." "So am I." Hearing this, Butsama pondered briefly before decisively nodding. "Very well, I'll leave this to you." He wasn't foolish enough to risk his life in a pointless struggle. Since his subordinates were willing to stay behind, it was only logical to retreat as quickly as possible. "Ahem, well," Kyōsuke scratched his head and spoke with a somewhat apologetic tone. "I understand how you feel. But I'm sorry, all of you are still going to die here today." Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 137, Chapter 137, The Emergence of the Serpent Sage, Sage Art Susanoo cuts through Butsama. Protect the clan leader. 3 ninjas charged at Kyōsuke simultaneously. The remaining 2 escorted Butsama southward, heading in the direction of the Senju camp. Water release, Water Dragon Bullet. Earth release, Earth Flow River. Lightning release, Earth Walk. How utterly spineless you are, Senju Butsama. Kyōsuke placed both hands on the ground, and 3 towering earth walls rose abruptly before him. Earth release, Multi-Mud Wall. The power of a ninjutsu depends on 2 factors, the chakra infused into it and the user's mastery of the corresponding chakra nature. In both these aspects, Kyōsuke had an overwhelming advantage, rendering the natural strengths and weaknesses between elements irrelevant to him. Amidst the billowing smoke, a specially crafted kunai shot straight into the sky. Kyōsuke had no intention of wasting time with these opponents. Once Butsama was dealt with, he would have all the time in the world to play with them. Just as he prepared to teleport away, a fireball suddenly struck the kunai, incinerating the spatial coordinate etched onto it. Sigh, isn't living peacefully an option? Ignoring the 3 ninjas rapidly closing in, Kyōsuke calmed his mind and began interacting with the curse mark on his neck. In moments, an extremely pure stream of Senjutsu chakra surged through every corner of his body. In the past 3 years, if there was one thing that had changed the most about Kyōsuke, it was his acquisition of the intermediate sage body. And if there was one thing that had transformed his power entirely, it was his successful mastery of the sage mode of Ryuchi Cave. Under the rather unconventional, tough love of Togoriheim and her trusty whip, Kyōsuke had finally mastered the conversion of Senjutsu chakra. Utilizing the properties of the curse mark, he securely stored Senjutsu chakra within it, allowing him to activate sage mode with just a thought whenever needed. Previously, his body had been unable to withstand the immense power of a sage. But now, that limitation was a thing of the past. As Senjutsu chakra spread throughout his body, Kyōsuke's appearance underwent a dramatic transformation. A single horn sprouted from his forehead, his hair ignited like flames, and translucent serpentine chakras coiled around his body. At first glance, it bore some resemblance to the Tenseigan chakra mode, but in truth, the two were driven by entirely different powers. In this state, Kyōsuke's strength and speed increased several-fold, while the serpentine chakra around him offered numerous extraordinary abilities. In terms of raw power, he now stood firmly in the realm of Super Kage-level shinobi. Well then, shall we resume this delightful battle? With a single thought, the serpentine chakra surged forward, cutting through the smoke of clashing ninjutsu. In an instant, it reached one of the ninjas. What the hell is this? The man swung his sword in panic, only for his blade to shatter instantly. A ghostly serpent bit into his throat, leaving a gaping wound. At the same moment, a water dragon bullet and several kunai reached Kyōsuke. From the moment they decided to stay behind, the remaining two had already resolved to lay down their lives. Thus, they used the death of their comrade as an opening. A blind spot in his vision, he's done for. Humph, this is what you get for underestimating the Senju clan. But before they could celebrate, the translucent serpents behind Kyōsuke moved. One serpent lazily flicked its head, effortlessly deflecting the incoming kunai. The other serpent opened its mouth and unleashed a blazing flame infused with pure sage chakra. Sage art, scorching flames of grief. The blazing flames instantly devoured the water dragon, and with undiminished momentum, burned the second Senju clan member to ashes. I still have 70% of my sage chakra left, more than enough. After quietly assessing his condition, Kyōsuke turned his gaze toward the last remaining enemy not far away. You. Unfortunately, he couldn't even finish his last words before 4 phantom serpents appeared out of nowhere and devoured him on the spot. Kyōsuke's sharp eyes shifted toward the direction where his target had fled. At this moment, his extraordinary sensory abilities came into play. I found you, my dear Senju clan leader. With a single step, he launched himself forward like a cannonball, hurtling toward his enemy with incredible speed. It wasn't until 2 full seconds after Kyōsuke left his original position that the ground beneath him suddenly collapsed from the impact of his explosive power. Although the enemy's fleeing speed was remarkable, it was laughably slow in the eyes of the snake sage Kyōsuke, as if watching a few snails crawl. Despite starting his escape 2 minutes early, the clan leader was caught in just 7 seconds. When Senju Butsuma saw Kyōsuke in sage mode, his face immediately turned ashen, as though he'd seen a ghost. As the leader of the Senju clan, Butsuma was well-versed and naturally recognized the distinct features of Ryuchi Cave's sage mode. Because of this, he felt an unprecedented sense of dread in that moment. Few outsiders knew that the Senju clan still retained the contract scroll for Shikatsu Forest. However, since the Slug Sage had been in a long-term slumber, with only a few divided entities active in the outside world, the clan never pursued a formal contract. His eldest son, Hashirama, had once expressed a desire to learn Sage Mode, but Butsuma, considering the risks of mastering such a technique, had refused. Yet, never in his wildest dreams did he imagine that Uchiha Kyōsuke would successfully complete the training at Ryuchi Cave. Hadn't the Slug Sage said the old hag of Ryuchi Cave was difficult to deal with? How had Kyōsuke passed the trial so easily? Knowing there was no escape, Senju Butsuma abruptly stopped in his tracks, ordering the 2 clan members beside him to buy him time. While the 2 rushed forward to confront Kyōsuke, Butsuma quickly formed hand seals, running his finger lightly along the blade of his katana. Soon, a layer of black curse marks spread across the entire blade. This was Senju Butsuma's signature technique, a battle art that combined curse marks with swordsmanship. Those struck by the blade wouldn't just suffer physical damage, the curse's lingering effects were even more terrifying. However, the preparation for this technique was cumbersome, requiring the sacrifice of 2 clan members' lives to buy enough time. Ahead, Kyōsuke had already dispatched the 2 enemies without shedding a drop of blood. There is still 50% of my Senjutsu chakra remaining. His gaze swept over the katana covered in black curse marks, and Kyōsuke sneered. As expected of the Senju clan, you can remain so righteous even when sending others to their deaths. Truly admirable. Enough with the nonsense. Senju Butsuma, already boiling with anger, had no patience for further words. Brandishing his blade, he charged forward. Curse extermination, unrelenting water tyrant. Deep blue cursed water surged along the blade. Even the transparent phantom serpents formed from sage chakra began to dissolve upon contact with the cursed water. It worked. Seeing this, Senju Butsuma's face lit up with joy, already envisioning Kyōsuke being slain by the cursed water. But with a sudden clang, his katana was blocked by a dark golden ribcage that materialized out of thin air. Susanoo. Butsuma's pupils dilated in shock. The appearance of Susanoo wasn't surprising, he had long been aware of Kyōsuke's abilities. What puzzled him was how Kyōsuke could use both Sage Mode and Susanoo simultaneously. Both were incredibly taxing on the body, how was this possible? Didn't he fear his body would collapse under the strain? Wait, using both abilities together. In a flash, the Senju clan leader seemed to realize something. Impressive, your instincts are sharp. Kyōsuke murmured as he slowly brought his hands together in front of his chest, forming seals. His gaze hardened as flesh, clothing, and armor immediately enveloped the skeleton. This was not the end. The Senjutsu chakra swirling around him suddenly gathered and was funneled back into the Susanoo. A massive, dark golden figure appeared, and the outer armor gradually revealed faint green inscriptions. Sage Mode, Susanoo. At this moment, Kyōsuke had truly surpassed the Kage level, entering a realm beyond ordinary power. Surprised. Even with the added power of an intermediate-level sage body, Kyōsuke felt his blood boiling, burning with energy. The chakra was depleting faster than when he performed any other high-powered ninjutsu. The phantom Kusanagi sword in the right hand of the Susanoo struck out, and just before the devastating blow could land, the earth beneath the giant's feet began to crack apart. Although it appeared massive and unwieldy, the speed of the strike was surprisingly fast. In the blink of an eye, the sword that had just swung down was already above the enemy's head. Unable to avoid the strike, Butsuma could only roar as he unleashed his strongest blow. Cursed extermination, dragon slash of the chakra sword. A giant blue dragon howled and soared, meeting the descending giant sword mid-air in a fierce clash. The power of this blow was staggering, as if it contained all of the opponent's strength. Were it any other ordinary clan leader-level fighter, Butsuma's blade would have cleaved them in half on the spot. Truth be told, there were very few powerhouses in the entire ninja world capable of withstanding this strike, which spoke volumes about the terrifying dominance Butsuma held within the clan leader-level ranks. However, with the combination of sage power and Susanoo, Kyōsuke had successfully raised his strength to an entirely new level. The terrifying dragon slash made even the towering, over 10-meter-high third-stage Susanoo tremble. Of course, it only shook a little. The phantom Kusanagi sword struck down once more, and Butsuma barely managed to avoid certain death, sacrificing an arm to block the fatal blow. I can't. I'm not done yet. At the very least, I can't let this threat remain. Taking a step forward, Butsuma squeezed every last drop of chakra from his body, recreating that same devastating strike with nothing but his life. Cursed extermination, dragon slash of the chakra sword. Break it. Without the obstruction of the Kusanagi sword, the long blade instantly slashed into the dark Karasutengo armor. The powerful cursed dragon energy tore through the outermost layer of armor in an instant, and the blue dragon surged forward, aiming directly at Kyōsuke's real body, wrapped in the inner layers. The layers of armor, clothing, flesh, and bones shattered one after another, and victory seemed nearly within reach. At that very second, Kyōsuke's left eye suddenly shone brightly, and a mysterious, overwhelming force filled the space around him. End. Seeing this, Butsuma, despite his body breaking apart, continued to compress every last bit of energy within him. Die. But no matter how hard he tried, the blade was always just a hair's breadth away from Kyōsuke. It seemed as if the blade could cross the distance in the blink of an eye, but in reality, it was an unreachable distance. Ultimately, when his chakra was completely exhausted, Butsuma's attack, despite all his effort, never reached the enemy. System notification, successfully killed Senju Butsuma, earned 38,000 points. Cough, cough, cough. Upon hearing the system's notification, Kyōsuke could no longer hold back but bend over and start coughing. His palm, covering his left eye, was steadily soaked with bright red blood. His chakra reserves had been drained too much. It's finally over. Stumbling to his feet, Kyōsuke put on his black cloak again and turned to leave the Senju clan's camp. He needed to be cautious of enemy pursuit, as well as wary of Hyuga-Tenjin's presence. His ocular techniques had drained him severely, and he would need several days to recover. It was just the right time to return to the land of the whirlpool to heal, so that girl wouldn't keep complaining about him not visiting. Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 138, Chapter 138, Light and Shadow, the new clan leader, Senju Hashirama. On the front lines, the main battleground between the Senju and Huga. Water style, hard whirlpool water blade. A terrifying whirlpool of water swirled around his forearm. Tobirama knew that the Huga were experts in close combat, yet he still chose to face them head-on. With the newly developed advanced water style technique, the young Senju had full confidence in his ability to take on any enemy in direct combat. To put it simply, the principle of the hard whirlpool water blade was somewhat similar to the Raise-Non, both relying on rotation to enhance the destructive power of the jutsu. The Hyuga's gentle fist was powerless against the special technique created by Tobirama. One strike pierced through the enemy's palm, and the whirlpool of water created by the hard whirlpool water blade completely engulfed and drowned the enemy. Landing lightly back on the ground, Tobirama felt a sense of pride. Humph, so what if you've cracked the Edo Tensei? You're still no match for me or my older brother. After all, the Edo Tensei was still in its early stages, and the number of corpses he could control was limited. The Huga, quickly reacting, used sealing jutsu to neutralize the crisis. Because of this, they now faced even more terrifying enemies. Feeling the chakra within his body running low, Tobirama slowly raised his hand. After a simple hand seal, he instantly teleported back to the rear of the army. The Flying Thunder God technique, he had finally mastered it. The Shadow Clone technique, and now the Flying Thunder God, these techniques were all created by Kyōsuke. Sometimes, Tobirama felt as if he had always been living in his shadow. While wary of the other party, a faint admiration lingered deep within him. The creativity behind Kyōsuke's ninjutsu and his boundless imagination truly fascinated and captivated Tobirama. Such a pity. You were ultimately part of the evil Uchiha clan. Tobirama murmured softly to himself. During the resistance against the Tsukigakure clan, he had come into close contact with the Uchiha and even fought alongside them. Through his careful observation, Tobirama became even more convinced of Uchiha's evil nature. The distortion of human nature caused by the loss of a loved one was all too common within their clan. My older brother is too naive. Once these people flatter, they might even be destroyed by their own negative emotions. To put it simply, in Tobirama's eyes, the Uchiha were ticking time bombs, unpredictable and likely to explode at any moment. If Kyōsuke knew of Tobirama's thoughts, he would undoubtedly give him a big thumbs up. Looking at the Uchiha as a whole, there were far too many madmen. They would kill entire families on a whim, some more domineering ones would even attempt to wipe out entire villages, and the high-ranking ones would consider wiping out the world. As for the millions of lives lost for such goals, please, those people only lost their families, friends, and lives, but they lost love. It's a completely different matter, don't you think? In a way, Kyōsuke supported controlling the Uchiha, but he would never carry out the same methods as the Senju clan. He had his own ideas, which was precisely why he needed to ascend to the position of Hokage. Hashirama could kill his one true friend for the sake of his ideals. If necessary, Kyōsuke wouldn't hesitate to slaughter the entire Senju clan. After all, Naruto and Sasuke would eventually be born. Those two had grown enough, so why not let Indra and Ashura continue to reincarnate? When the time was right, he would find a way to resurrect them. By then, it shouldn't be too difficult for Kyōsuke. Poor Hashirama and Madara had no idea that their mutual friend was already starting to consider the afterlife affairs of the two non-blood brothers. Lord Tobirama. Suddenly, a messenger sprinted over in a panic. Something's happened. In the direction of the battlefield, Hashirama was ruthlessly overpowering a group of Huga ninjas. The essence of the Mokutan Hijitsu, Jukai Koten, with style, deep forest emergence, technique could only truly be revealed when facing a large number of enemies. Tobirama, feeling a thrill deep in his heart, did not even turn his head as he coldly asked, "What happened?" "You're acting as if the world is ending." "Report, Lord Tobirama," the messenger stammered, "news from the rear, the Hugas-Tenjin launched a surprise attack on our main camp. The casualties are severe." "Lord Butsama, he." At this moment, countless gazes focused on him, and Tobirama's eyes froze the messenger, making him feel as though his body was covered in ice. Gritting his teeth, the messenger finally forced out the terrible news: the clan leader is dead. The Senju were retreating. To be more precise, they were starting to withdraw their defensive lines on a large scale. As soon as the news came out, it spread like wildfire, instantly shocking the entire land of fire. Was this truly the same Senju clan, once feared for their unrivaled power, who had suppressed the Uchiha for years? Had Hyuga-Tenjin truly been so domineering, capable of taking down the Senju clan leader and pressing them to the ground? As doubts began to surface, more concrete information came to light. The esteemed head of the Senju clan, said to be standing at the peak of the shinobi world, Butsama, had actually been killed in his own stronghold. The perpetrator was none other than Hyuga-Tenjin, the clan leader of the Hyuga clan himself. "Oh my god, has the Senju clan fallen?" Some families voiced their disbelief. They were bound to meet their end eventually, others muttered, with malicious intent. Hyuga is truly the strongest clan in the land of fire. Some clans tried to forge ties with the now powerful Hyuga. As Kyōsuke had once said, there truly was no such thing as a beloved by all existence in this world. If Kyōsuke were to rise to power, the Uchiha would become the true representatives of love and peace in the world. From the reactions of various clans, it was clear how difficult the current situation was for the Senju clan. Senju clan shrine. Lifting the white cloth before him, Tobirama closed his eyes in pain. After a long pause, he finally forced out a few words through clenched teeth. "Have you discovered who the murderer is?" "Well, not yet." Bang. In a fit of rage, Tobirama kicked the person in charge, sending him flying across the room. Such an extreme action instantly caused dissatisfaction among many present. No matter how powerful the two brothers were, in the eyes of many, they were still the younger generation of the clan. How dare they be so rude and reckless in front of so many elders? This is the fine son raised by Butsama. It was an elder from the Senju side branch, a high-ranking official who not only held considerable power but was also a strong contender to succeed the clan leader. At least, that's how others saw it. However, Tobirama had no intention of allowing power to slip away. "Elder Toma, mind your tongue." Turning to face the elder, Tobirama spoke coldly, his voice dripping with menace, "Otherwise, I won't hesitate to show you the consequences of disrespecting the clan leader." These past few days had allowed Tobirama to come to a realization: blind tolerance and retreat would never lead to understanding. If he wanted his older brother to ascend, someone had to step forward and intimidate these old fools. Let his brother handle the tasks of spreading love and peace, while the things his brother was unwilling to do, would fall to him, the younger brother. Such is the way of the world, wherever there is light, there must also be shadow. Relying on sweet words alone will never save the world. From now on, Senju Hashirama would represent the light, while Senju Tobirama would take on the role of shadow, tasked with dealing with the dark matters that cannot be seen by the public. P.S. The second coming of Danzo. In his view, this was the model that the family's operation should follow. Unfortunately, some people are destined to remain blind to the truth until it's too late. Seeing that Tobirama dared to speak so disrespectfully, Senju Toma smiled, intending to condemn him from a moral standpoint. The Senju clan held tradition in high regard, and their internal rules were more strict than any other family in the Land of Fire. This had granted them many advantages in the past. However, to Tobirama, certain outdated practices were now things that needed to be discarded. Facing the uncertain gazes of many, Tobirama slowly raised both hands, seemingly ready to openly challenge the authority of the elders within his father's memorial hall. Interestingly, Hashirama, who had been silent and looking down, showed no intention of stopping his brother. He allowed Tobirama to challenge the authority of the elders. No, to be more precise, the brothers were challenging the ancient, obsolete rules that had been built up over thousands of years. In order to change the course of war and establish a peace treaty, Hashirama had no intention of giving up the position of clan leader. Tobirama, don't make too much noise. Hashirama quietly reminded him. Don't worry, big brother. As soon as the words left his mouth, a dark veil rose from under his feet, quickly enveloping the entire memorial hall. Genjutsu, infinite darkness jutsu. The dark environment created by the genjutsu easily deprived the enemies of their sight. In this dark space, only the user could perceive the surroundings clearly. Like a layer of pitch-black velvet draping over the world, even the most powerful ninja could only fall into a passive defensive position. No matter the level, any strong opponent would struggle to fight back against Tobirama under such conditions. This was precisely the case with Senju Toma at that moment. When the darkness finally dissipated and light returned, a specially crafted kunai was already pressed against Toma's neck. Enough, you. Senju Toma tried to resist, but as his neck grew cold, blood began to drip onto the kunai, falling to the ground. Tobirama truly had the courage to act. Realizing this, the burning rage in Toma's chest instantly disappeared. Let's talk this through. Do you remember, Tobirama? When you were little, I used to hold you in my arms. Ignoring the fearful elder, Tobirama quietly scanned the room. Not a single person dared to meet his gaze. At that moment, Hashirama finally rose from the floor, holding their father's handwritten will. Elders, although I am still young, my love for the Senju clan is no less than anyone else's. I swear upon my father's spirit that I will ensure the clan's lasting prosperity. He quietly added to himself in his heart, preferably in the village of my dreams. Therefore. Suddenly, an overwhelming surge of chakra erupted, causing the entire memorial hall to shake violently. No matter who it is, anyone who dares to cause trouble shall not be spared. It was at this moment that everyone realized just how terrifying the young clan leader's strength truly was. From the battle reports alone, the full extent of his power had not been entirely evident. Today, as the primary targets of his overwhelming presence, they finally understood why the two brothers had earned such a formidable reputation. Senju Toma, who had randomly chosen a seat, did not have time to calm his racing heart before he noticed the deep, meaningful gaze from Tobirama. Touches the wound on his neck. Senju Toma helplessly stood up and sighed, the clan is in turmoil, and we need a leader with exceptional strength. I propose that Hashirama become the new clan leader. Seeing him speak in such a way, no one else dared to object. That's right, Hashirama will lead us out of this crisis. Yes, I trust the judgment of the late clan leader. As for the will, it specifically stated. Touching the wound on his neck, Senju Toma reluctantly stood up and sighed deeply. In these turbulent times, our clan is in dire need of a leader with exceptional strength. I propose that Hashirama take up the mantle as the new clan leader. Hearing him say this, the others naturally didn't dare voice any objections. That's right, Hashirama will surely lead us out of this crisis. Indeed, I trust the judgment of late Lord Butsama. As for the contents of the handwritten will, its specific details no longer mattered. Even its authenticity was something no one dared to question. The only thing everyone needed to understand was this. Senju Hashirama would be the next clan leader. Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 139, Chapter 139, Kidnapping a Bride is an Art too. The land of whirlpools, under the roof of the princess's chambers. Kaisuk Mito puffed up her cheeks in anger, her expression brimming with frustration. If she could, she'd lash him with chains until he learned his lesson. He had promised to marry her, yet 3 years had already passed, and she was still waiting. And if this dragging continued, who knew if another 3 years would slip by? The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. Hugging her knees, the princess with her hair styled into buns began to sob, her cries soft and pitiful. Not this trick again. Kyōsuke, sitting nearby, looked genuinely troubled. It wasn't that he had broken his promise, it was just. Mito still looked too young. Yes, primarily in terms of age. But after managing to delay until now, Kyōsuke knew it was time to take action. Just as he was about to speak, Mito's trembling voice broke the silence. Yesterday, father asked me how I felt about the leader of the Senju clan. Her words turned into wails. Wah. Wah. I'm going to marry someone else, and you don't even care, you jerk. Feeling wronged, the bun-haired princess abandoned all decorum and began to cry out loudly. She was, after all, a young girl. Though typically carefree and bold, there were some things she just couldn't bring herself to say outright. If it weren't for the pressing situation, Mito would never have resorted to this ninja world version of a forced marriage proposal. What did you just say? Kyōsuke tilted his head, his expression growing somewhat serious. Marry me. I meant the sentence before that. Oh, father is forcing me to marry Senju Hashirama. That old geezer. Always meddling in everyone's business. Mito. Dusting himself off, Kyōsuke stood up and waved casually. I'll be on my way, then. Ah. At this, Mito completely panicked, gripping the young man's arm and refusing to let go. Where are you going? If you leave, then I. Silly girl. Kyōsuke sighed, reaching out to ruffle the girl's hair. With a smile, he continued, you're the princess of the land of whirlpools, after all. I can't just abduct you outright, can I? Of course, I need to return to my clan and make preparations, so I can marry you properly and openly. Oh, Mito instantly brightened, skipping back to her room, her steps light and cheerful. Then I'll be waiting at home for you, Kyōsuke. With a smile, Kyōsuke shook his head and vanished from the land of whirlpools in a single leap. He didn't notice the faint, pale shadow lurking in the dark, silently observing their exchange. Late into the night, Uzumaki Ashina was still engrossed in handling official documents. Following their failed invasion of the Uchiha, relations between the two clans had become strained. Then, with the death of Senju Nobunaga, many harbored secret resentment toward him. Ashina was well aware of all this. Thus, when Senju Butsuma proposed a marriage alliance between their clans, he had agreed without hesitation. He hadn't even consulted his daughter beforehand. In his view, Hashirama Senju was the perfect son-in-law. If not him, then who? That brat from the Uchiha clan. Ridiculous. Not only him, but the entire population of the land of whirlpools would oppose such a match. Unless he were dead, it would never happen. Barely a few days had passed when the devastating news suddenly arrived, the man who was about to become his in-law, Senju Butsuma, had died. It was said that he had been killed by Hyuga-Tenjin, though he would likely never receive confirmation of the exact details. Confused and restless, Uzumaki Ashina immediately wrote a letter to inquire whether the marriage would proceed as planned. Soon, a response came from the Senju clan. The wedding date remained unchanged. Had it been any other situation, Ashina could never have remained so calm while handling official documents. Behind him, in a shadowy corner beyond the reach of the oil lamp's glow, a dark figure silently crept along the wall. Ah. With a soft sigh, Ashina murmured to himself, Mr. Black Zetsu, do you always prefer to act so secretly? Hehehe. A strange, mocking laugh echoed, and the intruder, Black Zetsu, appeared behind him. As expected of you. No matter how many times, I can never manage to sneak past you. Is it some kind of special sensory barrier? Ignoring the irrelevant chatter, Uzumaki Ashina cut straight to the point. If there's something you want to say, Black Zetsu, then you might as well say it. Previously, he had teamed up with the other party to scheme against Uchiha Kyōsuke. The sealing technique that isolated spatial coordinates had only been perfected with Black Zetsu's guidance. Otherwise, Ashina would never have allowed such a sneaky individual to roam right under his nose. While others might be helpless against Black Zetsu, who possesses the yin-yang release chakra nature, Uzumaki Ashina is different. If he wanted to, he had plenty of ways to make the other party suffer. Knowing this, Black Zetsu didn't overstep his boundaries. Instead, he calmly shared his news, do you know? The Uchiha clan is preparing to move out. Move out? Where to? Ashina hadn't yet processed the information. Hehehe. Of course, they're coming to your land of whirlpools to propose marriage. Black Zetsu's grin was twisted, reminiscent of a child with a mischievous streak. Seeing Butsuma's stunned expression, Black Zetsu slowly climbed onto a chair and continued, attempting to wake him from his shock, the three young Uchiha have all grown up. If you still consider them weaklings to be toyed with, you're making a grave mistake. I'll be honest with you. Senju Butsuma died at the hands of Uchiha Kyōsuke. This revelation left Uzumaki Ashina completely stunned. Impossible. His first reaction was to immediately deny it. But considering Black Zetsu's intelligence-gathering abilities, he eventually fell silent. "What do you intend to do?" Ashina asked. If this information is true, the two marriage proposal parties will inevitably clash. At that point, the land of whirlpools would become the battlefield for their struggle. No matter who won or lost, after they left, who would clean up the mess? It would be up to him. Seeing that the groundwork had been laid, Black Zetsu finally expressed his thoughts. Initially, Ashina strongly opposed the idea. However, when he heard that the Uchiha might resort to forcibly abduct Mito, all his objections seemed powerless and insignificant. No matter how much he argued, the land of whirlpools was ultimately a weaker power, and all he could do was struggle to survive among the great powers. "Fine, I agree." After a moment's hesitation, Ashina retrieved a packet of potent powder from a hidden cabinet in his room. If Mito took it, no matter how strong she was, she would fall into a deep sleep for an entire day and night. He couldn't bring himself to force his daughter into this situation, so he decided to let her sleep for a while. When she awoke, she would be the head of the Senju household, and no matter how unwilling Uchiha Kaisuk was, what could he do? "Forgive me, my daughter. Everything I do is for you, for our country." P.S. Hypocrite. Meanwhile, in the Uchiha clan, the atmosphere was lively with lights and decorations. "Absurd, completely absurd," Izuna muttered, shaking his head in disbelief. He couldn't bring himself to believe that Kaisuk was getting married. However, considering that the bride was Mito, he couldn't help but think that it was only natural. Beside him, Uchiha Madara rarely showed a smile, but this time he did. "Don't think like that. They are in love with each other. We should be wishing them well." "Not really." Izuna waved his hand, clearly struggling to find the right words. Marriage, to him, was something so distant and foreign. It was as distant as the full-body Susanoo's state, in fact. He hadn't expected Kaisuk, who had returned from his experience, or was it his courting experience, to casually announce that he planned to propose to Mito in the land of whirlpools. He had also heard that Kaisuk was even going to compete with Senju Hashirama for her hand. After thinking it over for a moment, Izuna suddenly felt a surge of energy fill him. In Izuna's eyes, Hashirama was just a bastard trying to steal his older brother away. P.S. Brokon. The so-called friendship between the Uchiha and Senju clans was a joke. No, it should be called a shameful lie. Some things do not fade away with time, like love and hatred. The hatred that runs deep within. At times, it may seem to subside, but in reality, a single spark can reignite the fire of resentment within one's heart. This time, it's good. Kaisuk killed that old bastard, Senju Butsuma. Let's see if those two brothers can still put on their hypocritical faces, Izuna sneered. But what if they can just ignore even the grudge of their father's death? As Izuna thought about it, he shuddered. He suddenly realized that such a person might actually be the truly frightening one. From outside, Kaisuk walked in with a swagger. Well, look at the two single dogs here." Without waiting for Izuna's annoyed gaze, he snatched a bright red apple from his plate, took a heavy bite, and mumbled through it, "Hey Winnie, how are the preparations for the wedding ceremony going? Can't you finish your food first?" Madara shook his head helplessly. He felt like Kaisuk was becoming more and more carefree. "No, we need to plan the work arrangements after the wedding," Kaisuk replied with a grin. "If he doesn't agree, then we'll just assign the work to Mito." Heh. It had to be said that ever since Madara became the clan leader, his thinking had undergone some changes. Kaisuk, feeling a slight chill, finally swallowed his apple and said, "I'm asking, when can we set off? I'm looking forward to meeting that old kid, Hashirama. I wonder how much progress he's made with his wood-style training." As soon as these words were spoken, Madara couldn't help but feel a stir of interest. But unfortunately, there were too many things to handle within the clan, so he wouldn't be able to accompany Kaisuk on this proposal trip. Sighing softly, he suddenly snapped back to reality. Lifting his head, he was met with a face that seemed to be grinning, yet not quite. His face turned slightly red, and Madara quickly changed the subject. "Everything is prepared. The dowry is absolutely fitting for your status." "Big brother," Izuna chimed in at that moment. "Do you think we should bring more people along, just in case something happens with the Senju?" "Don't worry." Kaisuk laughed. "The Senju are at odds with the Huga, they won't send too many people to the land of whirlpools." "Oh, I see. Most likely, it'll just be the two brothers, Hashirama and Tobirama." "Ah, those two guys. What's there to fear? Besides, I still have you by my side." At these words, Izuna immediately stood with his hands on his hips and confidently pounded his chest, promising, "Don't worry, I'll make sure to bring your bride back, ha 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 ha." Kaisuk sighed, "This kid is hopeless." Madara added, "Just make sure to keep an eye on him, don't let him get killed out there." Izuna retorted, "Damn it, shouldn't you just think such things in your heart?" Why'd you have to say it out loud? The three of them laughed and joked for a while, and then Madara turned to the groom-to-be and asked, when do we leave? Now, Kyōsuke replied as he stood up, casually tossing away the half-eaten apple. It's a long distance, so we must hurry to make up for lost time. All right, Madara said. Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 140, Chapter 140, I've come to marry you, Mito, Part 1. As two of the most powerful clans, any movements from the Senju and Uchiha were bound to attract attention. The Senju's actions were somewhat easier to explain. After all, they had an alliance with the Land of Whirlpools, so there wasn't much room for excessive speculation. But what about the Uchiha? What could they possibly be up to? Were they planning to go to war outright? Would it be Uchiha and Huga versus Senju and Uzumaki? Surely, the Land of Fire wouldn't allow such chaos to unfold. While many people were feeling uneasy, a second piece of gossip began circulating swiftly. It was said that the new head of the Senju clan was engaged to the princess of the Uzumaki clan, and the purpose of the visit to the Land of Whirlpools was to bring the bride back. And when asked which princess, the answer was, of course, the one rumored to have ties with Uchiha Kaisuk. Now it was clear why the Uchiha had mobilized their forces, they were going to snatch the bride. This shocking news sent ripples not only through the major clans but also among the common folk, sparking heated discussions everywhere. Now that's a man willing to face the Senju's blades for the woman he loves. Ah, Lord Kaisuk is so amazing. If a man were willing to do that for me, I'd die with no regrets. Inciting a war for personal desires, Uchiha Kaisuk is nothing but that. Seems to me, both the Senju and Uchiha are the same kind of people. Senju Hashirama is clearly the one stealing love away. The Senju are truly a group of evil people. Leaving aside how the outside world views this matter, even within the Senju clan, unrest was brewing. Marrying into the Land of Whirlpools would undoubtedly strengthen their alliance, but it also depends on who the marriage partner is. Choosing Uzumaki Mito clearly means they're setting themselves against Uchiha Kaisuk. The clan was already in a difficult position. If they angered the Uchiha, wouldn't they find themselves facing enemies on two fronts? They had worked hard to gain an edge in terms of foundational strength against the Uchiha, even at the cost of their reputation. If they were attacked on both sides, wouldn't all their efforts go to waste? Considering this, many began urging the clan head to reconsider. Marriage wasn't the problem, the bride could be someone else. After all, Mito wasn't the only one who could be considered a princess. To this, Hashirama seemed agreeable. If necessary, he was even willing to abandon the marriage entirely. In Hashirama's heart, nothing was more important than his dream. Tobirama, what do you think if we just... Brother. Tobirama interrupted forcefully, his tone resolute and unyielding. Unlike most of the clan, who were hesitant to provoke the Uchiha, Tobirama was determined to carry out their father's dying wish. Don't forget whose hands our father died by, Tobirama said, his voice cold. The Flying Thunder God teleportation barrier may deceive others, but it couldn't deceive me. I will not rest as a Senju until this blood feud is avenged. Sigh. Faced with his younger brother's resolve, Hashirama could only let out a deep sigh, despite having 1,000 words to say. Once, he had naively believed that by becoming clan heads, he and Madara could work together to pursue the dreams they had as youths. But now, it seemed that everything had changed so drastically. For someone like him, who was most desperate to establish a village, to end up confronting his closest friend over a woman he hadn't even met, what kind of absurdity was this? Perhaps Kaisuk already knew about this, Hashirama muttered to himself, searching for excuses in his mind. Which is why he... But unfortunately, no matter what thoughts he had, the wedding procession was steadily advancing toward the Land of Whirlpools. What was meant to happen was bound to happen. Even if Hashirama was unwilling deep down, as the newly appointed clan head, he could not allow himself to show weakness in front of the Uchiha. Sigh. In the Land of Whirlpools, at the Uzushio hidden village. My lord, the wedding procession has arrived. A shout full of joy spread through the entire village, setting the whole place into a frenzy. The princess of the Land of Whirlpool was about to marry. This was a grand event for the entire nation. The news had spread across the country half a month ago, and now, everywhere you go in the country, you can see auspicious banners being posted. Even though the Senju clan's reputation had been somewhat tarnished in recent years, it's still much better than that of the damn Uchiha. Especially that Uchiha Kaisuk. If it weren't for him, the Land of Whirlpools wouldn't have seen so many broken families and deaths. You want to marry our princess? In your dreams. Finally, they've come. Hearing the cries of his clan members, Uzumaki Ashina slowly stood up from behind the desk. The Senju clan had arrived faster than expected, and it seemed that the prepared measures would not be needed. Forget it, completing the marriage contract peacefully is more important than anything. Is that so? Suddenly, from the corner, came Black Zetsu's manic laugh. Don't be so sure, Uzumaki clan leader. Are you disappointed that you didn't succeed? By now, Uzumaki Arima couldn't be bothered to indulge its antics. A guy who had been scheming to start a war. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't accept the idea of Mito marrying an Uchiha, Uzumaki Ashina would never have agreed to the conditions the other party proposed. I advise you to prepare yourself sooner than later and not trust your own judgment too much. Perhaps knowing he wasn't welcome, Black Zetsu quietly left the room in silence. However, as it said, some things were beyond your control, whether you wanted them to happen or not. Stepping outside after pushing open the door, Uzumaki Ashina took a deep breath and, after a moment of contemplation, gave a low command, "Go, bring the princess out." "Yes, my lord." Several maids exchanged fleeting glances before turning and hurriedly ran toward the princess's private residence. As the father-in-law and the daimyo of the Land of Whirlpools, he was supposed to wait for Senju Hashirama to come personally to greet him. However, considering the current circumstances, Arima decided to go out and welcome them himself. "My lord, it's not good." At that moment, a figure stumbled and rushed in front of him. Before Uzumaki Ashina could inquire, a shout suddenly echoed through the Uzushio hidden village. "Mito, I've come to take you home." Damn it, he really did come. With Black Zetsu's warning, Ashina had already anticipated this situation. Waving his hand to signal the clan members to remain calm, Ashina's mood surprisingly steadied at this moment. No matter how you looked at it, the person who should be anxious right now wasn't him. "Don't panic, we'll take our time." At the main gate of the Uzushio hidden village, leading out to the outside world. Perhaps it was fate, but the two wedding processions coincidentally met right here. The two families had interacted for years, and now that they met, the rivalry was palpable. On our side, we exchanged pleasantries about each other's mothers, and on their side, they expressed concern for the health of our parents, $P.S, $@*$. The scene was extraordinarily lively, and the Uzumaki villagers who had gathered to watch couldn't help but be stunned. The younger brothers cursed at each other, while the leaders of both sides, Kyōsuke and Hashirama, couldn't start off by cursing each other's mothers. Looking at the steady figure of Hashirama at the front of the procession, Kyōsuke smiled and said, "Time passes so quickly. In the blink of an eye, you've become a clan leader." Seeing his old companion, Hashirama couldn't help but remember the promise the three of them had made in their youth. Now, both he and Madara were in positions of power, their strength unmatched in the Land of Fire, yet they could no longer talk about their dreams like they used to. "Kyōsuke." Hashirama forced a bitter smile, wanting to confirm what his old friend was thinking. But before he had the chance, his brother, Tobirama, stepped forward and didn't give him a chance to speak. "Uchiha Kyōsuke." Reaching the front of the procession, Tobirama drew his specially crafted kunai and glared at Kyōsuke, his killing intent clear as he demanded, "I ask you, was our father's death caused by you?" Such an unrestrained action immediately provoked a strong backlash from the Uchiha contingent. Swish, swish, swish. The long blades, gleaming with a cold light, were drawn from their sheaths as the Uchiha stepped forward in unison, their eyes filled with murderous intent as they locked their gaze onto the enemy. For this wedding procession, all the remaining ninjas of Kyōsuke's forces were present. They were all seasoned warriors who had stepped over mountains of corpses and seas of blood. There was no way they would tolerate any disrespect towards their lord from the Senju. The terrifying killing intent that was gathered in the air caused even the furious Tobirama to subtly change his expression. As expected, the Uchiha are truly our greatest enemies. At the rear, seeing Tobirama's in a weakened position, the accompanying Senju clan members immediately stepped up to stand behind him. No matter what they had thought before, the Senju could not afford to show weakness in front of their enemies. "You want to fight? Fine, let's settle the grudge over the death of our clan leader." As both sides unsheathed their long blades, their murderous gazes locked on each other, the onlookers from the Uzumaki village were utterly terrified. Wait a moment. Aren't you here for the wedding? There's no reason to show up armed with swords." In an attempt to prevent the conflict from escalating, a man from the crowd, shaking with fear, shouted out. This remark immediately made the two forces, who were on the verge of clashing, pause. Indeed, they were here for a wedding. Even Tobirama managed to suppress his murderous intent, but Kyōsuke's simple words instantly set his fury ablaze. "You're talking about Senju Butsuma, huh?" Kyōsuke said with a faint smile, uttering words that stunned everyone present. "If I recall correctly, he did indeed die at my hands." Upon hearing this, Tobirama could no longer contain his rage. With a swift motion, he hurled his kunai at Kyōsuke with lethal intent. "I'll take your life, right here and now." Heh. At that moment, a light chuckle suddenly came from the side. Before Tobirama could react, a figure instantly appeared before him, easily blocking the kunai with a steady hand. "You wouldn't kill anyone today, not on my watch," said the figure that had intervened, Uchiha Izuna, who had followed along. "It's you." Tobirama, already seeing red with rage, paid no heed to the person standing in his way. At that moment, all he could think of was that every last Uchiha deserved to die. Throwing aside his kunai, Tobirama took 2 steps back and quickly began to form hand seals. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. A massive water dragon, formed from a swirling torrent, roared as it charged toward Izuna. Trivial tricks. In the same instant, a scorching fireball shot forward, colliding directly with the water dragon. Fire release, great fireball technique. When it came to ninjutsu, Izuna wasn't afraid of anyone at this moment. With his Mangekyo Sharingan activated, the fire control technique was immediately cast on his blade. This method of attack made Izuna's close combat just as deadly as his ninjutsu. Blaze release, Kagutsuchi blade. In fact, not only did the technique change the shape of the fire, but Kagutsuchi's power also enhanced the flames further. Combined with the incredible insight of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Tobirama could not bear the consequences of engaging in close quarters with him. In 2 brief encounters, Tobirama's arms and torso were severely burned. The rage in Tobirama's heart continued to rise as he made up his mind to go to any lengths to personally slay Uchiha Izuna here. Summoning, Impure World Reincarnation. A light yellow coffin rose from the ground. In the stunned gaze of Izuna, several Uchiha veterans, who had once fallen in battle, were resurrected. As sinister as ever, Tobirama didn't even consider sealing the Impure World reincarnated bodies. This method would disturb his opponent's mind, disrupting their rationality. I thought I was dead. Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 141, Chapter 141, I've come to marry you, Mito, Part 2. You are Izuna. You've grown so much. Where is this? Why am I standing alongside the Senju? The reappearance of deceased clansmen instantly threw the scene into chaos. So, it's been created this early, huh? Kyōsuke fell silent, quietly observing the scene before him. In every sense, the Impure World reincarnation was a forbidden jutsu that violated human ethics. If today's events were to spread, the reputation of the Senju would surely take another severe blow. The once mighty Senju clan had fallen so far that they were now despised by nearly everyone. Tobirama and his father could be credited as the chief architects of this downfall. You dare desecrate the dead? Izuna roared in fury. Driven by his rage, his Susanoo entered its second stage in an instant. The Kagutsuchi flame arrow transformed into a blazing missile that shot straight toward Tobirama. Die. However, no matter how reluctant the Impure World reincarnation bodies might be, they were still bound to obey the commands of their summoner. For example, sacrificing themselves to shield Tobirama from a lethal attack. With a loud explosion, 3 Edo Tensei bodies were instantly reduced to dust, their mission accomplished. The remaining few, shouting curses at the Senju for their treachery, charged forward in an attempt to destroy the bodies of their own clansmen. Izuna, use sealing techniques, Kyōsuke instructed calmly. Hearing this, Izuna Susanoo swung its sword in a wide arc, instantly slicing several charging Edo Tensei veterans in half. Dark sealing patterns spread rapidly as Izuna successfully sealed them away. TCH, it's still not working, huh? Tobirama shook his head in disappointment. Unable to approach his opponents, his mutual multiplying explosive tags technique was rendered unusable. The Edo Tensei, once a technique he had high hopes for, seemed far from meeting his expectations. In that case, water release, water severing wave. Tobirama clasped his hands together, releasing a high-pressure water stream from his mouth with incredible speed. The powerful cutting force of the attack even caused cracks to appear in Izuna's second stage Susanoo. Asshole. Don't think I'm afraid of you. Ignoring the tearing strain on his Susanoo, Izuna's eyes glinted with determination as another flaming arrow shot forth. The two, now blinded by rage, seemed poised to destroy each other. At this critical moment, Kyōsuke and Hashirama stepped into the fray simultaneously. The former used an earth spear technique, hardening his arm to directly intercept and stop the water-severing wave's violent current. The latter summoned the Rashomon Gate, effortlessly blocking the flaming arrow. In the end, it's always you who has to step in, Izuna muttered, shaking his head. Then, in a low voice, he added, when we get back, make sure to teach me that hardening jutsu. No problem, Kyōsuke replied with a smile, gesturing for everyone to retreat. If a battle with Hashirama were to break out, he wasn't confident he could protect everyone present. On the other hand, the Senju clan members were also silently retreating. They were all too aware of Hashirama's strength. If these two were to fight, the surrounding area for several kilometers would become a danger zone. In the worst-case scenario, the entire Yuzushio hidden village could be completely destroyed, reduced to nothing but rubble. I won't let anyone harm my brother. Hashirama's entire body radiated an overwhelming aura, displaying a faint semblance of an unparalleled powerhouse. After his defeat by Tenjin, he had devoted himself to training, convinced his strength had improved. Such was the terror of the God of Shinobi. Each time someone faced him, they found his power had grown significantly. Among the many reincarnations of Ashura, none had ever reached Hashirama's level. His exceptional talent was even beginning to rival that of Ashura himself. Come to think of it, it's been a long time since we've had a match, Kyōsuke said, unfazed. He looked at Hashirama, the fighting spirit in his eyes so intense it seemed capable of shaking the world. He was eager to see if Hashirama had reached a level beyond that of a Kage. Just as the two powerhouses seemed ready to clash, Uzumaki Ashina appeared out of nowhere, stepping between them at just the right moment. Let's not be hasty, he said, nodding slightly to Hashirama in acknowledgement. Then he turned toward Kyōsuke, his tone calm but firm. Might I ask the reason for the Uchiha clan's visit? Mito was his daughter, giving Uzumaki Ashina a natural moral advantage. Because of this, he had no qualms about confronting Kyōsuke. However, Ashina also understood that the young man before him was not one to abide by rules or logic alone. Simple reasoning wouldn't be enough to persuade him. Sure enough, Kyōsuke showed no interest in exchanging words. Let Mito come out. I have no interest in wasting words with you. At this moment, Tobirama couldn't resist adding a sarcastic comment from the side. What arrogance! Coming onto someone else's territory and daring to silence the host. Oh. Kyōsuke turned his head, his gaze icy and piercing. I suppose slaughtering a clan leader right under their clan's noses is even more arrogant, wouldn't you agree? You scoundrel. Ignoring the enraged Senju clan members, Kyōsuke refocused his attention on Ashina. His tone was cold and unyielding. I advise you not to bring ruin upon yourself. Otherwise, I'll ensure the land of whirlpools is awash in blood by the day's end. Awash in blood. Awash in blood. Awash in blood. The murderous cries of the Uchiha Shinobi sent a chill through the air, and Ashina's expression turned extremely ugly. After a moment of silence, he finally ordered a servant to bring Princess Mito out. Kyōsuke. Before long, Mito, with her signature bun hairstyle, appeared before everyone. Yet, what happened next caught everyone by surprise. I'm sorry, Mito said softly, her expression tinged with sadness and determination. I am to marry Lord Hashirama. The Senju clan is the eternal ally of the land of whirlpools. Her demeanor conveyed the message that while she might care for Kyōsuke, she could not abandon her clan. However, her words were met only with Kyōsuke's silent gaze. Seeing that Mito had chosen their side, the Senju clan, who had been slightly on edge, immediately began mocking Kyōsuke without restraint. Ha ha ha. Some people really overestimate themselves, thinking they could ever compare to Lord Hashirama. Go home already. Stop embarrassing yourself here. If I were him, I'd just grab a blade and slit my throat. Don't be so harsh. After all, he's supposed to be the most talented genius of the Uchiha clan. A genius? More like a soon-to-be laughingstock of the ninja world. Faced with the tide of ridicule, Kyōsuke remained completely unfazed. From beginning to end, his gaze stayed fixed on Mito. The pouch I gave you, where is it? He suddenly asked. Ah, here it is, Mito replied, pulling out a delicate pouch of fragrant herbs from her robe. Her eyes seemed to show a trace of reluctance, just enough to make her performance convincing. Not far away, Kyōsuke chuckled softly. You've done an excellent job pretending. Even with my Sharingan, I couldn't tell it was a fake. But, he continued, his tone sharp and cold, I've been deceived once before. Did you really think you could fool me again? Hearing this, Ashina's expression shifted slightly, though the fake Mito continued her act, her voice tinged with exasperation. What deception? Kyōsuke, why are you like this? Then tell me, he said mockingly, what is this pouch meant for? The fake Mito lowered her head, staring at the pouch. Inwardly, she thought, what else could this thing be used for? Eat it raw. In truth, the pouch was merely a disguise. Inside it was a flying thunder god alert device Kyōsuke had given to Mito. By crushing the pouch, no matter how far away he was, Kyōsuke would receive a signal and rush to her rescue as quickly as possible. An item of such importance wasn't something Mito would casually keep with her. Whether it's real or fake, let me prove it to you all. The moment he finished speaking, Kyōsuke drew his sword and swiftly appeared in front of Uzumaki Ashina. Impudent. The golden adamantine sealing chains activated, and iron chains whistled through the air, sealing off the surroundings tightly. With a glance toward the fake Mito, Uzumaki Ashina signaled for it to leave quickly. None of the people present were fools. If its fake identity was exposed, the land of Whirlpool would be accused of attempting to provoke war. Not to mention the Uchiha, even the Senju would not give them any favorable treatment. Whether they fought or not was their own business, but it was not for an outsider like Ashina to sow discord. What, does Uzumaki Ashina also want to grab a share of the land of fire's power? Such an accusation was one he could not afford. The thought was good, but unfortunately, Kyōsuke did not intend to let the white Zetsu clone escape. The adamantine ceiling chains were strong, even the three-stage Susanoo might not withstand it. Fortunately, he was never one to recklessly charge in. The kunai from the flying thunder god shot out, cleverly avoiding the golden iron chains blockade through their collisions. In the blink of an eye, one kunai arrived behind the fake Mito. At that moment, Hashirama finally could not hold back and made his move. With a slap, he knocked the kunai away. He took a deep breath, then said in a deep voice, "Kyōsuke, don't go too far. This is the Uzumaki clan's territory. I won't let you continue causing chaos here." Having never seen a white Zetsu clone, Hashirama could not distinguish between the real and fake Mito. In Hashirama's eyes, Kyōsuke was acting out of anger, ready to harm the woman who was soon to be his wife. Even with his usual calm temperament, he had no choice but to act now. "Such a fool," Kyōsuke muttered, shaking his head, watching as the fake Mito quietly slipped away. As for the real Mito, she was likely under Uzumaki Ashina's watch now. With no personal freedom, at least her safety wouldn't be at risk. Once he dealt with the fool in front of him, he would settle the score with Uzumaki Ashina, that old dog. Drawing the Kusanagi sword from his waist, Kyōsuke activated his Sharingan, locking his gaze on his opponent without a blink. At the same time, Hashirama also drew his twin blades from the sealing scroll. The two overwhelming auras intertwined, and the air itself seemed to tremble under the pressure. "It's finally beginning," Tobirama said, slowly retreating with the others, trying to distance themselves from the eye of the storm. Seeing this, Hashirama seemed to think of something, then turned and ran toward the distant forest. "Kyōsuke, let's fight somewhere else." "Fine." Unaware of Mito's whereabouts, Kyōsuke didn't want to engage in a battle within the Uzushio hidden village. The two of them shot through the air like two meteors, one in front of the other, heading toward the distant forest. Before the two groups could even begin to chase, the intense clash of battle reverberated from afar. Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 142, Chapter 142, The Ultimate Technique, Sage Art, Reijin no Sozo. The battle in the forest instantly escalated to a fierce climax from the moment it began. Wood release, tree bind flourishing burial. Vine-like saplings surged forward, attempting to bind and restrain the prey before them. "Stop with these petty tricks." Kyōsuke's Chidori sharp spear extended and retracted with precision. Wielding dual blades, he effortlessly sliced through the approaching vines, severing them into countless pieces. 5 or 6 years had passed, and the two were no longer the naive kids who could be easily toyed with. Now, even an advanced technique like tree bind flourishing burial was unworthy of serving as a basic tactical distraction. "Kyōsuke, I have no desire to fight you." Hashirama's expression was pained. As he swung his twin swords, his movements were more defensive than offensive, reflecting his hesitation. Bang. Reacting just a bit too slowly, he was sent flying by a fierce kick from Kyōsuke, and even the weapons in his hands fell helplessly to the ground. To dare engage in battle absent-mindedly in front of the Sharingan, such recklessness meant he deserved the kick. "Are you awake now?" Kyōsuke did not pursue further, savoring the thrill of the fight he had not yet fully indulged in. Clutching his abdomen in pain, Hashirama let out a bitter laugh. "Yes, I'm much clearer now." His indecisiveness toward a friend was a fatal flaw in his personality. Though he had resolved to stop Kyōsuke, he could not bring himself to strike with full force when faced with his old friend on the battlefield. That kick had jolted him free from his hesitation. "In that case, I'll get serious now." Seeing Hashirama finally adopt a serious demeanor, Kyōsuke assumed he was about to unleash some fearsome wood-style technique. However, with a puff of smoke characteristic of the summoning technique, a colossal shuriken, over 3 meters in diameter, suddenly appeared before him. "What is this?" Kyōsuke's gaze sharpened as his hands came together in a blur, forming seals at an astonishing speed. Water style, exploding water colliding wave. Chakra gathered in his throat, and he unleashed a massive torrent of water onto the ground, creating a vast lake-like body of water. The dense concentration of water served both as an offensive tool and a defensive barrier against incoming techniques. Just as he finished preparing, the massive shuriken coming toward him instantly split into 2, then 4, continuously multiplying into more identical clones. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Hundreds of shuriken clones tore through the air, obliterating everything in their path. As for Kyōsuke himself, he had already used the brief seconds provided by the water's delay to perform the water body flicker technique, propelling himself to the top of a surging wave. Such a ferocious assault could shatter even an earth-style, mud wall head-on. Unless he summoned the third stage of his Susanoo, there would be no way to withstand it. Yet, since Hashirama had not resorted to his high-powered wood-style techniques, Kyōsuke saw no reason to summon his Susanoo either. If this was to be a contest of conventional combat methods, Kyōsuke was more than willing to play along. At this moment, a torrent of water, akin to a small waterfall, gathered beneath Kyōsuke's feet. As someone adept in water style, he had effectively created an environment that gave him a distinct geographical advantage. This is my most powerful water-style technique. Come, taste its power for yourself. As he spoke, Kyōsuke's hand speed exploded. The speed at which he formed the seals was so fast that anyone without advanced eye techniques could barely catch a glimpse of the details. In the blink of an eye, over 20 seals were completed. The raging waters beneath him surged violently, and water bullets resembling dragon fangs began to whirl and howl. Water style, 100 water fang dragons. The shuriken clones had been immensely powerful, the result of Hashirama injecting them with an enormous amount of chakra. But even he hadn't anticipated that Kyōsuke's casually unleashed technique would surpass his own most prized ninjutsu. There's no other way. Hashirama shook his head in disappointment, his tone tinged with helplessness. Beside him, saplings rapidly grew into towering trees. Wood-style secret technique, nativity of the world of trees. Kyōsuke, to this day, I still long for the days when we fought side by side. Hashirama's roar echoed, but it was soon drowned out by the continuous clash of jutsu. The 100 dragons' might was strong, possessing terrifying penetration that could break through any defense. However, it couldn't cope with the endless sea of trees. Sure enough, ordinary kill-shot techniques are useless. As for Hashirama's shout, Kyōsuke wasn't deaf, he could hear it clearly. But nostalgia couldn't put food on the table. Back then, the three of them had to join forces to withstand the half-step Superkage-level Atsutsuki Sujito, but now he could easily take on him alone. This was a change, the most wondrous thing in the world. Too bad, you'll never understand, even until the end. The shadow of the Susanoo's arm materialized. Without the large-scale summoning, it merely covered Kyōsuke's arm. From a distance, his forearm shone with a brilliant light, as if it were forged from pure gold. Then, the curse mark on his shoulder unraveled, and vast amounts of Senjutsu chakra surged into his arm. Sizzle. The black and white Chidori gathered, radiating a terrifying aura that sent chills through the air. With a light movement of his foot, he darted forward like lightning toward Hashirama's hiding place. The massive trees that tried to block his path were as fragile as paper against the black and white Chidori. Not only could they not stop him, but they couldn't even delay him for a moment. The overwhelming sense of danger forced Hashirama to abandon his offensive technique and unleash his most trusted defensive technique. Wood release, Hobi technique. At the age of 30, Hashirama could use this technique to block even a strike from the complete body Susanoo. While it might not reach that level now, its defense was still unmatched among similar techniques. Having activated his most reliable defensive jutsu, Hashirama felt a brief sense of security. However, as the wooden shield began to crack, his face underwent an unprecedented change. You don't understand. Killing, as you are now, really isn't that difficult. In the blink of an eye, the black and white Chidori crackled with lightning and reached the demonic mask. After a brief standoff of just 2 seconds, Kyōsuke's hand pierced through the shield and impaled Hashirama hidden behind it. This was his strongest jutsu. Sage Art, Reijin no Sozo, Creation of the Thunder God. It combines the three powers of Senjutsu Chakra, Susanoo, and Chidori, making it a true 3-in-1 ultimate technique. Not to mention the support of his intermediate-level Sage Body and the overwhelming power of his Mangekyo Sharingan. At this moment, Hashirama stood no chance against him. Crack! The Hobi technique shattered, revealing the pain-stricken face of Senju Hashirama. At that moment, Kyōsuke's hand had completely pierced through his abdomen. With just a slight push, he could send Hashirama to the afterlife. How shameful, Hashirama, Kyōsuke muttered as he pulled his hand out, not accustomed to leaving his hand inside a man's body. Cough, cough, cough. Hashirama struggled to say something, but as soon as he opened his mouth, blood sprayed out, his appearance utterly pitiful. At that moment, a faint sound of something cutting through the air came from behind. Kyōsuke frowned and dodged, realizing what was coming toward him. It looked remarkably similar to his own flying thunder god kunai. As expected, Senju Tobirama appeared shortly after, forcing him back with a swift move, then using the flying thunder god technique to retreat with the heavily injured Hashirama. Behind them, Kyōsuke shook his head in regret and muttered softly to himself, "Let him run." Killing him now would give too few points. Once Hashirama's strength reaches beyond Kage level, even the lowest reward will start at 40,000 points. Yes, that's the way to go. Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 143, Chapter 143, if you don't hand her over, I'll let your blood flow like a river. At the entrance of Uzushio Hidden Village. Watching Senju Tobirama suddenly disappear, everyone present was momentarily stunned, their minds flooded with various speculations. Bastard, Uchiha Izuna muttered angrily, his fierce and hostile gaze fixed on the Senju, frustrated by his inability to keep up with Tobirama's speed. The atmosphere was so charged with tension that even the slightest misstep could spark a deadly confrontation. Observing the scene before him, Uzumaki Ashina felt a foreboding sense of unease. As expected, Tobirama had barely been gone for 2 minutes when a strange signal sounded from afar. Without hesitation or delay, the Senju wedding entourage immediately set off, retreating from the land of whirlpools at an even faster pace than they had arrived. Upon seeing this, Uchiha Maya laughed heartily and turned to her clansmen, raising her voice in a triumphant celebration. Our lord has won. There was no need to wait for confirmation. The sight of the Senju fleeing in such disgrace was proof enough of the outcome of their confrontation. With a smirk, Maya glanced at the Uzumaki clan leader, whose expression had darkened noticeably. Raising her right arm high, she clenched her fist and let out a roaring cry. Lord Kyōsuke is courageous and invincible. Long live the Uchiha. Lord Kyōsuke is courageous and invincible. Long live the Uchiha. Lord Kyōsuke is courageous and invincible. Long live the Uchiha. Lord Kyōsuke is courageous and invincible. Long live the Uchiha. The unified, fervent chants echoed through the air, leaving the citizens of the land of whirlpools profoundly shaken. To these civilians, struggling to survive in the harsh shinobi world, such overwhelming unity was both foreign and awe-inspiring. Though the words seemed exaggerated, the raw, genuine emotion behind them could not be ignored. What kind of charisma did this man named Kyōsuke possess, to command the unwavering loyalty of such prideful and unyielding shinobi? Perhaps, it wouldn't be so bad for Princess Mito to marry him, someone couldn't help but murmur. But no sooner had the words been spoken than a harsh rebuke came from nearby. Nonsense. That man has killed so many of our people. If she marries him, she will no longer be worthy of being our princess. Exactly. We must never forget the rivers of blood he's caused. One day, we'll make the Uchiha pay for their crimes. As the crowd's anger began to rise, Uzumaki Ashina stood silent for a moment, his teeth clenched as he made a firm decision. Even if it meant canceling the marriage, he wouldn't let that young brat have his way. Hey, did I just hear someone say they'd make us pay? A voice as cold as the devil's whisper echoed ominously, reverberating in everyone's ears. The sheer killing intent contained in those words caused the residents of the land of whirlpools to shudder collectively. Before they could react, a sword crackling with lightning suddenly struck violently into the spiral emblem, symbolizing the pride and honor of the land of whirlpools. Uchiha Kyōsuke. Uzumaki Ashina's voice trembled with fury, almost laughing out of sheer disbelief. The audacity of this boy's actions was shocking, as though he held no respect for Uzumaki Ashina whatsoever. Did he truly believe that with this small force, he could threaten the entire land of whirlpools? What a joke. Despite his seething rage, Ashina dared not openly break ties with the Uchiha. As the saying goes, circumstances change with time. At present, the Senju were weakened, and even the Huga were enough to keep them preoccupied. They likely lacked the strength to intervene in any Uchiha invasion. If he pushed the Uchiha too far and provoked them into attacking the land of whirlpools, the Uzumaki clan would have no choice but to defend themselves alone. Frankly speaking, Uzumaki Ashina was a powerful individual with unparalleled expertise in sealing techniques throughout history. However, due to his cautious nature, his achievements were ultimately limited. If it were someone like Uchiha Madara or Kyōsuke, and someone dared to act arrogantly on their territory, they would ensure the intruder paid the ultimate price, even if it meant sacrificing their own lives. Was there a disparity in strength? Then perfect, killing the arrogant one would instantly close that gap. If you can't earn respect by standing tall, yet refuse to bow your head or grovel for survival, and are unwilling to endure being trampled upon. In the end, destruction is the only path that awaits. Faced with such a person, even the Senju were unwilling to offer help. Uzumaki Ashina's character was nothing but cowardice. So, when confronted with Kyōsuke's humiliating provocation, he still tried to reason with him, speaking of irrelevant ideals. Uchiha Kyōsuke, can your actions be considered a direct provocation against the land of whirlpools? The implication was clear: if you're going to do this, don't even think about marrying my daughter. You. Kyōsuke shook his head and smiled bitterly. In the next moment, he appeared beside the Kusanagi sword, embedded in the Uzumaki emblem. The sound of crackling lightning filled the air as the towering platform, symbolizing the land of whirlpools' pride, collapsed beneath the roar of thunder. I will say this one last time: hand over Mito immediately, or today, the land of whirlpools will flow with blood. As if to echo his words, the Uchiha ninjas swiftly activated their Sharingan and shouted in unison, blood will flow like a river. The killing intent from these words was so intense that no one could doubt their resolve. If they refused to hand over Mito, the Uchiha would truly be ready to bring down a massacre upon the land of whirlpools. Do you not fear these people dying for you? Uzumaki Ashina's voice was laced with threat. Kyōsuke understood the intricacies of space-time ninjutsu, but others did not possess such abilities. If the conflict escalated, the Uchiha wedding entourage would undoubtedly be trapped in the land of whirlpools. Still daring to threaten me? Glaring at the old fool before him, Kyōsuke sneered, a twisted grin forming on his lips. Then let's see if you can back up your words today. Kill one of mine, and I'll make you pay with the lives of 100 from the land of whirlpools. Having said that, he couldn't be bothered to argue further. He raised his left hand high, preparing to give the order to attack. Just then, a shout rang out, causing the tense atmosphere to gradually ease. Kyōsuke. Everyone turned in unison to see Mito, dressed in casual home attire and looking a bit disheveled, running out. Could this be a fake? Kyōsuke questioned, suspicion crossing his mind. Seeing his conflicted expression, Mito rolled her eyes in annoyance. I'm the real Mito, all right. Well then, let's test the secret code. Kyōsuke coughed lightly and suddenly spoke in a serious tone. The lofty mountains rise, a timeless sight. A landscape of beauty, day and night. Across from him, the princess with her signature bun hair looked utterly dejected, almost to the point of wanting to bang her head against the wall. However, in order to prove that she was truly herself, she reluctantly responded. The door faces the sea, where rivers meet. Flowing together, eternally sweet. Plant trees on your grave, let them grow tall. Shade them with branches, to answer the call. Uzumaki Ashina's brow twitched, and his anger began to rise once again. Your family's bath is filled with fish. Swimming so freely, fulfilling each wish. The fish are fat, the fruit sweet and ripe. Entering my belly, a delicious type. Your mother comes to cook, so kind, so neat. Filling our hearts with a warm, rich treat. When they were alone, these playful exchanges between Kyōsuke and Mito were little stories he told to make her happy. Every time she smiled, his treatment of her improved dramatically. Thus, the only ones who knew about this little exchange were the two of them. Once Kyōsuke confirmed that this was the real Mito, he lost interest in the farce. From that moment on, he decided to leave the rest to her to handle. Withdrawing the Kusanagi sword, he stepped toward Mito. Suddenly, several chains, like venomous snakes, appeared behind him. Unless I die, you'll never take my daughter. Uzumaki Ashina chose the most unexpected moment to strike. You stubborn old fool. Kyōsuke didn't even flinch, too lazy to pay attention to the attacks coming from behind. Because in front of him, Mito had already activated her strength of 100 seal, intercepting all of Ashina's chains in midair. Stop it, father. Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 144, Chapter 144, The Wedding Ceremony. She dared to lay a hand on me. Uzumaki Ashina was stunned, finally understanding what the phrase, a daughter is no longer a daughter when she grows up, truly means. It wasn't just him. The people around them, the citizens of the land of whirlpools, were equally taken aback. Yet, Mito remained completely oblivious to the situation, continuing to ramble on about her thoughts. At last, Uzumaki Ashina, unable to endure any longer, erupted in anger. I'm telling you, if you choose to leave with them, I will no longer consider you my daughter. Father, must it be this way? Mito's face grew pale. Your father is trying to reason with you, Ashina sighed, pointing at the Uchiha ninjas in front of him. Have you forgotten how many of our people died at their hands? I remember, Mito nodded, and then, in a voice that nearly made her father's heart stop, she added, so from now on, there will be no more blood feuds between the Uchiha and the Uzumaki. I will be the bridge to maintain peace between our clans. With her words, Ashina knew clearly that his daughter had no intention of turning back. He waved his hand in helpless resignation, almost wanting to sever ties with her there and then. However, after a brief moment of thought, Ashina decided against it. First, he truly couldn't bring himself to abandon Mito. If he did, she would become a laughingstock in the land of fire. Secondly, just as he had initially aligned with the Senju, if his daughter was determined to marry into the Uchiha, this now presented an opportunity to ease tensions between the two clans. In the end, the reason the land of whirlpools had participated in the war was to secure its own protection. Despite the unexpected outcome, upon reflection, their original goal seemed to have been achieved. No matter which side, Senju or Uchiha, came out on top, the land of whirlpools would benefit. In comparison, his personal pride and preferences seemed less important. You're not a child anymore, Ashina said, his voice heavy, as though the weight of the years had suddenly aged him decades. Some things, you need to decide for yourself. These words, though spoken with great inner conflict, were his unspoken approval of Mito's marriage to Kyōsuke. The emotional turmoil he felt could be imagined, the firm stance he had shown earlier seemed to dissolve like cold, biting rain, pelting his face with its harshness. Father, Mito's eyes welled up with tears. She understood, deep down, that her father loved and cared for her. She cast a glance at the silent young man beside her, then smiled softly, bowing to the ground and respectfully offering a few kowtows to Uzumaki Ashina. Take good care of her. When Mito, her eyes still clouded with tears, lifted her head, she found that her father was no longer there. Yet those words continued to echo in her ears, lingering persistently. You'll be far better than him, Kyōsuke thought to himself, though he refrained from saying it aloud, knowing that doing so would spoil the moment. He gently helped the sobbing Mito to her feet, tenderly wiping away her tears. Let's go home. By the time Mito turned around, she had already regained her usual composed demeanor. Just as her father had said, she was no longer a little child. She was the princess of the land of whirlpools and the wife of Uchiha Kaisuk. At home, she had to be a supportive and wise partner, while outside, she would work to maintain peace between the Uchiha and Uzumaki clans. The road ahead was hard, filled with exhaustion and challenges, but she wasn't afraid, for the men by her side would always be there with her. Whoosh! Suddenly, while she was lost in thought, every ninja around them, except Izuna, dropped to one knee in perfect unison and shouted, "Welcome, Princess Mito, back home." At that moment, the people surrounding them wore expressions of disbelief. Although Uzumaki Ashina had tactically approved of their marriage, it didn't mean that everyone else would easily accept it. Mito, who should have felt sorrowful, surprisingly found herself unusually calm and composed instead. "From now on, you mustn't bully me," she said softly. "Hey, that's not so certain," Kyōsuke replied with a playful grin. Taking Mito's small hand in his, Kyōsuke laughed heartily. "Let's go, we're heading home." Half a month later, news of Uchiha Kyōsuke's wedding spread throughout the Land of Fire. All the prominent figures received invitations from the Uchiha clan. Not attending. Such an act would be seen as an insult, and next time, a special kunai would be delivered in response. Everyone knew that Uchiha Kyōsuke's spacetime ninjutsu was unparalleled. Receiving a kunai from him was akin to receiving an invitation from the god of death. If he wished, he could appear at any clan's doorstep and massacre them at will. Who wouldn't be terrified? Thus, with the exception of the Senju clan, all other major and minor families attended Kyōsuke's wedding. Even, Uzumaki Ashina sent Mito's personal maidservant with the dowry, having them stay behind to look after his daughter. On the day of the wedding, Kyōsuke insisted on wearing a custom-made black ceremonial yukata, the traditional attire for a groom. Even Mito, adorned in a phoenix crown and a white bridal kimono, known as an uchikake, left countless women gazing at her in awe. She was breathtakingly beautiful. The traditional Japanese wedding attire was beyond comparison to the simpler clothing others typically wore. To ensure authenticity, Kyōsuke had poured countless efforts into the preparation, though the actual work was carried out by his shadow clones. Everything was prepared, and on that day, the couple became the focal point of envious glances from many. "She's really becoming more and more beautiful," Kyōsuke thought to himself, momentarily losing his composure. The celebration soon began, and the couple smoothly followed the customary rituals, having already discussed the important words countless times, so there was no need for additional emotional speeches. A wedding of such magnitude was never just a simple celebration. With so many family representatives present, if they didn't take the opportunity to make something of it, they'd be wasting a rare chance. After sharing a few drinks with the guests, Kyōsuke and Mito changed into their formal attire and attended a meeting organized by Uchiha Madara. As soon as they entered, the couple was greeted by a chorus of insincere well wishes. "Congratulations. Best wishes for your marriage." After the customary pleasantries, Kyōsuke and Mito took their seats beside Madara. At this point, most people's attention was on Uzumaki Mito. Her presence here wasn't just as Kyōsuke's wife, in a sense, she represented the attitude of the Uzumaki clan. The Uchiha, already an incredibly powerful clan, had gained the Huga clan from the east as allies, further strengthening their position. With their marriage alliance to the Uzumaki, their influence expanded even more, making them an even greater force in the Land of Fire. Just the thought of it sent shivers down the spines of the clan representatives present. "These guys really aren't planning to unify the Land of Fire, are they?" one of them thought anxiously. Scanning the room, Madara's voice was low and steady as he spoke. "The reason I've gathered everyone here today is to discuss the future of the Land of Fire. Our Uchiha are different from the sneaky and cunning Senju. We won't impose sanctions on other clans without cause. At the same time, please rest assured, we have no desire to dominate the Land of Fire. The future of this country must be shaped together by all of us." His words sounded nice, but everyone present was shrewd enough not to be easily swayed by Madara's speech. Uchiha don't want to dominate. Ha, what a cold joke, and it wasn't even funny. Knowing that mere words wouldn't be enough to persuade everyone, Madara subtly gave Kyōsuke a look. "It's your turn to perform." Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 145, Chapter 145, a few matters regarding the establishment of Konoha. "Everyone, allow me a moment to speak." Kyōsuke was never one for unnecessary words, and Madara was not the type to ramble on either. The reason for today's meeting ultimately boiled down to the promise made during their youth. To establish a village, cooperation from other clans was essential, and this was something Kyōsuke understood all too well. Of course, today, he was not here to force anyone into a decision. Rather, he was here to express his ideas within a suitable scope. Whether they chose to agree was another matter, but at the very least, he wanted to ensure that the other clans understood his intentions. The Land of Fire is situated at a crucial crossroads for trade between nations, with fertile lands stretching for thousands of miles, a true land of abundance. The unique geographical location has allowed the Land of Fire to gather a great deal of talent and resources, making it the most prosperous of the 5 great countries. At this point, Kyōsuke suddenly changed the direction of his speech. It is precisely because of this that external enemies are constantly eyeing our territory. First, there was the invasion of the Land of Rain, then the exploratory attacks from the Land of Wind. The Land of Water overseas is stirring with ambitions, and the Land of Lightning to the north harbors even more malicious intentions. The external environment is harsh, and internal strife is equally terrifying. Pausing for a moment, Kyōsuke exchanged a glance with Madara, then slowly spoke his true thoughts. For this reason, I want to confirm one thing. What do you all think about the idea of establishing a hidden village in the Land of Fire? A hidden village? From the front left seat, the representative of the Huga clan, Yayoi, politely asked, would this be something similar to the governance system of the Land of Whirlpools? Similar, but with some differences. Kyōsuke nodded towards her, seemingly acknowledging her understanding. To outsiders, he and Yayoi appeared to be nothing more than acquaintances exchanging polite gestures, but this was intentional, as at certain key moments, it could prove beneficial. My idea is to create a sanctuary, a safe haven, that can offer protection to all the clans. With this one sentence, he clearly outlined the core purpose of the village. Let alone the smaller clans, even the mighty Uchiha clan is constantly facing terrifying external threats. Children as young as 6 or 7 are forced to step onto the battlefield, and within the clan, living to the age of 40 is considered a long life. Everyone, this is not how it should be. The shinobi world should not be like this. By uniting the strength of all clans to establish a hidden village in the Land of Fire, children can enjoy a happy life, and the elderly can spend their twilight years in peace. Perhaps this is the true goal we should strive for. Next, Kyōsuke continued to elaborate on many of his ideas. For example, establishing a ninja school where children from all clans could learn both knowledge and ninjutsu. This idea particularly piqued the interest of the smaller clans present. He also suggested improving medical ninja techniques, and even demonstrated the use of the mystical palm technique on the spot. This was met with unanimous approval from those present. Additionally, he proposed creating a security force for the hidden village to prevent crime among civilians and provide ordinary people with a peaceful and harmonious environment. Such an approach could effectively promote the village's economic development. By the time the conversation reached this point, the Uchiha clan had already expressed their stance. Now, the reactions of the others would be of utmost importance. After a moment of silence, the representative of the Sarutobi clan suddenly spoke up, asking, the idea is excellent, but there are many issues to consider. How will the various clans eliminate their mutual grudges? And what about the distribution of power? In fact, Kyōsuke had the ability to answer each of these concerns in detail. However, as he had said before, today was simply a chance to share his thoughts, and the actual establishment of Konoha was still a long way off. Without the terrifying power, how could one intimidate the other clans? The prerequisite for establishing Konoha was that the battle between the Uchiha and the Senju had to be settled first. Laughing and changing the subject, Kyōsuke and the others began discussing other matters, as if the idea of creating a hidden village was just a casual remark. Of course, the other representatives didn't think so. No matter what was on their minds, one thing was clear, the idea of establishing a hidden village where all the clans of the Land of Fire would gather had first emerged on this land. Finally, Kyōsuke had revealed his thoughts, and the happiest one was Kyōsuke himself, or perhaps it was Uchiha Madara, sitting high on his platform. No, neither of them. The most excited person was Senju Hashirama, far away in the Senju clan. That afternoon, the words of Uchiha Kyōsuke reached his ears. I knew it. I knew it. Hashirama was as excited as someone suffering from spasms. Brother. Tobirama's forehead veins bulged. He couldn't stand his older brother's naive thoughts. Rather than having such idle thoughts, why not pay more attention to the unusual movements within the clan? The main reason the two brothers were able to take control of the Senju clan's power was due to the strength they had demonstrated. However, as the clan leader, Hashirama had first been suppressed by Hyuga-Tenjin, who possessed the Tenseigan, and was later severely injured by Kyōsuke, almost losing his life in the Land of Whirlpools. Although the clan members never spoke openly, the seeds of suspicion had already been quietly planted. Hashirama's position as clan leader was not as secure as he had imagined. In order to make his brother realize the seriousness of the issue, Tobirama specifically organized materials that clearly recorded the recent movements of influential clan figures. I understand. Hashirama nodded, and under his younger brother's surprised gaze, he took out a small package from beneath his desk. What's this? Tobirama blinked, thinking, could this fool of an older brother be planning to join the Uchiha? P.S. LMAO. When I'm not around, please take care of the clan's matters. Saying this, Hashirama stood up and was about to leave. Wait a minute. Tobirama stopped him, asking in shock, "Brother, where are you going? You should at least tell me." Sorry, I forgot." Hashirama laughed and scratched his head, then took out a map from his chest, filled with detailed information. Shikatsu Forest. Meanwhile, the lively atmosphere on the Uchiha side had finally dissipated. After the representatives of each clan left, the only question remaining for them was how to handle the increasingly tense relationship with the Senju clan. The successful marriage robbery might seem impressive, but in reality, it had left too many hidden dangers within the clan. The enraged Senju clan would inevitably seek to regain their honor. It was said that large numbers of troops had already been stationed at the border. The friction between the two clans had become increasingly intense, with news of clan members being attacked almost every day. As a result, Madara had begun turning in circles, burying himself in his office to handle official matters all day. As for Kyōsuke, he was still enjoying his honeymoon journey, while also preparing for the next phase of his goals. Notify the third secret ninja, it's almost time to close the net. Yes. After his subordinates left, Kyōsuke lay back in the rocking chair, smiling, while holding the recent reports on the moon. The reports indicated that something unusual seemed to be happening at a certain location on the moon. "Once we settle things here, you and I will go to the moon." Sure. Upon hearing the opportunity to go to the moon, the princess with a bun was naturally overjoyed. Now, that's what a romantic honeymoon journey should be like. Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 146, the eye-seizing plan begins. On Kyōsuke's wedding day, everyone connected to him offered their heartfelt blessings. Everyone, except for one person. That person was Uchiha Kaijun, stationed on the front lines. As a promising talent once carefully nurtured by Taijima, Uchiha Madara hadn't completely abandoned him after ascending to power. Serving as a commander of a legion, Uchiha Kaijun remained active on the battlefield, slowly accumulating achievements through his victories in battle. Even during a time of celebration for the entire clan, he labored silently on the front lines, determined to gather enough strength for both vengeance and survival. In fact, Uchiha Kaijun, now nearing his 20s, had already married his beloved girlfriend last year. With the bonds of family, he became even more determined to work hard. However, when he learned that Kyōsuke had married the Uzumaki princess and that Madara had gone so far as to clash swords with the Senju over this, Uchiha Kaijun suddenly came to a realization. No matter how hard he worked, he would never surpass that bastard in status. To wash away the shame that tainted him, there was only one path left, awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, the legendary pair of eyes. If that guy can do it, then I can definitely awaken the Mangekyo as well. With this thought in mind, Uchiha Kaijun began searching for a way to awaken his eyes. Whether it was luck or misfortune, he eventually found a method. P.S.S.U.S. However, after leading his team to complete an inspection of the camp, Uchiha Kai walked alone toward his tent. The conditions for awakening the eyes. No wonder, who would have imagined this beforehand? Do I really have to? No, I can't hurt her. Just 10 meters away from his tent, Kaijun suddenly stopped, his gaze complex as he stared at the shadow of someone reflected inside. After taking a few deep breaths, he finally lifted the curtain and stepped inside. The person pacing back and forth inside was none other than his wife, Uchiha Kochu. "Welcome back, Kaijun-kun." Seeing her husband return, Kochu immediately pulled him close with excitement, her eyes glimmering with happiness. "I wasn't feeling well today, so I went to see the medical unit," she said cheerfully. Still caught in his internal conflict, Uchiha Kaijun absent-mindedly asked, "Oh, are you okay? Is it an old injury acting up again?" After all, as a ninja fighting at the front lines for years, who didn't carry a body full of hidden injuries? Even he often suffered from the pain of recurring wounds. The reality was, the current medical system was far too inadequate. Seeing that her husband was still distracted, Uchiha Kochu pouted and leaned close to his ear, whispering softly, "Congratulations, you're going to be a father." "Oh, that's wonderful news. Definitely worth Sealbrat." Mid-sentence, Kaijun suddenly froze, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at his wife. "Why you mean?" "Yes. Then does this mean I'm?" "That's right." Standing in stunned silence for more than 10 seconds, Uchiha Kaijun suddenly scooped his wife into his arms, his excitement making him seem like a child of 20 years old. "I'm going to be a father. I'm going to be a father." Spinning her around a few times in joy, he gently set her down and carefully rested his head against her stomach. And then he heard nothing. "Silly, it's still too early. How could you possibly hear anything right now?" Uchiha Kochu reached out and poked his forehead with her finger. From that point on, the two put their official duties aside and began discussing everything from pregnancy care to how they should raise their child after it was born. Looking at his wife, who was brimming with happiness, Uchiha Kaijun's face softened into an expression of unprecedented calm and contentment. "Kochu, you should go rest now. I will delegate all your tasks to someone else." "All right," she replied. After his wife left, Kaijun stood in front of the mirror, staring intently at the men in the reflection whose eyes were filled with a dark gloom. Slowly, he raised his hand. Slap. Uchiha Kaijun slapped himself hard across the face. "You bastard, idiot, fool. How could you have entertained such a thought?" Growing angrier with each word, he raised his other hand and delivered another resounding slap to his left cheek. The force was so strong that a streak of fresh blood began to seep from the corner of his mouth. At that moment, Uchiha Kaijun's heart was flooded with complex emotions: regret, frustration, happiness, and gratitude. As he began to regain his composure, a sudden, familiar panic overtook him. He was afraid. Afraid that Uchiha Kyōsuke would never forgive him. He feared what his ruthless cousin might do to his wife and child. The scene from years ago, at the training grounds, still haunted his nightmares. "No, I have to be prepared." Mangekyo. As the image of his wife's smiling face flashed through his mind, Uchiha Kaijun gritted his teeth and made an agonizing decision. Uchiha Shinji, a rare close friend of Kaijun's, had fought beside him countless times. The two had trained together, resisted foreign invaders, and carved their way out of bloody battlefields side by side. One day, Uchiha Kaijun suddenly suggested they go train outside, and Shinji, without hesitation, agreed. But soon after, news came that the Senju clan had launched an attack. When the rescue team arrived, Uchiha Shinji was found dead on the spot. It was said that Uchiha Kaijun was consumed with rage, vowing to annihilate the entire Senju clan. However, only he knew the truth: there had been no attack. It had all been a meticulously planned conspiracy. In order to protect his wife and unborn child, he had sacrificed his one true friend. He had hoped to use the pain of killing his closest companion to force himself into awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan. Unfortunately, as expected, it had ended in failure. He was not like Uchiha Itachi, who had an abundance of personal emotions. From the way he had treated young Kyōsuke all those years ago, it was clear that Uchiha Kaijun, like his parents, had a cold and indifferent nature. For someone like him, the most important person in his heart would always be himself. Though Shinji had been his dearest friend, he was still not important enough to awaken the Mangekyo. Damn it. Why did it turn out this way? He regretted it deeply. He shouldn't have acted so rashly. Not only had his eyes failed to evolve, but he had also lost his friend's life in vain. When he thought back to the look in Shinji's eyes before he died, he was haunted by nightmares for several nights in a row. In those dreams, he had succeeded in awakening the Mangekyo, but the person lying dead at his feet was not only Shinji. There was also his wife, her face twisted in an eerie smile, her body drenched in blood. Ah. Once again, waking up from his sleep, Uchiha Kaijun was breathing heavily. Though still shaken, something about the dream felt unnervingly real. "My lord." Before he could recover his composure, a subordinate rushed into the tent, panicking. "What's all this fuss about?" Kaijun scolded as he sat up, not noticing the sweat dripping from his temples. "It's bad news, my lord. We've just received word that Lady Kochu was attacked on her way back to her family. She's missing, still unaccounted for." Bang. A cold, ominous chakra erupted violently from Uchiha Kaijun's body. His already eerie eyes now appeared even more terrifying. Author's note. Dear readers, I wanted to inform you all that due to my exams and studies, I will only be able to upload one chapter for the time being, instead of two. I truly appreciate your understanding and support during this time. Thank you for your patience. Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 147, Chapter 147, Your woman is quite juicy. In the depths of the forest, a team of shinobi hurriedly made their way to the site of the incident. It had been nearly 2 hours since Uchiha Kochu had been attacked. If she were safe and sound, there should have been some news from her by now. She'll be fine. Don't overthink it. Uchiha Kaijun kept trying to reassure himself, though the unease in his heart grew stronger with each passing moment. The shinobi trailing behind him exchanged glances, unsure of how to comfort him as they observed his anxious demeanor. If they were in his position, they likely wouldn't listen to any words of consolation either. Drip. Sweat trickled steadily down his temple. That single detail was enough to reveal the storm of panic raging within Uchiha Kaijun. A man as typically cold and detached as he, once he gave his heart to someone, would cherish that love far more deeply than most people ever could. And when such love was lost, the hatred that followed would burn even fiercer. Even without directly facing his wrath, simply standing in Lord Kaijun's presence was enough to fill the other shinobi with an overwhelming sense of dread. Heavens, please protect her, they prayed silently in their hearts, though they knew deep down that the odds of Lady Kochu surviving unscathed were slim at best. If they had infiltrated enemy territory themselves, they would never have shown mercy to their enemies, regardless of gender. With heavy hearts, the rescue team finally arrived at the site of the attack. Blood, vivid, crimson blood, was everywhere, saturating the surroundings in a gruesome sight. To Uchiha Kaijun's eyes, this scene resembled a vision of hell, so horrifying that it was unbearable to behold. "Kochu, where are you? Please, don't let anything happen to you. I beg of you." Walking numbly through the blood-soaked grass, Uchiha Kaijun scanned each corpse on the ground with pleading eyes. To his slight relief, his wife's body was not among them. "Stay calm." Forcing himself to think rationally, Uchiha Kaijun gradually regained his usual composure. "Kochu's strength is extraordinary. Even defeating her would take considerable effort on my part. She wouldn't fall so easily. There must be a reason why she hasn't sent any messages." "Lord Kaijun." One of his subordinates suddenly shouted, pointing at a mark on the ground. "There's something here." After a brief inspection, Uchiha Kaijun's face lit up with joy. The marks on the ground were part of a secret code that only he and his wife understood. "She's alive." Uchiha Kei, who had regained his composure, immediately set off in the direction indicated by the markings. From the traces on the ground, it was clear that the situation had been quite urgent at the time, indicating that his wife was currently being pursued by the enemy. Damn it. If only I had noticed earlier. Sizzle. Lightning chakra coursed over his body. Desperate and anxious, Uchiha Kaijun resorted to chakra stimulation techniques to forcefully increase his speed. "Lord Kaijun." His subordinates tried to stop him, but how could he possibly heed their words now? Within mere moments, Uchiha Kaijun's figure vanished from their sight. No matter how much effort they put into chasing him, his subordinates simply couldn't keep up with their commander. "Sigh, forget it. Let's follow the trail he left behind," one of them suggested. "Indeed. By the way, Lord Kaijun's progress is astonishingly fast," another remarked. "Of course. Don't forget, he's the cousin of that person. Sho. Don't speak of such things carelessly, or you'll be punished. Relax, relax. As long as none of us mention it, Lord Kaijun will never know." Without Uchiha Kaijun present, the team felt an odd sense of relief, allowing them to exchange their thoughts on the situation as they advanced. However, they failed to notice the lurking danger in the surrounding shadows. "Kill them. End it quickly." Dark figures suddenly burst from the undergrowth, launching a brutal assault on the team without warning. The attackers were skilled, their movements precise and deadly. They wielded expertise in assassination techniques and summoned strange, ominous snake-like creatures. What stood out the most was the same scarlet gleam in their eyes. You're also." Before the rescue team could fully comprehend the betrayal, the last member fell to a venomous fang, his heart filled with unanswered questions. Why would members of their own clan mercilessly attack them? As his life slipped away, a vague sense of a complex conspiracy seemed to dawn upon him. Yet, he would never uncover the truth. Having completed their task, the masked assailants retreated into the shadows, leaving no trace behind. No matter who investigated the incident later, all evidence would point to the Senju clan as the culprits. Meanwhile, Uchiha Kaijun remained unaware of his team's tragic demise. Following the clues his wife had left behind, he tracked her to a remote mountain hut. Following the clues left by his wife, he tracked her all the way to a remote cottage deep in the mountains. His instincts told him that his wife was most likely hiding inside. Pushing aside the branches and leaves before him, Uchiha Kei, hidden behind a tree trunk, stared intently at the cottage in the distance. Normally, he would have chosen a more discreet approach, waiting at least for his subordinates to join him. However, his restless heart urged him to take the most irrational action. "I can't wait any longer," he gritted his teeth and charged directly toward the cottage. Of course, he didn't forget to leave behind a shadow clone. As one of the key subjects of training under Taijima, not only had he mastered the Chidori technique, but even the shadow clone jutsu had fallen under his clever imitation. "Kochu, I'm coming to save you." With the cottage growing closer, Uchiha Kaijun was already prepared for battle. At that moment, the wooden door was suddenly pushed open from the inside. A figure clad in black and wearing a mask slowly stepped out. From the aura alone, it was clear that this person was a formidable enemy. However, what truly caught Uchiha Kaijun's attention was not the figure in black, but the tattered woman in his arms. The woman was none other than his wife, Uchiha Kochu, who had been missing for a long time. "Why is it just you?" The hoarse voice of the figure in black came from beneath his mask, expressing some regret. "I was hoping to catch a few more, what a pity." "Let go of my wife," Uchiha Kaijun said slowly, each word dripping with a murderous intent so intense it could shake the very air. "Oh. So she's your woman." The figure in black clicked his tongue, and, seeing the fury in the man's eyes, he buried his head into Kochu's chest and took a deep breath. "Sorry, I was so bored while waiting that I decided to play a little game with her." He grabbed Kochu roughly, then smiled and complimented, I must say, you have great taste. Your wife. She's quite juicy. With that, he threw the unconscious Kochu aside. Seeing this, Uchiha Kaijun, his gums already bleeding from clenching his teeth, rushed forward to catch his wife. To his horror, he saw that her body was covered with numerous burning explosive tags. Boom. 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 Amid the deafening explosions, Kaijun tumbled to the side, still holding his wife. Ignoring the searing pain from his back as his flesh and blood were scorched, he gently laid her on the grass and summoned a shadow clone to guard her. Then, Uchiha Kaijun slowly rose to his feet and glared at the figure in black, who was clapping his hands in amusement. I'll take your life. Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 148, Chapter 148, The Kind Wife. After briefly confirming his wife's condition, Uchiha Kaijun finally let out a slight sigh of relief. No matter what she had gone through earlier, as long as she was unharmed, other issues could be dealt with. As for that black-clad bastard, today, he would personally end his life. While running, Uchiha Kaijun formed hand seals, and a blast of hot breath surged forth, blooming like a magnificent fire rose. Fire style, great fire annihilation. Seeing this, the man in black quickly formed hand seals as well, releasing a torrent of water from his mouth, creating a dense, high water barrier around him, glowing with a faint blue hue. Water style, water formation wall. Water style ninja. Uchiha Kaijun frowned. He hadn't expected that the enemy's chakra affinity would counter his own so effectively. Drawing the long blade from his back, he leapt over the water curtain and slashed downward at the enemy in midair. If ninjutsu wouldn't give him the upper hand, then close combat would determine the winner. His Sharingan had been honed to perfection, and in hand-to-hand combat, he felt confident and unafraid of anyone. You can only blame yourself for not being born an Uchiha. However, his mid-air strike was blocked by the enemy, who skillfully parried it. Kaijun quickly reversed his grip on the sword and made a horizontal slash, but the men in black dodged to the side once more. How is that possible? Determined to succeed, Uchiha Kaijun raised his long blade overhead, focused his mind, and suddenly unleashed a ferocious, flame-filled, rapid strike. Uchiha style, glorious slash. One slash cut through the air, and Uchiha Kaijun was already preparing for the next attack. However, he soon noticed that the enemy didn't even attempt to evade. Not bad for a strike. Your fire chakra nature development is impressive. As he spoke, the man in black lifted the hem of his clothes and revealed a slender sword that he had somehow been holding. Such a pity. With a slight movement of his foot, the man in black immediately split into multiple illusions, and though the sun blazed high above, a pale blue crescent moon rose behind him. Uchiha style, illusory moon swift. The two figures crossed paths, pausing for just 2 seconds before a spray of blood erupted from Kaijun's chest. Cough, cough, cough. Looking down at the short blade in his hand, he turned his body with great difficulty, his eyes filled with an overwhelming shock. For some reason, he suddenly felt that the combat techniques of the men in black seemed to counter him perfectly. Raising his bloodied hands, Uchiha Kaijun couldn't help but smile bitterly. He hadn't expected to be forced to use that person's unique technique in this fight. It can't be helped. With a few quick hand seals, a surge of lightning gathered in his palms. Chidori. The violent lightning chakra rapidly stimulated the cells in Uchiha Kaijun's body, boosting his physical abilities and significantly enhancing his speed. Chidori, with its high electrical damage, required a certain distance of sprinting to land an effective physical blow. Not bad, the man in black said with a wave of his hand, as if completely unconcerned. Come on, give me your best shot. This person seems to know me very well. Uchiha Kaijun furrowed his brow, a growing sense of determination forming in his heart. Boom. With a crash, the ground beneath his feet shattered, and his figure turned into a streak of light, speeding directly toward the enemy. Seeing the force of his attack, the men in black took up a defensive stance, ready to counter Kaijun's Chidori. Just then, the lightning in Kaijun's hand suddenly exploded, and a deadly bolt of lightning shot from his fingertips, piercing the enemy's chest in an instant. With a cry of pain, the man in black coughed up blood. Under the influence of the lightning chakra, he could barely lift his arm. Ha ha ha, now you see my strength, don't you? No one can underestimate me, Uchiha Kaijun. As he spoke, he did not forget to continue channeling more chakra into his attack. This black-clad bastard had dared to harm his wife, and how could he let him die comfortably? Does it hurt? It should. Listening to the agonizing screams in his ears, it felt as though he was savoring the most beautiful music in the world. But as he listened, Uchiha Kaijun suddenly sensed that something was off. The voice of the black-clad man, it sounded strangely like bang. Before he could confirm his suspicions, the wife lying unconscious in the distance suddenly vanished with a puff of smoke. A shadow clone. Then, what happened to her? Uncertain of what had crossed his mind, Uchiha Kaijun's body suddenly trembled, and his face was filled with an expression of horror, as if he were witnessing the end of the world. He stiffly turned his head to look at the black-clad man, who was slowly collapsing onto the ground. Step, step, step. The 5-meter distance took him more than 10 seconds to cover. His knees buckled as he slowly knelt before the man in black, extending his trembling hand to reverently lift the man's mask. His throat made a sound as though something foreign was lodged in it. The man's eyes were blank, his face devoid of color. The world reflected in his pupils seemed strangely unreal. The face beneath the black-clad man's mask was that of his beloved wife, Uchiha Kochu. Why am I? No, someone, please, help. Holding his wife's lifeless body in his arms, Uchiha Kaijun appeared like a lost child separated from his parents, his entire body radiating an uncontrollable panic. In his arms, Uchiha Kochu weakly opened her eyes, smiling as she gently reached up to touch her husband's face. Don't be sad. Now you have the power to defeat anyone. In his tear-filled eyes, the traditional 3-tomo pattern had already vanished. What replaced them was a pair of eerie, scythe-like large windmills. The long-awaited Mangekyo Sharingan had finally awakened, but it wasn't until this moment that Uchiha Kaijun truly understood one thing. Why, according to the clan records, every member who successfully awakened their eyes would rather forego these cursed eyes. The excruciating pain that tore through his chest was 1,000 times worse than he had imagined. No, I don't want these eyes anymore. Please, please don't leave me, Kochu. I can't live without you. Yes, the man deeply regretted it, believing that his own stubbornness had caused her downfall. He had so many things he still wanted to say, but the woman in his arms had already lost her breath. It was always only when one loses something that they come to truly realize what is most important to them. P.S. True pleading face. But alas, there is no such thing as regret medicine in this world, at least not in Uchiha Kaijun's hands. Ah! Holding his wife's lifeless body, the man could no longer contain his fury. His scream reverberated through the sky and earth, like a vengeful spirit suffering endless torment in the depths of hell. At that moment, clear footsteps suddenly sounded from a distance. All misfortunes in this world stem from the insufficient abilities of the people involved. With each step, Kyōsuke walked toward the men, speaking with a detached tone, stating the harsh truth, it's your foolishness that has led to this outcome. Uchiha Kyōsuke. Not wanting to even think about how he ended up here, Uchiha Kaijun, filled with raging fury with no outlet, finally turned his wrath upon the very person he feared most. Come, let me witness your abilities. Kyōsuke unfurled his black cloak and calmly drew the Kusanagi sword from his waist. From beginning to end, he remained calm and composed. Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 149, Chapter 149, Uchiha Kaijun's Mangekyo. Beneath the loose black robe lay Kyōsuke's muscular and robust physique. Strong, domineering, exuding an overwhelming sense of raw, ferocious power. With a single-handed sword sweep, the fierce wind cut through the air, and his robe billowed loudly with the motion. The sheer force of his strike even made Uchiha Kaijun, who had been engulfed in despair, feel a tinge of astonishment. Instinctively, Kaijun raised the broken blade in his hand. Suddenly, a vision seemed to flash before his eyes, of himself being decapitated in one swift stroke. Driven by pure instinct, he tilted his head slightly. In the next moment, an immense force struck him, shattering the broken blade once again. The sword's edge grazed past his ear. Huh. Kyōsuke was mildly surprised. As their figures crossed paths, he spun in midair and delivered a powerful kick toward the exposed opening in his opponent's defense. With Kyōsuke's agility, there was no way Uchiha Kaijun could block it. And yet, Kaijun had already crossed his arms, bracing in advance to defend. A dull thud resounded. Uchiha Kaijun's face turned red as he summoned every ounce of his strength, but even so, he was sent flying through the air by the force of the kick. This guy. Kaijun landed with a nimble flip, his face a mix of murderous intent and faint, almost unnoticeable astonishment. He always knew Kyōsuke was incredibly strong, his ninjutsu was unmatched, and his ocular power surpassed even that of the clan leaders. But how could such monstrous physical strength be explained? Kyōsuke was clearly over 4 years younger than him. By all accounts, Kaijun should have had the advantage when it came to physical development. Yet, Kyōsuke gave him the impression that he was battling a seasoned veteran, someone who had made a name for himself long ago. And, to top it off, a powerhouse from the Senju clan. Rubbing his sore arms, Uchiha Kaijun slowly got to his feet. His hand gently touched his eyes. So this is the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, he muttered, gradually beginning to comprehend the abilities of his eyes. On the other side, Kyōsuke was observing Kaijun with mild curiosity. Fixating on the scythe-like pattern in Kaijun's eyes, Kyōsuke wondered what kind of ocular power his cousin had awakened. It's been a while since I've felt such anticipation. Don't let me down. As he spoke, the Chidori spread across the blade, lightning crackling in bursts. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of his opponent, striking out with a dazzling blade of thunder. Uchiha style, sword leap thunderclap. The attack, which should have been a guaranteed hit, was once again evaded by Kaijun with a swift crouch, as if he had foreseen Kaisuke's move in advance. Interesting, Kyōsuke remarked. Reversing his grip on his weapon, he moved in perfect harmony with his blade, launching a series of fluid and relentless physical attacks. Before long, the Kusanagi sword had already left multiple shallow cuts across Kaijun's body. Still not enough. I need to see more, Kaijun declared. Even as blood dripped from his wounds, his eyes shone brighter than ever. Tossing aside his broken kunai, Kaijun's left eye suddenly flared with a crimson glow. Time precognition. In an instant, Kyōsuke's next move unfolded clearly before Kaijun's vision. With a subtle flick of his wrist, a shuriken tore through the air. The spot where it landed seemed empty at first, but a shadow swiftly appeared. It was Kyōsuke, who had been preparing to strike with the body flicker technique. What had seemed like a misjudged throw was, in fact, a calculated prediction of the opponent's movements. Even someone as skilled as Kyōsuke couldn't immediately react while moving at such high speed. As he exited the body flicker, blood began to trickle down Kyōsuke's cheek. Upon seeing this, Uchiha Kaijun clenched his fist tightly, a trace of frustration flashing through his eyes. He still had not fully mastered his ocular jutsu. If he had, that strike just now would have pierced through his opponent's throat. It doesn't matter. There's still a chance. Just as he prepared to activate his dojutsu again, a scene unfolded before his eyes that left him utterly stunned. The wound on Kyōsuke's face healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. As the last wisp of smoke dissipated, the scars on his cheeks had completely vanished without a trace. This was the self-healing ability granted by the intermediate sage body. Facing his cousin's expression of disbelief, Kyōsuke smiled faintly and said, "If I'm not mistaken, this is a precognition-type ocular jutsu, correct? What's its name?" "Humph, enough with the nonsense. With my next strike, I'll take your worthless life." Uchiha Kaijun secretly bit his lip in anger, not expecting his dojutsu to be seen through so quickly. The time precognition dojutsu, based on the output of ocular power, allowed the user to glimpse into the near future within a certain range. Thanks to this, Kaijun had been able to evade one lethal attack after another. It was evident that his confidence was soaring, and he now radiated an aura of determination to defeat his opponent. Unfortunately, Uchiha Kaijun was unaware that precognition-type abilities had three major weaknesses. Coincidentally, Kyōsuke possessed all the means necessary to exploit them. The first was speed. Seeing was useless if one couldn't react in time. Precognition could only be used to avoid fatal injuries at best. Plunging the Kusanagi sword firmly into the ground, Kyōsuke gripped four specially crafted kunai, two in each hand. The moment the projectiles left his grasp, his figure began to flicker wildly. From a distance, he appeared as a streak of black light, spinning through the air, launching attacks from angles that defied imagination. Barely evading the Chidori aimed at his neck, Kaijun had no time to adjust his stance before Kyōsuke materialized behind him the very next moment. "Can't keep up, can you?" A sharp hand strike swept across, carving a deep wound into Uchiha Kaijun's abdomen. As Kyōsuke had anticipated, against super-speed attacks, precognition could only ensure that the user wouldn't be instantly killed. Clutching the bleeding wound, Uchiha Kaijun leapt backward, retreating from the area marked by the flying thunder god kunai. His right eye gleamed faintly, but he quickly let out a disappointed sigh. Physical attacks are ineffective, huh? Reaching into his ninja pouch for more weapons, Uchiha Kaijun resolved not to let the flying thunder god kunai near him again. To his surprise, however, Kyōsuke showed no intention of continuing his aggressive assault. Speed beyond your ability to predict, and a number of attacks you can't dodge. As he spoke, Kyōsuke began forming a series of hand seals at lightning speed, leaving Kaijun no time to intervene. In Kaijun's stunned gaze, a massive surge of water erupted from the ground, forming a violent storm that engulfed the entire sky. Water release, 100 water dragon fangs. Over 100 spiraling torrents, each rivaling a water dragon bullet in power, filled the space with no room to escape. The only options were to take the attack head-on or rely on spacetime ninjutsu to escape. Unfortunately, Uchiha Kaijun possessed no talent in such techniques. He hadn't even mastered defensive ninjutsu. So, what use was foresight? It merely allowed him to clearly witness the scene of his own death. Boom. 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 Terrifying explosions completely engulfed the enemy. Seeing this, Kyōsuke shook his head with a hint of regret. So, this is his limit. If that's the case, then it's truly disappointing. With a faint sigh, Kyōsuke's gaze unconsciously swept across the surroundings. It seems the plan is progressing smoothly. Soon, the dust and smoke settled, revealing Uchiha Kaijun lying motionless on the ground. It was clear that, in the end, he had failed to evade the enemy's relentless barrage. Just as Kyōsuke was about to take a step forward, a streak of lightning suddenly shot out from the corpse's fingers. Squelch! The extended lightning blade pierced straight through Kyōsuke's chest in one swift motion. Image. Chapter ends. Black heart, white heart. Chapter 150, Chapter 150, he laughed maniacally. I've won. Cough. Cough. Kaijun bent over, coughing up 2 mouthfuls of blood, but the hand gripping the Chidori sharp spear remained steady as a rock. From the moment his younger cousin rose to prominence. No, from the day he awakened the Sharingan at the mere age of 7, Kaijun had lived in constant fear and anxiety. Over the years, Uchiha Kaijun had endured all sorts of attacks. Such as humiliating words, sarcastic remarks, and outright verbal abuse. Some even dared to insult him to his face. Even in his dreams, he longed to escape such a miserable life and build a fortress that could shield him from all harm. Thus, when his Mangekyo Sharingan awakened, it granted him not only eyes that could glimpse into the future, but he also gained the ability to withstand any energy-based attacks. To be precise, Uchiha Kaijun could absorb energy-based attacks, store them, and then release them selectively. If not for his lack of proficiency during the first use, the 100-water dragon Fong barrage just now wouldn't have left a scratch on him. I finally beat you. You're done for, Kyōsuke. He laughed maniacally. But alas, his triumphant laughter didn't last long. As he got up, Kaijun suddenly realized that his attack didn't seem to have penetrated his opponent at all. Apologies, I didn't mean to interrupt your moment of joy, Kyōsuke waved his hand and said apologetically. Feel free to ignore me. Let's wait until you're done laughing before we continue the fight. Opposite him, Kaijun's face darkened, unwilling to entertain Kyōsuke's taunts any further. The Chidori sharp spear, which seemed to have landed a fatal blow, had actually stopped mere centimeters away from Kyōsuke's heart. No matter how much force Kaijun exerted, he couldn't make it advance even a millimeter. It was as if the tip of his blade was separated from its target by an infinite, insurmountable galaxy. Not laughing anymore? Kyōsuke's right eye gleamed, and the Chidori sharp spear, now charged with a massive amount of chakra, disintegrated like falling snowflakes. In the end, all that remained were faint electric sparks flickering at the tip of his fingertips. He absorbed my ninjutsu. No, this feels more like, it returned to its initial stage, without any form. In a daze, Kaijun began to grasp the nature of Kyōsuke's ocular power. What a troublesome ability. At this moment, he suddenly heard Kyōsuke's mocking voice. How strange, where did my sister-in-law's body go? Hearing those words, Kaijun couldn't help but turn his head, despite knowing full well the malice behind them. What he saw confirmed his fears, Coach's body had indeed disappeared. Uchiha Kyōsuke. Kaijun roared, the truth hitting him like a thunderclap. This was undoubtedly Kyōsuke's doing. Even in death, his wife had become a tool for Kyōsuke to torment him. No matter what, even if he had to die today, he would drag Kyōsuke down to hell with him. The overwhelming hatred swelling in his chest caused Uchiha Kaijun's eyes to slowly undergo a new transformation. Under Kyōsuke's watchful, smiling gaze, a dark brown ribcage suddenly materialized around Kaijun's body. Good, keep growing stronger. The more hatred you harbor, the purer your ocular power will become. Staring at the men gasping for breath in front of him, Kyōsuke continued to rub salt into the wound. Incredible, awakening the 3rd stage of your power upon unlocking the Mangekyo Sharingan for the first time. So, this is the strength born of killing your own wife. Very well, Uchiha Kaijun, I acknowledge you. Each word stabbed into Kaijun's heart like a blade, leaving him trembling uncontrollably. Kyōsuke's words weren't just taunts, they were weapons, piercing Kaijun's very soul. Back when Kyōsuke was recovering in Ryuchi Cave, Taijima and Kaijun had conspired together to claim control over his entire army. When their attempts at persuasion failed, they began assigning them increasingly difficult missions, leading to the deaths and injuries of dozens of Kaijun's loyal subordinates. Kyōsuke had said long ago that blood debts must be repaid with blood. Today, not only would he kill, but he would also shatter Kaijun's very spirit. A dark golden Susanoo materialized, easily blocking the attack from the skeletal arm. Just as he prepared to continue his assault, the ground beneath Kaijun suddenly cracked open, and 2 hands shot up, firmly gripping his feet. Earth release, double suicide decapitation technique. Do you know? Before reaching the 4th stage, the ground beneath our feet will always be our most fatal weakness. At the same time, Kyōsuke understood something. While maintaining the Susanoo, Kaijun would not be able to use his precognition abilities. Boom. With the earth shattering, Kaijun managed to free himself from the ground. Childish trick. Shaking off the dirt from his body, Kaijun was puzzled. Why hadn't his opponent taken the opportunity to launch an attack? Was it because Kyōsuke feared his abilities? Sigh. Suddenly, a sigh came from the opposite side. Before Kaijun could process what was happening, the sound of rapidly approaching footsteps reached his ears. He cautiously turned his head, only to drop the kunai in his hand the very next second. The person standing behind him was none other than his wife, who he had believed was long dead, Uchiha Kochu. You. In that moment, Kaijun could not help but lose focus. By the time he realized what had happened, Kyōsuke had already used the coordinates buried beneath the ground to teleport right next to him. Kyōsuke's right eye activated his ocular technique, reversal, and the dark brown Susanoo that had just manifested dissolved in an instant, and the black rod created by yin-yang release easily pierced Kaijun's body. Such a shame, I was hoping to play a little longer, Kyōsuke sighed with mock regret, casually waving his hand as he impaled all of Kaijun's limbs with the black rods. The black rods had the ability to block chakra pathways, preventing chakra from condensing. Without the ability to retaliate, Kaijun couldn't even maintain his Sharingan any longer. He knew it, he had lost. But those matters no longer mattered. Run! Run, he won't spare you. Tears streamed from Kaijun's eyes as he shouted desperately at his wife. Run, leave the clan, leave the land of fire, and never let him find you. As for how his wife came back to life, he dared not think about it. At that moment, he couldn't even bring himself to face the reality before him. That's not going to happen, Uchiha Kochu said, her eyes also wet with tears. But she didn't hesitate for a moment. Striding forward, she kneeled before Kyōsuke and spoke in a steady voice, the third secret ninja reporting for duty. Get up, Kyōsuke said, extending a hand to help her rise. His gaze held a trace of amusement as he spoke softly, you've worked hard these years. As agreed, it's time for you to carry out the final steps. Yes, my lord. Without a second's hesitation, Uchiha Kochu turned and knelt in front of her husband. At this moment, her eyes were somewhat unfocused, beads of sweat gathering on her forehead. It was clear that she was struggling with intense inner turmoil. Yet, her hands remained steady, just as they had always been. Under Kaijun's disbelieving gaze, she slowly and deliberately removed his eyes from his face. Taking the prepared container, she carefully stored the eyes and handed them over to Kyōsuke. Ha 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 ha. Behind them, Kaijun's desperate laughter echoed. Finally, the tears in Kochu's eyes fell uncontrollably. Under Kyōsuke's watchful eyes, Kochu collapsed to the ground, her body a lifeless shell as she gazed at her beloved husband, her face a mask of sorrow. I'm sorry. Ha 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 ha. Unfortunately, her apology was met with nothing but maniacal laughter. Indeed, at this moment, Uchiha Kaijun, unable to hide his pain, seemed to have nothing left but laughter as a shield for his suffering. It's up to you now. Kyōsuke put away the glass container and turned around, walking toward the distant forest. Kochu was his most outstanding secret ninja, and Kyōsuke believed she could overcome the most important hurdle in her life. If she couldn't overcome it, then... Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 151, Chapter 151, Sister-in-law, I have many skills, you know. After his transmigration, Kyōsuke returned to his clan for the first time. At that time, he was only 7 years old, with nothing to his name aside from his natural talent. No one could have imagined that such a small child had already begun formulating plans for the future in his mind. Uchiha Kochu was 1 year older than him, a war orphan whose tragic life made her a common sight in the village. By chance, the two of them met on the battlefield. The young boy saved the young girl and taught her the skills she needed to survive. As repayment, the girl proposed serving him for life, but she was met with Kyōsuke's refusal. I don't need a woman. What I need is someone who can shoulder my burdens. From that day onward, Uchiha Kochu became his secret ninja, his deepest and most hidden shadow. Once it was confirmed that Uchiha Kaijun's talent was exceptional, Kochu began an 8-year-long espionage mission. Her goal was to make the target fall hopelessly in love with her, only by doing so could she fulfill the conditions to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. At the same time, she no longer wanted to remain in Kyōsuke's shadow for the rest of her life. Even if there was no hope, she still wished to stand beside the adult. That was the most humble wish in her heart. Thus, the two of them formed a pact. Kochu would have to give herself completely to the task. Not only did she need to make the target fall in love with her, but she also had to invest her own genuine emotions. In the final act of the plan, she was to personally take Uchiha Kaijun's life. If she succeeded in awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, she would no longer be just a shadow. She could step out from the darkness and stand beside Kyōsuke, walking alongside him as an equal. If she failed, she would have to continue her covert mission for 10 more years before earning her freedom. As he reminisced about his past with the girl, Kyōsuke leaned against a tree trunk, his face still adorned with a faint smile. To ensure the plan's success, Uchiha Kochu did indeed die at the hands of her target. During their fight, the secret ninja hidden nearby stealthily took her body away and delivered it to the followers of the afterlife. The followers of the afterlife were a secret squad established by Kyōsuke. Each member of the squad had undergone a rigorous and complete process of brainwashing, even Maya knew nothing of their existence. The members of this squad neither fought nor gathered intelligence. Their sole purpose was to perform a forbidden resurrection technique developed secretly by Sunagekure, one's own life reincarnation. One's own life reincarnation technique uses the entirety of the caster's chakra as a medium to transfer life force to the deceased, thereby reviving them. In Shippuden, Sunagekure's Chiyo used this very technique to revive Gaara after he lost the one-tailed Shikaku. Of course, one's own life reincarnation could also be used on those who had recently passed away, to restore chakra and heal injury significantly. Kyōsuke had paid an enormous price to develop the followers of the afterlife. Today's first operation allowed him to resurrect a valuable subordinate. Now, it depends on whether she can pass the final test. The young man continued to smile, though a hint of coldness flickered in his gaze. Uchiha Kochu possessed extraordinary talent and remarkable resilience. If possible, Kyōsuke would never wish to lose such an outstanding subordinate. After years of espionage, she had undeniably developed genuine feelings for her target. By personally ending her husband's life, she was bound to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. However, as the saying goes, water can carry a boat but can also overturn it. Kyōsuke would not tolerate any disloyalty from his subordinates. If Kochu truly succumbed to despair, he would personally send her off, reuniting the ill-fated couple in the afterlife. Call him cold-blooded if you will, the rules of the game are simply that way. There will always be someone who laughs last, and Kyōsuke hoped that person would always be him. I won't let any pity tears fall upon my corpse. Never. Soon, the sound of heavy footsteps suddenly echoed from behind him. Kyōsuke didn't choose to turn around, even though he knew that the girl's heart was undoubtedly in turmoil at this moment. Even so, he kept his back turned to her, an action that could be considered dangerously reckless. Although he had the end technique to protect him, he was unaware of what kind of ocular technique the girl had awakened. If it were a powerful offensive ability, end might not be able to fully protect him. He was giving her a chance that could very well end his life. Usually, it would be fine, but in this state, if she truly harbored murderous intent, no one would be able to restrain themselves. Soon, the footsteps grew closer and finally stopped about a meter behind him. Neither spoke a word, and a strange, heavy atmosphere lingered in the air, with an almost imperceptible murderous intent that made the hidden ninjas in the distance tighten their grips on their kunai. Staring at the young man's back, Uchiha Kochu struggled to suppress the surging killing intent within her. She was attempting to break free from the emotional mask she had worn for years. Fake, all of it is fake. My true master will always be my everything, and that will never change, no matter how much time passes. 5 minutes passed, and Kochu, who had been holding back, suddenly began to breathe heavily. Her fragrant sweat soaked through her clothes, outlining a perfect curve that stirred the blood. Master. I'm ready. Don't say such easily misinterpreted things. Kyōsuke turned around, his face lighting up with a radiant smile. He personally helped her up from the ground, their eyes meeting in mutual understanding as they silently ignored the earlier situation. What ability did you awaken? Kyōsuke asked with genuine curiosity. Ah, that. Uchiha Kochu reached up to touch her eyes, a playful smile curling on her lips as she said, I've learned many abilities. Come to your sister-in-law's house for dinner tonight, and I'll show you each one by one. All right. Kyōsuke rolled his eyes, trying to suppress the rapid beating of his heart. The little girl had always tried to tempt him, but back then, she was just a sprout, and her efforts hadn't stirred his interest. Now, it was different. Judging purely by her figure, Kochu was almost like a younger version of Tsunade. Not to mention, she knew exactly what she was doing, aware of the power of verbal teasing, constantly calling herself sister-in-law and widow. If not for his strong self-control, Kyōsuke might have ended up visiting his sister-in-law's house that very night to study. Sin, he murmured. They laughed and joked for a while, then set off together toward the clan's direction. With his cousin's Mangekyo Sharingan in hand, the next crucial step was to perform the eye transplant. Opening the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan was not as simple as just exchanging eyes. He needed to absorb Uchiha Kaijun's ocular power and gradually raise the limit of that power through fusion. The closer their blood relation, the higher the success rate of awakening the eternal eyes. This process was irreversible. Once the fusion began, the eye that was exchanged would be permanently lost. This was the curse deeply engraved into the Uchiha bloodline. By the way, when we get back to the clan, don't lose control. Mito will kill you if you do. Sister-in-law understands. I won't shout when sneaking into the house, I know. Just shut up. Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 152, Eye Transplant, and the goal is to find the Yata Mirror. Soon, the death of Uchiha Kaijun caused a small stir within the clan. After all, he was the commander of an army legion, and logically, there should have been an investigation into the cause of his death. However, Uchiha Madara suppressed the matter. Publicly, it was declared that a raid by the Senju assassination squad had struck the frontline camp, and Uchiha Kaijun, as the leader, fought until the very last second. Moved by his heroic spirit, Madara decided to incorporate Kaijun's troops into his own. As for Kyōsuke, the younger cousin, he took on the responsibility of caring for his sister-in-law. P.S. Just look at how sincere and devoted the two Uchiha leaders were, especially Kyōsuke, who even put aside the old grievances between the brothers. With Mito around, no one thought ill of it, though Uchiha Kochu herself didn't mind. Thus, the #1 widow of the Uchiha clan openly joined Kyōsuke's ranks. From this moment onward, Uchiha Kochu no longer had to bear the burden of being a shadow, and Kyōsuke granted her the greatest freedom possible. Apart from Kyōsuke, no one, not even Maya, could interfere with her actions. "It's so boring," the princess with the round bun sighed as she rolled around on the floor of what was comparable to the clan leader's mansion. Beside her, Maya wore a helpless expression, thinking to herself how fortunate it was that no one else had witnessed this scene. However, as she pondered further, she realized that Mito-sama had visited the Uchiha compound several times. When they were younger, she had always been scheming on how to assassinate Kyōsuke. The ridiculous scenes from back then, she was sure, were still fresh in many people's memories. Forget it, Mito-sama never had much authority to begin with. Lying sprawled on the ground, Mito suddenly felt a chill creep up her spine. Her instincts told her that someone was definitely speaking ill of her. After a moment of thought, she finally managed to say, "Damn Kyōsuke, I'll deal with you when you get back." "What's going on?" Maya asked, confused, unable to understand why the usually composed Mito-sama was now insulting her master. In fact, their master had been away from home for half a month, claiming to be conducting a very important experiment. Before leaving, he had specially asked Maya to look after Mito, ensuring that the silly girl wouldn't be bullied. Maya had then wondered, which idiotic person would dare bully Mito-sama? Hadn't they seen how the mighty Senju clan leader had almost been beaten into a state of helplessness by Kyōsuke? But when Uchiha Kochu came to visit, Maya suddenly understood that the master's concern wasn't without reason. Thinking of this, Maya decided to mimic Mito's actions, rolling around on the floor a few times before lying down beside her. "Mito-sama, there's something I have to remind you about." "Go ahead." "It's about that Uchiha Kochu." She had always felt that the relationship between Kochu and the master was far from simple, not just a brother-sister-in-law bond. The two women huddled together, gossiping endlessly, occasionally interrupted by Mito's gasps, and words like "cheating," "cut it off," and "pull it out and tie it" could be heard. P.S. Skull. Achoo. Kyōsuke, who was lying leisurely under the sun with bandages covering his eyes, suddenly felt a chill run through him and had the sudden urge to pee. "Hey, why do people have to pee?" he muttered. Beside him, Shadow Clone number 2 yawned in boredom and replied irritably, "What are you acting all high and mighty for? If you want to pee, just do it yourself." Splash. Kyōsuke, having finished his task, silently spoke as he looked at the oil painting on the cave wall. "Hot mama, I've already peed to the other side." "Idiot," number 2 muttered, holding his nose, thinking about how foolish he had been. Grabbing the still blind original body, he pulled number 3, who was about to clean the oil painting, and with the swift use of the Flying Thunder God technique, they teleported to a beach several kilometers away. After all, the cave was no longer a place where one could live. Half a month ago, Kyōsuke had secretly sought out Yayoi. Since it was his first time transplanting a Sharingan, it was safer to have a professional by his side. As for the two shadow clones, they had separated before the surgery, and with their presence, Kyōsuke felt assured of complete safety. In hindsight, seeking Yayoi's help had been the right decision. Without her assistance, the process of absorbing the ocular power could have taken several times longer. Unlike now, where he didn't have to worry about anything and could just spend his days wandering around with his two shadow clones. During the surgery, Yayoi had mentioned that Tenjin had been continuously investigating his information. What's he doing? Not only did he provoke the Senju, but now he wants to compare with the Uchiha and me. Kyōsuke didn't pay much attention to it. In his view, Tenjin was completely out of his depth. Yes, the Tenseigan was powerful, but that ultimately wasn't his own. Just like Nagata wearing the Rinnegan, it was fine for enhancing his abilities, but he would never be able to use the core powers of its original owner. For example, the silver will rebirth explosion, or the golden will rebirth explosion that could destroy the moon in one strike. Relying solely on chakra mode to force one's way to Superkage status might work against ordinary opponents, but when facing a true Superkage, he'd probably not even know how he died. Kyōsuke didn't need to lift a finger. Within a few years, Madara and Hashirama would possess power comparable to him own. Leaving the Huga clan leader aside, Kyōsuke then inquired about Yayoi's recent activities. He was already well aware of her actions, including her elimination of Huga Kosuka. It wasn't something anyone else knew, but of course, he did. With the pure Byakugan and the chakra of the Atsutsuki, it can be said that Yayoi has met all the conditions required to awaken the Tenseigan. To this, Yayoi gave him an answer. The awakening wasn't an issue, but it would require a long period of waiting. The reason Atsutsuki Tonari was able to grow so quickly is largely thanks to the massive Tenseigan vessel on the moon. Without it, one would have to nurture it with their chakra day and night, and the process would be similar to the awakening of the Rinnegan in the elderly Madara. No rush. What we have the most of is time, Kyōsuke said with a reassuring smile. He left behind some advanced information and left with his shadow clones, disguised as bodyguards. Now that Yayoi held significant power, she had secretly cultivated many branch clan members. When the time was right, she would immediately initiate a rebellion, bringing the entire Huga clan under her control. At that point, Kyōsuke would become the most powerful figure in the Land of Fire. Let's go, I'll take you to find some treasures. As a disabled person, are you planning to drag me somewhere to harvest my kidneys? Stop talking nonsense. Do you want the Yata mirror or not? Shit, I would have forgotten about this if you hadn't mentioned it. While flipping through ancient texts, Kyōsuke had accidentally come across the Yata mirror's existence. It was the legendary artifact, later held by Uchiha Itachi, known for reflecting all physical and spiritual damage. He had initially planned to find it at some point, but as he got caught up in other matters, he had completely forgotten about it. Now that he had the opportunity, he decided to go and check it out with his two clones. With the Kusanagi sword in his right hand, the Yata mirror in his left, and Sage Mode chakra in his body, Kyōsuke couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement just thinking about it. Just before he set off for the Yata mirror altar, Senju Hashirama had already found the entrance to the Shikatsu forest, according to the family records. Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 153, Chapter 153, Sage Arts, not just a clap away. Hello. Is anyone there? Amidst a dense tropical jungle, Hashirama looked like a lone adventurer braving the wilderness. And without any protective gear, no less. If someone were to set up a camera to film him, he might very well have the potential to become the top influencer across the 5 great nations. P.S. Ha 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 ha, rolling on the floor laughing, rolling on the floor laughing. According to the records preserved within his clan, he had found the entrance to the Shikatsu forest 3 days ago. His goal was straightforward: locate the slug sage as quickly as possible and begin his training in the sage arts, senjutsu. However, for 3 consecutive days, he found himself wandering in circles through this dense jungle. I'm going to die, I'm going to die. Hanging his head low, Hashirama shrugged, feeling as though he might spend the rest of his life here, all alone. At this point, let alone finding his target, he couldn't even figure out where the entrance was anymore. If it were someone else, they might have already unleashed would release deep forest emergence to bulldoze their way through, forcing the slug sage to reveal itself. But Hashirama refrained from taking such an approach. He had a hunch, if he did act in such a manner, he might never be able to learn the senjutsu in his lifetime. P.S. Protagonist gut feeling. Man, sometimes I really envy Kyōsuke, he muttered, staring at the small river ahead. Spreading his arms wide, he plunged into the water with a splash. Since he couldn't find his target anyway, he decided to let the current take him wherever it flowed. He was exhausted. It was unclear how much time passed, but when Hashirama awoke from his deep, snoring slumber, he found himself in a vast canyon. Around him, there wasn't even a puddle of water, let alone the river he had just been in. Scratching his head in confusion, Hashirama rose to his feet. Suddenly, as though sensing something, he abruptly looked upward. Above the canyon's rocky surface, the walls were dotted with numerous small caves resembling honeycombs. Within these cavities dwelled countless blue and white creatures, each about a meter long. According to the records, these were likely all clones of the slug sage. As for why it had split into so many, Hashirama could not guess. Hello, honored slug sage, I am Senju Hashirama. Following the ancient contract my clan has with you, I have come here seeking to learn senjutsu, he declared. Plop. A chubby, white slug fell right in front of him. Welcome, clan leader Hashirama. After offering a simple greeting, the slug began slowly inching deeper into the canyon. Follow me. Though we are all part of the slug sage, the abilities of each segment vary significantly depending on size, the small slug explained. If you want to learn senjutsu, you must seek out the largest one among us. I see, Hashirama nodded, though curiosity got the better of him. He asked, when you say the largest, does that mean it isn't the slug sage's true body either? You mean the main body? The small slug turned around, tilting its head in thought before replying, of course not. Although we are all part of the same being, each of us retains unique memories. I suspect the main body is deliberately keeping some kind of secret from us, the small slug added, sounding rather gossipy. As for where our main body is. Using its feelers, the small slug gestured toward the ground and, in a soft, childlike voice, it said, everything you see here is actually part of the slug sage's true body. What? To put it simply, Shikatsu Forest is a birthmark on the slug sage's body. P.S. Flushed face. A birthmark. What on earth? After spending so much time with Kyōsuke, Hashirama occasionally found himself blurting out some rather peculiar remarks every now and then. As the small slug marveled at the grandeur of its true body, it continued to lead the way deeper into the canyon. Before long, they arrived at its deepest recess, where an enormous slug, towering over 100 meters high, came into view. Ah, hello, Hashirama hesitated. There is no need for excessive words. I already know why you're here. The small slug at his side shook its head, sighing as it remarked, didn't I already tell you? We can share memories in real time. What an idiot. It refrained from saying the last part aloud. Memories that sync but still limit what each individual knows. What kind of species are you, exactly? Hashirama's inner monologue was becoming increasingly sarcastic. The towering slug, its massive form reaching the clouds, continued its explanation. Learning senjutsu carries great risk. A single mistake, and your body could dissolve entirely, turning into liquid. I've made up my mind. Hashirama smiled faintly, his calm and composed demeanor leaving the small slug slightly impressed. Maybe he's not as foolish as I thought, it mused, silently reconsidering its opinion. In truth, from the moment Hashirama had set foot in Shikatsu Forest, he had been under the watchful gaze of the slug sage. When faced with despair and solitude, a person's true nature and character are revealed most clearly. The slug sage had to admit, the reincarnations of Asura were truly remarkable, worthy of trust and recognition in every lifetime. Indeed, Hashirama wasn't the first reincarnation of Asura to find this place. Over the past millennia, many others had come before him, each seeking to inherit and master senjutsu. Having done this countless times, the slug sage skillfully lowered its enormous body and swallowed the utterly bewildered Hashirama whole in a single gulp. To learn the senjutsu of the Shikatsu Forest, one must train inside the slug sage's body. Otherwise, even as a reincarnation of Asura, the chances of failure would still exceed 80%. Calm your mind and focus. Feel the natural energy flowing within me, the slug sage instructed. And so, Hashirama began his journey into sage mode training. Meanwhile, the giant sage found itself lost in memories of the past. I believe he's the 8th reincarnation of Asura to come to Shikatsu Forest, it mused. Throughout all these years, only about a dozen humans have successfully mastered the sage arts. The fastest one, as I recall, took 3 weeks. The sheer passage of time had blurred its memory, but it was confident about the general time frame. Judging by this boy's naive and somewhat silly demeanor, the slug sage estimated it would take him at least a month to grasp the basics. Wait. The slug sage blinked, figuratively, of course, but what it saw shocked it. The normally wild and violent natural energy, upon entering Hashirama's body, behaved as meekly and docile as a tamed animal. Far from causing chaos or overwhelms his body, it showed not even the slightest hint of resistance. What's going on? Could it be that this boy has already trained in senjutsu before? No, that's not the case. His behavior clearly shows this is his first time training. Carefully observing the changes within its body, the slug sage found itself utterly baffled. An hour passed in silence. Suddenly, the enormous slug shuddered, then promptly spat out Hashirama from its body. Cough, cough, cough. Shivering with disgust, Hashirama rubbed at his arms as if to rid himself of goosebumps. He swore to himself that he would never set foot in there again. Never again. At that moment, Hashirama's eyes bore strange markings, and his body brimmed with explosive power. That's right, in just 1 hour, Hashirama had successfully entered sage mode. 3 weeks. The slug sage remained silent for a long time before finally giving an instruction. Disperse the senjutsu chakra in your body and try gathering it again. All right, Hashirama replied casually. The markings on his face gradually faded. During his second attempt, his speed should improve further. Clap. Hashirama clasped his hands together, recklessly absorbing the natural energy around him. In merely a second, he re-entered sage mode. Unaware of the slug sage's horrified expression, Hashirama examined his body with satisfaction, delighted by the surge in strength. With this, I think I can finally hold my own against Kyōsuke. But honestly, this isn't as hard as I thought. Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 154, Chapter 154, Yayoi Awakening. Land of Fire, Central Battlefield. 8 trigrams Twin Lions Crumbling Attack. Violet chakra surged forth, taking the form of lion heads, casting Huga Yayoi in an otherworldly, bewitching radiance. Having long grown accustomed to the chakra of the Atsutsuki clan, her body had undergone a monumental transformation. The once brilliant and dazzling twin lion fists had now morphed into an eerie purple hue. While delivering physical strikes, the technique could simultaneously inflict devastating damage to internal organs. Unless one employed a defensive ninjutsu, a single palm strike was essentially a death sentence. Her veins bulged grotesquely as her enhanced vision scanned the surroundings. With her heightened ocular prowess, Huga Yayoi quickly locked onto an enemy squad several kilometers away in an instant. "Let's go. Kill them," she commanded. The subordinates at her side were a group of loyal followers she had meticulously cultivated over recent years. With the allure of lifting the caged bird curse, she had successfully won over most members of the branch families. Why not all of them? Because in this world, there are always those who refuse change. They didn't care about fairness or freedom for themselves, as long as everyone else suffered together, that was enough. When faced with someone like Yayoi, who dared to fight against her fate, others often sneered with cruel mockery, unable to bear the sight of anyone succeeding where they had dared not try. And when misfortune eventually struck them, they would only sigh in resignation, saying, "This is just fate." Knowing the nature of such people, Huga Yayoi had long abandoned any thoughts of persuading them. For her, a handful of willing and obedient subordinates were more than enough. It wasn't long before the enemy squad several kilometers away was annihilated. On this battlefield, Huga Yayoi's infamous reputation was enough to strike fear into her enemies' hearts. With Hashirama away for training, Senju Tobirama struggled to hold the clan together on his own. It wasn't that the Senju lacked powerful individuals, but internal discord plagued them. Many clan members were openly dissatisfied with their leader's decision to retreat in the face of battle. Instead of focusing on resisting the Huga clan's invasion, many high-ranking members of the Senju were more concerned about seizing the clan leader's position for themselves. Amidst such turmoil, Tobirama had no choice but to resort to guerrilla tactics, employing hit-and-run tactics to keep the enemy at bay. Huga Yayoi's primary mission was to locate Tobirama's whereabouts and personally send him to reunite with his father, Butsuma, in the afterlife. "I found you." After searching for a long time, she finally locked onto the enemy's location once more. Unleashing a surge of chakra, Yayoi dashed toward the enemy commander's position with lightning speed. In the distance, Senju Tobirama abruptly opened his eyes and slowly lifted his fingers from the ground. The prey has taken the bait. Everyone, get ready. While the Huga planned to take him down, how could Tobirama, renowned as one of the most cunning minds in the ninja world, not understand the strategic importance of capturing a key enemy figure? Often, the line between hunter and prey was blurred. A single misstep could easily reverse their roles. "They're coming," Tobirama muttered, gazing into the distance. There, several figures were rapidly closing in on him. Clasping his hands together, a massive, swirling whirlpool of water erupted at his feet. Water release, tornado of water. In an instant, a vortex of water, spinning like a cyclone, materialized out of thin air, spiraling skyward with incredible force. Then, with a swift change of hand seals, the water tornado expanded like a waterfall, crashing down upon the approaching enemy. The massive area of effect made the approaching Huga squad feel as if they were drowning in an endless ocean. "Spread out." Huga Yayoi barked at her subordinates, stopping them from rushing to her aid. Under their concerned gazes, she charged alone toward the massive tidal wave ahead. It was not that she wanted to play the hero, but rather that the throbbing in her eyes had gradually reached a critical point, and Yayoi needed an external force to push her further. As the massive wave threatened to engulf her, Yayoi's breathing became momentarily quicker. Such a powerful wave could instantly shatter her entire body, and the terrifying prospect of life and death caused every cell in her body to become unprecedentedly active. 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven. Without any hesitation, she resolutely chose to use revolving heaven to face the enemy's water-style jutsu. Boom. The mighty wave crashed down, instantly submerging her rapidly spinning form. Standing on the makeshift lake that had formed, Tobirama furrowed his brow in confusion, feeling as though things were too easy, almost too effortless. At that moment, 8 trigrams vacuum wall palm. An invisible shockwave spread from beneath the water, creating a powerful upward current. Caught off guard, Tobirama was immediately struck, and his entire body exploded like water droplets. This was, in fact, a pre-prepared water clone. As for his real body, he had already ridden the waves, moving with extraordinary speed toward the distant enemy. Water style, surf strike. A water-based ninjutsu that utilized the water's surface to glide swiftly, perfect for combat in such a unique environment. At this moment, Tobirama was using water surf strike to close in on the enemy. "Didn't you want to hide?" he thought. "All right, I'll deal with your subordinates first, then we'll see how long you can hide." Perhaps sensing his intention, a series of powerful palm winds struck from beneath the water. For a moment, Tobirama felt as though he were dancing in a minefield. Boom. Finally, he was unlucky enough to be hit by the 8 trigrams vacuum wall palm, but the damage caused was far from enough to deter him from pressing on with his attack. At the crucial moment, Yayoi shot up from the lake like a rocket, her strange pale blue eyes gazing at the enemy without a hint of emotion. Thanks to the pressure from Tobirama, she had finally undergone the most basic transformation and awakened her own Tenseigan. As she felt the difference in her vision and the slow yet constant strengthening of her ocular power, Yayoi couldn't help but murmur to herself, "So this is the world through the Tenseigan." The vitality, like that of a fetus, is what he called the fetal movement stage, isn't it? Lost in the joy of her newfound strength, Yayoi failed to notice that Tobirama wasn't in a good mood. These eyes, they're just like those of the Hyuga-Tenjin. So the rumors were true, Hyuga is indeed connected to the so-called Tsukigakure clan. Recalling the destructive power displayed by Tenjin, Tobirama suddenly felt a sense of caution. What I need is to delay the progress of the war. Stalling and engaging with the enemy is the best strategy for now. Casually muttering to himself, Tobirama turned and, with a quick water body flicker technique, vanished without a trace. In reality, Yayoi was struggling to unleash her full power at this moment. To possess the same strength as Tenjin, her newly awakened Tenseigan required a long time to mature. Even if Tobirama had stayed, Yayoi was not interested in continuing the fight. With her goal achieved, the next matter at hand was how to deal with Hyuga-Tenjin. That old man had been searching for ways to enhance his ocular power. Although the chances were slim, Yayoi, being naturally cautious, couldn't ignore the possibility. If he intended to take her eyes, she would need to have a corresponding strategy in place. In the end, it all came down to a lack of strength. If she had Kyōsuke's power, she would have long since dealt with Hyuga-Tenjin and taken control of the clan. Of course, that day would come sooner or later. For now, she still needed to wait for the right opportunity. Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 155, Chapter 155, Madara, a visit to the widow's doorstep. Clan leader. This is the perfect opportunity, we absolutely cannot let it slip by. After so many years, the Senju have finally reached their dead end. If we join forces with the Hyuga, we can definitely annihilate them. We're only one step away, just one more step, Lord Madara. Having just awakened from his sleep, Madara found his courtyard completely surrounded by a crowd of people, leaving no room to breathe. These individuals were the influential figures of the clan, seasoned warriors with remarkable achievements on the battlefield, at the very least. Even someone like Madara couldn't afford to take their presence lightly. Of course, this was not an attempted coup, the Uchiha were not the Senju and had no interest in such hypocritical pretenses. Today, the crowd had gathered for one purpose, to request the clan leader's permission to initiate war. The target, naturally, was none other than the now turbulent Senju clan. With Senju Hashirama missing and Tobirama left to hold the fort alone, many believed it marked the beginning of the Senju clan's ultimate downfall. Some even spread rumors within the clan, claiming that Hashirama had been gravely injured and perished halfway through his return. To this, Madara held nothing but disdain. In his view, there was no way Kyōsuke could have taken Hashirama down himself. That man's skin was as thick as armor, it wouldn't be so easy to bring him down. As for whether to initiate war. After a moment of silence, Madara decisively said, send more personnel to the borders and continue to divert the enemy's attention. Understood. The crowd's spirits instantly lifted upon hearing his command, their eagerness evident as if they couldn't wait to charge to the front lines and clash with the Senju. Such was the depth of the enmity between the two clans. Even if Madara had no desire to exploit the enemy's weakened state, he couldn't disregard the clan's interests for the sake of personal feelings. At times, he truly envied Kyōsuke, carefree, unrestrained, and unburdened by duty, doing whatever he pleased. Uzumaki or Senju, what did it matter? If he wasn't satisfied, he'd attack. If a disagreement arose, he'd think nothing of obliterating an entire village or wiping out a clan. Even high-ranking figures, like Commander Uchiha Kaijun, had fallen to his blade, cut down with a sword in hand, with Kyōsuke shamelessly taking his widow into his household afterward. Madara couldn't help but wonder, didn't that guy fear that Mito would turn on him? As he mulled over these thoughts, Madara soon found himself walking out of the courtyard and onto the street, only to spot Kyōsuke's sister-in-law strolling leisurely ahead. It wouldn't have mattered if he hadn't looked, but upon noticing her, Madara immediately sensed that something was off. The soul-related ability granted by his awakened Mangekyo Sharingan endowed him with some unique capabilities. For example, he could manipulate his Susanoo to perform jutsu or discern hidden potential in a ninja by observing the quality of their soul. Through his eyes, Kyōsuke's sister-in-law seemed like an entirely different person, her soul emanating a presence that was deeply familiar to him. Dark, icy, like a devil lurking in the abyss, this was the unique soul resonance of a Mangekyo Sharingan wielder. Impossible. Could there really be another person besides the three of us who have awakened the Mangekyo? After a brief moment of contemplation, he made up his mind and began to follow her. As he trailed her quietly, he cursed Kyōsuke's recklessness. How could he bring someone into his home without knowing their background? What if something happens to Mito? Idiot. Watching the woman ahead, whose every movement exuded a strange allure, Madara didn't even need to guess, Kyōsuke must have fallen for her charms. But Madara found it incomprehensible. This woman wasn't just Kyōsuke's sister-in-law, she was also a widow whose husband had only recently passed away. What was so appealing about her? P.S. Well, new moon with face cough cough, nothing. Then again, Madara also understood that Kyōsuke didn't possess the ability to perceive souls. Being deceived by such a facade was only natural. Since he had uncovered the truth, he couldn't allow the situation to deteriorate further. The two of them, one leading and one following, soon arrived at a secluded alley. Uchiha Kochu, walking ahead, lightly touched the buildings on either side as she passed. Occasionally, she would crouch down to pick up a few stones, her carefree demeanor resembling that of an innocent girl without a care in the world. However, she was a widow whose husband had just died, for heaven's sake. This cheerful behavior only underscored how abnormal she was. Not wanting to waste more time, Madara appeared before her in a flash, blocking her path. Having the clan leader suddenly appear before you, fixing you with a cold, piercing gaze, would leave most people either shocked or uneasy. Yet Uchiha Kochu seemed entirely unperturbed, as if she had anticipated his actions. "Well, if it isn't our esteemed clan leader," Kochu said, her eyes darting about mischievously. She suddenly clutched her chest, feigning fear as she spoke in a trembling voice, What are you doing, following a helpless woman and cornering her in such a desolate alley? I'll have you know, I'm your good brothers." She trailed off, a faint blush spreading across her cheeks. To anyone unaware of the situation, it might genuinely appear that she had some sort of intimate relationship with Kyōsuke. "That's between you and him," Madara replied, struggling to keep his composure. He was silent for a moment before finally remembering his purpose. "Tell me, why do you possess the Mangekyo Sharingan?" Kochu's eyelids twitched slightly as realization dawned on her, understanding why the clan leader had been following her. All the while, she had been under the impression that she might become the victim of the infamous tyranny by a strongman. After all, she was a charming and spirited widow. Instead of answering his question directly, Kochu smirked cunningly and countered with her own query. "I'm more curious, how did you come to know about this?" From just a few exchanges, Madara could tell that words alone wouldn't sway this woman. If that was the case, there was no need for further dialogue, he'd get his answers through action. Madara had no intention of drawing his weapon, this woman was, after all, someone connected to Kyōsuke. Until he understood the full situation, he wouldn't resort to extreme measures. Even so, his strength was far beyond what an ordinary opponent could withstand. In a flash, he appeared before Kochu, his speed so overwhelming that she instinctively activated her Mangekyo Sharingan. Raising her arm defensively, she braced herself. In the next instant, Madara's whip-like kick struck her arm with a resounding thud. With a muffled crash, Kochu was sent flying, slamming into a wall before rebounding onto the ground. "My arm is broken," she thought, quickly diagnosing her injury with her extensive combat experience. Kochu hadn't expected the clan leader's strength to be this formidable. In a contest of pure taijutsu, she hadn't even lasted a single exchange. In truth, she knew that if she revealed her identity as a covert operative, it would be easy to gain Madara's trust. But Kochu couldn't resist the temptation to test herself. She wanted to know just how wide the gap was between her, with her newly awakened Mangekyo Sharingan, and the three legendary geniuses of the clan. Kyōsuke was out of the question. Izuna was nowhere to be found. That left the clan leader, who had conveniently delivered himself to her doorstep. If taijutsu wasn't enough, then she would rely on a battle of the eyes. After all, her body wasn't something just anyone could touch so freely. Still not willing to confess, Madara shook his head, his tone tinged with mild disappointment. "Looks like I'll have to take this a bit more seriously." Just as he prepared to strike again, something unexpected happened. His footing unexpectedly slipped, and he lost his balance in the middle of combat. "Hey, you really are unlucky, aren't you?" Kochu chuckled softly as she began her counterattack. Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 156, Chapter 156, Kochu's rule-based dojutsu. The clan leader had already shown mercy, so it was impossible for Uchiha Kochu to draw her blade and strike immediately. Feeling the intense pain radiating from her left arm, she gritted her teeth and kicked hard toward Madara's chest. "Umph." Madara, seemingly sensing something, sneered and casually raised his hand, easily intercepting the woman's attack. The disparity in their strength was painfully evident. The force of the recoil made Kochu's body falter, her movement almost imperceptible. In high-level combat, victory often hinged on fleeting opportunities. Imitating the woman's earlier movement, Madara raised his foot and kicked fiercely with a roar. If the kick landed, Uchiha Kochu's fate would likely be no different from that of pain, crushed under the feet of Sage Mode Naruto. At the crucial moment, Madara suddenly lost his footing, and the ground beneath him unexpectedly crumbled. The ground is collapsing. Affected by the tremor, his stance was thrown off, and his all-out attack missed its mark. Ignoring the woman's wide-eyed expression of fear, Madara frowned as he looked at the ground beneath him. A multitude of thoughts raced through his mind. Is this a coincidence? No, two unexpected occurrences in such a short time can't be a coincidence. Then it must be a trap, she said in advance. My actions were merely coincidental. Suddenly, a particular scene flashed in his mind. Before turning into the alley, the woman had repeatedly touched the ground and the walls. Her behavior was abnormal, and it was highly likely she was up to something back then. Staring at her bright Mangekyo Sharingan, Madara asked in a deep voice, "Is this your ability?" "Guess." Kochu winked, clearly unwilling to give a direct answer. Madara was not particularly bothered by her response. Even as a clan leader, he could not force a clan member to reveal the secret of their abilities. Interesting. By now, Madara had realized that the woman was not particularly panicked. This meant that his earlier assumptions were likely wrong. Could it be that Kyōsuke knew she had successfully unlocked the Mangekyo and took her in because of that? Considering the woman's identity, Uchiha Kaijun's death, and the conditions for awakening the Mangekyo, a bold thought suddenly crossed Madara's mind. I see now, no wonder. By piecing together several factors, Madara quickly deduced the truth. "You're Kyōsuke's subordinate?" he directly asked. Uchiha Kochu shyly lowered her head, acting as though she was too embarrassed to answer. Sighing in exasperation, Madara deactivated his Sharingan, clearly having no intention of making another move. Seeing this, Kochu stopped acting and bowed respectfully, speaking softly, "Clan leader, I wonder if you could offer me some advice on how to use the Mangekyo Sharingan." Now that he was certain of her identity, Madara's attitude shifted dramatically. His expression softening ever so slightly. He was even pleased to discover another Mangekyo user within the clan. "This place isn't suitable. Let's go to the training ground in the south." "Understood. By the way, did Kyōsuke not give you any guidance? The Lord has been traveling for a long time, and I've yet to have the opportunity to receive his favor." What a perfect way to say, "Haven't had the chance." Uchiha Madara took a deep breath, deciding not to bother with Kyōsuke's family issues any longer. Training ground. The woman gently crouched down and touched the solid floor with her hand. To help the clan members practice better, the arena in the training ground had been built using one of the hardest minerals found in the shinobi world. Ordinary fire-style ninjutsu, let alone causing damage to it, would leave barely a trace unless the caster possessed extraordinary power. But shortly after she made contact, the arena began to tremble violently, and in the center, a deep pit with a diameter of over 3 meters suddenly caved in. "Your dojutsu isn't meant for construction, is it?" Madara silently complained. "Of course not." Kochu smiled sweetly as she walked over and gestured for the clan leader to hand her his sword. "The reason it collapsed isn't because I tampered with it, but because it was supposed to be like that." As she spoke, she lightly flicked the Madara's sword. The next moment, the highly conductive chakra metal sword split into 2 halves right down the middle. "I can alter the original reality of objects by simply touching them. The arena and the sword didn't break because they weren't strong enough, it broke because I rewrote their reality when they were created." Uchiha Kochu's right eye dojutsu allowed her to rewrite the physical laws of things by touching them. In simple terms, she could forcibly change the already existing state of things according to her own will. For example, the arena beneath was originally solid, but through her rewriting, it was as if a deep pit had been dug beneath it during construction. "I see. Truly an impressive dojutsu." Madara commented, but his gaze remained fixed on the broken sword. Having never been concerned with money before, Madara hadn't understood its true value. However, Uchiha Madara had become well acquainted with its worth after assuming the role of clan leader. Since taking on the leadership of the Uchiha clan, he had been inundated with letters from various officials all day long, either requesting resources or outright demanding money. Oftentimes, he fantasized about how wonderful it would be if his own dojutsu could create money. "I'm definitely making him pay for this when he gets back." Madara thought to himself, unwilling to reprimand a subordinate, so he decided to blame the matter on Kyōsuke instead. "As for my other dojutsu, it also requires touch to activate." She lightly tapped the clan leader's arm, and with a flash of light from her left eye, Kochu quickly sprinted to the opposite side of the arena. Seeing this, Madara remained standing with his arms crossed in a posture full of arrogance. On the outside, he appeared perfectly calm, but inside, he was in turmoil. This woman's dojutsu was so mysterious, who could guess what her other ability might be? After waiting and waiting, nothing unusual happened. Did the technique fail? Madara wondered, just as a massive pile of bird droppings, falling from a height of 100 meters, came crashing toward him. Madara took a deep breath. Even the great Madara, famous throughout the land of fire, had to retreat when faced with a rain of bird droppings. Leaping backward with force, he easily jumped 4 or 5 meters away. But unexpectedly, as Madara's feet touched the ground, the surrounding arena cracked extensively. Is it because of the deep pit in the center? Madara twisted his body, spinning in midair as he flew across the arena. His posture was elegant, but both he and Kochu knew that if he were facing an opponent of equal strength, 2 mishaps like this could lead to serious consequences. Kochu smiled slightly, clearly pleased with Madara's embarrassed situation. This is my second ability, I can absorb others' luck by touching them. Unlucky. Madara pondered for a few seconds, unsure of how to evaluate this bizarre dojutsu. It seemed impressive at first glance, but upon further reflection, it was hard to pinpoint exactly what made it so remarkable. Forget it. I should just teach her the basic skills. After all. Feeling somewhat troubled, he decided to skip over the advanced ocular techniques and instead focus on detailed explanations about how to conserve chakra and awaken the Susanoo. Uchiha Kochu listened attentively, quickly absorbing the rare and invaluable knowledge. When the lesson ended, seeing the woman's face filled with lingering curiosity, Madara paused for a moment before suddenly extending an invitation. Now is the time to make use of capable individuals. Would you be willing to become the commander of a legion? Me. Kochu smiled slightly, a thought of her agreement with Lord Kyōsuke flashing through her mind. If I become the commander, I should be able to help you even more effectively, right? Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 157, Chapter 157, The Old Man Who Gave Secret Technique. I'll take my leave now. Hashirama bid farewell with utmost courtesy. In his heart, the Great Slug was almost akin to a master. Go ahead, the Great Slug said, narrowing its eyes as it watched the prodigiously talented Senju Clan leader depart. If it were to describe Hashirama's potential, it would say he was in no way inferior to his ancestor, Ashura. Of course, the Great Slug, having had little contact with either of the two brothers, didn't know the full truth. Ashura himself wasn't particularly gifted. Without the power bestowed by his father, he would have stood no chance against Indra. It was precisely this inherent unfairness that became the cornerstone of the thousand-year feud between the brothers. As the Great Slug silently reminisced about the past, it suddenly seemed to sense something, prompting it to turn its head toward the southwest. That place. As the smaller slugs had mentioned before, all of them were merely extensions of the slug sage, each possessing with differing sets of memories. Even the largest among them only knew that something of earth-shattering significance lay hidden in that direction. As for what exactly it was, it couldn't say. The gaps in its memory left the Great Slug with a lingering sense of unease. What it did know, however, was that the very existence of the Shikatsu forest was intertwined with guarding that secret. For millennia, there had been no disturbances in that direction. Yet now, an unexpected change has occurred. Is it because of him? The only explanation the Great Slug could think of was the recently departed leader of the Senju clan. But why him? What kind of secret had the slug sage concealed within the Shikatsu forest? Though somewhat puzzled, it did not dwell on the matter. Before long, the tranquility of the canyon returned to its usual state. Following the guidance of the smaller slugs, Hashirama leisurely made his way north, heading towards the barrier that marked the exit of the Shikatsu forest. After about half an hour later, having traveled over 70 kilometers, he finally reached his starting point. However, to his surprise, a masked ninja was already standing there, waiting in silence. You finally arrived. It was evident that the masked man had been waiting specifically for him. And you are? Hashirama's eyes widened in astonishment. He hadn't expected to encounter another human being in the Shikatsu forest. Noticing Hashirama's curious expression, the men under the mask seemed to chuckle softly. Who I am doesn't matter. All you need to know is that I mean you no harm. Oh. Hashirama nodded foolishly, his innocent reaction causing the masked man to shake his head repeatedly. For some inexplicable reason, Hashirama didn't doubt the masked man's words at all, even though the men exuded an unmistakable air of mystery from head to toe. Ah, he doesn't seem very bright, the masked man sighed deeply, feeling a strange sense of déjà vu at the scene. With a shake of his head, he pulled out a small booklet from his cloak. In a tone full of temptation, he spoke. Are you troubled right now? Even though your power has increased significantly, it feels like the wood dragon is no longer sufficient to fully harness your abilities, doesn't it? How does he know? Hashirama hesitated for a moment but ultimately nodded honestly. The truth was just as the masked man had said. After mastering the perfect sage mode of the Shikatsu forest, Hashirama's power had advanced by leaps and bounds. The wood dragon technique, which previously required him to expend his life force, was now far easier to use, if not effortlessly, at least without the same burden. The problem, however, lies in the fact that according to the ancient texts of the Senju clan, the wood dragon technique was considered the pinnacle of wood release. There were no more advanced secret techniques to pursue beyond it, leaving Hashirama deeply troubled. Do you see this? The masked man waved the booklet in his hand, continuing to entice him. It contains secret techniques far more powerful than the wood dragon, and there are quite a few of them. Do you want to learn them? I do. Ha 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 ha. The masked man laughed heartily. Suddenly he condensed a terrifying amount of chakra into his fist, so tangible it seemed to solidify. Take one punch from me, and you'll earn the right to learn them. Without waiting for Hashirama to reconsider, the masked man moved swiftly. In a flash, he appeared directly in front of the Senju clan leader. Yang Supreme Fist, Sun Fist. Amid the dense concentration of chakra, a fleeting sun-shaped symbol flickered for a moment. Danger. Alarm bells rang in Hashirama's mind, prompting him to immediately enter Sage mode. Crossing his arms defensively in front of his chest, he braced himself to take the masked man's attack head-on. With a resounding boom, the air burst apart with an explosive roar that reverberated painfully in his ears. Despite being in Sage mode, Hashirama was still forced back more than 10 meters by the punch. It's been a while since I've had this much fun, the masked man said, swinging his arm as if to shake off the residual energy, clearly tempted to throw another punch. However, upon seeing Hashirama's flushed face, he chuckled and dismissed the idea. Here you go. You've proven yourself worthy of learning it. With that, he casually tossed the small booklet into Hashirama's hands. Thank you, senior. You. Hashirama lifted his head excitedly, only to discover that the men had vanished without a trace. What a peculiar person, he muttered, shaking his head as he came to a conclusion. Although strange, Hashirama couldn't deny the man's terrifying strength, which far surpassed even that of Kyōsuke. The punch's strength was undoubtedly more fearsome than the attack Uchiha village had suffered back then. Had he been his former self, he might not have survived the blow. There are truly many powerful individuals out there, he murmured. Clutching the booklet in his hands, Hashirama decided not to rush out of the forest. Instead, he found a clean spot, sat down, and began studying its contents with focus. Advent of a world of flowering trees. Seems to be an advanced version of deep forest emergence. Wood golem technique. Wow, this one's incredible. And this sage art, this is. Hashirama's pupils widened as if he had stumbled upon something truly extraordinary. Meanwhile, the masked man traveled westward until he reached a concealed cave entrance. With a subtle movement of his hands, he formed a seal. The space before him rippled like water. Stepping forward, it felt as though he had crossed into another dimension. He found himself in a vast hall, dimly lit, with towering pillars stretching upward and high platforms lining both sides. On these platforms sat emaciated figures, each resembling a dried corpse. At the center stood a statue with a grotesque visage, its features twisted and far from human. Beneath the statue lay a cushion, upon which sat a frail old man with his eyes tightly shut. The people in the hall, all skeletal and frail, resembled mummies from an ancient pyramid. However, if an outsider were to witness this scene, they would likely be paralyzed with fear, or worse, lose control entirely. This was because every single mummy emanated an overwhelming, bone-chilling aura. The masked man silently surveyed his surroundings, let out a sigh, and muttered under his breath, 30 more years. How am I supposed to endure that long? Ugh, could one of you wake up early? Just to chat with me, if nothing else. In that moment, the enigmatic and profound demeanor the masked man had shown before Hashirama vanished entirely. He was now like a bored child, making a racket in the vast and empty hall. After some time, as if exhausted, he removed his mask and carelessly tossed it aside. Raising his head slowly, he gazed at the plaque at the top of the hall. On it, 2 bold characters were deeply engraved. Shinobi Sect. Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 158, Chapter 158, The Return, Mito is pregnant. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, several days had gone by. The news that Uchiha Kochu had become the commander of the military legion caused a small stir within the clan. Upon hearing this, the first reaction of most people was to associate it with Uchiha Kaisuk. A few conspiracy theorists even linked this event to the internal power struggles within the clan. They believed that Kaisuk had secretly maneuvered behind the scenes, using the clan leader's trust in him to force his sister-in-law into the position of legion commander. Amidst all the suspicions, Uchiha Kochu's rise to power was far from smooth. Fortunately, she had never been a weak woman. On her first day in office, Kochu gathered the entire legion at the training ground and, under the watchful eyes of all, initiated an internal competition within the legion. I'm a simple person. Whoever has the ability can rise to power, she announced. The position of vice commander and the various leadership roles are open. If you have the courage, come and try for them. For many of the civilian-born ninjas, this was almost like a chance to rise to prominence in one step. Soon, several clan members, confident in their abilities, stepped forward, ready to challenge the power that lay before them. The battle on that day drew the attention of nearly half the clan, and even Uchiha Izuna, who had just returned from a mission, showed up to watch. Before long, the vice commander and leaders all stepped forward. These were individuals who had carved their way to the top through sheer strength. Everyone expected the matter to end there, but to their surprise, the newly appointed commander, Uchiha Kochu, suddenly stepped forward and declared she would personally test the resolve of a few of her subordinates. It was only at this moment that everyone realized that today's events had been leading up to this very moment. But did she have the strength to back up her words? Faced with countless questioning gazes, Uchiha Kochu smiled calmly, and in that instant, a pattern resembling petals bloomed in her eyes, causing the surrounding area to fall into an eerie silence. Could it be a Mangekyo? Someone murmured in disbelief. Wait a minute, isn't she just the one who got the position of commander by climbing into Kaisuke's bed? How could she possibly unlock that eye? In a moment of realization, everyone understood, every assumption they had made until now had been wrong. The woman had risen to her position solely based on her own strength. I knew it, Lord Kyōsuke wouldn't do something like that, someone couldn't help but mutter in hindsight. In the face of Coach's Mangekyo Sharingan, the 5 subordinates exchanged glances, and immediately felt the weight of the situation. They were overwhelmed, almost feeling as though they were facing the 3 great mountains of the clan. The 3 mountains referred to were the trio of Uchiha Madara, Kyōsuke, and Izuna, who had once been hailed as the Uchiha trio in their youth. 3 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan, each more terrifying and magnificent than the last. And now, suddenly, there were 4. A sense of awe spread among many of the clan members, and their spirits began to lift. With 4 pairs of Mangekyo, doesn't this mean the Uchiha clan is destined to soar to greatness? Unifying the Land of Fire is just around the corner. No, wait, we should aim to unify the entire shinobi world. Brother, you're getting a bit ahead of yourself. Someone interjected. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, the battle between Uchiha Kochu and her 5 subordinates began. As expected, the outcome was clear from the start, Kochu's victory was inevitable. However, the way the battle unfolded left many people puzzled. The sudden destruction of the arena was one thing, but for a Jonin-level ninja to trip over a stone during a fight, was that really logical? And then there was the vice commander, knowing your ninjutsu skills are extraordinary, but could you please stop throwing things at your own people? What was going on? Had everyone collectively lost their minds? Only those in the clan who understood the Mangekyo Sharingan deeply could vaguely sense the true nature of the situation. In this way, Uchiha Kochu firmly established her reputation, becoming the 4th acknowledged superpower in the clan, right after the legendary Uchiha trio. Of course, this had little to do with Mito, who was idly at home. She wasn't in the mood to concern herself with the rise of new powerful figures. What the princess with the bun hairstyle was more focused on was her own slightly inconspicuous belly. She was pregnant. Walking down the familiar streets, Kyōsuke waved at familiar clan members as he passed. "Ah, it feels good to be home," he said, his heart overflowing with joy. "Congratulations, congratulations. Lord Kyōsuke, congratulations. Ah, Kyōsuke kid, you'd better keep working hard in the future." Staring at the uncle in front of him who kept patting his shoulder, Kyōsuke was utterly confused. He wondered, has the fact that I've unlocked the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan spread everywhere already? This is ridiculous. I will keep working hard, he said with a bitter smile, brushing past the uncle, still puzzled, as he continued on his way. Before long, he reached the entrance of his home. To his surprise, he saw a group of servants hustling and bustling, moving items into the house. Ah, Lord Kyōsuke is back, someone quickly noticed the master of the house. In the next moment, a crowd of people rushed over, all nervously rubbing their thumb, index, and middle fingers together, looking just like his younger self when asking his parents for money in his previous life. In broad daylight, are you planning to rob me? Kyōsuke was still confused, unable to grasp what was happening. Seeing their master's confused expression, the servants began to chatter, explaining everything in a hurry. The reason for all the hustle and bustle was that Mito had been displeased with everything around her lately. The layout of the house had been changed several times. As for the cause of her unhappiness, there were 2 main reasons. The first was Kyōsuke's prolonged absence, and the second was that she was pregnant, which naturally caused her emotions to fluctuate. I thought it was something else. Turns out it's just the pregnancy. Kyōsuke waved his hand dismissively, just about to escape the crowd's attention when suddenly, it dawned on him. Mito was pregnant. Come to think of it, she was my wife. I'm going to be a father. After a brief moment of stunned silence, Kyōsuke snapped back to his senses. He immediately raised his hand and threw a shower of money into the air. Amidst the servants' cheers, he tossed the cash as he hurried toward the master bedroom. Such joyful news should be shared with everyone, after all. Inside the room, Mito, sensing his return, had already been waiting by the door for a long time. Kyōsuke. She slowly opened her arms, but her gentle expression suddenly shifted. With a swift motion, several golden chains shot toward him with a whoosh. You bastard, so you finally remembered to come home. Ah. Hearing the master's scream, the servants who had been picking up the money froze for a moment. Then, as if nothing had happened, they resumed their meticulous search on the ground, hoping to find 1 or 2 more bills hidden in the cracks. After a while of chaos, the long-separated couple finally snuggled together and whispered sweet words to each other. Do you think it will be a boy or a girl? The princess with the bun hairstyle asked the age-old question every parent wonders about. I don't really mind, Kyōsuke replied nonchalantly. If this one's a boy, the next one can be a girl. If it's the other way around, that's fine too. After all, even the sage of the six paths had 2 children. He couldn't just have one. How embarrassing would that be? P.S. face with tears of joy. As they continued chatting, the couple brought up an important question. When the baby is born, what should they name it? Image. Chapter ends. Black heart, white heart. Chapter 159. Chapter 159. Want to get stronger? Then inject the Kyōsuke cells. Bang. The office door was violently kicked open from the outside. Uchiha Madara, engrossed in his work with his head lowered, sighed softly, fully aware that it was that bastard Kyōsuke who had returned. Besides him, no one else in the clan would dare to act so insolently. And yet, frustratingly enough, Madara could do little about it. Being the clan leader truly felt suffocating at times. Rolling his eyes in exasperation, Madara raised his head and, with a sour tone, said, well, our esteemed Lord Kyōsuke actually remembered to come back. Ignoring Madara's complaints, Kyōsuke walked in, his expression unusually solemn, and said, this time, during my travels, I made an important discovery. What is it? Seeing the rare seriousness in Kyōsuke's demeanor, Madara immediately straightened up. He could tell this matter wasn't trivial. Was it some new scheme from the Senju? Or perhaps unrest stirring again in the land of wind? I discovered. With his hands clasped together, elbows resting on the desk, Kyōsuke narrowed his eyes, his gaze brimming with smug satisfaction. That I'm going to become a father. Madara's face fell instantly. His expression darkened as he pointed towards the door and barked, you have 3 seconds. Get out of here and go back to wherever you came from. Don't be like that, Kyōsuke grinned mischievously, turning his head slightly to give Madara a sidelong glance. Covering his mouth with his hand, he teased, no way, you're not jealous of me, are you? Seeing Madara about to explode, with even the blue Susanoo beginning to form around him, Kyōsuke quickly cleared his throat and changed the subject. Have you heard? Hashirama has reappeared. I've already received the news. Madara shot a sharp glare at Kyōsuke before letting go of his hostility, and the two promptly shifted their focus to the pressing matter at hand. Knowing Hashirama's personality, it's unlikely he'd disappear during a war without good reason. Madara remarked. That leaves only one explanation, he must have been searching for a way to deal with Hyuga-Tenjin. And judging by the situation now, it seems he succeeded. The two exchanged a glance and fell into brief silence. No one understood Hashirama's strength better than they did. Even someone as formidable as Kyōsuke wouldn't dare underestimate him. Already standing at the pinnacle of Kage-level strength, any breakthrough Hashirama achieved would undoubtedly elevate him into the realm of the Super Kage level. Even without mastering more advanced would-release techniques, his natural growth over time would inevitably propel him to that height. Such was the terrifying potential of the God of Shinobi, Senju Hashirama. Report. A ninja from the intelligence department arrived, handing the two leaders the latest intelligence report. Senju Hashirama has appeared, using a massive and peculiar flower to decisively defeat the advancing Hyuga army. High-ranking members, including Huga Yayoi and Huga Kenshi, have all been captured. Currently, Senju Hashirama is facing off against Hyuga-Tenjin, with a high likelihood of an imminent battle. Setting the intelligence report aside, the two exchanged glances and let out a simultaneous sigh. The Hyuga have lost. Regardless of whether Hashirama emerged victorious, the Hyuga were bound to face inevitable defeat. Even if Tenjin managed to escape, his clan would likely be eradicated from the shinobi world. That guy really is something else, Kyōsuke muttered, stroking his chin. He hadn't expected that bowl-cut shinobi to master advent of a world of flowering trees so quickly. Across from him, Madara outwardly appeared calm. Yet, the hand resting on his thigh had long since clenched into a tight fist. When had his strength fallen behind those two? As much as he hated to admit it, Madara knew deep down that he currently had no way to contend with Hyuga-Tenjin, who possessed the Tenseigan. As for Hashirama, there were no detailed updates yet, so the outcome of their clash remained unknown. But the men standing before him, Kyōsuke, seemed like a completely different person. Thanks to his soul-peering ability, Madara could clearly sense the immense transformation Kyōsuke had undergone. On the other side, Kyōsuke sighed inwardly. Sharp as he was, he easily discerned Madara's inner turmoil. However, he wasn't entirely sure how to help. He couldn't very well suggest Susanoo sacrifice his eyes right now, could he? The best course of action was to wait for Yayoi's research to advance, at least reaching the level Orochimaru had achieved during the Fourth Shinobi World War. By then, they could artificially create Sharingan or even stimulate eye awakening through scientific methods. Take Shin, for example, a non-Uchiha who managed to achieve near Mangekyo-level abilities. Thanks to Uchiha genetics, he even dared to claim the Uchiha name for himself. Beyond that, perhaps the Kyōsuke cells could also assist Madara. If his ocular abilities ceased to be a hindrance, Madara's natural talent and intellect would undoubtedly allow him to surpass others. He might even awaken the perfect Susanoo with an ordinary Mangekyo Sharingan. Once Yayoi returns, I'll take Madara to meet her. Kyōsuke mused. Only a handful of people, including Mito, were aware of Yayoi's existence. Considering his relationship with Madara and Azuna's safety, Kyōsuke believed revealing a little wouldn't hurt. He had plenty of secrets, and Yayoi's presence was just one of them. Since it would be exposed eventually, letting Madara know in advance might even foster better cooperation between them. Once the issue of his eyes is resolved, Madara's strength will definitely improve greatly. In the future, he might even reach his canonical level. At that point, absorbing the Ten-Tails wouldn't be out of the question, who can say? As this thought struck him, Kyōsuke's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he'd remembered something important. Do you have time in the coming days? Come with me to a place, he asked. For what? Madara immediately grew suspicious, thinking, this bastard is already reckless on his own, and now he wants to drag me along. To burn incense and pray, Kyōsuke replied with a wicked grin. Meanwhile, on the central battlefield of the Land of Fire. Wood release, wood dragon technique. Having returned from his training journey, Hashirama now soared through the skies, standing atop a massive wood dragon. Not far ahead, Hyuga-Tenjin, cloaked in Tenseigan chakra mode, darted and weaved through the air, desperately evading a barrage of terrifying energy blasts. To be honest, this was the first time he found his opponent to be such a challenge. Though Hashirama's raw power didn't surpass his own, he clung to the fight tenaciously, like an unshakable curse. No matter how fiercely he fought, Hashirama showed no signs of faltering. The clan leader Tenjin couldn't help but wonder, how could your strength have grown so immensely in such a short time? Are you still unwilling to yield, Hyuga-Tenjin? Hashirama clasped his hands together, continuously refining the chakra within his body. That small booklet he had obtained recorded many fascinating secret techniques. Unfortunately, time had been too short for him to study most of them in depth. The advent of a World of the Flowering Trees technique was unleashed to cleanse the battlefield and put an end to the feud between the Huga and Senju clans. As for the energy blasts the wooden dragon was currently spewing, they were an extended application of a technique described within that book. It wasn't just the wooden dragon, he had even gained the ability to use the wooden golem jutsu, a technique he hadn't fully mastered yet. This filled the gap in his arsenal, addressing his lack of long-range capabilities. Seeing the other party remain silent, Hashirama let out a resigned sigh and continued to manipulate the wood dragon, which unleashed relentless golden energy blasts. On the ground below, a group of onlookers watched the battle as if witnessing a grand spectacle, for the clash between the two clan leaders had long surpassed their understanding of what it meant to be a ninja. For those with slightly weaker eyesight, it was impossible to see through the layers of clouds to catch even a glimpse of their exchange. How incredible, murmured Yayoi, her arms bound and her body marked with sealing talismans bearing the word seal. She was using her Byakugan to observe the fierce battle in the sky. Unbeknownst to her, standing beside her, Senju Tobirama was gazing at her with an odd, contemplative expression. Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 160, Black Zetsu's Edo Tensei Technique. The fierce battle raged on for 3 full hours. By the end, most spectators had grown weary and left, unwilling to continue craning their necks to watch. After all, staring upward for so long made their necks unbearably sore. Only a handful of Huga clan members remained, harboring a glimmer of hope. If their clan head could unleash his full power and achieve a grand victory, their safety would be assured. Unfortunately, they were destined for disappointment. After hours of anticipation, the result was anticlimactic. The two combatants calmly descended back to the ground, unharmed. Judging from their postures, it seemed neither had any intention of continuing the fight. Release them, Hyuga-Tenjin commanded with a wave of his sleeve, his expression anything but pleasant. In contrast, the Senju clan leader, Hashirama, maintained his ever-present smile as he instructed his subordinates to untie the captured Huga members. Elder brother, Tobirama began, as if about to object, but Hashirama shot him a sharp glare. Sulking, Tobirama clamped his mouth shut and turned away in frustration. Despite the prolonged clash, neither side had been able to land a decisive blow, and the battle seemed to stretch on endlessly. No matter how much Hashirama's strength had advanced, he couldn't rely solely on his wood dragon technique to defeat Tenjin, who had activated the Tenseigan chakra mode. The truce, in the end, was not due to a lack of effort but rather mutual understanding because Tenjin had realized he couldn't suppress the young Senju leader before him. Likewise, Hashirama couldn't defeat Tenjin either, as his attacks had proven equally ineffective. Over the course of 3 exhausting hours, Tenjin had burned through 70% of his chakra reserves, yet Hashirama still appeared as vigorous as ever. The result was clear, Tenjin knew in his heart where he stood. Adding to the weight of defeat, his clan members had all been captured. By every measure, the Huga had lost this conflict. Thank you, clan leader Hashirama, Tenjin muttered with veiled gratitude before leading his subordinates away from the battlefield. The inability to overcome Hashirama left Hyuga-Tenjin deeply frustrated. Not long ago, he had been able to suppress the Senju leader completely. Yet now, in such a short span of time, Hashirama had grown to the point where he could fight him to a draw. For the proud Tenjin, this was an unacceptable outcome. Unfortunately, at his current level of strength, even small improvements posed an immense challenge. Hard work alone wouldn't suffice. The only viable path forward was the further evolution of his Tenseigan. This thought turned his gaze toward his disciple, whose expression remained an impenetrable mask. Tenjin was well aware that his disciple had recently awakened the Tenseigan. Nothing on the battlefield escaped his keen perception. If he were to absorb his disciple's ocular power, could his own eyes achieve further evolution? This prospect filled Hyuga-Tenjin with anticipation. However, on second thought, he decided against acting impulsively. Absorption was inevitable. After all, to Tenjin, it was only natural for the branch family to make sacrifices for the main family's leader. But he needed to wait patiently. Once his disciple surpassed the initial development stage, her ocular power would increase by tenfold. Absorbing it then would yield the greatest benefit. With this in mind, Tenjin hypocritically offered encouragement. "You've done well. Keep up the good work." "Yes, master." Yayoi, his disciple, bowed with her usual respectful demeanor. Her humble and deferential attitude only strengthened Tenjin's trust in her. That night, Hyuga-Tenjin sat alone in his tent, replaying the details of his battle with Hashirama in his mind. Suddenly, a shadow materialized before him, silent and still. The visitor was none other than Black Zetsu, the ancient schemer. Kihihi. An eerie laugh echoed in the silence, nearly provoking Tenjin into an attack. "If you laugh like that again, I'll crush your skull with a single palm strike," Tenjin snapped, his irritation rising as he glanced at Black Zetsu's inhuman form, and his irritation only deepened. "Damn it, does this thing even have a skull?" Tenjin's words were blunt and cutting, and any ordinary person would have taken offense or retaliated on the spot. But Black Zetsu was no ordinary being. It didn't care, after all, it wasn't human. "Do you wish to gain the power to defeat Senju Hashirama?" It wasted no time, striking at the heart of Tenjin's desires. Caught in a moment of frustration, Tenjin found himself unable to resist the allure of such a promise. "I thought you said before that these eyes couldn't grow any stronger," Tenjin replied coldly, recalling Black Zetsu's earlier, confident claims. And now, only a few years later, it was contradicting itself. In Tenjin's mind, Black Zetsu was already labeled as untrustworthy. Black Zetsu responded simply, "Kihihi, ordinary methods won't suffice, of course." The truth was, Kyōsuke's arrival had not only disrupted the Uchiha and Senju clans but had also deeply impacted Black Zetsu. The strength of the Tsukigakure clan had left it deeply shaken. Their human puppets, capable of fighting without chakra threads, seemed far superior to its white Zetsu army. What fascinated Black Zetsu even more was their unique ability to grow in numbers through battle. It was a feature that filled it with envy. It envisioned an unstoppable army, one it could wield alongside its mother after her resurrection, to conquer other worlds. By that point, the Atsutsuki clan would likely be the ones fearing them. This thought promoted Black Zetsu to take a second look at Tobirama Senju's Edo Tensei technique. Initially dismissive of the technique, it had since undergone a drastic change in perspective. Why? Because of a single, unexpected event. For a long time, Kyōsuke's existence had been a constant thorn in Black Zetsu's side. Surveillance was indispensable. Even if it couldn't track his space-time movements, it could at least grasp his general whereabouts. Through this vigilance, Black Zetsu became aware of Huga Yayoi's presence and, through her scientific research, uncovered the immense potential of the Edo Tensei technique. Infiltrating the Senju clan to steal their forbidden jutsu or pilfering Yayoi's research results posed no challenge at all for the cunning schemer. By combining the two, Edo Tensei finally gained true strategic value. For Black Zetsu, the implications were even more profound. Over the centuries, it had encountered countless powerful individuals, many of whom possessed rare Kekkei Genkai abilities. Amidst a series of cold chuckles, Black Zetsu's form writhed and stretched, sprawling across the ground. All of this unfolded beneath Hyuga-Tenjin's unblinking, watchful gaze as a cloaked figure silently emerged from Black Zetsu's writhing form. Although it couldn't envelop living beings, an Edo Tensei body lacked any characteristics of life, making it particularly convenient for transport. "What is this thing?" Tenjin frowned deeply, immediately sensing the unnatural nature of the Edo Tensei body. "Humph. It is, of course, something that can assist you greatly," Black Zetsu said with a sinister laugh. "With it, you can forcibly complete your evolution." After a brief silence, Tenjin asked in a low voice, "What price must I pay?" He knew his visitor was no philanthropist. If Black Zetsu had sought him out, it surely had its own agenda. Without conditions, the offer would seem too good to be true. "I want you to help me kill someone." "Who?" Uchiha Kaisuk, Black Zetsu finally revealed its goal. Before Tenjin could respond, Black Zetsu swayed its form and spoke first, cutting him off. I know your concerns. Rest assured, I will create the perfect opportunity for you. Who knows, it continued slyly, you might even reclaim what should have rightfully been yours in the first place. Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 161, Chapter 161, The Fire Temple, First Encounter between Madara and Jigen. The Land of Fire, established during the early days of the Warring States period, was a nation born amidst chaos. In its initial stages, the daimyos were enthusiastic about hiring the fragmented ninja clans from the former shinobi sect, Ninshu, to combat other nations. However, due to the immense destruction caused by ninja battles, the five great nations gradually segregated the worldly wars from the shinobi world. The Land of Fire, blessed with abundant resources and a favorable living environment, became the first nation in the history of the shinobi world to establish a unified hidden village. Following the foundation of the Hidden Leaf Village in the Land of Fire, the Land of Wind, the Land of Lightning, the Land of Earth, and the Land of Water all emulated this model, establishing their own hidden villages. Thus began an era where the five great nations dominated and unified the shinobi world. Beyond the future Hidden Leaf Village, the Land of Fire boasted many unique architectural structures, such as the numerous temples scattered throughout the nation. Among them, the most renowned and largest was the Fire Temple, a relic passed down from ancient times. On this particular day, the Fire Temple welcomed two unusual guests. On the long staircase leading up to the temple, Uchiha Madara gazed at the towering structure before him. Is that thing really sealed here? He asked. Of course, Kyōsuke replied with a faint smile, his mind clearly calculating something unknown. Seeing this, Madara shook his head in exasperation. From a long time ago, he had found it impossible to see through his friend's thoughts. Before arriving at the Fire Temple, the two had discreetly met with the recently returned Huga Yayoi. It was only then that Madara learned that the most outstanding young ninja of the Huga clan had long since become one of Kyōsuke's subordinates. Madara was further astonished by the transplantation of sage body cells, a revelation that shook him to his core. Over the years of battle, Madara's eyesight had indeed deteriorated significantly. He had assumed Kyōsuke would face the same problem, only to discover that his friend had already found an excellent solution. Taking advantage of the moment, Kyōsuke also disclosed the existence of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, explaining that it might be the ultimate form of the Sharingan. Predictably, Madara showed no interest in this revelation. To him, Izuna's significance far surpassed any notion of the eternal eye. Thanks to Yayoi's exceptional scientific expertise, the fusion of cells within Madara progressed remarkably smoothly. Within just a few days, he had completely fused the cells, leaving an indelible mark of Kyōsuke's presence on his right atrium. If not for the urgency to head to the Fire Temple, Madara might have considered trying to practice Sage Mode. It seemed that, no matter how the storyline changes, certain patterns of thought remain unchanged. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, the resurrected Madara absorbed a massive amount of Sage Chakra from the reanimated Hashirama. Though clearly elated, he still pretended to be indifferent. Regardless, Uchiha Madara at this moment was undoubtedly stronger than ever before. As for the impact on the storyline, Kyōsuke had long since ceased to care. To put it bluntly, the final boss on this stage of Earth was Kaguya Atsutsuki. As long as she didn't appear, everything else seemed manageable. At the very least, Kyōsuke was confident in dealing with any crisis other than Atsutsuki Kaguya herself. Atsutsuki Ishiki. He was just a dying figure clinging to survival. Without consuming a chakra fruit, he couldn't even achieve immortality. Even if Kyōsuke stood right before him, Ishiki wouldn't dare make a move. And by the time Ishiki found a suitable vessel for reincarnation, who knew how many years would have passed? By then, Kyōsuke might be strong enough to crush Kaguya single-handedly. Why would he fear a being who didn't even dare to interfere in the shinobi world's processes? Some beings seem alive, but in truth, they died thousands of years ago. This description suited Atsutsuki Ishiki perfectly. I have nothing to fear from him, Kyōsuke declared with an unwavering conviction. Thus, upon meeting the abbot of the Fire Temple, accompanied by the monk Jigen, Kyōsuke's expression became particularly interesting. Kyōsuke-dano, it has been many years. How have you been? Jigen greeted him cordially. Uchiha Madara cast a sidelong glance at his companion. He hadn't noticed before, but Kyōsuke's social circle was unexpectedly vast. Huga Yayoi was one thing, but now even a random monk from a remote temple knew him. Madara couldn't help but wonder what Kyōsuke was doing during his frequent venture. Could he be preparing to become a monk? Harboring malicious curiosity, Madara was about to retract his gaze when he suddenly noticed a faint, almost imperceptible flicker of tension on Kyōsuke's face. Was he nervous? This discovery surprised Madara greatly. Seizing the moment while no one noticed, he discreetly activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, employing the soul-related ability of his right eye. Having transplanted sage body cells, Madara's lost ocular power was gradually recovering. He even felt that his total ocular power was slowly increasing over time. Although the process was slow, taking at least 20 to 30 years for significant changes, it was progress nonetheless. With his ocular power no longer an issue, Madara could use his Mangekyo abilities without restraint. If he wished, he could summon Susanoo even without activating his Mangekyo Sharingan. This was because the power of the Sharingan had long since been deeply imprinted on his very soul. As long as his soul endured, Madara could even achieve extraordinary feats like leaving his physical body as a spirit. In this soul state, he could still perform slightly weakened versions of his ninjutsu. In other words, the enhancement from the sage body cells made Madara's strength far beyond terrifying. However, this newfound confidence didn't last long. Upon probing, Madara could never have imagined that an ordinary monk in the Fire Temple would possess a soul so overwhelmingly powerful it dwarfed that of everyone present combined. For a brief moment, he wondered if his vision was playing tricks on him. The terrifying, mountain-like presence was that something a human could possess. Inside the grand hall of the Fire Temple. With the visit of the Uchiha clan leader, the abbot naturally extended the highest courtesy in his reception. This was not like the era of the Hidden Leaf, where protocol and rules governed everything, leaving little room for chaos. During the Warring States period, things were entirely different. If the two before him were angered, the Uchiha army could swiftly descend upon the temple and slaughter everyone within. It wasn't wisdom that made the abbot so accommodating, it was fear of the two gods standing before him. Little did he know, the two men's thoughts were already far from him. Casting a sidelong glance at Kyōsuke, who was eloquently engaging the abbot, Madara slowly relaxed his clenched fists, though his gaze occasionally and deliberately swept over the young monk. To his surprise, the monk seemed aware of his attention. In an unintentional moment, their eyes met. The prideful dance king would never allow himself to be intimidated. When the monk returned his gaze, Madara scoffed coldly and sharply asked, "The Fire Temple truly lives up to its reputation if even an ordinary monk like you is so extraordinary. What is your name?" "Jigen," the monk replied with a faint smile, showing no sign of offense. Centuries of practice had shaped Jigen into a courteous and composed figure, someone who knew when to advance and retreat. Even someone as formidable as Uchiha Madara couldn't find fault with him in conversation. "Well, an ordinary monk indeed," Madara remarked, shaking his head as if to dismiss the matter. Regardless of who the man truly was, the priority was to complete their mission. "Abbot, I am here to borrow the 9 tails." Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 162, Chapter 162, all beings suffer, yet those who believe in me may be delivered from calamity. The Fire Temple held a revered status, so Madara's demeanor today could be considered unusually polite. For someone accustomed to giving orders in a commanding tone, it was rare for him to utter the word please. Yet, there were always those who failed to appreciate such courtesy. When the temple's abbot heard Madara's request to borrow the 9 tails, he immediately shook his head, decisively refusing. "Impossible. The matter of the 9 tails is far too significant. It cannot be loaned out on a whim." He continued, his tone earnest and sincere. "Back then, sealing it cost the lives of over 20 monks from our temple. Only then were we barely able to imprison it within the altar. If it were to break free, not only the land of fire but the entire shinobi world would face catastrophe." The abbot's words were reasonable and heartfelt. A regular person might have been moved by the monk's conviction. But the man before him was no ordinary individual. He was the clan leader of the Uchiha, the current reincarnation of Indra's chakra. If mere words could sway him, Ashura wouldn't have needed to traverse countless lifetimes to guide his brother. "Old man, I wasn't asking for your opinion." Madara suddenly stood, his overwhelming killing intent instantly causing the monks' faces to pale. Seeing this, Kyōsuke, who had been quietly observing, spoke in an almost leisurely tone. "If you keep rambling, I don't know about the shinobi world, but I can assure you the Fire Temple is about to face a calamity of its own." Preposterous. The abbot stood as well, his voice trembling with indignation, though it betrayed an underlying fear. "In recent years, the Uchiha name has spread across the shinobi world. I thought you had changed, but I see you're still as unreasonable as ever. The 9 tails is a disaster sealed by the lives of our predecessors. Even if the temple is destroyed today, we will never allow you to unseal it." Madara snorted coldly, crossing his arms over his chest, his voice sharp and merciless. "In that case, I'll send you all to join your predecessors today to atone for your sins. All monks, defend the temple with your lives," the abbot roared, adopting a stance that showed he was ready to fight to the death. The atmosphere in the room grew tense, as though a battle could break out at any moment. Yet amidst this, only Kyōsuke and Jigen remained calmly seated, as though the chaos had nothing to do with them. "You're not going to step in?" Kyōsuke asked, narrowing his eyes as he gauged Jigen's strength. If he could push Jigen to reveal his true power, Kyōsuke wouldn't hesitate to flee immediately. Even if it killed him, he'd ensure he outlasted his opponent's physical limits, no matter the cost. To Kyōsuke, Atsutsuki Ishiki was a threat that had to be eliminated. It wasn't just their opposing alignments that concerned Kaisuke. What worried him more was the divine tree sapling, essentially a juvenile ten-tails, that Ishiki now controlled. In ancient times, Kaguya was meant to be the sacrifice for cultivating the ten-tails. Yet through her own efforts, she turned the tables, taking over and leaving him trapped as earwax for millennia. The ten-tails, deprived of its nourishment, now lay dormant in a dimension created by Ishiki, its future uncertain as it awaited the chance to resume its chakra cultivation. Knowing this, Kaisuke had long set his sights on that ten-tails. Once he awakened the Rinnegan and enhanced his physique to the high-level sage body, he would be able to control the juvenile ten-tails. If he could replenish its chakra and seal it within himself, Kaisuke would ascend to the level of a true six-path sage. People often said human strength had its limits, and the six paths level was the boundary ordinary humans could never surpass. To surpass that limit, one needed the chakra of the divine tree. Of course, Kaisuke also had another option. He could beseech the sage of six paths to grant him yin-yang release, thereby breaking through to the six paths level. However, this relied on the condition that the power granted wasn't a one-time use. Yet in that case, he'd merely be a lesser version of Atsutsuki Hagoromo. This wasn't an ideal outcome for Kaisuke. Besides, as someone who wasn't Indra's reincarnation, that so-called benevolent and compassionate sage of six paths might not be willing to offer him his power. Rather than relying on the charity of others, Kaisuke preferred to take matters into his own hands. But first, he had to deal with Atsutsuki Ishiki, or rather, the monk Jigen before him. Having seen through the tension between them, Jigen smiled faintly, clasped his hands together, and spoke in a calm, indifferent tone. This humble monk seeks to save and enlighten all beings, but alas, the masses refuse to turn back. Take this benefactor, for example. On the surface, he seeks power, but in truth, he is walking the path of self-destruction. He is like this and so are you. Ignoring his remarks about Madara, Kaisuke eyed him curiously and asked, "Are you implying that my so-called death is imminent again?" He emphasized the word again, mocking Jigen's cryptic warning from years prior. Back then, Black Zetsu had allied with two clan leaders to seal his spacetime ninjutsu. Yet, against all odds, Kaisuke had killed one and escaped. The ordeal, though perilous, hardly resembled the inescapable death Jigen had predicted. Now, this self-proclaimed holy man was spouting the same nonsense again, and Kaisuke was genuinely curious what his so-called path of destruction would bring this time. Ha! As if sensing his scorn, Jigen lowered his gaze, murmuring in an oddly tranquil tone, "Ah, mortals. Your understanding of life and death fundamentally differs from mine. Life does not necessarily mean freedom, nor does death guarantee liberation. All beings suffer, yet those who believe in me may be delivered from calamity." Before his words had fully settled, two figures abruptly appeared beside Kaisuke. "Whether this gentleman can be delivered, let my humble servants decide," Jigen said softly. Well, long time no see," one of the newcomers sneered, launching a kick at Kaisuke with such speed that even the Sharingan struggled to follow. Even Madara, who was locked in battle with the monks, turned slightly, surprised at the strength of the white-robed monk's servant. Unfortunately, such an attack still couldn't harm Kaisuke. A golden skeletal ribcage appeared out of thin air, materializing in a phantom-like form to effortlessly block the strike. However, the attack speed was so staggering that the sheer acceleration transformed its force, making it far more powerful than anticipated. Even with Susanoo's protection, Kaisuke was still forced back several meters, the sheer force of the attack undeniable, a testament to the terrifying power behind that kick. Glancing down at the torn mat beneath him, Kaisuke sighed, slowly rising from his seated position. "Well, this is unexpected. I didn't think I'd run into you here, Shiba Ryota." The assailant was none other than Shiba Ryota, the wielder of swift release, whom Kaisuke encountered during his time at the arena. Now, it appeared Ryota had pledged his loyalty to Jigen. "Life's full of surprises, brat," Ryota sneered, his arrogance undiminished, though his strength clearly justified his attitude. Swift release wasn't to be underestimated, its blistering speed shattered the sound barrier with ease. If Kaisuke's visual prowess hadn't grown significantly, Susanoo's ribs might not have been able to block that kick. Ignoring Ryota's taunts, Kaisuke shifted his gaze to the dark-skinned man standing silently beside him. This was Okamura Tsutomu, another of the arena manager's pawns. Unlike Ryota, Tsutomu was a man of few words. Yet he possessed a rare Kekkei Genkai, known as Steel Release. Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 163, Chapter 163, Jigen, showing off and running away, truly thrilling. Steel Release, a combination of Earth Release and Lightning Release nature transformations, is said to be achievable only when both elements reach a sufficiently high level. By estimation, one would need to master both elements at least to level 8 to even have a chance at creating something akin to Okamura Tsutomu's Steel Release. Chakra Nature Transformations, Lightning, Level 7, Earth, Level 5, 8 years had passed since Kyōsuke transmigrated into this world. Yet, even though lightning release was his most frequently used chakra nature, he had only managed to develop its nature transformation to level 7. As for earth release, it was still a distant goal. This illustrated the harsh reality: ninja weren't lacking in ability, but the conditions required to create a Keki-Igenkai were simply too demanding. Even for prodigies blessed with extraordinary talent, it would take at least 2 decades of grueling practice to achieve success. Judging by the appearances of the 2 individuals before him, it was highly unlikely that they were the original creators of swift release and steel release. At most, they were beneficiaries of some ancestral legacy. Dispersing the Susanoo surrounding him, Kyōsuke drew the Kusanagi blade from his waist. Holding it level, the razor-sharp edge aligned directly with Okamura Tsutomu, the steel release user, whose cold and indifferent expression betrayed no hint of emotion. Interesting, Kyōsuke said, his tone brimming with confidence. Let's see whether the spear is sharper or the shield sturdier. The Kusanagi blade, renowned for its supposed ability to cut through anything, might not fully live up to its legend, but its sharpness was beyond question. Kyōsuke was curious whether the blade's sharpness alone could pierce through his opponent's steel release-enhanced skin. With those words, he moved. In an instant, his figure vanished, reappearing beside the enemy with a speed just slightly slower than Shiba Ryota's. So fast. Before the thought fully formed in Okamura Tsutomu's mind, the Kusanagi blade was already slicing through the air in a diagonal slash, its icy gleam reflecting the tension in the battlefield and sending a chill down his spine. Yet, he chose not to retreat. As a steel release user, his strength lay in his unwavering resolve to press forward. Just as the blade neared him, a dark gray sheen enveloped his arm, a clear sign he had pushed his Keki-Igenkai to its utmost limit. Clang! A crisp metallic sound rang out as the Kusanagi blade successfully cut through Okamura's skin. However, it failed to sever his arm entirely. Despite this, the blade demonstrated its superior sharpness by breaking through the steel release defense, though the resulting wound was shallow. Not bad. At least it wasn't a total loss, Kyōsuke muttered. Leveraging the rebound force from the clash, he twisted his waist, his right leg whipping out with ferocious speed. The powerful roundhouse kick struck Okamura squarely, sending him hurtling through the air. Before Okamura could hit the ground, Shiba Ryota's figure materialized beside Kyōsuke, moving so swiftly that he didn't even have time to reactivate his Susanoo for defense. Fortunately, Kyōsuke had anticipated this. With a thought, he vanished, reappearing in the forest outside the fire temple. Flying Thunder God technique. Damn it. Shiba Ryota cursed as his punch struck empty air, leaving him momentarily frozen in place. Before his anger could fully manifest, Kyōsuke activated the Flying Thunder God technique once more, reappearing on the battlefield with the Kusanagi blade in hand. In one swift motion, he launched a powerful kick, sending Ryota hurtling through the air as well. As chakra surged through his eyes, an extraordinary transformation took place. Kyōsuke's visual prowess evolved, and a new set of Sharingan emerged in his eyes. The 6-pointed star in his pupils now bore 3 rotating, scythe-like patterns encircling its edges, a pair of legendary eyes revered as the pinnacle of Uchiha power, said to remain unclouded for eternity. The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. The game of probing ends here, Kyōsuke declared coldly, his voice resonating with unshakable authority as he ignored the 2 enemies struggling to rise. His body ascended, a dark golden glow erupting from him, illuminating the battlefield and painting the sky with its ominous radiance. Surrounded by the overwhelming power of his new eyes, Kyōsuke hovered above the ground, his gaze resolute and unyielding. The sheer force of his killing intent bore down on the monk Jigen, who remained seated below. If you're so eager to test me, Kyōsuke challenged, his voice slicing through the tension like a blade, why not come down and fight me yourself? Despite the suffocating chakra pressure that could drive weaker men to despair, Jigen remained unmoved. Still seated on his meditation cushion, his expression exuded unshakable tranquility, as if the chaos around him was nothing more than a passing breeze. You jest, my friend, Jigen replied calmly. I'm but a humble scholar of Buddhist teachings, incapable of matching the might of someone like you, who dominates the shinobi world. However, allow me to remind you, danger is approaching, and your time may be running out. As he spoke, Shiba Ryota and Okamura Tsutomu moved to Jigen's side. Behind them, a black, swirling portal resembling a void appeared, slowly swallowing their figures. Before they disappeared completely, Kyōsuke caught a glimpse of Jigen's icy gaze and the strange black mark on his body resembling a cursed seal. Kama seal. After a brief silence, Kyōsuke dispersed his still-forming colossal Susanoo. If black Zetsu represented scheming, Jigen symbolized raw power. Both were threats Kyōsuke had to tread carefully around. The former always lurked in the shadows, never revealing himself, while the latter possessed a patience that allowed him to feign submission in the shinobi world for thousands of years. As Kyōsuke considered the lingering spirits of the Sage of Six Paths in the Pure Land and Hamura guarding the moon, he couldn't help but wonder, why did the Atsutsuki clan seem to specialize in producing such cunning schemers? While Kyōsuke's battle had concluded, Madara was still locked in combat elsewhere. The monks of the Fire Temple, wielding the power to seal the Nine Tails, were far stronger than they had been during the era of Konoha. The collective might of these aged monks allowed them to fight Madara to a standstill, albeit temporarily. Welcoming approach, thousand-armed murder. A massive thousand-armed cannon manifested behind the monks, its size and power vastly surpassing anything created by Chiraku in later generations. Smash! At the head monk's command, thousands of golden fists rained down at astonishing speed, pummeling Madara's third stage Susanoo into a defensive retreat. Irritated by the setback, Kyōsuke couldn't resist adding fuel to the fire. Can't handle it. Should I take over? Shut up, Madara snapped, seething with frustration. Caught off guard by the monk's ability to jointly unleash a single type of ninjutsu, Madara found himself briefly overwhelmed. Now, Kyōsuke's taunts only worsened his mood. With his patience at its limit, Madara formed a seal, his hands moving rapidly in front of his chest. This time, he abandoned all concerns about collateral damage. Activating the power of his right eye, Madara's Susanoo mirrored his sealing gestures. Under the astonished gazes of the monks, a colossal fireball descended from the skies, resembling a meteor streaking through the sky. Fire release, majestic demolisher flame. The fiery mass obliterated the thousand-armed cannon's golden fists with ease. Upon impact, it erupted in a devastating explosion, unleashing an inferno that engulfed everything in its wake. Flames consumed the Grand Fire Temple, reducing its main hall to rubble in an instant, and the surrounding structures stood no chance against the relentless blaze. Centuries of history and tradition crumbled to ash, the temple's once proud legacy erased in moments. Cough, cough. Protected by Susanoo from the searing heat, Kyōsuke coughed lightly as he hurriedly escaped the inferno. If not for the sight of a similarly disheveled Madara, Kyōsuke might have thought the men had done this on purpose to retaliate against him. While enhancing the power of ninjutsu with Susanoo was undoubtedly effective, the technique's wide area of effect made it nearly impossible to avoid friendly fire. No wonder he always prefers to act alone, Kyōsuke muttered, shaking his head with a wry smile. This kind of fighting style really isn't for everyone. As he spoke, the soot-covered Madara approached from a distance, clearly having been just as tormented by the smoke. Cough, cough. Did your monk escape? Madara asked, his sharp gaze briefly flicking to Kyōsuke's eyes. So these are the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan he mentioned. Earlier, during a fleeting glance, Madara had indeed sensed the overwhelming power radiating from Kyōsuke's enhanced Sharingan. Yes, he's gone. Kyōsuke turned his gaze toward the barrier-enclosed rear mountains of the Fire Temple. There, on an altar, the Nine Tails lay trapped within its confines. Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 164, Chapter 164, Madara vs. Kurama. At the Fire Temple's altar. Roar. Perhaps sensing the approach of danger, beastly roars echoed incessantly from within the altar. As they advanced on foot, Uchiha Madara's brows knitted tightly, his expression shadowed by contemplation. Though his steps remained steady, it was clear his thoughts were elsewhere. After a long silence, he finally broke it, his voice tinged with hesitation. I think, using genjutsu to control it and turning it into a summoning beast might be the better approach. Better, my foot. Hearing this, Kyōsuke retorted sharply, summoning beast. With your sloppy skills, even a basic contract seal left you fumbling. Well, there's no helping it, Madara sighed, raising his head to look at the sky, a reluctant expression crossing his face. It's still better than your suggestion of sealing a tailed beast inside a body. Honestly, what kind of person even thinks of such a method? At this point in time, the concept of a Jinchuriki didn't exist, so Madara struggled to accept Kyōsuke's forward-thinking ideas. Kyōsuke clicked his tongue disdainfully, thinking to himself, you can't even handle a single-tailed beast now, huh? Yet in the future, when you've got all 9 sealed within you, you sure didn't seem reluctant then. Left with no choice, Kyōsuke began to lecture Madara on the benefits of becoming a Jinchuriki. Do you even know how terrifying tailed beast chakra is? It's practically a walking energy reservoir. Not to mention its regenerative abilities. With the 9 tails, you'd no longer have to worry about exhausting your stamina when fighting Hashirama anymore. At those words, Madara's eyebrows arched slightly, the resistance etched across his face softening noticeably. Good grief. So everything boils down to Hashirama, huh? Kyōsuke silently complained in his heart. Seeing Madara reluctantly nod in agreement, Kyōsuke paused and swallowed the words he'd intended to say about the Nine Tails chakra mode. That kind of combat style might not align with Madara's personality. Instead, Kyōsuke thought it'd be better to add some restrictions to the contract and use genjutsu to control the Nine Tails, granting Madara the ability to summon it at will. Majestic attire, Susanoo was certainly more powerful than the simple transformations of a Jinchuriki. By placing restrictions on the seal, it would be similar to how Naruto, after unlocking the 8 trigrams seal, allowed Kurama to operate independently of his body for short periods. As long as the seal remained intact, Kurama's temporary departure wouldn't cause any issues. For instance, during the battle on the moon against Tonari, Naruto allowed the Ninetales to fight separately against Himura's golem. Of course, the result was Kurama getting pinned down and beaten thoroughly. Snapping out of his thoughts, Kyōsuke and Madara found themselves at the massive altar of the fire temple. Thanks to Mito's teachings, Kyōsuke's proficiency in sealing techniques has reached an exceptional level. Forming a simple set of hand seals, he raised his fingers and thrust them forcefully into the empty air before him. Sealing technique, release. In an instant, the sky darkened, and storm clouds churned violently, as if heralding the emergence of the mightiest tailed beast. Under the duo's watchful gaze, faint crimson bubbles began rising from the altar's surface. They quickly multiplied, gathering into a thick, boiling pool of what resembled blood. "It's finally about to appear," Kyōsuke muttered as he raised both hands, ready to seal the Ninetales before it could fully awaken. Unexpectedly, Madara stepped forward to stop him. The man's eyes were alight with excitement, like a warrior meeting a formidable adversary for the first time. Truthfully, this was Madara's first time seeing the Ninetales in person, and it far surpassed the terrifying legends he had heard. Before subduing it, he wanted to truly experience its might. "Do as you please," Kyōsuke said, not bothering to argue further. After all, it was just the Ninetales. The two of them could easily control it with genjutsu whenever they wished. In the end, tailed beasts lacked the power to defy the descendants of the Sage of Six Paths. Whether it was them or Hashirama, dealing with a tailed beast was never a strenuous task. Even Obito, newly turned into the masked man, had controlled the Ninetales with just a glance. Roar. As the two conversed, the dense crimson chakra finally coalesced, forming the fearsome shape of the nine-tailed demon fox. "I'm finally free," Kurama roared, its voice brimming with exhilaration. Years of imprisonment had filled it with violent rage. The moment it broke free, its first thought was to find the humans who had sealed it and exact its revenge. Suddenly, Kurama noticed the fire temple burning with flames. "What's this? I haven't even done anything yet, and this wretched temple is already in ruins," Kurama muttered in confusion. Only then did it shift its attention to the two humans at its feet. "Hey, was it you who removed the seal?" The enormous fox lowered its head, its icy, vertical pupils staring them down. Even in the face of its liberators, Kurama's attitude remained as cold and unyielding as ever. The only concession was its decision not to kill them outright. Facing those enormous, gleaming eyes, Kyōsuke suppressed the urge to strike it down, silently thinking, "You'll soon learn the true cunning of the Uchiha." If Kyōsuke harbored such feelings, then Madara, never known for his patience, was even less forgiving. "A mere beast dares to raise its voice at me," he sneered, his tone dripping with disdain. With a sharp, dismissive snort, an enormous blue light burst forth from Madara's body, piercing the sky like a blazing pillar of power. On the basis of the second form of his Susanoo, the blue construct gained lower limbs and legs. Its size expanded dramatically, and Madara, as the caster, appeared atop its head. Fourth stage of Susanoo. This form, suspended between the second stage and a fully formed Susanoo, struck the perfect balance, maintaining mobility while delivering significantly enhanced power. It was particularly suited for combating massive summoning beasts or formidable foes like the Ninetales, whose overwhelming size was their greatest advantage. As the blue blade of Susanoo took shape, Madara wasted no time. He struck Kurama with an unrelenting force while the beast was still reeling in a daze. Roar. The Ninetales' familiar roar filled the air once more, but this time, it was laced with agony. Driven to madness by the pain, the beast reared its massive head. Chakra surged wildly, forming a pitch-black tailed beast ball in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Madara's expression finally turned serious. His Mangekyo Sharingan burned brilliantly, flaring to their full power, and his Susanoo began to evolve once more, its form growing even more imposing. Two additional pairs of arms emerged from the Susanoo's back, wielding 6 swords in total. These weapons combined their energy into a devastating attack, a blow so powerful even Kyōsuke was momentarily stunned. No wonder he forced Hashirama to bring out his sage art would release, true several thousand hands. Madara's ocular power significantly boosts Susanoo's abilities. Even Kyōsuke, with his current abilities, couldn't freely alter the form of his Susanoo. Such modifications were predetermined upon awakening. But in Madara's hands, Susanoo seemed like a mere plaything, one moment forming seals, the next sprouting extra arms. It could be manipulated however he pleased. While Kyōsuke pondered this, Madara's strike clashed with the tailed beast ball, unleashing a catastrophic explosion of energy. Using the Flying Thunder God technique, Kyōsuke teleported to a safe distance, found a seat, and prepared to enjoy the battle between the two powerhouses. The fully formed Ninetales was immensely powerful, capable of overwhelming all other tailed beasts combined. However, Madara was not a force to be underestimated. With the awakened chakra of Indra and the cells of the sage's body coursing through him, his power had reached monumental heights. In terms of raw power, even if he didn't yet possess a complete Susanoo, he wasn't far behind. With his rich combat experience, this battle promised to be an intense clash between equals. Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 165, Chapter 165, the first Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. In the blink of an eye, the battle had raged on for a long time. On the battlefield, Uchiha Madara had summoned 3 shadow clones. Together with his 4 towering Susanoo figures, they alternated their strikes against the Nine Tails, unleashing a relentless onslaught. The scene was nothing short of brutal and tragic. Bayou. 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 The tormented Kurama opened his mouth and unleashed a barrage of tailed beast bombs, shaking the surrounding 10 kilometers with relentless tremors. The intensity of the battle instantly escalated, leaping from a Naruto-level clash to something akin to the early stages of Dragon Ball. Boom. 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 Amidst the deafening explosions, a blazing phoenix with a wingspan exceeding 8 meters soared into the sky. Fire release, Flame of Garuda. This was Madara's most powerful fire release technique, enhanced even further by the might of his Susanoo. The moment it collided with the Nine Tails, it triggered an explosion no less devastating than a tailed beast bomb. Hick! In the distance, Kyōsuke let out a satisfied burp and casually tossed an empty snack bag aside. Such a lifelike 3D battle spectacle demanded the accompaniment of popcorn and soda for maximum enjoyment. In his idle moments, he had once altered a few of the summoning beasts from Ryuchi Cave. What was originally designed as the snake concealment technique for stealth operations had, in his hands, been cleverly repurposed into a mobile snack storage unit. One had to admit, when it came to finding ingenious ways to relax and savor life, Kyōsuke truly had a natural talent. Lord Kyōsuke, if there's nothing else, I'll be heading back now, said the small venomous snake, timidly shrinking its neck fearfully. Clearly, the presence of the Nine Tails was overwhelming for it. All right. Kyōsuke didn't trouble it further, waving a hand to dismiss it. Send my regards to Ichikishimaheim and Tagriheim. Understood, the little snake replied, swaying its head as it spoke. Lady Tagriheim often talks about you. She says she misses the days of training with you. At these words, a particular image flashed through Kyōsuke's mind, flushed cheeks and a small whip capable of shattering stones and splitting gold. Hehehe. Once the summoning beast had left, Kyōsuke stood up, cupping his hands around his mouth to amplify his voice as he called out, "Stop messing around. If this drags on any longer, we won't make it back in time." From the smoky battlefield in the distance came what seemed to be a displeased snort. It appeared that Uchiha Madara was not yet entirely satisfied, but Kyōsuke was beginning to lose patience. As for Kurama, who had previously been brimming with rage, now cowered like a student who had scored 40 points on a test, shrinking under the gaze of an imposing father, unable to lift his head. His once sharp, icy vertical pupils had morphed into the unmistakable pattern of his opponent's Sharingan. Seeing this, Kyōsuke vanished in a flash, appearing on Kurama's back. His right palm was shrouded in black sealing marks, which he forcefully pressed onto the beast's back. 8 trigrams sealing style. As the black markings spread endlessly, the Nine Tails' body dissolved into a torrent of crimson chakra, pouring relentlessly into Madara's body. For anyone else, this process might have been excruciating. But for Madara, with his immense ocular power, the Nine Tails was hardly a challenge. When the dust settled, the enormous red figure of the tailed beast was nowhere to be seen in the forest. Madara lowered his gaze to his palm, his fingers curling slightly as he closed his eyes to sense the changes coursing through him. For a moment, silence enveloped him, then, the corners of his lips curved into a faint, almost imperceptible smile. "Not too bad," he murmured. As his thoughts shifted, countless red bubbles began to surface on his body, slowly expanding like a sinister, creeping tide. Even with the Nine Tails sealed, the genjutsu cast by the Sharingan remained intact. Thus, he wouldn't face the same kind of berserk transformation that Naruto had experienced. Ignoring Kyōsuke's dissatisfaction, Madara formed hand seals with both hands and slammed them onto the ground. Summoning jutsu. In an instant, the massive figure of the Nine Tails reappeared. Thanks to Kyōsuke's modifications, Madara could now summon the beast externally while still retaining his status as a Jinchuriki. For any other Jinchuriki, such an act would provoke a tailed beast rampage, with the creature refusing to return to its host. However, for Madara, this wasn't an issue. With the Sharingan's control, the Nine Tails lacked any sense of self-awareness. If he so wished, Kurama could even perform a tap dance for the two of them on the spot. Standing atop the massive head of the tailed beast, Uchiha Madara couldn't help but admit that for his current self, this creature was indeed more powerful than his Susanoo. But what if the two could be combined? Suddenly, a peculiar thought surfaced in his mind, quickly taking shape and transforming into a bold, audacious idea. As his Mangekyo Sharingan activated once more, a layer of blue armor gradually enveloped the Nine Tails' body. At that moment, Madara's majestic attire, Susanoo, made its debut, 20 years ahead of schedule. Feeling the overwhelming pressure radiating toward him, Kyōsuke twitched the corners of his mouth, wondering if he had gone too far. Although this Madara was far from his peak during the Valley of the End battle, he had already reached a level of strength comparable to the late Warring States period. In terms of combat power, he had practically leaped several levels in an instant, reaching the mid-tier of the Super Kage level. Even at the threshold of this level, he was already beyond the reach of ordinary Kage-level opponents. It was possible that this time, even Senju Hashirama might find himself on the losing end. Impressive, truly impressive, Kyōsuke remarked sarcastically, clapping his hands in mock applause. So, clan leader, can we leave now? Mito is still waiting for me to return for dinner. Let's go. Retracting the tailed beast, Madara appeared to be in high spirits. As for gratitude, there was no need for thanks between brothers like him and Kyōsuke. Gratitude would have been too formal. Oh, by the way, help Izuna solve his vision issues when you get the chance, Madara added. I've already prepared everything. We can start as soon as he gets back from showing off. Using the Flying Thunder God technique to travel, the two swiftly returned to the clan from the Fire Temple. Watching Madara's departing figure, Kyōsuke smiled faintly, feeling no guilt about his actions. Even with the Nine Tails, the Dance King's strength was only at the mid-stage of Super Kage level, while Kyōsuke had already stabilized himself at this tier, approaching its peak. If a fight broke out, he was confident he could suppress Madara. After all, tailed beasts were merely external forces. The true path lay in evolving the Sharingan and enhancing one's physical constitution, which were the cornerstones of strength and dominance. Once he could freely manipulate Yin-Yang chakra, he would be on the path to becoming the second sage of six paths. When the divine tree bore its chakra fruit, he might even have the chance to reach the heights of Atsutsuki Kagaya. At that point, I might as well take a tour of space myself. With a cryptic smile on his face, Kyōsuke pushed open the door, ready to spend the evening with his wife. Snowflakes drifted softly from the sky, blanketing the world in quiet stillness. Draped in a black fox fur cloak, Kyōsuke stood alone in the courtyard, his gaze fixed on the distant stars. Another year had passed and he was now a 16-year-old young man. At the same time, Kyōsuke was on the verge of stepping into a new chapter of his life, one that would soon bring a vibrant new life into the world. P.S. Damn, he's still a minor. Skull. Before long, he would take on the role of a father. To think it's all happening so soon. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking came from the front door as the Uchiha brothers, Madara and Izuna, entered his home one after the other. Hey, I brought a fine bottle of sake today. Let's drink till we drop. Izuna said with a grin, holding up a wine flask. Tonight was New Year's Eve. Kyōsuke couldn't bear to let the two single men spend the holiday alone, so he invited them over to celebrate together. Hey, dinner's ready. Come inside already, came Mito's voice from inside the house. Let's go. Kyōsuke smiled, gesturing for them to follow. Such peaceful days brought a sense of genuine happiness. For a moment, Kyōsuke found himself caught in an illusion, believing that danger had long since abandoned the Uchiha clan. But alas, an illusion was just that, an illusion. Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 166, Chapter 166, The Killing Game ends, star release explodes. Moon base, Tenseigan, energy vessel. Wow, so this is the palace you built? Mito exclaimed, heavily pregnant, ran back and forth with enthusiasm. The word princess seemed entirely out of place when describing her demeanor. It's the architecture of the clan of the Tsukigakure. By the way, could you slow down a little? Kyōsuke let out a resigned sigh, wearing a helpless smile. At this moment, he seriously doubted whether the two of them were truly capable of playing the role of responsible parents. Since the beginning of the year, reports of disturbances at the moon base had been pouring in. Even the elite ninja force under Kyōsuke's command had repeatedly failed to apprehend the culprit. On the contrary, the enemy had taken advantage of the situation to massacre numerous moon residents. Even Izumi, the commander-in-chief, had suffered severe injuries and was left on the brink of death. With no other options, Kyōsuke decided to take matters into his own hands. The moment Mito learned he was heading to the moon, she immediately clamored to go with him. Her excuse? She claimed she wanted to check if Kyōsuke was hiding a mistress on the moon. In truth, she was simply bored at home and longed for a change of scenery. Weighing the safety risks of leaving her alone, Kyōsuke eventually relented, reasoning that it would at least spare him from her endless nagging. As Mito wandered through the expansive halls of the palace, Maya soon brought Kyōsuke the latest news on the attacker. Casually flipping through the documents, he found nothing particularly noteworthy. The attacker's identity, strength, and even age remained unknown. The only valuable piece of information was that the clan had managed to pinpoint the general area where the enemy was hiding. Though the coverage was quite large, with his abilities, searching the area wouldn't be too much of a challenge. You stay with her. I'll be back shortly. With that, Kyōsuke disappeared and reappeared within the vast, boundless forest. The sparse population of the Tsukigakure clan meant that most of the moon's surface remained undeveloped. As a result, the flora and fauna here rivaled those of the Land of Fire, though traces of living creatures were seldom seen. Well then, let's see your true face, Kyōsuke murmured, placing 2 fingers gently on the ground. Thanks to the enhanced perception granted by his intermediate sage body, his sensory abilities were now on par with those of the Senju and Uzumaki clans. Within a mere 10 seconds, he locked onto an area a few kilometers away with unusual energy fluctuations. Using a few simple body flicker techniques, he quickly arrived at his destination, only to be greeted by the sight of a massive cave. Seriously? It's always caves or altars. Can't they come up with something new? Kyōsuke muttered, rolling his eyes as he prepared to send a shadow clone to investigate. The moon was unlike the shinobi world, who knew what traps Atsutsuki Himura might have left behind. It was better to be cautious. And his choice proved to be the right one. Barely moments after his clone entered the cave, it was obliterated in a thunderous explosion that reduced the entire cavern to rubble. From the clone's transmitted memories, Kyōsuke learned that it couldn't even utilize space-time ninjutsu before being caught in the destructive blast. At this point, Kyōsuke could no longer remain oblivious. From beginning to end, there had never been a so-called mysterious attacker. This entire situation was a trap specifically designed for him. Other than Black Zetsu, I can't think of anyone else. With a sigh, he closed his eyes and carefully sensed his surroundings. After confirming Mito's safety, Kyōsuke breathed a small sigh of relief and then raised his head to look at a white bird circling in the sky. What he saw next surprised him. The oversized white bird bore a striking resemblance to a familiar creation from his memories. Could it be explosive clay? The last thing Kyōsuke expected was to encounter a user of explosion release on the moon. Another fool deceived by Black Zetsu. As he prepared to act, a shooting star suddenly streaked across the distant sky. Leaping back instinctively, Kyōsuke easily dodged the incoming attack. When he activated his Sharingan, he realized the meteor was not a celestial object but a masked man shrouded in silver radiance. What an unusual ability. Kyōsuke frowned slightly and pulled out his weapon from within his black cloak. Before him, a 6-pointed star diagram materialized on the ground, forming a peculiar space-time barrier that shimmered with mysterious energy. As a master of the Flying Thunder God technique, Kyōsuke immediately recognized it as a unique spatial barrier. Of course. To deal with me, 2 people alone wouldn't suffice. Kyōsuke remarked, curious to know who could give Black Zetsu the confidence to act. The answer was soon revealed. Accompanied by soft footsteps, a familiar figure slowly emerged from the 6-pointed star, hexagram. It was none other than Huga Tenjin, the wielder of the Tenseigan. I didn't expect it to be you. Kyōsuke frowned in confusion and asked, may I ask why would the esteemed clan leader Tenjin act in this manner? If Tenjin dared to make a move, he must have some degree of confidence. Sometimes, under certain psychological tendencies, people might unconsciously reveal critical information. Unfortunately, Huga Tenjin was too shrewd to fall for this. The moon was founded by my ancestors. You've occupied it by force, and I've come today to demand an explanation. Tenjin declared, his justification flawless. Upon hearing this, Kyōsuke ignored his motives and instead questioned the earlier 6-pointed star. I don't mind giving you an explanation, but I'm curious, when did you master space-time abilities? Oh, that. Tenjin lightly stomped the ground and gave a straightforward answer, would you believe me if I said it has nothing to do with me? So, Black Zetsu's doing. Kyōsuke nodded, piecing together the overall picture. Whoosh. 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 At that moment, the sound of something swiftly descending from above broke the silence. Shrugging helplessly, Kyōsuke shook his head with a wry smile. These people really don't understand courtesy. Indeed. They deserve to die. Tenjin agreed, nodding in approval. It was clear he didn't hold Black Zetsu in high regard. Let me deal with them first. Then we can continue our conversation. Be my guest. Whether he was truly foolish or simply overly confident in his own strength, Tenjin actually stepped aside and waited quietly. Seeing this, Kyōsuke wasted no time. Unsealing his curse marks, he instantly entered Sage mode. Transparent snake-like wings sprouted from his back, carrying him swiftly into the sky. Oh, by the way, I forgot to warn you, Huga Tenjin's voice echoed faintly. Though I don't care much for them, if you're too careless, you might not live to face me. Before his words faded, the men below had already reached Kyōsuke's side. In his outstretched palm, specks of starlight began to gather, forming a terrifying force akin to the destruction of a star. Star release, dimensional starburst. Boom. The ensuing explosion unleashed a shockwave far more devastating than a tailed beast bomb, engulfing Kyōsuke's figure in an instant. Even the clouds in the sky were split apart, a testament to the attack's overwhelming strength. What an extraordinary technique. Tenjin's expression remained impassive, as though nothing in the world could disturb his composure. Author's note. Sorry, everyone. I couldn't update any chapters due to personal reasons, but from now on, I'll be updating daily. I'm back. Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 167, Chapter 167, Yata mirror in the left hand, Kusanagi sword in the right. In the shinobi world, within a secret underground cavern in the land of grass. With the assistance of a certain Uzumaki clan member embedded within its body, Black Zetsu finally succeeded in perfecting the long-distance Edo Tensei technique. The space-time barrier created by Tenjin. That, too, was undoubtedly its handiwork. Ironically, Black Zetsu owed Uchiha Kyōsuke some measure of gratitude. Had it not been for Kyōsuke's interference, the thought of using impure world reincarnation to augment its own power might never have crossed its mind. More importantly, it might never have uncovered the secret research conducted by Huga Yayoi, a discovery that proved invaluable. This time, however, the two individuals summoned through Edo Tensei were far from ordinary figures. They were legends who would tip the scales of power in Black Zetsu's favor. One was the legendary creator of Explosion Release, a figure Black Zetsu had encountered briefly over 3 centuries ago. The other was the originator of Star Release, a terrifying force who had once single-handedly inflicted catastrophic damage upon the entire shinobi sect. It had taken Black Zetsu an arduous amount of time to locate their long-forgotten graves and meticulously execute the Edo Tensei technique using their decayed, weathered remains. But, of course, merely summoning these titans of power wasn't enough to ensure victory. The true trump card would only come into play with the arrival of Tenjin. While scouring the shinobi world for the remnants of powerful individuals, Black Zetsu stumbled upon an unexpected discovery, an exceptional Edo Tensei body with the potential to elevate Tenjin's power to unprecedented heights. With the Tenseigan nearing its mature stage, its immense capabilities would soon enable it to completely erase Uchiha Kyōsuke from existence. Even if it failed, Black Zetsu had contingency plans in place. Either way, it wouldn't be at a loss. No one can stop my plan, Black Zetsu murmured. After so long, I've finally found the right candidates. This time, I will revive Mother no matter what. As it gazed up at the full moon hanging in the night sky, Black Zetsu shed what could only be described as grotesque, oozing tears. How a release-based lifeform could weep was anyone's guess, but perhaps this peculiar ability was what truly set the shinobi world's greatest filial child apart. On the moon, the fierce battle raged on. The star Brust, which erupted in an instant, posed no real threat to Kyōsuke. With the Flying Thunder God technique at his command, he effortlessly evaded every attack, moving like a phantom across the battlefield. Tenjin, standing calmly on the sidelines, appeared composed. Yet, beneath the surface, his sharp, calculating eyes meticulously tracked the field, committing to memory every location where Kyōsuke's spacetime coordinates had been marked. At the Superkage level, teleportation was far from invincible. With precise prediction, one could even reverse the tactic, turning it into a deadly trap. For Tenjin, this was more than a battle, it was an unshakable mission. Uchiha Kyōsuke had to die here and now. If he escaped, the Huga clan would never know peace. Struggle. Fight. Then drowned in the depths of despair, Tenjin muttered under his breath, his tone dripping with malice. Today, Kyōsuke, there will be no escape for you. On the battlefield, Kyōsuke, who had returned to the ground, swiftly formed a series of hand seals, his fingers moving with precision before settling in front of his chest. From behind him, shadowy serpents emerged, their jaws gaping wide as they unleashed a torrential sea of infernal flames. Sage art, scorching flames of grief. The blue-green flames twisted and transformed into serpentine forms, writhing with agility and brimming with destructive power, they embodied the essence of Sage mode techniques. This technique was a unique application of the Sage art, inorganic reincarnation, simplified yet devastating. Not only could it manipulate the terrain of earth and stone, but it also extended control to the flames themselves, achieving effects comparable to Uchiha Izuna's Kagetsuchi. Yet, facing the might of Kyōsuke's Sage technique, his opponent remained unfazed. Calmly, he raised his hands before his chest and formed a peculiar seal. In an instant, countless radiant stars materialized, blooming around his body like a celestial spectacle. To Kyōsuke's astonishment, his opponent abandoned all attempts at defense, standing motionless as the fiery serpents closed in on him. Just before being consumed by the flames, the enemy completed the final preparations for his jutsu. With chilling precision, he locked onto Kyōsuke from a distance and unleashed a deep, black hole-like surge of energy. Star release, solitary gamma explosion. Kyōsuke's eyes narrowed as he muttered to himself, "So you're targeting the moment I attack, leaving no chance for me to teleport." He smirked faintly. "You've really studied the weaknesses of the Flying Thunder God well." Through the keen insight of his Sharingan, Kyōsuke immediately grasped the overwhelming destructive power of the technique. With Tenjin and his Tenseigan eyeing him hungrily, Kyōsuke was unwilling to expend a large amount of ocular power to directly counter the opponent's move. Acting swiftly, he formed intricate hand seals, conjuring a black flying thunder god formula in the air before him. The devastating energy wave collided with the seal and, in an instant, was redirected several kilometers away, exploding harmlessly over a distant shoreline. Boom. A few seconds later, a powerful tremor rippled through the area, shaking the very earth. Yet Kyōsuke remained unfazed, paying no mind to the aftermath. Instead, he lifted his head, his sharp gaze locking onto the enemy before him, a figure whose damaged body was slowly regenerating. It was then that the realization struck him: his opponent was an Edo Tensei body. Could he have miscalculated? Was this an elaborate trap laid by Tobirama Senju? No, that wasn't possible. Tobirama lacked the means to orchestrate something of this scale. And there was no way Hyuga-Tenjin would willingly divulge information about the moon's secrets. No, the pieces fit only one way. This had to be the handiwork of Black Zetsu. Only that cunning manipulator could engineer such a scenario, and it explained Tenjin's uncharacteristically passive behavior. Are you kidding me? Black Zetsu is dabbling in impure world reincarnation now. Kyōsuke muttered, disbelief in his voice. That old schemer must have unearthed the graves of powerful individuals, he mused, piecing things together. It explains these two unfamiliar figures. But how did it overcome the inherent weakness of Edo Tensei bodies being weaker than their prime? Kyōsuke's sharp intellect swiftly connected the dots. Through Black Zetsu's surveillance, it had likely discovered the existence of Huga Yayoi and used her research against him. Great. Did I just dig my own grave? Despite his mild exasperation, Kyōsuke wasn't overly concerned. For most ninjas, impure world reincarnation would be a formidable threat. But for someone of his caliber, unless Black Zetsu could summon an Edo Tensei Madara, it wouldn't make much of a difference. On Earth, Black Zetsu observed Kyōsuke, now surrounded by enemies, through the eyes of its summoned Edo Tensei bodies. The reason it could execute such long-range techniques was due to a reincarnated puppet, one skilled in space-time ninjutsu. Not only could this puppet teleport Hyuga-Tenjin to the moon, but it could also track Kyōsuke's concealed space-time teleportation array, ensuring his every move was monitored. Whether the plan succeeded or failed, it was enough to trap Kyōsuke on the moon for a significant time. That window would provide Black Zetsu with more than enough opportunity to move forward with the next stage of its plan. As always, no one could stand in the way of its ultimate goal, the resurrection of its mother. What a pity. You would have made the perfect sacrifice, Black Zetsu murmured, a hint of regret lacing its voice as it observed the unfolding scene through the puppet's perspective. On the battlefield, dark golden energy surged around Kyōsuke as he steeled himself. Unwilling to prolong the confrontation any further, he activated the third stage of Susanoo. The spectral armor of the Tengu manifested, its towering form exuding power. In its hand, the Kusanagi sword transformed, becoming an even sharper, indestructible blade. This time, however, something new emerged, an additional feature, a circular, dark golden shield that radiated an otherworldly glow. The Yata Mirror. With the already formidable defense of Susanoo now bolstered by the Yata Mirror, Kyōsuke finally possessed a truly impenetrable defense, worthy of its legendary name. Crossing his arms before his chest, Kyōsuke's indifferent gaze locked onto the two enemies before him. Beneath his feet, a few small serpents slithered silently into the earth, their presence barely perceptible. That shield. Hyuga-Tenjin muttered, his voice tinged with recognition. It looks oddly familiar. His sharp eyes narrowed as he recalled the Yata Mirror, an artifact he knew all too well from his vast knowledge. Left hand holds the unstoppable Kusanagi sword, right hand wields the impenetrable Yata Mirror. Even Tenjin, who now considered himself invincible, couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. He realized with a sinking feeling that, had he faced Kyōsuke in his previous state, he wouldn't have stood a chance. As for the two seemingly impressive Edo Tensei bodies. Apologies, but apart from slightly draining Kyōsuke's chakra, they served no real purpose. Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 168, Chapter 168, no strength to hit, yet claims to be a deadly trap. The sky was filled with swirling explosive clay, the air vibrating with the continuous, dense sound of detonations that seemed to echo endlessly. Fueled by limitless chakra, the destructive power of explosion release was nothing short of jaw-dropping. Unfortunately, before the brilliance of the Yata Mirror, the enemy's techniques were rendered utterly ineffective. It almost felt as though they were deliberately testing his defensive capabilities. Under Black Zetsu's control, the reanimated body began devouring the remaining explosive clay in large gulps. Gradually, its entire form began to glow with an eerie, faint light. So, this is the same style as Daidara, Kyōsuke remarked with a faint smile, his tone dripping with amusement. Just lacking a sense of artistry. As he spoke, the reanimated body leapt into the air, its form swelling endlessly like a grotesque balloon. Boom. A terrifying explosion engulfed an area with a radius of 2 kilometers, its destructive power rivaling Kaisuke's lightning release, Kirin. However, when the smoke and dust cleared, the dark golden Susanoo remained unscathed, firmly standing on the ground. Put more effort into it, I can still take more, Kaisuke remarked coolly, slightly turning his head to glance at the star release user, who was eagerly awaiting his chance to strike. As for the explosion release user, he no longer had the strength to resist. Crack! A small snake erupted from the ground, sinking its fangs into the reanimated body that was slowly regenerating. Black markings spread rapidly, and with a sharp tug, the snake dragged the body underground, sealing it away completely. To counter Tobirama's impure world reincarnation, Kaisuke had specially trained several summoned beasts skilled in sealing techniques. He hadn't expected his first use of this preparation to be against Black Zetsu. Such is the unpredictability of life. As he reflected on this, the other enemy had already closed in behind him. Black Zetsu was fully confident in his chosen ally's strength. After all, this individual was a legend, someone who had once single-handedly fought against the Shinobi sect. It was a pity that Star Release had since been lost to history. Had it survived, the Shinobi world would no doubt be even more vibrant today. Let's see if your defenses can hold up this time, Black Zetsu sneered coldly, unleashing the most powerful gamma ray burst of Star Release. Star Release, Solo Gamma Explosion. This time, Kaisuke had the option to use the Flying Thunder God technique to escape, but curiosity got the better of him. He wanted to test the upper limits of the Yata Mirror's defensive power. With a single thought, the golden circular shield shifted instantly, intercepting the gamma burst just in time. Boom. A second, even more terrifying explosion rang out, the shockwaves so strong that they reverberated all the way to the distant Moon Palace. Within the palace, Mito's gaze betrayed a hint of worry, though she refrained from sending anyone to assist. Listen carefully. Guard the Moon Palace with your lives. No one is permitted to leave without authorization, she commanded firmly. Yes, ma'am. She understood better than anyone the extent of Kaisuke's power. Ordinary shinobi had no place in his battles. Rushing in would do more harm than good, potentially even dragging him down. At this moment, her primary task was to prevent enemy ambushes and ensure the safety of herself and her unborn child. Gently caressing her abdomen, Mito smiled softly and whispered reassuringly, "Don't worry. Daddy will protect us." The intense tremors lasted for over 10 seconds. The damage caused by Star Release surpassed that of explosive clay, rivaling the most powerful of Superkage-level techniques. Yet, despite this overwhelming force, it still failed to breach the Yata Mirror's defenses. With a few swift strikes of his blade, Kaisuke dismembered the enemy's body, allowing his summoned beasts to seal him away. Then, turning around, he smirked, his eyes settling on Hyuga-Tenjin. "My apologies, it seems your so-called death trap has failed." "It doesn't matter," Tenjin responded calmly. High defense was a good thing. If it were too weak, wouldn't it make the fight boring? They have nothing to do with me. Truthfully, I detest using the dead as tools in battle, Tenjin remarked, forming hand seals and leisurely entering Tenseigan chakra mode. With a fiery chakra cloak enveloping his body, he slowly ascended into the air. His gaze swept across the battlefield, locking onto more than 20 objects marked with spatial coordinates. A true battle requires undivided focus. Allow me to eliminate these distractions for you. With that, he raised one hand high. A massive green sphere of energy materialized before him, scattering into a dazzling barrage of green projectiles. Whether it was kunai, trees, or rocks, anything bearing a spatial marker was utterly destroyed in the barrage. In Kaisuke's perception, within the range of his teleportation limits, there were no longer any usable spatial coordinates. Slowly lifting his head, Kaisuke fixed his gaze on the proud expression of the Huga clan leader. With a calm tone, he remarked, "It seems clan leader Tenjin has done his homework." Observing from the sidelines wasn't a waste after all. In response to Kaisuke's sarcasm, Tenjin nodded without hesitation and said earnestly, "To make me act this way, even in death, you should feel honored." "Ha, looks like you're even more shameless than I thought." "You and I are alike in that regard," Tenjin retorted smoothly, not missing a beat. As their verbal sparring continued, countless green energy bullets materialized in the air. Tenjin, too, was eager to test the limits of the Yata Mirror's defenses. "Your defenses are indeed extraordinary," he admitted with a measured tone. "Unfortunately, it's just a shield. Only the Huga clan's rotation can be considered true, absolute defense. I'll prove that to you." Before Kaisuke could retort, Tenjin acted decisively, cutting him off mid-sentence and showcasing his mastery not only in battle but also in verbal skirmishes by denying him the last word. With a light flick of his wrist, the barrage of projectiles rained down on the dark golden Susanoo. "You're trying to exploit gaps in the Yata Mirror's defense." Kaisuke mused, his voice calm despite the oncoming storm. "An interesting idea, but have you underestimated Susanoo's inherent durability? From start to finish, Kyōsuke stood with arms crossed, his posture unshaken. The enemy's plan was naive. If it had been that easy, the explosive clay would have worked earlier. Boom. 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 Feeling the tremors beneath his feet, Kyōsuke couldn't help but feel a hint of boredom. Still, he knew Black Zetsu wouldn't launch an ambush without substantial backup. That damned Hyuga-Tenjin must have a terrifying trump card hidden away. Swish. With inhuman reflexes, Tenjin dove at incredible speed, positioning himself behind the Susanoo. I never underestimated your defenses, he said calmly. The barrage was merely to create an opening for me to approach. And now what? Kyōsuke turned slowly, his gaze filled with undisguised mockery. You're about to find out, Tenjin replied coldly. He stepped forward and, without any flashy techniques, struck the Susanoo with a simple palm thrust. Yet this seemingly ordinary attack shattered the Karasengo armor instantly, even obliterating the flesh and bones beneath. Were it not for Kyōsuke's technique taking effect, he would have suffered direct damage from the strike. The black, mercury-like liquid coalesced into a perfectly black sphere upon leaving his hand, floating silently behind him. More identical spheres appeared, 5 in total, hovering ominously behind Tenjin. These objects were collectively known as truth-seeking balls. Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 169, Chapter 169, The Risks of the Truth-Seeking Orb. Creating a truth-seeking orb typically requires one of two advanced methods. The first method involves mastering the chakra of all 7 elements, yin, yang, and the 5 elemental natures of fire, water, earth, wind, and lightning, and skillfully combining them through the yin-yang release technique to forge the orb. This approach is extraordinarily difficult. For most individuals, even mastering 2 chakra natures within a lifetime is an unattainable feat, let alone achieving proficiency in all 7. However, this method has distinct advantages. Truth-seeking orbs created through it can be used as versatile combat tools. Even if they are damaged or destroyed in battle, they can be recreated using yin-yang release, provided the user retains mastery over the necessary chakra elements. According to the system's classification, this method requires developing each chakra nature to an advanced level while also mastering the corresponding yin-yang release techniques. At present, Kyōsuke is diligently working toward mastering the first method. The second method for creating truth-seeking orbs involves attaining 6-path sage mode, which requires the chakra of all 9-tailed beasts. Through this process, the creation of truth-seeking orbs occurs automatically. Even a ninja without mastery over all chakra natures can acquire them this way. However, a significant limitation of this method is that once the orbs are destroyed or lost, they cannot be recreated. The most prominent examples of this method are Naruto Uzumaki with the power of Yang, as well as 6 paths Madara and 6 paths Obito. In all 3 cases, once they lost the chakra of the tailed beasts, their ability to create truth-seeking orbs vanished as well. Naruto, in particular, serves as a cautionary example of carelessness. During his climactic battle with Sasuke at the Valley of the End, he used his truth-seeking orbs recklessly, treating them more like expendable tools. By the end of the battle, he was left with only 3 orbs, a significant reduction from his original set. As for the truth-seeking orbs behind Hyuga-Tenjin, they likely originate from the chakra supplied by his Tenseigan. This peculiar green energy appears to contain the combined power of yin-yang release and all 5 elemental natures. Without such an explanation, the origin of his truth-seeking orbs remains a mystery. Gazing at the silently floating orbs, Kyōsuke's expression turned serious. He repeatedly reminded himself not to let them come into contact with his body under any circumstances. No wonder he dares to boast about killing me, he muttered to himself. It seems this is the source of his confidence. The truth-seeking orbs, imbued with the power of yin-yang release and the 5 elements, possess strength that far surpasses even Kekkai Genkai and Kekkai Tota. The user can manipulate them freely with their will, rendering all elemental jutsu ineffective. Even Edo Tensei bodies, which are infamous for their regenerative capabilities, cannot recover from the damage inflicted by these orbs. Their destructive potential is staggering, capable of obliterating entire forests with ease. Moreover, they can transform into a variety of weapons, offering unparalleled versatility in battle. However, despite their immense power, they are not without limitations. The first weakness lies in their range. The truth-seeking orbs have an effective radius of approximately 70 meters. If they exceed this distance, they will either hover in place or return to the user automatically. The second and more critical limitation is their vulnerability to natural energy, senjutsu. Truth-seeking orbs are unable to withstand attacks infused with sage techniques, which can decisively destroy them. In other words, despite their fearsome power, these black spheres are not invincible when faced with the right opponent. Fortunately, as one of the few strong individuals who had mastered Sage Mode, Kyōsuke held a distinct advantage over Hyuga-Tenjin. The real challenge, however, lay in timing. Without the perfect opportunity, striking a decisive blow against such a vigilant and powerful opponent would be nearly impossible. Gripping the Kusanagi sword tightly, Kyōsuke felt an old, familiar restlessness stirring within him, a primal thrill born from facing a truly formidable foe. A life-or-death struggle. He murmured, his voice low but resolute. That's what real combat is all about. A faint, chilling smile tugged at the corners of his lips. In an instant, his figure blurred before multiplying into countless afterimages, surrounding Tenjin in an intricate, ever-shifting formation. Shursui-style body flicker technique. But this wasn't the technique of old. Under Kyōsuke's mastery, it had evolved into something far beyond its original design. More than 30 vivid afterimages danced through the air, moving with blinding speed and disorienting precision. Even with his unparalleled vision, Huga Tenjin could only vaguely track Kyōsuke's movements, his Tenseigan flickering with concentrated effort. A remarkable speed indeed, Tenjin remarked, his voice calm yet edged with a trace of admiration. But unfortunately for you, flaunting such tricks in front of me is a grave mistake. With a deliberate step forward, Tenjin lowered his center of gravity, his arms extending outward like the wings of an eagle preparing to strike. A massive 5 elements 8 trigrams array erupted around him, engulfing the battlefield in a luminous, oppressive glow. 8 trigrams 128 palms. In the blink of an eye, a storm of palm strikes flooded the air, each strike precise and imbued with immense chakra. Was it necessary to distinguish which was Kyōsuke's true body? Not at all. Huga Tenjin had no interest in such trivialities. He would annihilate all of them with his gentle fist. Within the domain of the 8 trigrams array, Tenjin's sensory abilities were heightened to an extraordinary level. Movements imperceptible to the naked eye now unfolded before him as clear and predictable trajectories. 1 palm, 2 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms. The barrage of strikes was as swift and relentless as a storm, leaving no openings and no hope for escape. To make matters worse, Tenjin's hands were enveloped in an ominous black substance that flowed like liquid, a manifestation of the truth-seeking orb's energy. Even a single touch from these hands would spell certain death for any opponent below the level of 6-path Sage mode. Where do you think you're going? Tenjin's voice was sharp and cold, his eyes radiating merciless intent. His piercing gaze seemed to cut through Kyōsuke's afterimages, locking onto his prey with unwavering precision. Kyōsuke was cornered. With no flying thunder god mark to teleport to, escape was impossible. I'll kill him first, Tenjin thought, his resolve unwavering. Then I'll deal with Uchiha Madara. A minor setback means nothing. I, Huga Tenjin, am destined to rule the land of fire. Empowered by his chakra mode and the reinforcing effects of his 8 trigrams domain, Tenjin accelerated with terrifying speed. His movements blurred as he closed the distance, the sharp glint of panic in Kyōsuke's eyes reflecting his inevitable fate. With a cold smile, Tenjin thrust his palm forward, aiming directly for Kyōsuke's chest. It's over, Tenjin declared, his voice calm yet final. A deafening burst of force followed, rippling outward from the strike. The sheer impact was enough to fracture the ground beneath them. Tenjin was certain that Kyōsuke's bones would shatter, his body reduced to nothing but a lifeless heap. But just as his hand was about to land, it stopped, mere inches from Kyōsuke's chest. No matter how much strength he poured into his arm, it wouldn't move further. It was as if an unseen force had seized him, halting the killing blow at the last possible moment. Dojutsu, end. Activate. In that instant, Kyōsuke's expression shifted into one of cunning triumph, a look that resembled a seasoned con artist reveling in a perfectly executed ploy. His calm, confident smile carried a hint of glee, as though savoring the moment his prey fell into his trap. At the critical moment, however, Tenjin responded with the precision of a seasoned warrior. A second truth-seeking orb expanded into a black membrane, shielding his body, while the remaining 3 orbs shot toward Kyōsuke with terrifying speed, forcing him to abandon his forward strike. Such futile resistance, Kyōsuke said, a mocking smile playing on his lips. His right eye flared brightly with an eerie glow, his dojutsu exerting its absolute authority over the battlefield. The truth-seeking orbs, indestructible to most, were, in the end, lifeless objects. Against the overwhelming power of his Mangekyo Sharingan, they were no different from puppets, subject to his control. Reversal. Under Tenjin's astonished gaze, the 4 truth-seeking orbs halted mid-flight before abruptly reversing their trajectory. One after another, they shot back toward their original master with deadly precision. Tenjin's face contorted with shock as the orbs raced toward him, but he had no time to react. In the same instant, the Kusanagi sword thrust forward, piercing cleanly through his chest. Impressive reflexes, Kyōsuke murmured, his voice low but laced with mock praise. The strike, aimed at Tenjin's heart, was narrowly deflected by the Huga's quick reaction, sparing him from instant death. Even so, the blade struck deep, and lightning chakra surged through its length, crackling fiercely as it tore through flesh and muscle. The truth was simple, sage techniques weren't the only counter to the truth-seeking orbs. Advanced Mangekyo Sharingan abilities, such as Kamui or Kyōsuke's time reversal, could also neutralize the black spheres. Without this decisive advantage, Kyōsuke would never have dared to engage Hyuga-Tenjin at close range. Coughing up blood, Tenjin staggered but refused to fall. His eyes burned with unrelenting fury as he summoned his remaining strength. "You dare!" Tenjin roared, his voice reverberating like thunder across the battlefield. A sphere of brilliant green energy erupted from Tenjin's body, expanding outward like a tidal wave of destruction. The ground quaked beneath its unrelenting force, trees splintered into fragments, and the air itself seemed to ripple as the energy consumed the surrounding 10 meters. Die. Boom. The ground shuddered violently under the impact, the deafening explosion a testament to the sheer destructive power unleashed. Smoke and debris filled the air, obscuring the battlefield momentarily. Emerging from the chaos, Tenjin clutched the wound just below his left chest, blood staining his once pristine robes. His Tenseigan burned with fury, veins pulsing visibly around his temples. The pain only served to fuel his anger, which now seethed like a storm within him. Kyōsuke. Tenjin's voice was low and venomous, every syllable dripping with murderous intent. He resolved to go on the offensive, determined to overwhelm his opponent with unrelenting attacks. From the brief exchange earlier, he had pieced together the essence of Kyōsuke's Mangekyo Sharingan ability. Though formidable, it wasn't without limits. Tenjin smirked coldly, confidence surging through him. The same trick won't work on me again. Ultimately, Tenjin knew his strength eclipsed Kyōsuke's. He could afford missteps and failures, but his opponent couldn't afford even a single mistake. A single error would spell his end. The battlefield was bathed in an ominous, dark golden glow. The light pierced through the smoke and debris, radiating an overwhelming sense of power and authority. Consider yourself fortunate, Hyuga-Tenjin. Kyōsuke's voice cut through the air, calm yet filled with a chilling intensity. You are the first to witness my fully perfect Susanoo. As his words echoed across the battlefield, the dark golden glow coalesced into an enormous, towering figure. It took form gradually, its sheer size dwarfing everything around it. Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 170, Chapter 170, The Emergence of the Perfect Susanoo. On the surface of the moon, a streak of dark golden light tore through the desolate sky, illuminating the barren terrain like a divine omen. The light surged with unrestrained power, its brilliance awe-inspiring and terrifying, as though an ancient god had awakened from an eternal slumber. The immense chakra radiating from this phenomenon spread like a tidal wave, rippling across the battlefield. Even from afar, Hyuga-Tenjin felt its oppressive force pressing down on him. His expression, normally composed, twisted into one of disbelief and dread. How? How is it possible for him to possess such terrifying ocular power? Tenjin's voice trembled, a rare crack in his otherwise unshakable confidence. Within the ranks of the Tenseigan Moon Uchiha, a heavy silence enveloped the group. All eyes were fixed on the horizon, where a colossal figure began to take shape. The silhouette was unmistakable. The dark golden light coalesced into the form of a Susanoo, its overwhelming presence igniting a mixture of awe and fear among the Uchiha. That's Lord Kyōsuke Susanoo, someone whispered, their voice laced with disbelief. But this wasn't the same Susanoo they had known. Its sheer size, radiance, and energy were unlike anything they had ever witnessed. Lady Mito, Uchiha Maya spoke hesitantly, the weight of the moment clear in her voice. Despite the distance, she could feel the immense power radiating from the Susanoo, pressing heavily against her chest. Have you ever seen Lord Kyōsuke in this form before? Mito's gaze remained fixed on the giant figure on the horizon. Her expression was calm, yet her eyes burned with an uncontainable pride. She raised her hand to adjust the two buns on her head, a subtle gesture masking the rapid beat of her heart. This is my first time as well, Mito admitted softly, her voice carrying both awe and certainty. Her lips curled into a faint smile, and her sharp eyes gleamed with a pride that refused to be hidden. Even though the situation was perilous, with Kyōsuke locked in a battle that was far from over, she couldn't suppress the swell of emotion in her chest. You truly are the strongest, she thought to herself, her heart swelling with unshakable belief. No matter the past, the present, or even the future. Suddenly, a shout pierced the silence, drawing her attention back to reality. Look! The giant is transforming again. The exclamation, filled with a mix of excitement and terror, rippled through the ranks. Mito turned her gaze back to the colossal Susanoo. At its core, the dark golden giant pulsed with new energy, its form shifting once more. As the light dimmed slightly, revealing intricate details, she saw it, a layer of dark golden Tengu armor began materializing over its massive frame. The armor's edges glinted with an otherworldly brilliance, each curve and joint radiating dominance and invincibility. This wasn't merely a Susanoo. This was the true form of the perfect Susanoo. The sight sent chills down the spines of all who witnessed it, ally and foe alike. For Mito, however, there was no fear. Only pride. On the battlefield, Kyōsuke stood with his arms crossed over his chest, exuding an air of unshakable confidence. His figure was enclosed within the rhombus-shaped crystal perched on the forehead of his perfect Susanoo. Clad in its menacing Tengu armor, the perfect Susanoo had grown to an imposing height of over 120 meters. The size and power of a perfect Susanoo varied greatly depending on the user's ocular strength and chakra reserves. For most wielders, even achieving the basic version of the perfect Susanoo resulted in a construct only slightly larger than the mature Ten-Tails Eye. However, at its pinnacle, as demonstrated by Atsutsuki Hagoromo, the Sage of Six Paths, the perfect Susanoo reached a size nearly equal to the Ten-Tails itself, a testament to the sage's unparalleled mastery. Though Kyōsuke had not yet reached such heights, his current power was more than enough to contend with the foe standing before him. The perfect Susanoo, in its ultimate stage, was known as the true Susanoo. This state represented a form of ultimate chakra stability, achievable only by those whose ocular power far surpassed that of the average Mangekyo Sharingan user. When cloaked in its iconic Tengu armor, the construct's appearance took on the visage of a fearsome samurai, a high nose, sharp, angular features, and a gaze that radiated malice and dominance. Its massive sword, shimmering with chakra, seemed to pulsate with latent destruction. A simple swing of the sword could carve through mountains, tear apart rivers, and obliterate miles of land in an instant. This overwhelming force made the perfect Susanoo the embodiment of destruction itself. Anyone capable of activating the perfect Susanoo could unleash destructive power at the mid-tier Super Kage level. However, to transcend this stage, one needs to either enhance their ocular power or add unique elements to the Susanoo, pushing it to its absolute limits. Madara Uchiha, for instance, utilized the Nine-Tails chakra to create his majestic attire Susanoo, a form that far surpassed the standard perfect Susanoo in both size and destructive potential. As for Kyōsuke, the cursed mark on his shoulder began to dissolve. This dissolution released an immense surge of Senjutsu chakra, flowing outward with a vitality all its own. It merged seamlessly with his massive Susanoo, turning his body into a conduit for its immense energy. The already imposing Tengu armor that adorned the Susanoo began to glow with an intense, fiery serpentine aura, as if the very flames of creation were coursing through it. Behind the towering figure, a massive serpent's shadow coiled and hovered, its slow movements blending seamlessly with the Tengu armor's domineering presence. The combined force of these two elements, the Senjutsu chakra and the Susanoo, made Kyōsuke form a force of nature. The enemy in the distance, Huga-Tenjin, could only stare in wide-eyed disbelief, his face drained of color as he saw the sheer power of the being before him. Sage Art, Susanoo. This was Kyōsuke's strongest form yet, standing at the very peak of mid-tier Super Kage level power, a truly formidable sight to behold. Kyōsuke exhaled deeply as the vast energy finally settled within him. His gaze lowered to the ground, where Huga-Tenjin now appeared insignificant in comparison, almost like a mere ant beneath the towering figure of his Susanoo. Phew, Kyōsuke let out a satisfied sigh, his voice carrying an air of calm control. This is much better. I've never been fond of looking up to others. Boom. Controlling the Susanoo to take a single step forward caused the ground to quake violently, the earth itself trembling under the sheer weight of its movement. Huga-Tenjin, who was barely the size of the Susanoo's foot, could do little but channel chakra into his feet to steady himself, his body nearly toppled by the overwhelming force. His eyes narrowed, but there was no denying the unease rising within him. Don't get too full of yourself, brat. Tenjin sneered, lifting himself into the air with a swift leap. His expression, though battered, remained full of disdain. My truth-seeking orbs can obliterate anything. That thing is nothing but an oversized target. His words were defiant but lacked conviction, more an attempt to convince himself than to intimidate his opponent. Despite the bravado in his voice, Tenjin's heart raced with growing dread. The stronger one became, the more attuned they became to the presence of the Sage Art Perfect Susanoo. Its immense chakra resonated like a deep, overwhelming pressure that made everything around it feel insignificant. He couldn't understand, how could someone barely 15 or 16 years old refine their chakra to such an overwhelming degree? Obliterate everything. Kyōsuke's voice rang out, a derisive laugh escaping him. His gaze deliberately swept over the wound on Tenjin's chest, his lips curling into a mockingly amused grin. So powerful, yet you still let me stab you, huh? Taking in a deep breath of the crisp, high-altitude air, Kyōsuke's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan flared with a crimson light as he grinned. The Susanoo moved with an air of quiet menace, its colossal hand reaching down to rest on the hilt of the sword at its waist. Just as before, the Kusanagi sword was fully manifested in this form. With this weapon, the perfect Susanoo's attacks would carry unimaginable power, capable of decimating entire landscapes with a single slash. It's coming. Huga-Tenjin's voice rose in urgency as he retreated slightly, hastily positioning 5 truth-seeking orbs around him to form a protective sphere. He neither dodged nor flinched, his confidence seemingly unshakable. But within seconds, that confidence shattered. The chakra of the perfect Susanoo was now more stable and refined than ever before, allowing Kyōsuke to channel his full swordsmanship into the weapon. This was the moment he had been preparing for. Every practice session, every refinement of his skills, and the claiming of the Kusanagi sword had all been for this singular day. A sharp, metallic sound rang out in the air as the colossal Susanoo sword, over 60 meters long, was drawn. The mere motion sent a massive shockwave hurtling forward, devastating everything in its path. Dominating blade, divine judgment prison. Under the power of Senjutsu chakra, the barrier formed by the truth-seeking orbs shattered in less than 2 seconds. In Tenjin's disbelieving eyes, the blade's shockwave swallowed him whole, its energy sweeping through the land with unstoppable force. Far in the distance, 2 mountains collapsed under the residual power of the attack, their peaks shattered into debris as shockwaves rippled across the lunar surface. At the distant moon palace, countless shinobi stood frozen in shock, gaping at the devastation. Their faces reflected sheer disbelief as they stared at the towering Susanoo and the annihilated landscape miles away. This is the power of a god. As the saying goes, God's grace is vast, but his wrath is boundless. To everyone watching as Kyōsuke cleaved mountains with a single strike, he was nothing short of a deity, no less than a god. Aside from a handful of exceptional shinobi, anyone below mid-tier Super Kage level would undoubtedly perish if struck by this blade. Suspended 100 meters in the air, Kyōsuke surveyed the transformed landscape beneath him, the damage wrought by his blow almost surreal in its scale. After a long moment of silence, he suddenly threw back his head and let out an unrestrained laugh that reverberated through the shattered sky. Ha 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 ha. The laughter was wild, triumphant, and tinged with a faint trace of madness. Finally, I've reached this level. Behind him, the dark golden wings of his colossal Susanoo unfurled. In the next moment, the 100-meter-tall giant soared into the sky, savoring the most precious gift in the world, freedom. Piercing through the cloud layer, he soared unchallenged, ignoring the violent thunderstorms that raged around him. His eyes locked onto the distant blue planet hanging in the endless expanse of space, Earth. So, how far is the moon from Earth again? His mind raced as a figure surfaced in his memory. 384,400 kilometers. Just a mere few 100,000 kilometers. He smirked, his lips curling slightly as he quickly abandoned the idea of flying back to Earth directly. With a forceful flap of Susanoo's wings, he reversed direction, returning to the surface of the moon. The colossal figure descended with the weight of a mountain, the ground trembling beneath its landing. Kyōsuke's cold gaze fell upon Tenjin, whose broken body now lay motionless and powerless on the ground. Is this the end? Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 171, Chapter 171, The Fall of Tenjin, The Destroyed Spatial Passage. Tenjin had been defeated. In truth, with his strength, he could have continued his battle against Kyōsuke. Even though Kyōsuke had activated his complete Sage mode, defeating Tenjin in his current state was no easy feat. The reason for Tenjin's defeat lay in his blind arrogance and overconfidence in the truth-seeking orbs. Of course, Kyōsuke's meticulous scheming also played a significant role. In shinobi battles, intelligence gathering is of the utmost importance. Had Tenjin known in advance that sage arts could counter the truth-seeking orbs, he would never have foolishly chosen to face them head-on. Supporting his body with his remaining arm, Tenjin barely managed to lift his head. His gaze, directed at the young man before him, was filled with unwillingness and regret. He hated his enemy and hated himself even more. Tenjin couldn't understand why Kyōsuke's power had surged so dramatically. Had he known this would happen, he would never have agreed to Black Zetsu's conditions. At the same time, he hated his own inadequacies. If he had pushed his Tenseigan to its ultimate form, how could he have possibly lost to a mere fledgling? No matter, he thought. The Huga clan still has Yayoi. She will assist the child I've just brought into this world, and with her pair of Tenseigan capable of autonomous evolution, they will one day stand at the pinnacle of the shinobi world. One day, the land of fire will belong to the Huga. Feeling his life force rapidly slipping away, Tenjin steeled his resolve, made a ruthless decision, and raised his hand toward his own eyes. No matter what, he could not allow the Tenseigan to fall into his enemy's hands. It would be tantamount to aiding his adversary. If he had to part with them, it would be better to destroy these eyes with his own hand than let his foe do so. Sensing Tenjin's intent, Kyōsuke dispelled his perfect Susanoo and leisurely descended from the air. Do you still think the situation is under your control? My spoils of war aren't something you can destroy at will. Crack. Amidst the pool of blood, a faint sound of breaking echoed, followed by the emergence of a small snake from the ground. It opened its jaws and bit down on Tenjin's neck. The curse mark activated, and under the binding of black imprints, even blinking became an arduous task for Tenjin. You. Landing steadily on the ground, Kyōsuke rolled his eyes and said, Stop with the stammering. You're a grown man, can't you see where this is headed? I've defeated you. These Tenseigan eyes are my spoils of war. What you just did qualifies as destroying someone else's property. Approaching the fallen man, Kyōsuke fell silent for a moment before asking, Any last words? The fall of a hero carries an unspeakable melancholy. In Kyōsuke's mind, Huga-Tenjin had been an adversary even more formidable than Uchiha Taijima or Senju Butsuma. Yayoi possessed both exceptional strength and unparalleled resolve, yet she had been utterly suppressed by Tenjin, to the point that she dared not make a single reckless move. Had it not been for Hashirama's inexplicable surge in strength, there was a real chance the Huga could have waged a war of annihilation against the Senju. Now that the victor had been decided, Kyōsuke chose to grant Tenjin a final moment of dignity. Last words. Tenjin's spirit seemed to waver. As his strength waned, a montage of past memories flashed before his eyes. After a long silence, he heaved a deep sigh and spoke softly. I've lived my life unrivaled, rarely meeting my match in the shinobi world, only to fall at the height of my glory to your hands. Now, as death approaches, there is little left to cling to. However, I can offer you some information in exchange for 10 years of peace for the Huga clan. How about it? Hearing this, Kyōsuke pretended to consider for a moment before nodding in agreement. With this man's death, the Huga would fall under Yayoi's leadership. Without needing any reminders from Tenjin, Kyōsuke had no intention of targeting the Huga clan further. Seeing Kyōsuke's agreement, Tenjin smiled faintly, and it seemed as though his spirit was momentarily rejuvenated. He then proceeded to detail Black Zetsu's plans, emphasizing the latter's scheme to sever the spatial passage. As Kyōsuke's expression darkened, Tenjin shook his head and murmured, if you act quickly, perhaps, you might still. System prompt, you have successfully killed Huga-Tenjin. Earned 63,350 points. When Kyōsuke came back to his senses, the men before him had already breathed his last. A once dominant figure had fallen. Over 60,000 points, a fitting reward for a Super Kaga-level powerhouse. Retrieving a glass container from his ninja pouch, Kyōsuke carefully sealed the Tenseigan from Tenjin's corpse inside it. With everything in order, Kyōsuke turned and left without a backward glance, heading toward the space passageway's barrier. Amidst the scarred and battered earth, Huga-Tenjin's body was gradually consumed by the encroaching sands and wind. Soon, Kyōsuke arrived at the spatial passage left behind by Atsutsuki Himura. As it turned out, Tenjin had not deceived him. The passage had indeed been destroyed by some method employed by Black Zetsu. Damn it. In that moment, the thrill of victory vanished entirely. Kyōsuke could not bear the thought of being trapped on the moon for the rest of his life. The vast distance between the two celestial bodies was staggering. Even with his expertise in space-time ninjutsu, traversing the entirety of the Land of Fire was challenging enough, let alone crossing hundreds of thousands of kilometers of cosmic space. After all, the Flying Thunder God technique was not designed for long-distance travel. Sitting alone in a cave, Kyōsuke furrowed his brow and began analyzing the destroyed spatial passage. Hours passed, and by the time half a day had gone by, Kyōsuke was forced to admit that his talent in spatial ninjutsu was mediocre at best. Forget repair, he couldn't even comprehend the principles behind Himura's construction of the passage. As for the Flying Thunder God technique, even at its maximum level of 10, it was incapable of spanning the vast cosmic distance back to Earth. I'll have to consider other options. Opening the system menu, Kyōsuke glanced at his current points. Points, 78,430. The amount wasn't much, a significant portion had been spent earlier to exchange for the one's own life reincarnation technique, leaving him far from the threshold of 100,000 points. This meant Kyōsuke couldn't redeem abilities capable of long-distance spatial travel. Yamotsu Hirasaka, Underworld Slope Hill. Level, SS, redemption cost, 100,000 points. In less than an instant, appear at the gates of the underworld. This description perfectly encapsulated Yamotsu Hirasaka. Among the existing space-time ninjutsu, it ranked at the very top. Whether for long-distance travel or combat support, its capabilities far exceeded the Flying Thunder God technique. When activated, it would open a black portal capable of instantaneously transporting the user from point A to point B. The size of the portal could also be freely controlled. With a simple stretch of the hand, one could reach a distant enemy. Aside from the Amanamanaka, heavenly governing inside, granted by Kagaya's Rinne Sharingan, Yamotsu Hirasaka was the most powerful space-time ability Kyōsuke knew of. The problem was, he lacked enough points to redeem it. Even worse, the strong members of the Tsukigakure clan had already been eliminated, leaving no viable targets for earning more points. What could he do? Attack his own allies? Redeeming the Atsutsuki's unique karma seal could also grant spatial abilities, but its exorbitant cost of 150,000 points made it an even more unattainable option. Forget it. I'll just have to take things one step at a time. Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 172, Chapter 172, Madara attends Hashirama's wedding. In the end, Mito and the others inevitably received the unfortunate news. So, there's no way back, huh? For a brief moment, the aging face of her father surfaced in her mind. Shaking her head slightly, the twin buns atop her head swayed as Mito approached her husband. Gently, she pulled him into her embrace. It's all right. If we can't return, then so be it. As long as you're with me, anywhere feels like home. Hearing her words, Kyōsuke smiled silently. Of course, they still had to think of a solution, but life needed to go on. Fortunately, the moon base was fully developed, with everything they could possibly need. Over the years, even chickens, ducks, cattle, and geese had been successfully bred artificially. If population size wasn't taken into account, it didn't seem all that different from the shinobi world. Time flew by, and months passed in the blink of an eye. Kyōsuke and the others gradually adapted to life on the moon. Meanwhile, their disappearance was finally noticed by their clan. Find them. Find them at all costs. Uchiha Madara, rarely seen in a rage, was visibly furious. He knew Kyōsuke's temperament well, vanishing for a month or so wasn't worth panicking over. However, this time, Mito had disappeared along with him. That was unusual. After all, Mito was currently pregnant. Even if they went out for leisure, there was no way they would be completely out of contact for several months. At this thought, Madara immediately dispatched someone to summon Uchiha Kochu, who had just returned from a mission. As one of Kyōsuke's most trusted subordinates, perhaps she might know something. Before long, Uchiha Kochu arrived at the clan's council hall, still unaware of the situation. Why have you summoned me? It was only after Madara explained the situation that she realized something was amiss. The Lord is missing. The cheerful smile on her face instantly vanished. Without another word, Kochu turned and left. She quickly sought out Kyōsuke's top secret operative, number 1, and learned about the Lord's last known location from him. In addition to that, she also received an extremely unsettling piece of information: the portal connecting to the moon base had malfunctioned. After a brief internal struggle, Kochu decided to report back to the clan leader. The situation was too unusual. It was no longer a matter of keeping information confidential. The moon. Upon hearing her description, Madara wore an expression as though he were listening to a mythical tale. But upon careful thought, Madara vaguely recalled Kyōsuke mentioning something similar in the past. At the time, he hadn't paid much attention, nor did he think there was anything extraordinary about traveling to the moon. After all, hadn't the Huga clan's Tenjin already? Wait. Huga Tenjin. In an instant, Madara recalled the concerns expressed by Huga Yayoi during her recent surgery some time ago. Glancing at Uchiha Kochu before him, Madara hesitated briefly before sharing what he knew about the Huga girl connected to Kyōsuke. She must know something. Without waiting for further instruction, Uchiha Kochu immediately turned and left. No matter what, she had to find the girl. That person might hold some key information. Sigh. After Kochu left, Madara heaved a deep sigh. Rising from his seat, he walked to the window and gazed at the endless expanse of the desolate starry sky. He wasn't worried about Kyōsuke's safety. That guy had so many trump cards that no one could figure them out. Even if Huga Tenjin dared to act against him, it would likely end in failure. If he couldn't defeat Hashirama, there was no way he could take down Kyōsuke. The real problem lay in the fact that the bastard probably wouldn't return anytime soon. The shinobi world was in turmoil. With their decisive victory over the Huga, the Senju clan's ambitions were beginning to grow. Rumor had it that Hashirama was planning to marry another daughter of Uzumaki Ashina. The implications of such an alliance were worth scrutinizing, especially with the Huga clan's significant shift in stance and attitude. If Tenjin truly acted, the alliance between their clans would effectively be nullified. Unknowingly, the pressure seemed to shift back onto the Uchiha clan. With you gone, the clan is left for me to protect alone. After a brief inner struggle, Madara made his decision. The Senju were at their peak, riding the wave of their triumph over the Huga. They were inviting all the clans of the Land of Fire to attend Hashirama's wedding. It was a meticulously crafted move to isolate and weaken the Uchiha. If left unchecked, all their previous efforts might be rendered meaningless. For the sake of the clan and the delicate balance Kyōsuke had worked so hard to establish, Madara knew he had to act. As a former friend, you wouldn't refuse my attendance at your wedding, would you, Hashirama? Subconsciously, Madara's hand moved to his abdomen, where the nine tails lay dormant as ever. This time, it was his turn to demonstrate his strength to the world. For the clan, for his friend. For war, and for peace. Wait for me, Hashirama. Meanwhile, on the moon base. Uchiha Shizuka, Uchiha Takashi, Uchiha Nobita. No. Then how about Uchiha Oda, Uchiha Kishimoto, Uchiha Akira? The young couple sat in their room, earnestly deliberating over names for their child. However, Kyōsuke's suggestions were quickly vetoed one after another by his wife, Mito, who sported her signature twin buns. You're terrible at naming, honestly, Mito said, her face full of disdain. Names like Shizuka and Nobita didn't appeal to her at all, they sounded strange to her ears. In the end, Mito proposed what she believed to be a perfect name, Uchiha Sho. Due to their differing opinions, the first family meeting ended in failure. With nothing else to do, Kyōsuke found himself once again contemplating a certain idea. Navigating his way to the Forbidden Cave, he wanted to see if his greatly enhanced ocular powers might allow him to establish communication with Kaguya. If he succeeded, not only could he gather information, but he might also learn something about spatial abilities from the goddess herself. According to the original accounts, the Atsutsuki were a clan-based society, almost devoid of technological civilization. Traveling to other planets was a skill inherent to each clan member, who were naturally proficient in spatial manipulation. Kyōsuke even speculated that Momoshiki and Kinshiki might already be on their way to Earth. The journey, however, could take decades due to the vast distance. Driven by curiosity about the Atsutsuki, Kyōsuke delved deeper into the cave. Unfortunately, the results were the same as before. He could sense the boundless, galaxy-like chakra, but establishing communication with Kaguya remained impossible. Well, desperate times call for desperate measures, he muttered. With a hopeful heart, Kyōsuke activated his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. In the next instant, his surroundings shifted. The rocky cave vanished, replaced by an overwhelming, suffocating chakra seemed to loom mere steps away. Turning his head stiffly, Kyōsuke's gaze met a pair of pure white, spotless eyes. Nice to meet you, he stammered awkwardly. The woman before him, the rabbit goddess Atsutsuki Kaguya, bound by countless seals and inscriptions, silently stared at him with her Byakugan, unblinking. Her gaze was so intense that Kyōsuke felt a little embarrassed. What the heck, I'm a married man and have family, you know, he muttered under his breath. The word family seemed to stir something within Kaguya. After millennia of solitude, she finally opened her mouth and spoke. You are Black Zetsu's accomplice. Wait. Huh? Kyōsuke's eyes darted around nervously. It seemed the goddess had misunderstood something. Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 173, Chapter 173, Beyond the Six Paths. The lonely and desolate Kaguya. In the blink of an eye, several months passed. As Mito's belly grew larger day by day, Kyōsuke fully prepared himself to welcome the arrival of new life. His excitement was palpable, and the warmth of anticipation filled their home. Skilled medical means conducted thorough examinations and confirmed the baby's gender, it was a boy. This joyful revelation allowed the couple to finalize the name they had prepared in advance. Uchiha Haruto, Kyōsuke decided on this name through a playful draw of lots. Ever the doting father, he placed a hand on Mito's belly and asked the unborn child, "What do you think, little one? Is this name to your liking?" Since there was no objection, the matter was settled with a laugh. Aside from supporting his wife and delving into his study of ninjutsu, Kyōsuke had another significant responsibility. That was to console a lonely, empty-hearted woman. At first, Mito, with her signature bun hairstyle, couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy. The thought of her husband offering comfort to another woman stirred a mix of emotions within her. But Kyōsuke, persistent and sincere, appealed to her empathy. As a woman, haven't you ever felt lonely, empty, or cold at some point in your life? He asked. He continued, his tone filled with quiet sadness. Think about it, a mother, sealed away by her sons, trapped for 1,000 years without release. How tragic is that? Moved by his words, Mito's resistance softened. After careful consideration, she chose to stand by what Kyōsuke called the correct path. Of course, Mito's magnanimity wasn't entirely altruistic. 30% stemmed from her inherent kindness, but the remaining 70% was likely due to the youth-preserving secret technique gifted to her by this lonely woman. This pitiable, isolated soul was none other than Atsutsuki Kaguya, trapped for millennia within her seal. One day, sensing the immense power of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Kaguya had drawn Kyōsuke into the altar within her seal. Her two sons, Hagoromo and Hamura, had sealed her away for the greater good of the shinobi world, ensuring peace for future generations. Yet, despite their resolve, they had not subjected their mother to excessive suffering. The seal allowed her limited freedom of movement within a confined range, though she spent most of her time in a deep, restless slumber, isolated from the flow of time. When Kyōsuke appeared, Kaguya initially mistook him for a savior sent by Black Zetsu, her loyal creation, tasked with orchestrating her eventual release. After all, the odds of someone with the bloodline powerful enough to awaken the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan reaching the moon altar by mere coincidence were astronomically low. Kyōsuke, ever perceptive, revealed little. Instead, he used his silver tongue and natural charisma to gain Kaguya's trust. Currently, Kyōsuke found himself constrained by his limitations. He lacked the necessary skill and range of the Flying Thunder God technique to traverse the vast space between the moon and Earth freely. As such, his ambitions relied heavily on his ongoing research into spacetime barriers. He aimed to utilize spacetime barriers to reopen the passage between Earth and the moon. And who better to guide him in this endeavor than the Atsutsuki Kaguya herself? Carrying a meal personally prepared by Mito, Kyōsuke teleported into the secluded cave where the altar lay hidden. After performing a series of intricate seals, he successfully entered the confines of Kagaya's prison. If Black Zetsu were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly fall to his knees, fervently pleading for Kyōsuke to liberate his revered mother. However, despite all his cunning and potential, Kyōsuke was still far from possessing the power required to break the seal placed by the Sage of Six Paths and his brother, Hamura. The seal was a monumental work of power and foresight, designed to suppress Kagaya's immense strength indefinitely. To even attempt to break it, Kyōsuke would need to ascend to a level far beyond his current abilities, one equal to or surpassing the Six Paths level. For now, he could only continue his PUA, ahem, no, he meant using his genuine sincerity to ease this woman's loneliness and gain her trust. PUA means when a man who studies and practices special techniques that are intended to be effective in attracting potential sexual partners. You're here, Kyōsuke. After months of interaction, a sense of familiarity had developed between them. Kagaya, having regained much of her rationality and conversational ability, greeted him warmly when he arrived. "This is a meal prepared by Mito herself," Kyōsuke replied, placing the plate carefully on the ground. Without waiting for a response, he moved to a corner of the altar and began practicing the intricate space-time barrier technique Kagaya had been teaching him. Kagaya, the ancestor of chakra, picked up the chopsticks with elegant precision, a far cry from the desperate way she had devoured meals when they first met. While eating, she didn't forget to offer guidance on Kyōsuke's training. "That seal there, adjust it. It can be optimized. You're overcomplicating it, it'll hurt the barrier's efficiency. There, yes, there. No, no. Ugh, how can you be this clumsy?" Kyōsuke's eyebrow twitched as he felt his patience fray. Mentally, he resolved to ask Mito to add a touch more salt to the next meal to subtly convey his frustrations. Still, the dynamic between teacher and student created an unexpectedly warm and harmonious atmosphere. Even with the occasional jabs, there was an undeniable sense of mutual understanding. Through their interactions, Kyōsuke came to a realization: Kagaya didn't simply see him as her savior or tool. Hidden within her eyes was a faint trace of familial affection, as though she saw a shadow of Indra in him. It was this same sentiment, perhaps, that explained her tears upon seeing Naruto and Sasuke in the distant future, a rare glimpse of the emotions buried beneath her godlike exterior. Watching Kagaya carefully arrange the dishes after their meal, Kyōsuke sighed deeply and asked, "Must the divine tree be planted for the chakra fruit to be condensed?" At his words, Kagaya paused, glanced up, and responded with a calm yet somber tone. "I was once a servant to Ishiki. My mission was to be sacrificed to the divine tree, to become its nourishment." She looked down for a moment, her fingers lingering on the dish before her. "Unwilling to accept my fate, I took advantage of his carelessness, launching an attack that ultimately thwarted his mission to obtain the chakra fruit." Kyōsuke listened intently as she continued, her voice carrying a weight of regret. "Now, after so many years, the Atsutsuki clan will undoubtedly send a second team to investigate." She hesitated, her expression darkening. "If my actions are discovered, I will face endless pursuit from the clan." History proved Kagaya's fears to be well-founded. The second team sent to Earth by the Atsutsuki clan was none other than Momoshiki and Kinshiki. At this thought, Kyōsuke could no longer hold back his curiosity. He had longed to know the answer to a question that had been bothering him for some time. Is the Atsutsuki clan truly that powerful? Who, then, was Kagaya? She was a being with an indestructible body and unyielding will. Even after being sealed for countless years, she still possessed unparalleled strength. If not for her somewhat inexperienced combat awareness, she might have defeated the Sage of Six Paths and his brother long ago. For someone like her to experience fear meant that the strength of the Atsutsuki clan must indeed be terrifying. Yet, Kyōsuke had no idea just how terrifying they were. Hearing his question, Kagaya fell silent for a long while. Her gaze seemed to drift, her thoughts returning to distant memories. "Our clan is unique," she began slowly, her voice carrying the weight of ancient knowledge. "We are born with extraordinarily long lifespans and possess the ability to reincarnate, allowing us to gain new life through our vessels." She paused, as though measuring her words carefully. "Yet, even in the vastness of the universe, filled with countless dangers, we are not immune to the threat of death. By a twist of fate, our ancestors stumbled upon a unique life form. By cultivating this life form, we learned to convert an entire planet's life force into the chakra fruit, a powerful and consumable resource." Kagaya's expression softened, her thoughts momentarily lost in the distant past. Consuming a chakra fruit ignites the divine fire within, awakening unimaginable divine abilities. She met Kyōsuke's gaze then, her voice steady. "No matter if the body perishes or the soul withers for millennia, as long as the divine fire burns, we shall live forever." Through her explanation, Kyōsuke roughly pieced together the truth. Consuming a chakra fruit granted one the ability to surpass physical limitations, igniting the divine fire within and transforming the consumer into an immortal being. The manifestations of the divine fire varied from individual to individual. For example, Kagaya's Rinne Sharingan, the powerful eye on her forehead, was one such visible sign of its awakening. This divine fire also awakened extraordinary abilities, such as Emanaka. In a broader sense, those Atsutsuki who had consumed chakra fruits truly embodied the traits of gods and could be considered gods in their own right. Kyōsuke, his mind racing with the implications of Kagaya's words, couldn't help but ask, so, does that mean the Atsutsuki clan has many beings at the divine fire level? Kagaya's expression darkened, and she nodded solemnly. Yes. Especially the clan's enforcement squad. They are all terrifying experts who have ignited the divine fire. At the mention of the enforcement squad, a palpable sense of fear seemed to seep into Kagaya's words, the weight of her past experiences heavy in the air. Kyōsuke, sensing the gravity of the situation, pressed on with another crucial question. Atsutsuki Ishiki, did he eat a chakra fruit? Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 174, Chapter 174, all at the divine fire level, the terrifying Atsutsuki enforcement squad. Did Atsutsuki Ishiki ever consume a chakra fruit? To this, Kyōsuke could not be entirely certain. In the final battle, when Ishiki unleashed his full power, both Naruto and Sasuke were powerless to inflict any significant damage upon him. Even Kurama's new Baryon mode, unlocked at the cost of his own life, only managed to cause limited harm, aggravating old injuries within Ishiki's body. From the outcome, it was clear that Ishiki was far beyond the level of an ordinary Six Paths power. However, claiming that he had consumed a chakra fruit didn't seem entirely accurate. If he had truly ignited the divine fire, how could Kagaya have succeeded in her ambush all those years ago? Kagaya, sensing Kyōsuke's curiosity, hesitated for a moment before speaking, her voice tinged with a quiet reflection. Huh. After a brief pause, she began recounting a less than glorious chapter of history. Ishiki's natural talent wasn't particularly extraordinary, but he came from a privileged background. In his youth, he had the fortune of consuming a low-grade chakra fruit. She continued, her tone measured, the quality of chakra fruits varies greatly. There's a stark distinction between the superior and inferior ones, depending on how much chakra is absorbed. While Ishiki did consume a chakra fruit, the amount he ingested was minuscule. She paused, her gaze distant as she reflected on the strict, almost clinical nature of their clan. The Atsutsuki clan operates under a rigid set of rules, and relationships are cold and detached. Even with his noble heritage, Ishiki only managed to obtain a small morsel of the fruit. In Kagaya's words, that failure, Ishiki, was likely positioned at the threshold between the Six Path and Divine Flame level. At this point, Kyōsuke began to piece together the root of the issue. The quality of chakra fruits seemed to vary significantly, and those consumed by the members of the Atsutsuki enforcement squad were likely the true divine fire igniters. He even speculated that many of them had consumed multiple chakra fruits, especially considering Kagaya's mention of the critical term, igniting a divine fire. If that were true, did this imply the existence of beings within the Atsutsuki who had ignited the divine fire not once, but twice, or even thrice? In comparison, Ishiki, even at his full power, was merely a half step into the divine flame level, did indeed seem like a novice in this hierarchy of elite powerhouses. Kyōsuke's curiosity deepened. Can I ask what kinds of special abilities the members of the enforcement squad possess? Kagaya's eyes momentarily clouded with thought before she responded, each member of the enforcement squad possesses abilities that reflect the immense power granted by the divine fire. She paused, considering how best to explain. For example, my Emanaka, a unique ability that allows me to forcibly shift spaces and create my own personal starting sphere dimension, was one such manifestation of divine power. Kyōsuke's mind raced. He had a hunch that at the divine fire level, these individual awakened abilities would play a crucial role in combat. Good thing I still have my system. If push comes to shove, I'll wait until I've accumulated enough points to copy the best abilities for myself. You have so many questions, Kagaya said, giving him a beautiful yet faintly exasperated sidelong glance. After some thought, she reluctantly continued, after countless years, my clan has broadly classified the abilities awakened at the divine fire level into several categories. She leaned forward, as if preparing to impart something grave. Elemental manipulation, spatial temporal, space-time, control, physical enhancement, psychic abilities, binding techniques, laws of nature, healing capabilities, and so on. The enforcement squad comprises a vast number of members, encompassing nearly all types of these abilities. She gave a slight shake of her head, almost as if to herself. Mastery over controlled creations through Spirit Beast, Shikigami combat, devouring consciousness through dreamscapes with techniques like Dream Devour, issuing death declarations via words of power, and even geological manipulation through celestial laws, like crust manipulation. Kagaya lowered her head with a deep sigh, her expression turning somewhat desolate. Even without their immortality, the sheer variety of their abilities could bring devastating destruction to the ordinary shinobi of this world. Her voice softened, tinged with a hint of regret. Now you understand, don't you? It's not that I was ruthless, survival demanded I continuously harvest chakra. She paused before adding, her gaze distant, otherwise, if the enforcement squad were to descend, the shinobi world would face the most horrifying extinction event imaginable. Kyōsuke couldn't help but think, so that's it. This is your way of washing your hands clean, isn't it? He rubbed his chin thoughtfully, silently weighing the truth behind Kagaya's words. Though she appeared to be a high and mighty, naive woman, in truth, she was a shrewd and cunning figure. She had not only rebelled against her superior but had also successfully deceived her sons, Sage of Sixth Paths and Atsutsuki Himura, for years. Anyone who underestimated her as a fool was likely the truly ignorant one. I understand now, Kyōsuke said, nodding as if to acknowledge her well-intentioned efforts. But beneath the surface of his words, there was a deeper reflection. Today's conversation had been profoundly enlightening. The only thing more terrifying than a powerful enemy was an unknown one. Now that he understood the source of their power, Kyōsuke realized he could devise strategies to counter it. If the Atsutsuki could travel the universe and harvest, surely he could emulate their methods. As Kagaya had mentioned, the universe was vast, with countless planets teeming with life. Kyōsuke could set out on an interstellar journey, locate suitable planets, and plant tentails saplings there. From there, he could harvest chakra fruits and accumulate system points, a far more exciting prospect than remaining confined to the shinobi world. Once others grew strong enough, he might even adopt the Atsutsuki's operational model, dispatching members to collect fruits and streamline the harvesting process. This was his version of fighting fire with fire. Of course, Kyōsuke knew it was too early to act on such plans. With decades left before the arrival of formidable figures like Momoshiki and Kinshiki, he had plenty of time to grow stronger. When the time came, he would find a way to eliminate Ishiki and claim the infant tentails for himself. I really am a genius, Kyōsuke murmured to himself with a smirk, his confidence unwavering. Ah. From inside the room came Mito's anguished screams, echoing relentlessly through the halls. How could this happen? Outside, Kyōsuke paced back and forth, his usual calm demeanor replaced by agitation. His mind raced in frustration, and he scratched his head in helplessness. The peaceful days had flown by, and before he knew it, the day of Mito's labor had arrived. To ease her suffering, Kyōsuke had arranged for several medical nin to assist, even administering a dose of anesthesia. Yet, to his surprise, the baby's vitality proved far stronger than anticipated, leaving Mito, despite her Uzumaki constitution, completely drained and writhing in pain. Come on, you little rascal, get out of there already. Anxious and at his wits' end, Kyōsuke felt an overwhelming urge to perform a C-section himself. But Mito had refused, insisting that natural childbirth was better for the baby. You just don't trust science. Kyōsuke had retorted, frustration creeping into his voice. At last, after what felt like an eternity, the piercing cries of a newborn filled the air. Uchiha Haruto had been born, joining Kyōsuke and Mito's small family. Bursting into the room, Kyōsuke cast a quick glance at the wrinkled, squishy infant before rushing to Mito's side. He clasped her sweat-drenched hand tightly. You've worked so hard, he said softly, his rare tenderness shining through. It hurts, Mito pouted, her eyes involuntarily drifting toward Haruto, who was being cleaned nearby. Is that really my child? The thought flitted through her mind. When the baby was brought over and placed between them, Kyōsuke and Mito exchanged a glance, both unable to contain themselves. In unison, they uttered the same three words. He's so ugly. They say sons take after their mothers. If he's ugly, it's definitely not my fault, Kyōsuke declared seriously. Rubbish. Rolling her eyes, Mito shot back, look at his nose and mouth, they're exactly like yours. If he grows up ugly, it's all on you. No, it's on you. It's your fault. Your fault. Wah. Haruto cried loudly, as if on cue, seemingly worried about his own appearance as well. At the sight of the tiny baby's outrage, the couple exchanged a look and burst into laughter, the sound of their joy filling the room as they basked in the warmth of their new family of three. From today onward, our family has one more member. But now that I think about it, isn't having only one child a bit lonely? Well, that depends on your efforts, Kyōsuke. To serve you wholeheartedly, my lady. Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 175, Chapter 175, 5 years, do you know how I lived through them? Time is like a cheap prostitute, passionate on the surface, yet cold and ruthless the moment the money changes hands and the act is done. Lingering affection, on the other hand, resembles a lowly client. It appears sincere and eager, yet beneath the surface, it hides nothing but selfish intent, seeking to exploit without bearing the cost. Whether one wishes it or not, time always slips by silently and swiftly, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Unknowingly, 5 years had passed since Kyōsuke and his family became stranded on the moon. He, who was once a naive 7 or 8-year-old boy, had grown into a 21-year-old young man, someone with a home to protect and responsibilities to shoulder. By the standards of the shinobi world, this age was considered the prime of adulthood in his previous life. Within a secluded training ground lined with countless cherry blossoms, cold winds carried pink petals across the lush green grass. Amidst this serene beauty, the crisp, resonant clash of blades broke the silence as several figures darted across the field. At the center of the skirmish stood a man. His features, delicate yet resolute, were framed by a sharp, unwavering gaze. Beneath the folds of his black robe lay a muscular physique, brimming with raw power, a striking contrast to the tranquility surrounding him. Majestic and domineering, every movement he made exuded an oppressive aura that demanded submission. The Kusanagi sword spun in his hands, its gleaming edge reflecting the soft glow of the cherry blossoms. Kyōsuke's focus was absolute, his composure unshaken as he countered the relentless attacks of 7 shadow clones encircling him. At his current level of strength, few individuals could match him in battle, let alone serve as worthy sparring partners. To hone his skills, he had no choice but to rely on his own shadow clones. At the moment, the 7 shadow clones moved with precision, adopting a hit-and-run strategy to overwhelm him. Every time one attacked, 2 others flanked him, ensuring he couldn't isolate and eliminate them one by one. What made this sparring session truly unique was their mastery of chakra nature transformation. Each clone specialized in a single chakra nature, turning the session into a symphony of elemental power. For example, one clone charged forward, its blade engulfed in roaring flames. Another wielded a lightning-infused weapon, its strikes crackling with energy. From the side, a third clone swung a wind-enhanced blade, its edge sharp enough to rival the peak of a Chidori blade. In the rear, a clone armed with a water blade waited for an opening, its fluid movements mirroring the ebb and flow of the tide. Beside it, a figure with fists encased in solid rock charged with brute force, each step shaking the ground beneath them. 5 years. Kyōsuke muttered under his breath, his voice calm as he dodged and parried with seemingly effortless precision. Despite their coordination, his shadow clones remained leagues behind his true self in strength. To make the training meaningful, he deliberately restrained his power, limiting his speed and strength to challenge his techniques and reflexes. Over the past 5 years, aside from unraveling the secrets of space-time barriers under Kagaya's guidance, Kyōsuke had dedicated himself to mastering chakra nature transformation. Progress through the first 6 levels of mastery had come relatively easily, but now, every step forward required exponentially greater time, effort, and precision. Chakra nature transformations. Fire, level. Water, level. Lightning, level. Wind, level. Earth, level. Yin, level. Yang, level. Aside from his most frequently used lightning release, the other chakra natures had only recently reached level 7, granting him the ability to experiment with combining them to create new and unique Kekkei techniques. However, this was merely the beginning of a long and arduous journey. While the potential for innovation was vast, Kyōsuke's attention was focused elsewhere. He sought something far greater, mystical abilities that transcended the limits of ordinary Kekkei, powers that defied the conventions of the shinobi world and touched upon the realm of the divine. Clapping his hands together, Kyōsuke merged the 7 chakra natures into one. The fusion triggered a peculiar transformation, giving birth to a pitch-black sphere that hovered ominously behind him. The moment the shadow clones sensed the anomaly, they instinctively tried to retreat. But it was too late. In a flash, the black sphere splintered into a barrage of arrows, each one striking its target with unerring precision. In just 2 seconds, all 7 clones were obliterated simultaneously. Such was the devastating power of the truth-seeking orbs. A satisfied smile began to form on Kyōsuke's face, until it froze. Without warning, the truth-seeking orb self-destructed in midair. Boom. The shockwave rippled across the training ground, scattering cherry blossom petals into the wind. Kyōsuke sighed inwardly. There was no helping it, his progress was still incomplete. At his current level, he could barely summon a single truth-seeking orb, and even that required his full strength. When his other chakra natures advanced to level 9, he would be able to summon more orbs. Yet, their duration would remain fleeting, a temporary manifestation of his growing but imperfect control. To wield truth-seeking orbs perpetually, with them floating at will behind him, all 7 chakra natures would need to reach level 10, the max level. Across the entire shinobi world, no one had managed to fully develop even a single chakra nature to max level. Such a feat was reserved for entities like Black Zetsu, whose power defied mortal limits. Achieving max in all 7 natures. The mere thought was daunting, an insurmountable challenge for any ordinary shinobi. Yet, Kyōsuke was no ordinary shinobi. With the shadow clone training method, combined with his sage body's regenerative capabilities to endure the strain and accumulate experience. Without these advantages, reaching his current level would have taken decades, if not an entire lifetime. The enhancements from an intermediate-level sage body are ultimately insufficient to rival Jinchuriki of tailed beasts, Kyōsuke murmured, his gaze sharp with thought. To summon hundreds of shadow clones for simultaneous training, I need to break past my current limits. Only with a higher-level sage body can my chakra reserves reach the pinnacle of Super Kaga level strength. With that in mind, Kyōsuke opened his system menu and reviewed his current stats. Name, Uchiha Kyōsuke. Age. Physical strength, Super Kage, low tier. Mental strength, Super Kage, low tier. Chakra reserves, Super Kage, mid tier. Abilities mastered, various, omitted. Kekkei Genkai, Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Sage Body, intermediate level. Chakra nature transformations, Fire, level 8, Water, level 7, Lightning, level 9, Wind, level 7, Earth, level 7, Yin, level 7, Yang, level 7. Ninja tools, Kusanagi sword, Yata mirror. Points, 85. Over 5 years of relentless growth, Kyōsuke had unlocked the full potential of his intermediate level sage body. Even without relying on his perfect Susanoo or sage mode, he was already a true Super Kage level powerhouse, an existence few could hope to challenge. Yet, Kyōsuke knew this was far from enough. His future training hinged on advancing his chakra natures to max level. For that, he needed the unparalleled chakra reserves and regenerative capabilities offered by an advanced level sage body. Such a breakthrough would not only allow him to wield the truth-seeking orbs at will but also significantly accelerate his progress toward awakening the Rinnegan. The benefits were undeniable. A conservative estimate suggested an advanced level sage body could save him at least 30 years of effort, making it a worthy investment. Of course, it came with a steep price, 100,000 points, not a single point less. Kyōsuke's current balance stood at 85,100 points, painstakingly accumulated over years by wiping out the remnants of the Tsukigakure clan. Despite his efforts, the gap remained. Unless he turned his blade against his own people, a thought he immediately dismissed, there was little hope of earning more points anytime soon. His only remaining option for returning to Earth lay in mastering the intricacies of space-time barriers, a task he estimated would require at least 3 to 4 more years of training. By the time he succeeded, the Warring States period might already be over. The thought brought a sigh of resignation to his lips. He had the power to move mountains, yet fate demanded patience. For now, all he could do was wait, train, and prepare for the world that awaited his return. As a gentle breeze stirred the cherry blossoms, their petals danced gracefully through the air, painting the garden in soft hues of pink. Hidden among the shadows, a small figure lingered, its gaze locked on the men standing amidst the serene beauty. Kyōsuke, head bowed in thought, seemed lost in his own world, a faint sigh escaping his lips. Sensing an opportunity, the hidden figure crept closer, its movements clumsy and unrefined, like a fledgling bird testing its wings for the first time. Take this. The cry shattered the garden's tranquility as the small figure leapt from its crouched position, launching a spirited, if poorly timed, attack. Kyōsuke, unfazed, found the attempt almost endearing. With a slight tilt of his body, he effortlessly evaded the clumsy pounce. His lips curved into a faint smile as he extended 2 fingers, catching the child's collar before the boy could crash to the ground. Naruto, Kyōsuke said, his tone laced with amusement, how many times have I told you not to shout during an ambush? Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 176, Chapter 176, this couple gave birth to 2 chubby babies. He. The little boy laughed awkwardly, squirming in his father's grip. His chubby cheeks jiggled with every movement, his expression equal parts mischievous and sheepish, a look that was irresistibly cute. Put me down, Papa. Naruto protested, wriggling harder. Kyōsuke raised an eyebrow, a sly smirk forming on his face. Oh, I'll put you down, all right. Pinching his son's soft, pudgy cheeks as punishment, Kyōsuke casually tossed him. Plop. Naruto landed on the grass with a muffled thud, rolling once before springing up like a little acrobat. His sprout-like topknot bobbed as he scrambled to his feet, barefoot and undeterred, clutching a bright red hula hoop in his tiny hands. With an excited gesture, he pointed the hoop at his father, his grin as wide as the horizon. Kyōsuke crossed his arms, taking in his son's chaotic look, the sprout-like hairstyle, the bare feet, the cheeky grin. It was the spitting image of Neza, the mischievous deity. It was Kyōsuke's fault, really. His playful sense of humor had inspired the cosplay. And that hoop in Naruto's hands. A custom-made ninja tool crafted with yin-yang release as a birthday gift for his 5th birthday. A thoughtful gesture, in theory, until Naruto started using it to ambush him at every opportunity. It seemed the Uchiha bloodline didn't disappoint. At just 5 years old, Naruto was already displaying his filial love in the form of sneak attacks. Kyōsuke's eyes narrowed as flames suddenly surged to life around the hoop, licking the air with growing intensity. This little rascal, he muttered, raising his right hand and forming a one-handed tiger seal. With a flicker of chakra, a plume of fire erupted from his palm, matching the flames of Naruto's hoop. Unfazed, the boy spun the hoop faster, the fiery weapon blazing brightly as it whirled. Before things could escalate further, Kyōsuke flickered to Naruto's side, snatched him up mid-spin, and hoisted him into the air. Ambushing your old man at 5, huh? Kyōsuke said, his tone dripping with mock disapproval. If I don't teach you a lesson now, what will you grow into by 10? Realizing the danger he was in, little Haruto struggled with all his might, but how could he escape the clutches of Kyōsuke, the great demon king? Mom, save me! The little boy unleashed his ultimate move, a desperate cry for help from his mother. Sure enough, the soft sound of approaching footsteps reached Kyōsuke's ears. He sighed, his stern facade melting into a helpless smile. Setting Haruto back on the ground, he moved quickly, delivering a light but firm smack to the boy's bottom. Smack. Ow. Haruto yelped, clutching his sore backside. He hopped around in exaggerated pain, puffing his cheeks indignantly. One day, I'll defeat you, he declared, his voice muffled by the pout. Kyōsuke couldn't help but chuckle. Despite the tiny tantrum, there was something undeniably endearing about the little rascal's spirit. Growing up surrounded by stories of Kyōsuke's exploits, Haruto had come to regard his father as the strongest ninja in the world, an unbeatable legend. As for Earth, Haruto had no real understanding of what it was. He knew only that it was a far-off planet, distant from the moon, and that powerful ninjas lived there. But in his young mind, it didn't matter. No matter what Earth had to offer, his father was the strongest of them all. This unwavering belief filled Kyōsuke with a strange, bittersweet pride. Haruto's strong-willed nature was already apparent at such a tender age. He took immense pride in his father's strength but was equally determined to surpass him one day. The boy's ambition was something that couldn't be ignored, even in his playful innocence. Kyōsuke recognized this determination for what it was, a blessing. Without it, Haruto's exceptional talent might one day slip through his fingers, wasted by complacency. With Kyōsuke's immense strength, the rare combination of Indra and Asura's bloodlines, and his mastery over all chakra natures, he was the perfect father figure. Yet, Kyōsuke was keenly aware that, while his legacy was rich and powerful, it would be his son's own efforts that determined just how far Haruto would go. On the other hand, Haruto's mother, Mito, was no less remarkable. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, she was naturally blessed with an immense chakra reserve, far surpassing that of ordinary shinobi. From the moment of his birth, Haruto had inherited an extraordinary potential, one that could elevate him to the pinnacle of the shinobi world. However, how far Haruto could go ultimately depended on his own efforts, and on the guidance of his parents. Discipline was still necessary, of course. Without it, this little rascal might grow up to cause more trouble than even Kyōsuke's patience could handle. You too. Mito's voice broke through his thoughts, drawing Kyōsuke's attention to her as she approached. Her elegant figure, enhanced by the white kimono she wore and her signature hairstyle, a bun adorned with charms resembling talismans, had always been a symbol of grace. All of it, Kyōsuke thought with a smirk, was thanks to his diligent, hard work. Most importantly, in her arms was the latest addition to their family, a porcelain doll of a daughter. After Haruto's mischievous arrival, Mito had become pregnant once more, and this time, they welcomed a beautiful little girl into the world. They named her Uchiha Nagisa. In his past life, Kyōsuke had been fond of a character from an anime named Nagisa Furukawa, which had inspired him to choose this name for his daughter. Unlike her older brother, who seemed bound to create chaos at every turn, Nagisa enjoyed being treated like a princess. She was the perfect contrast to Haruto, a peaceful, serene little girl who filled the room with a soft, gentle presence. The moment Kyōsuke laid eyes on her, his face broke into a radiant smile, as if a bloom had opened within him. Come here, let daddy hold you, he urged eagerly. However, Nagisa, all of 2 years old, completely ignored her father's heartfelt invitation. Instead, her chubby little arms stretched out toward her brother, and she called out repeatedly, wanting him to hold her instead. Hey, Haruto, noticing this, quickly set aside his playful feud with his father. He dashed over in 3 quick steps, spreading his arms wide to scoop his little sister up, holding her securely in his arms. Kyōsuke, _ Mito, O'_O. Haruto. Nagisa. In keeping with the family tradition, the little cutie's favorite person was her big brother. No matter how hard the parents tried, there were times when they couldn't calm their crying daughter. But the moment Haruto appeared, her tears stopped as if by magic. Even her first words weren't mommy or papa, they were the sweetest little Oni-chan to escape her lips. Nagisa's strong bond with her brother became one of Haruto's key motivations to grow stronger. He vowed to protect her, no matter what. Kyōsuke often praised Haruto for his devotion, calling him a true little man for his protective nature. In truth, seeing the siblings' love for each other was far better than any rivalry could ever be. Kyōsuke would never allow his family to experience tragedies like those that had befallen the Uchiha Fugaku household. Lifting both children in his arms, Kyōsuke smiled warmly and said, "Let's go home." The Kyōsuke family lived happily together on the moon. Little did they know, however, that the shinobi world had already descended into chaos. Uchiha Kyōsuke's sudden disappearance did not go unnoticed. The absence of the Demon King, Raksha, left a gaping void in the balance of power, and the ripple effects were felt across the shinobi world. The Senju clan, sensing an opportunity with the loss of the Uchiha's greatest threat, seized their moment. During a grand wedding ceremony, the leader of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Madara, boldly appeared alone and publicly challenged the ever-dominant Senju Hashirama. Many had long believed Madara's strength to be inferior to Hashirama's. However, when they truly clashed, everyone realized that Madara had somehow tamed the mighty Nine Tails. The combination of Madara's Susanoo and the Nine Tails was a force of unparalleled destruction, pushing Hashirama to his limits. Only with his mastery of Sage Mode and the power of his Wood Golem did Hashirama manage to hold his ground. The battle that ensued shattered the Senju clan's once unbreakable prestige, and the other clans hesitated to pledge allegiance to them. It became undeniable, the Uchiha clan was still a force to be reckoned with. 2 years of uneasy peace followed, but war between the Senju and Uchiha clans reignited, sparked by reasons that no one could fully recall. At the war's outset, Senju Tobirama sought to challenge Madara head-on. However, Madara's devastating tailed beast bomb shattered Tobirama's defenses, and had he not used the Flying Thunder God technique to escape, the Senju second Hokage would have met a grim fate. With his unmatched strength, Madara nearly crushed the Senju's main forces alone. But just as the tide seemed to favor the Uchiha, Hashirama arrived, his presence turning the battle around and bringing balance to the scales. The two legends clashed fiercely once again. Using the immense power of his Sage Wood Golem, Hashirama managed to hold off Madara's armored Susanoo, preventing the Uchiha from gaining a decisive victory. The battlefield fell into a tense stalemate, with neither side able to claim dominance. Meanwhile, Uchiha Izuna, having transplanted sage body cells into his own body, sought out his old rival, Tobirama Senju. Through the reckless use of his Mangekyo Sharingan, Izuna slowly began to edge out Tobirama in their brutal duel. Given their long-standing prominence, the performances of these seasoned shinobi were to be expected. The true rising star, however, was the fourth Mangekyo Sharingan user, Uchiha Kochu, whose personality had drastically changed since Kyōsuke's disappearance. She was now a relentless, fearsome presence, her killing intent was so intense that it seemed as though she were ready to strike down anyone who dared cross her path. While she couldn't match Madara's raw power or dominance, Kochu's impact on the battlefield was undeniable. She had become one of the Uchiha clan's sharpest and most dangerous weapons. But recently, Kochu had mysteriously vanished from the battlefield. Apart from a select few, no one knew where she had gone, adding an air of uncertainty to the already chaotic war. Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 177, Chapter 177, Kochu and Yayoi. In the eastern region of the Land of Fire, the Huga clan stood as a symbol of strength and tradition. In recent years, however, the Huga clan seemed to have vanished from the public eye, their low profile so extreme it bordered on the unnatural. Rumors spread far and wide, claiming that Kaisuk-Tenjin, the once ambitious clan head, had suffered a severe blow, forcing him to abandon his lofty goal of dominating the Land of Fire. After all, why else would that power-hungry ambitious man restrict the activities of his clan members? After all, what other reason could explain why that power-hungry man would restrict the activities of his clan members, retreating into silence? Yet, only a select few knew the truth, the Huga clan had long since changed hands. 2 years after Kaisuk-Tenjin's mysterious disappearance, Yayoi launched a daring coup. Armed with the overwhelming power of the Tenseigan and backed by her loyal subordinates, freed from the oppression of the cursed seal of the caged bird, Yayoi acted swiftly and decisively. Her success was absolute. Not only did she annihilate the loyalists of the main branch, but she also struck down the formidable elders who had once been the pillars of the clan's strength. In truth, Yayoi had gambled everything on a single belief, that Kaisuk-Tenjin would never return. Time proved her gamble correct. Under Yayoi's iron-fisted rule, the Huga clan underwent a complete transformation. From its very foundations to its leadership, the clan was reshaped in her image, filled only with those who had sworn unwavering loyalty to her. As for her method of securing such loyalty, it was simple yet ruthless, proving one's faith and ability earned the chance to have the cursed seal of the caged bird removed, a prize so coveted that it turned even reluctant allies into devoted subordinates. Unlike her predecessor, Yayoi cared little for the risk of the Byakugan being exposed to outsiders. For her, cultivating subordinates capable of awakening the Tenseigan far outweighed any potential cost. This marked the decisive difference in vision and ambition between her and Kaisuk-Tenjin. Now, 5 years into her reign, Yayoi believed the time had come to lift the restrictions on her clan members. The reason was simple, she had reached the final stage of the Tenseigan's gestation. With her mastery over overwhelming gravitational and repulsive forces, Yayoi was confident she could face any Kaga-level opponent. Once she advanced further and awakened the unique chakra mode of the Tenseigan, only a handful of individuals in the entire world would pose a threat to her. Years of patience and meticulous planning, combined with the torment of assimilating foreign chakra, had culminated in her overthrow of Tenjin's reign. Every sacrifice, every gamble, had paid off in full. This was Huga Yayoi, a formidable ruler, a woman of unparalleled resolve, and a visionary whose ambition burned brighter than any star. Inside the Huga's forbidden grounds, a secret laboratory. The greatest satisfaction Yayoi had gained from taking control of the clan was the freedom to conduct her experiments without the need for secrecy. Adjusting the taut white gloves on her hands, Yayoi stood before a set of intricate instruments, her sharp eyes scanning the glowing readings. She carefully fine-tuned the proportions of the cellular infusion, ensuring precise alignment. Lying on the cold operating table was a woman so tall that even in a reclined position, her feet extended beyond view. This was none other than the infamous Valkyrie, Uchiha Kochu, whose sudden disappearance from the battlefield had baffled many. After years of relentless combat, Kochu's once unrivaled ocular power had reached its breaking point. The strain had left her teetering on the edge of losing her ability to summon Susanoo. Despite the resentment that burned within her, Kochu had no choice but to obey Madara's orders. She was forced to seek out the Huga clan in secret, to undergo the transplantation of sage body cells in a desperate attempt to regain her strength. As she lay on the cold operating table, Kochu could feel something foreign being introduced into her body. Ugh! A muffled groan escaped her lips as she clenched her teeth, her hands gripping the edges of the table so tightly her knuckles turned white. The sensation was unbearable. A strange, searing energy coursed through her veins, making her entire body tremble uncontrollably. You didn't mention beforehand that the transplantation process would be this painful, she hissed, her voice sharp with irritation. Glancing sideways at the composed figure of Huga Yayoi, who stood with her back turned, Kochu felt a surge of rage rise within her. In that moment, all she wanted was to leap off the table and drive her blade through the woman's cold, calculating demeanor. Pain. Yayoi's voice was laced with mockery as she glanced at her over her shoulder. This is nothing compared to even a tenth of the pain I endured back then. What you're feeling doesn't even begin to compare. Kochu's fury only grew as she realized the depth of Yayoi's disdain. The so-called Uchiha Valkyrie. In the end, she was nothing special, just an ordinary woman. If your lord were to see how pitiful you look right now, he'd probably be deeply disappointed, Yayoi remarked coldly, her tone sharp, cutting through the tension. Her words were a clear jab, and despite the hostile tone, it was clear that Yayoi had no qualms about helping, but indulging Kochu's arrogance was another matter entirely. It made her uncomfortable just to look at the woman, with her self-assured demeanor. One might have expected the taunt to spark shame, but instead, Kochu let out a laugh, weakly at first, but then more forcefully. Ha, ha ha ha, you're truly entertaining. Disappointed. Kochu smirked disdainfully, her lips curling as she raised a finger to her mouth in a mocking gesture. If my lord saw me like this, he'd immediately come over to comfort me, softly, gently. Disappointment. That's for little girls to worry about. No wonder, no wonder. Kochu struggled to prop herself up on the table, casting a mocking gaze up and down at the woman before her. Her eyes lingered longest on Yayoi's somewhat flat chest and hips. Finally, Kochu sighed, her tone almost casual, as though she hadn't meant to say it out loud. No wonder your mentality is like a little girl's. Turns out neither your body nor emotional intelligence has fully developed. Oh. Kochu suddenly paused, as though the realization had just dawned on her. She covered her mouth with a hand, letting out a laugh that was both sweet and cruel. You won't be mad that I accidentally said the truth, will you? Of course not. Yayoi's response was calm, her expression unreadable as she continued to watch Kochu. Then, without so much as a flinch, she turned and, accidentally, bumped into the switch that intensified the cellular infusion. Aya. In the next moment, Kochu's scream shattered the tense silence in the lab, echoing off the walls as the searing pain coursed through her body. Oh dear, I didn't mean to. Are you all right? Yayoi's face remained expressionless, but her eyes glittered with a certain satisfaction. Her demeanor practically screamed, yes, I did it on purpose. You. Stop it. Kochu gritted her teeth, struggling against the unbearable sensation. Stop what? Do you want me to rush over and comfort you with soft, gentle words? Yayoi's voice was calm, laced with a hint of mockery. You bastard. Just wait, I'll get you for this. Kochu spat, her voice filled with venom, though it was clear her strength was waning. The procedure dragged on, and the agony stretched into what felt like an eternity. When it finally came to an end, Kochu could feel her ocular power gradually returning, her vision clearing. She let out a long, exhausted breath, her sweat-drenched body collapsing back onto the operating table. TCH. It was clear that Kochu was the type to forget pain as soon as the wound healed. Finding herself idle, she immediately resumed provoking the woman across from her. Some people secretly crave something, yet they insist on pretending they don't want it. How pitiful. Her words were vague yet pointed, as though she had said everything but also nothing at all. As a former spy, Kochu had an uncanny ability to read people's thoughts. Hearing this, Yayoi paused as she removed her gloves. Her cold voice broke the silence. Prepare yourself. We'll proceed with the second round of injections. Wait, didn't you say there'd only be one round? Uchiha Kochu exploded, unable to bear the thought of enduring that sensation again. I'm the doctor. I make the decisions. You're no doctor. You're just a flat-chested, sadistic mad scientist. After a long exchange of insults, the two finally fell into silence. The suffocating quiet of the laboratory lingered, with neither of them speaking. Until. What about you? Yayoi suddenly asked, her voice soft. You've been mocking me. What about you? Me. Uchiha Kochu blinked, a faint smile playing on her lips. I never hoped to get him. I only wish to repay his kindness. Whether it's through missions as a spy, a fighter, or even with my body, if he asks, I'll give it all. You've certainly thought it through. Hey, better than wasting time obsessing over trivialities like you. After their customary exchange of barbs, Uchiha Kochu turned her gaze to the ceiling, her eyes seemingly piercing through the sky to a faraway star. I wonder how my lord is doing now. He'll be fine, Yayoi replied absent-mindedly, her mind drifting into a contemplative silence of its own. Suddenly, both women's expressions shifted. A pitch-black spatial rift appeared on the other side of the operating table. Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 178, Chapter 178, Crafting a Living Vessel, the Hope for Jigen's Revival. The moment Uchiha Kochu saw the black portal materialize, her heart leaped with joy. Could it be that Kyōsuke had returned? However, as the figure who emerged was revealed to be a young monk clad in white robes, her elation swiftly turned into a surge of intense killing intent. This man was unworthy of living, if for nothing else, than for the deep disappointment he had caused her. More importantly, she could not afford to expose her connection to the Huga clan head. In an instant, she was behind the monk. Activating her Mangekyo Sharingan, Kochu intended to strike first and rob him of his luck. Setting aside her anger, she knew that anyone capable of wielding such an unknown spacetime ninjutsu was no ordinary opponent. Stripping him of his fortune would add a layer of protection for them both. Even if she failed, the interference of destiny would ensure the enemy could not land a fatal blow. Got you. Kochu thought, her hand was just about to touch her target. But in the blink of an eye, several black rods, imbued with yin-yang release, pierced through her body. Despite the formidable perceptive abilities of her Mangekyo Sharingan, Kochu had failed to sense any sign of the enemy's attack. This power, it belongs to him. She muttered, feeling her chakra begin to destabilize. She staggered back a few steps, barely managing to steady herself against a table, avoiding complete collapse. The famed Valkyrie, who had risen to prominence in recent years, couldn't even withstand a single move from this young monk. If word of this spread, it would undoubtedly shock the world. Damn it. Huga Yayoi's expression darkened, her pale blue eyes glowing faintly with an otherworldly light. Oh, so this is the fabled Tenseigan, the young monk remarked, a curious glint in his eye. From the moment he appeared, the young monk exuded an air of unshakable composure. Even in the face of two powerful dojutsu users, he showed no sign of retreating. The pressure he emanated was terrifying, an intensity unlike anything Yayoi had ever encountered. It surpassed even Tenjin and Kyōsuke. I have to end this quickly, she thought. With that resolve, she unleashed a powerful gravitational force that engulfed the monk. Universal pull. At the same time, Yayoi assumed the classic stance of the gentle fist. If she couldn't discern his attacks, she would strike everything within her range. Gentle fist art, 8 trigrams vacuum palm. Ha! She shouted softly, releasing a devastating vacuum shockwave that enveloped the enemy in an instant. But instead of relief, Yayoi's face fell in disbelief. A fraction of a second before her blow landed, she saw the monk vanish into thin air. Flying Thunder God. Her first thought was of Kyōsuke's spacetime ninjutsu. Only a technique of that caliber could explain the monk's sudden disappearance. No, the technique I use is not the Flying Thunder God, came the monk's voice, startling her. He was so close now that his words seemed to come from right beside her. Alarmed, Yayoi instinctively activated rotation, preparing to repel the fatal strike she expected. But to her surprise, the young monk did not attack. Instead, he began to explain the source of his power. This technique is called Sukune Kona, a dojutsu I gained after consuming a certain fruit. At this revelation, both women involuntarily turned their attention to the monk's eyes. His right eye gleamed a brilliant gold, with 8 triangular patterns surrounding the pupil. The sight was both dazzling and unnerving, filling anyone who looked upon it with an instinctive sense of dread. As for his left eye, it was none other than a Byakugan, a dojutsu unique to the Huga clan. Curious about this one, are you? The monk asked, gently stroking his left eye. His willingness to explain everything made him seem strangely approachable. The Byakugan is a mark of my Atsutsuki lineage. No need to be surprised, I've never harmed any member of the Huga clan. Regrettably, the fruit I consumed was incomplete. Otherwise, the Byakugan would have been replaced by a new dojutsu entirely. Despite his elegant demeanor and courteous behavior, the two women, far from ordinary themselves, could sense the chilling indifference lurking beneath his facade. It felt as though he were merely playing the role of a gentleman, concealing something far darker. As for why he chose to act this way, it likely had something to do with his apparent willingness to answer any question. What exactly is this Sukuna Hikona? Kochu interjects, her voice cutting through the tension, eager to probe further into the enemy's abilities. The monk cast a cold glance at her. His golden right eye shimmered, and in an instant, the black rods restraining her vanished. My ability is simple, he replied, his voice calm and detached. It allows me to shrink myself, or any non-living object, at will. Earlier, I didn't use a space-time technique. I merely shrank myself to the point where I could slip through your attacks. The young monk, no, Jigen, explained calmly. Unlike the elusive black Zetsu, Jigen's intelligence was rooted in the underground world. He had spent considerable effort confirming Huga Yayoi's existence, knowing she held the power to assist him in creating a clone capable of serving as his vessel. That was why Jigen had come in person. When his gaze shifted to Kochu, who was clearly itching to strike again, Jigen simply shook his head. At the next moment, she collapsed silently to the ground. Don't worry, she's not dead, Jigen reassured Yayoi, before stating his request. Help me accomplish one thing, and I'll open a pathway connecting to the moon. Don't you want Uchiha Kyōsuke to return, he added, his offer dangling like a tempting, yet dangerous, proposition. To prove his capabilities, Jigen wasted no time. He conjured a spatial portal between them, gesturing for Yayoi to follow as he stepped through first. Taking a deep breath, Yayoi whispered softly to herself, no matter what, I must bring you back. With that, she stepped through the portal after him. When she emerged, she was momentarily speechless at the sight before her, endless desert sand stretching as far as the eye could see. Just seconds ago, she had been in the eastern region of the Land of Fire. Now, in the blink of an eye, she found herself standing in the Land of Wind. Such a level of space-time ninjutsu. Jigen remained silent, merely opening another portal. This time, they arrived in the Land of Lightning. In mere minutes, Yayoi had crossed the entirety of the ninja world, through the Land of Earth, the Land of Water, the Land of Rivers, and even the Land of Whirlpools. Finally, Jigen raised a hand, and with a single wave, he conjured a massive portal leading directly to the moon. Through it, Yayoi caught a glimpse of a group of Uchiha clansmen, working busily on some unknown task. Swoosh! The portal snapped shut. From beginning to end, the young monk had remained silent, leaving her to draw her own conclusions. This man was no fool. He trusted that she would make the right choice. And if she didn't, he would assist her in doing so, whether through the annihilation of the Huga clan or by other, more brutal means. For centuries, Jigen had awaited the right vessel. Had he been in his prime, many would have sufficed. But after surviving for 1,000 years in a weakened state, only a specially crafted body could sustain his reincarnation. The thought of the woman who had caused him endless suffering ignited a deep, smoldering rage within him. He swore that once he regained his full strength, the first thing he would do was ascend to the moon and settle the score with her once and for all. Fine, I'll help you, Yayoi finally agreed, her voice steady but laced with resolve. She nodded, her mind made up. She had resolved to aid the monk in achieving his goal. Because, no matter the cost, even if it meant her life, she was determined to bring him back safely. The consequences? She didn't care. They were no longer part of her considerations. Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 179, Chapter 179, the dutiful son is completely flustered. After 5 years of relentless research, Yayoi fully mastered the advanced technology of cellular cloning. In other words, she had achieved the ability to create a living organism that precisely met Jigen's exacting demands. The purpose of creating a body under such specific conditions was rooted in a few obvious yet critical reasons, though Yayoi, ever meticulous and cautious, subtly altered the parameters during the experiment. The resulting clone, while of exceptional quality, exhibited an air of fragility. Its physical development would require prolonged cultivation, likely spanning many years before it could achieve full functionality. Jigen, however, remained utterly unconcerned. If the tool works, that's all that matters, he said, his voice steady and resolute. I've waited thousands of years, what's another 10 or 20? Yayoi's subtle interference had a clear purpose, to create a buffer. No matter Jigen's ultimate objectives, her adjustments ensured Kyōsuke would have sufficient time to act upon his return. As the experiment progressed, Jigen's composure began to falter. Each day, he spent hours by the side of the cultivation vessel, his gaze fixed intently on its fragile occupant. There was a haunting reverence in the way he looked at the experimental subject, a fixation that sent chills coursing down Uchiha Kochu's spine as she observed from the sidelines. If not for her deep-seated fear of the monk's boundless power, she might have voiced the biting disdain that burned at the back of her throat. Instead, she kept her silence. The day the experimental subject is born will mark Kyōsuke's return. These were Jigen's exact words, both a promise and the foundation of their uneasy agreement. Before his overwhelming power, vast and indomitable as the skies and seas, Yayoi and her companion had no choice but to comply. 2 weeks passed in the blink of an eye, and the experiment neared its culmination. Jigen awaited the vessel's completion with an eagerness that bordered on obsession. Yayoi, in contrast, pinned her hopes on Kyōsuke's long-awaited return. Yet not everyone shared their anticipation. Hidden in the shadows, Black Zetsu seethed with unease. What on earth is this Huga Yayoi woman up to? In its millennia of existence, Black Zetsu had rarely experienced such a sense of unease, let alone panic. The prospect of failure didn't frighten it. Failure was a mere setback. It could always adapt and start again. Its unwavering resolve to fulfill its mission, to bring its creator's will to fruition, had never faltered. But this situation was entirely different. How could it not understand the kind of being Jigen was? Even if the monk shrouded his true nature in secrecy, the countless centuries he had lived betrayed glimpses of his overwhelming power. And once Black Zetsu uncovered his identity, the truth struck with brutal clarity. At most, the Six Paths brothers had sealed their mother. But if Ishiki were to fully revive, Kagaya wouldn't just face defeat, she would face true, irreversible death. As the dutiful son of Kagaya, how could Black Zetsu possibly stand by and let this happen? Destroy the experiment? It dismissed the thought immediately. Impossible. The strength of my reanimated puppets isn't even a fraction of what's needed to challenge Ishiki. One plan after another was formulated, only to be rejected by Black Zetsu itself shortly thereafter. As for a sneak attack, that was utterly laughable. While others might struggle to deal with it, to Ishiki, Black Zetsu was nothing more than a worm, easily crushed with a mere thought. It didn't even dare approach him, let alone make an attempt to attack. No, Black Zetsu muttered bitterly, its voice dripping with frustration. With my power alone, there's no way to stop this. After long deliberation, it settled on the only viable course of action: accelerate its own plans. Ishiki's reincarnation had to be stopped before it could come to fruition. The only way to achieve that was to free his mother, Kagaya, from her seal, no matter the cost. Resolute, Black Zetsu cast a lingering, disdainful glance toward the laboratory before sinking silently into the earth. Its destination was clear: the Senju clan. For now, its preparations were proceeding smoothly. The target had already transplanted sage body cells on top of awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan. In other words, over half the conditions for the revival plan had already been fulfilled. Ironically, Black Zetsu couldn't help but feel a faint sense of gratitude toward Kyōsuke. Now, only one final push remained, plunging the target into the deepest depths of despair to awaken the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Sage body paired with eternal eyes, the foundation for the Rinnegan awakening would finally be complete. As for the slow process of honing that power, Black Zetsu had a solution. Perhaps that little girl, the one so adept at cellular transplantation, could speed things along. With her expertise and Black Zetsu's guidance, the target could attain Sage Eyes, Rinnegan, in a fraction of the time, just 1/5 of the original, by its estimation. And once that power was achieved, capturing the 9-tailed beasts would be a far easier task. If luck was on its side, the beasts could all be gathered within a single day. At this stage, it was all about efficiency. Just wait, Black Zetsu hissed, its tone venomous with suppressed malice. The one who laughs last will be me. This time, Mother won't give you even the faintest chance to escape. When Black Zetsu emerged once more, it stood at the outskirts of the Senju camp. Its gaze pierced effortlessly through the protective barriers, locking onto the white-haired boy seated within his tent, lost in thought. A malicious grin crept across its shadowy form. He, let me give you a little push. On the moon, ceiling altar. Kyōsuke, declining Haruto's request to accompany him, ventured alone into the forbidden grounds, his goal clear: to visit the lonely soul sealed within. As he approached, the cold, desolate air clung to him like a shroud. When their gazes met, Kagaya's expression was uncharacteristically grave. I can sense Ishiki's chakra, she said, her voice low but steady. Kyōsuke's brow furrowed as he glanced around, his senses on high alert. It seemed improbable. Ishiki, nursing old wounds and ever cautious, wouldn't act recklessly. To come to the moon now, with Kagaya so near, would be a death wish. Why would he make such a bold move without reason? No, he hasn't come in person, Kagaya clarified, shaking her head. But I've detected spatial disturbances. It seems someone is reconstructing a passage between the planets. Reconstructing a passage? A bold thought flashed through Kyōsuke's mind. Does this mean I can go back? A bold guess flashed through Kyōsuke's mind. With the Atsutsuki clan's unparalleled mastery of spacetime, traversing galaxies should be as simple as a thought. Thus, if a passage was being created, it likely wasn't for Ishiki's immediate use. Could it be for him? But why? Why not simply retrieve him directly? There could be countless reasons. Perhaps Ishiki was wary of potential traps or dangers hidden on the moon. Or maybe he simply wished to keep his involvement a secret. Without Kagaya's warning, even if Kyōsuke returned, he wouldn't suspect Ishiki was behind it. Does my return somehow serve his plans? Team up against Kagaya? Or... Kyōsuke mulled over the possibilities, but Ishiki's motives eluded him. The only certainty was that he needed to remain vigilant. Sensing his unease, Kagaya's expression softened. Yet a flicker of worry still lingered in her eyes. Kyōsuke smiled gently and said, "Don't worry, I'll protect you." At that, Kagaya relaxed visibly. Picking up her tea, she took a loud sip before returning to her meal with surprising ease. Watching her carefree demeanor, Kyōsuke couldn't help but let out a bitter chuckle. Who would have thought that after all my efforts, I'd ultimately have to rely on Ishiki's interference to reopen the passage? Still, he had a sense that the reconstruction wouldn't take long. His hunch was confirmed the very next day when his clan reported anomalies in the passage's energy. Kyōsuke rushed to the cave where the passage resided, examining the rippling space carefully. His findings left no doubt, he could return to Earth. When the news spread, excitement rippled through the clan like wildfire. No one was more affected than Mito. Though she rarely spoke of it, her longing for her father had never faded. Now, with the passage reopened, the possibility of returning to the shinobi world was finally within reach. After a family discussion, the plan was set. Kyōsuke would go first to scout the situation and confirm it was safe. Only then would Mito and the children follow. At the cave's entrance, Kyōsuke hugged his babbling daughter and ruffled Haruto's hair. "Stay safe and listen to your mother," he said with a smile. Mito offered him a brief but firm embrace, her eyes betraying her concern. "We'll be waiting." With that, Kyōsuke stepped toward the swirling portal, his determination stealing him. "Let's see what you're up to, Ishiki." Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 180, a sudden tragic news. Traversing the peculiar spatial tunnel, Kyōsuke felt the warped flow of time and space blur around him. In what felt like the blink of an eye, he emerged from the passage and set foot once more in the shinobi world. As he inhaled the air, thick with the familiar scent of blood and iron, a moment of silence engulfed him. Then, slowly, a cold, cruel smile curled across his lips. This time, Kyōsuke decided to take action against Black Zetsu. That insidious shadow, ever manipulative and persistent, was a loose end that needed tying. With Ishiki's increasingly conspicuous movements, Kyōsuke knew it was only a matter of time before the Atsutsuki clan's self-proclaimed paragon took notice. Kyōsuke's lips twisted into a dark smirk. By then, he would design a plan to lure Ishiki out and settle the score for being imprisoned on the moon for 5 long years. Given his current strength and mastery of yin-yang release, dealing with Black Zetsu was well within his capabilities, if he could successfully track the slippery creature's movements. Just as he sank deeper into his thoughts, a familiar voice broke through his reverie. "Kyōsuke-sama." The unmistakable, sing-song tone startled him slightly. Turning around, Kyōsuke was greeted by a sight both absurd and oddly nostalgic, Uchiha Kochu, her tear-filled eyes shimmering with an exaggerated intensity, charging toward him with reckless abandon. Her intention was clear, a full-bodied tackle fueled by sheer, unrestrained emotion. Sigh. Letting out a resigned breath, Kyōsuke took a single step to the side. The result was as predictable as it was comical. Kochu crashed unceremoniously to the ground with a loud thud, her momentum sending her sprawling. "Kyōsuke-sama, you're so mean," she whined, lifting her head with a pout that barely masked her amusement. Then, with a cheeky grin, she added, "But I like it." Kyōsuke's expression remained impassive, though a faint flicker of exasperation crossed his eyes. Before he could respond, another figure appeared at the entrance of the cave. Calm and composed, Yayoi stepped inside, her smile subtle yet warm as her gaze settled on him. "Welcome back," she said softly, her voice carrying a quiet sincerity that contrasted sharply with Kochu's theatrics. Kyōsuke gave her a brief nod, his stoic demeanor betraying none of the emotions swirling within. Huga Clan, Forbidden Laboratory. The air in the dimly lit laboratory was thick with tension. "So, that bastard, Jigen, has already fled with the vessel, hasn't he?" Kyōsuke's voice was cold, though a trace of frustration seeped through his calm facade. Just as he was preparing to deal with Black Zetsu, an even graver situation unfolded before him. With the vessel now in hand, it meant Atsutsuki Ishiki's complete resurrection was imminent. By then, the entire shinobi world would be powerless to stop a godlike figure of such immense strength. Even if the Sage of Six Paths were somehow resurrected, Kyōsuke doubted he would stand a chance against Ishiki. The sheer magnitude of power the Atsutsuki possessed was beyond comprehension. A long sigh escaped Kyōsuke's lips. Thankfully, Yayoi had been shrewd enough to slow the growth of the artificial human, buying them precious time. Without her foresight, Kyōsuke would already be planning a hasty escape with his family, fleeing to somewhere far from Ishiki's inevitable arrival. According to Yayoi, achieving the proper level of compatibility for reincarnation would require the vessel to mature for at least 10 years. In other words, Kyōsuke now had 10 years to gain the power necessary to kill Atsutsuki Ishiki. Damn it, if I get pushed too far, I'll just release Kaguya. If the worst comes to worst, we'll all go down together, no one gets to walk away happy. After a long silence, Kyōsuke suddenly spoke. 2 things. First, prepare 2 suitable artificial humans with sage cells for me. Understood, Yayoi responded without hesitation. Second, Kyōsuke added, his tone growing darker, I need you to create a perfect clone based on my body. A clone. Kochu's voice quivered slightly in disbelief, but Kyōsuke's steady gaze silenced her objections. That's right. Kyōsuke's expression turned serious. Yayoi, Kochu, we've reached a point of no return. We have to be ready for anything. The weight of his words settled over them all like an unspoken vow. Whatever the future held, there would be no turning back. In the following days, Kyōsuke patiently awaited Yayoi's progress. Creating a clone was no simple task, and it wouldn't be accomplished overnight. However, producing 2 artificial humans modified with sage cells was a relatively straightforward process. When Yayoi finally presented her results, Kyōsuke also revealed a gift he had specially prepared for her. Here. Inside a transparent glass container floated a pair of beautiful, pale blue eyes. These were the Tenseigan eyes, taken from Hyuga-Tenjin after his defeat. That old man wanted to seize your ocular power, didn't he? Now, by absorbing these, you can give him the greatest payback. With a slightly trembling hand, Yayoi accepted the container, her gratitude reflected in her soft smile. With the power of these eyes, she would quickly surpass the activation stage of the Tenseigan. Once she awakened its unique chakra mode, she would rise to the ranks of the shinobi world's top-tier powerhouses. She would gain the strength to stand on equal footing with titans like Madara and Hashirama. More importantly, there were no limits to the potential of her eyes, she could continue evolving toward even greater heights. Yet, despite this newfound hope, her heart still carried a heavy burden. The pressure from that enigmatic monk in white had been overwhelming and indescribable. Even if she overcame the barrier that countless others could only dream of and gained super shadow-level combat prowess, Yayoi still lacked the confidence to defeat Jigen. That man was an absolute anomaly, defying all conventional rules. Noticing her solemn expression, Kyōsuke sighed helplessly. He extended a hand to touch the 2 modified bodies before him. The Atsutsuki clan is an incredibly terrifying existence in this universe. The current situation was too complex, every additional ally was invaluable. Thus, Kyōsuke saw no reason to withhold the truth about their enemy. After his concise explanation, Yayoi was left utterly stunned. As for the 2 modified bodies, they were now shrouded in a faint layer of shadow. Moments later, it was as though life had been breathed into them. They began tentatively moving their limbs. This body isn't too bad, I suppose, grumbled number 2, clearly pleased but unwilling to admit it outright. Number 3, on the other hand, displayed pure joy, eagerly inspecting its new form with excitement. Inspired by Madara's actions, Kyōsuke had once wondered if he could use yin-yang release to create proxies for his will. The idea quickly led him to the 2 independent consciousnesses stored within his body. Upon discovering that Yayoi could produce modified humans, Kyōsuke decided to bring them into existence. Should the worst come to pass, at least he would have a contingency plan to turn the tide. Number 3, driven more by emotion than logic, served as a stabilizing force, preventing number 2 from going overboard. You both understand the situation, Kyōsuke said, his expression serious as he nodded toward the 2. If anything happens to me, I'll be counting on you to handle everything. For once, number 2 fell silent, a rare moment of introspection. Don't worry. Even if you die, I'll bring you back. Let's hope that doesn't happen. Otherwise, Haruto and Nagisa will be heartbroken, number 3 sniffled, overly sentimental as always. Who would choose death if they could avoid it? Kyōsuke murmured, turning his gaze toward the vast, clear blue sky outside. But sometimes, there are things we must do, aren't there? Otherwise, what's the meaning of our existence? The 2 proxies departed, their destinations unknown. Apart from Kyōsuke, no one, not even Yayoi, knew their true identities. She only knew that once Kyōsuke's clone was completed, she would need to inform number 2 to retrieve it. It was a massive project, and she lacked the confidence to complete it quickly. Fortunately, Kyōsuke wasn't in a hurry. Completing it within 10 years would be more than enough. Time to return to the clan. Having spent half a month with the Huga, Kyōsuke finally remembered his obligations to his own family. In truth, as he delved deeper into the nature of the Atsutsuki, many worldly concerns had begun to feel insignificant to him. If Madara and Hashirama wanted to fight, let them. It didn't matter if one, or both, of them died. The means to resurrect them were limited, but Kyōsuke knew 2 or 3 methods himself. With him around, even death wouldn't come easily for Madara and Hashirama. As if sensing his nonchalant attitude, the front line soon delivered devastating news. Uchiha Izuna had fallen in battle. Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 181. Chapter 181. Did you ask my permission to die? The Uchiha clan's frontline camp stood shrouded in an oppressive atmosphere of grief. As Kyōsuke entered the camp, his sharp gaze swept over the desolate expressions of his clan members. Sorrow etched deep into their faces, each of them seemed burdened by an invisible weight. A few days ago, Madara and Hashirama had crossed blades once again in one of their earth-shattering battles. The scale of their clash was so immense that no ninja dared venture within several kilometers of the battlefield. The ground bore the scars of their conflict, transformed into a wasteland of devastation. At the same time, Izuna and Tobirama engaged in their own fierce skirmish, a battle less grandiose but no less intense. Izuna wielded his mastery of fire release with deadly precision, launching a relentless assault that burned through the air with blistering heat. Each attack sought to drive Tobirama into a corner. Tobirama, however, retreated methodically, his movements deliberate, each step part of a carefully crafted strategy. Feigning weakness, he lured Izuna closer. Perhaps it was Izuna's concern for the outcome of Madara's battle, or the rising impatience that simmered within him, but his composure began to falter. His chakra surged wildly, fueling an unrestrained barrage of attacks in his desperate bid to claim victory. In that critical moment, as his Sharingan's focus faltered, Tobirama struck. Seizing the opportunity, he unleashed his trump card, a second-stage Flying Thunder God strike aimed unerringly at Izuna's heart. The move was blindingly swift, lethally precise, and utterly decisive. Izuna staggered, gravely wounded, and collapsed on the battlefield. Madara, seeing his brother fall, abandoned his confrontation with Hashirama to shield Izuna, enduring Tobirama's relentless pursuit as he carried him back to safety. But alas, the injury to Izuna's heart was beyond salvation. Even the legendary healing capabilities of the Senju Sage cells could undo the damage. The fact that Izuna had held on this long was already a testament to his incredible willpower. Brother. Izuna's voice was faint, his words carrying the weight of his final moments. Do not trust the Senju. They're deceiving us. His lips curved into a bittersweet smile. After my death, live on for me, with my eyes. With those final words, Izuna passed away. The once proud and unshakable Uchiha Madara, who had always stood above others with unmatched resolve, crumbled under the weight of his grief. Bowing his head for the first time, he wept bitterly over his brother's lifeless body. Now, Izuna's body lay in state within the command tent. The entire camp was cloaked in a deafening silence. No one dared approach Madara, not after the last few who tried were sent flying by a single strike of his Susanoo. Those unfortunate souls were now being treated by the camp's medical ninjas. Kyōsuke sighed as he surveyed the somber scene. Late again, he muttered under his breath, brushing aside the anxious inquiries of nearby clansmen. As he reached the entrance, a hoarse, furious voice erupted from within, the sound raw and heavy from prolonged silence. Leave. Kyōsuke paused briefly, his hand hovering near the curtain. Ignoring the warning, he pushed it aside and stepped inside. The interior of the shrine was dimly lit, the air thick with the weight of grief and simmering anger. Madara sat cross-legged before Izuna's coffin, his head wrapped in thick bandages, a mark of the recent transplantation of Izuna's eyes. Seeing someone dare to intrude, Madara clenched his fist, suppressing his rage. The air seemed to warp under the oppressive waves of violent chakra radiating from him, causing the entire tent to tremble. You've lost even your basic senses, haven't you, Madara? Kyōsuke's calm, measured voice sliced through the suffocating tension like a sharp blade. The familiar tone reached Madara, halting the turbulence of his chakra, though the chilling aura surrounding him lingered. Kyōsuke stood still, meeting Madara's gaze, and a heavy silence settled between them. Perhaps this was the curse of the Uchiha Sharingan, to awaken such power meant to tread an irreversible path of darkness. You're back, Madara said at last, his voice cold and devoid of warmth, even for Kyōsuke. He knew Kyōsuke must be harboring resentment toward him. If not for being imprisoned on the moon, there was no way Kyōsuke would have allowed Izuna to fall to Tobirama's blade. Barely, Kyōsuke replied, the lie slipping from his lips effortlessly, his tone casual and unbothered. Without waiting for Madara's response, he moved to Izuna's coffin and began adjusting the ceremonial garments draped over the lifeless form. Madara's eyes narrowed, suspicion creeping into his voice. What are you doing? Tidying up. We're leaving, Kyōsuke said nonchalantly as he hoisted Izuna's body onto his shoulder with practiced ease. Only Kyōsuke could act so brazenly in Madara's presence. It was a testament to their bond that Madara didn't strike him down immediately for such insolence. I can save him, Kyōsuke stated plainly. The moment Madara heard those words, he sprang to his feet, his hands trembling slightly. Is that true? Kyōsuke rolled his eyes, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Do I look like someone who'd joke about this? He gave Izuna's lifeless body a pat and added dryly, good thing you preserved the body so well. If it had started to rot, this would have been a lot harder. Madara didn't fully believe in the possibility of resurrection. Such miracles existed only in stories. He himself had read fictional tales of revival during his rare leisure moments and even appreciated the author's creativity enough to tip them generously. But reality was far harsher than fiction. No jutsu had ever achieved what Kyōsuke now claimed. Yet Kyōsuke was no ordinary man. Time and again, he had defied the impossible. If anyone could achieve such a miracle, it was him. Madara's hesitation didn't go unnoticed. "Oh, wait," Kyōsuke said, almost as an afterthought. He created 2 shadow clones in a flash, transforming them into near-perfect replicas of Madara and Izuna. Madara's brow furrowed. "What are you doing now?" "Just some precautions," Kyōsuke replied cryptically, his focus on the clones. "You never know who might be watching." "This is the Uchiha camp," Madara said, his voice tinged with impatience. "Who would dare intrude here?" Kyōsuke ignored the remark, placing a firm hand on Madara's shoulder. "I'll explain everything when we get there." Before Madara could protest further, they vanished from the tent, leaving behind the illusionary clones. Their destination, the moon base. Upon arriving on the moon, in the chamber of Tenseigan, energy vessel, Madara's injured eyes, still recovering from the trauma, prevented him from fully appreciating the planet's breathtaking view. He couldn't bring himself to admire the vastness of space, the distant beauty of Earth hanging like a blue gem in the void. Instead, his entire focus remained fixed on Kyōsuke and the salvation he promised for Izuna. No matter how slim the chance, Madara was willing to take it. For Izuna, he would storm not only the moon but the very afterworld, pure world, itself. "Wait here for a moment." As they conversed, a figure entered the room, a ragged man, resembling a wandering ascetic. His presence was almost ethereal, as though he had stepped out of a distant dream. Upon seeing Kyōsuke, the ascetic's expression lit up with fervent devotion, as though a devoted follower had witnessed the arrival of the Buddha himself. With an abrupt motion, the man dropped to his knees, bowing deeply in a full-body prostration. Kyōsuke cast a brief, cold glance at the ascetic. He didn't acknowledge the gesture, instead pointing to Izuna's body. "Bring him back." "As you command, my lord," the ascetic replied, his voice reverent and unwavering. The man had no name, no past. He, or rather it, was part of a group collectively referred to as followers of the afterlife. These individuals, like the ascetic, were members of the followers of the afterlife, created by Kyōsuke through the once-own-life reincarnation technique. This technique allowed Kyōsuke to forge a group of fanatical beings capable of transferring their life force into others, bringing those with intact bodies back from the death. Additionally, the followers could pool their collective power, greatly enhancing the strength of a single individual. To outsiders, the idea of sacrificing oneself to revive another was foolish and reckless. But to Kyōsuke's followers, it was the highest honor, an ultimate act of devotion. With the followers of the afterlife at his side, Izuna's death was not something that could be easily undone. Even if he wished it, he would not be allowed to perish so easily. As the ascetic chanted an incantation, a radiant, sun-like glow enveloped Izuna's body. The energy felt almost alive, coursing with unimaginable power. Kyōsuke, seemingly unfazed by the spectacle, sat beside Madara, his gaze distant. He began to explain the complexities of the moon, the Atsutsuki clan, Black Zetsu, and more. The overwhelming flood of information left Madara, who had just begun to regain his composure, nearly frozen in place. The ultimate evolution of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, the Geto statue, the rabbit goddess. A powerful alien race. Madara's mouth twitched, the words barely registering as they collided with the tumult of his emotions. He wanted to ask, "Are you messing with me?" But seeing the earnestness in Kyōsuke's expression, coupled with the eerie logical consistency of his words, Madara found himself gradually beginning to believe. "So, you're saying that some mastermind has been watching the Uchiha all this time, searching for a vessel to resurrect Kaguya?" "Exactly." Kyōsuke slapped Madara on the shoulder with a grin, his voice suddenly taking on the enthusiasm of a charismatic salesman. "Rejoice, dear viewer. You are the one and only suitable candidate in millennia." Madara blinked, taken aback by the shift in tone. "For just 998 Ryo, you can take home the Geto statue," Kyōsuke continued, with a flourish, along with even more surprises waiting for you later. Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 182, Chapter 182, The Three Brothers Reunite. The series of shocking revelations left Madara frozen in place, utterly dumbfounded. Kyōsuke had made up his mind. Rather than staying constantly on the defensive, it was better to lay the danger bare and confront them head-on. With Uchiha Madara on the verge of awakening the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, it was clear that he had gained the power to shape the most profound crises of the shinobi world. Kyōsuke, who had never wanted to face these challenges alone, naturally welcomed someone with whom he could share his burdens with. Seeing Madara in a state that screamed, I need time to process this. Kyōsuke shrugged and turned his focus back to carefully observe Izuna's condition. Because of this, he did not notice that Madara behind him was silently watching him the entire time. His expression was deep, his hands clenched into tight fists, as though struggling to contain something within. It was clear that, in this moment, the man destined to become the ghost of Uchiha was consumed by thoughts no one could guess. I'm done. A sudden shout snapped Madara out of his train of thoughts. When Kyōsuke turned around in surprise, he saw that Izuna's body had returned to its former state. Even though Madara could not see, his ability to sense the chakra had not diminished. Or rather, any ninja with a bit of skill present could feel the overwhelming life force surging within Izuna's previously lifeless body. Izuna, he's truly been brought back to life. Madara's voice trembled, betraying a rare vulnerability. Perhaps he had never dared to dream that such a moment was even possible, that his younger brother could be returned to him. In this world, no one was more important to Madara than Izuna. His brother's death had marked the shattering of everything he held dear. Under the influence of the Mangekyo Sharingan, his grief had spiraled into a darkness he couldn't control. He had cast aside all sentiment, believing it to be useless. Yet here, before him, was a miracle, a chance he thought he had lost forever. Blindly, Madara reached for his brother's cold hand, gripping it tightly as though to reassure himself that this was real. He pressed his ear against Izuna's chest. Thump, thump, thump. The strong, rhythmic heartbeat instantly brought a mist of tears to Madara's eyes. Fortunately, the bandages covering his eyes concealed his face, sparing him the embarrassment of losing composure in front of Kyōsuke today. With a soft clap of his hands, Kyōsuke signaled for two of his subordinates to enter and carry away the lifeless body of the deceased who had been sacrificed. These individuals were extremely valuable and rare resources, and Kyōsuke did not have many at his disposal. It often took a long time to cultivate even one. Learning the necessary ninjutsu was relatively easy, but the brainwashing process was far more difficult. Including the one who had just been sacrificed, Kyōsuke currently had only 12 more of these individuals left. Considering the ever-present dangers of the shinobi world, Kyōsuke needed to keep a sufficient number of powerful cards up his sleeve, ready for any situation that might arise. Though it might seem like there were only 12 of them, the combined life energy they could provide was enough to multiply Kyōsuke's chakra reserve several times over, with an effect comparable to the 8 inner gates formation. When the time came for Ishiki to truly emerge, these 12 would serve as gifts from Kyōsuke to him. Whether Ishiki would be able to handle them or not, however, remained to be seen. In the Moon Palace, within the chamber of Tenseigan, energy vessel, Madara sat cross-legged on the ground, his expression stiff. Meanwhile, Kyōsuke's young daughter, Uchiha Nagisa, was climbing all over him. Her large, bright eyes, filled with curiosity, gazed intently at the stoic Madara, and her chubby little hands reached out eagerly to grab the corner of his robe, trying to put it in her mouth as if it were some kind of toy. Seeing this, Naruto, who had been quietly observing from the side, quickly moved in and stopped his younger sister from continuing. At the same time, he cast furtive glances at Madara's dark, stern expression. So scary. But this uncle is so cool. Naruto's eyes sparkled with admiration. It was clear from his gaze that Madara fit his ideal image of a hero far better than his own father, Kyōsuke, did. It seems they really like you, Kyōsuke said with a mischievous smile, clearly finding amusement in Madara's rare moment of helplessness. When will Izuna wake up? Madara asked, holding the two children awkwardly in his hands. If one looked closely, a bead of sweat could be seen slowly sliding down his forehead, betraying his discomfort. As expected, I do not like children, Madara thought with a slight grimace. He lowered his head in silence, his resistance to the notion of having children of his own becoming increasingly apparent. After all, he was firmly part of the fear of marriage faction, as some might call it. He hadn't expected that Kyōsuke, who had been absent for 5 years, would return with 2 children in tow. Speaking of which, weren't Hashirama's brats around the same age as these two? Don't worry, Kyōsuke said casually, his tone relaxed, he might even wake up in just a moment. Before Kyōsuke could finish his sentence, both he and Madara turned their heads sharply toward a disturbance behind them. There, staggering toward them, was Uchiha Izuna, his expression dazed and filled with confusion, as though he had just woken from a long slumber. Kyōsuke. Big brother, have you both died too? Izuna muttered, still trying to comprehend his surroundings. After a brief explanation of the situation, Izuna, still feeling a mixture of disbelief and gratitude, gave Kyōsuke's shoulder a firm punch. It was his way of expressing thanks for bringing him back to life. Izuna. Madara paused, his voice softening for a moment, before he reached up to touch the bandages covering his eyes. His fingers brushed against them lightly, as if grounding himself in the reality that his brother was truly alive once again. While his brother's revival was undoubtedly a blessing, Madara couldn't ignore the lingering guilt in his heart. The fact that Izuna's ocular power had been absorbed into his own eternal Mangekyo Sharingan meant that the Sharingan could not be returned to him. Without the support of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Izuna's strength would inevitably diminish, making any future battles far more dangerous for him. Perhaps sensing his brother's unspoken guilt, Izuna waved a hand with a carefree smile, as though to brush aside the matter. It's all right, big brother. I'm already grateful just to have my life back. Besides, Izuna added, his expression shifting to one of confidence as he touched his fully restored eyes. These new eyes work well. I'm confident I'll be able to evolve them again in no time. During Izuna's resurrection, Kyōsuke had ordered his men to implant a spare pair of Sharingan into his eyes. Though they weren't at the level of a Mangekyo, they were more than sufficient to maintain his combat prowess. And as Izuna said, given his exceptional talent and the aptitude that ran in his veins, it wasn't impossible for him to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan again. Let's not forget, he now has sage body cells within him. These cells naturally nurtured the Sharingan and, in theory, would make it easier for him to awaken them again. As for his personal safety, Izuna, stay at the moon base for now, Kyōsuke suggested. I need someone to help me manage things here. The resurrection of the dead would undoubtedly shock the world, and the last thing Kyōsuke wanted was to have Izuna's presence become a focal point of unrest. More importantly, as long as Izuna lived, Madara wouldn't descend into the depths of despair. That meant Black Zetsu would likely take more drastic actions. Rather than living in constant vigilance, it would be better for Izuna to remain on the moon, where he could also help Kyōsuke monitor the situation in relative safety. Hearing Kyōsuke's suggestion, Madara immediately nodded in agreement. He even stated outright, the current war is still undecided. You should stay here for the time being. But big brother, Izuna started, clearly reluctant. Listen to me. Madara's tone hardened, cutting him off decisively. His voice left no room for argument. There were many Uchiha clansmen on the moon, making it a more suitable environment for Izuna, free from the chaos of war. Here, he could focus entirely on growing stronger. If Izuna wished to return to the shinobi world, he would first need to prove himself worthy of it through his own strength. As for the ongoing war in the shinobi world, Madara was confident in his victory. With him and Kyōsuke joining forces, what could the Senju clan possibly do to resist? Once the shinobi world was truly pacified, it would not be too late to bring his brother back. Seeing that his elder brother had made up his mind, Izuna reluctantly nodded in agreement, despite his clear unwillingness. Come to think of it, he hadn't been able to focus on training properly for years due to the constant warfare. This would be a good opportunity to refine his skills. When the time came, he would return triumphant, trampling both his elder brother and Kyōsuke beneath his feet. Ha 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 ha. Lost in his fantasies, Izuna couldn't help but burst into laughter, his voice loud and carefree. Does this technique have side effects that affect the brain? Possibly. I can hear you, you jerks. Izuna shouted angrily. In any case, Izuna's successful revival had brought Madara back from his once cynical and misanthropic state. Now, all that remained was the war with the Senju clan. And Madara was more than ready for it. Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 183, Chapter 183, Kochu, the advantage lies with me. The ninja world, Uchiha clan's territory. Wow. Little Naruto carried his younger sister in his arms, darting through the quiet clan grounds, his laughter light and carefree. The moon was great in every way, except that it was a little too quiet. Compared to the vastness of the celestial body, Kyōsuke's small number of men was like a drop in the ocean, completely insignificant. This was nothing like Earth, where people filled every corner of the world. What surprised Naruto the most was the number of children his age in the clan. Wow, so cute, a beautiful young woman crouched down, attempting to hold the unbearably cute Uchiha Nagisa in her arms. Naruto hesitated, slightly resisting. He didn't want anyone to make his sister cry. In truth, Nagisa was rather shy with strangers, clinging tightly to her parents and brother. Strangers, no matter how kind, never seemed to win her over easily. The only exception had been the cold, distant uncle she had met the day before. Wah. As expected, the moment she left her brother's embrace, Nagisa immediately burst into loud wails. The pretty young woman awkwardly smiled, hastily returning the child to Naruto's arms. Few you siblings must share quite the bond, she sighed with some admiration. Hee hee. Naruto hugged his sister tightly, bowing politely before continuing to wander around the clan grounds. His father had told him there was nothing to worry about anything here. If they encountered any problems, they could ask any passing clansman for help, so long as they didn't stray beyond the clan's patrol boundaries. Rocking his little sister gently in his arms, the boy murmured softly with a hint of longing, Mom said we'll be visiting Grandpa soon. It's a country near the sea. I can't wait to see the ocean. He smiled at his little sister, his enthusiasm bubbling over. Nagisa, we're going to the ocean. Aren't you excited? Big, bro, there. Onii-chan, the little girl giggled sweetly, though it was unclear if she fully understood what he was saying. Perhaps, for her, nothing mattered more important than being with her brother. At home, Mito was busy packing their belongings, her delicate hands carefully folding clothes and sorting through their things. "Let me use a shadow clone to take you there," Kyōsuke offered, picking up a small toy belonging to his youngest daughter and carefully placing it into a bag. If the toy got broken, the little one would cry non-stop, something Kyōsuke had learned through much trial and error. Mito nodded, her neatly tied hair bun bobbing slightly as she continued packing. A trace of melancholy flickered in her eyes. So many years have passed. I wonder how father is doing these days. I heard his health has deteriorated over the years, she added after a moment, her voice softening. It's likely due to the chronic ailments he developed from years of battle. I see. Kyōsuke nodded, his tone flat, his expression indifferent. Then, with a faint edge to his words, he remarked, "Knowing he's not doing well gives me some small sense of comfort." Mito paused, rolling her eyes with a quiet sigh. This man. She understood the grudge Kyōsuke held in his heart, one that seemed unlikely to dissolve in this lifetime. Still, on second thought, it didn't really matter. After all, she had married Kyōsuke, not her father. If the two men couldn't see eye to eye, so be it, it wasn't her problem to solve. Uzushio village. It's been years since I last went there. Kyōsuke murmured, reminiscing about his days of setting fires everywhere he went. Now, with his current mastery of spacetime techniques, traveling to the land of whirlpools wouldn't take long. Where it had once required dozens of consecutive teleportations, it now only took 6 or 7 to cross the distance. All thanks to Kagaya-sensei's excellent guidance. Speaking of which, he mused, it's been a while since I earned a large amount of points. Kyōsuke coughed lightly, dispelling the dangerous thoughts that threatened to distract him. Stepping closer to his wife, he wrapped his arms around her from behind, his voice low and teasing as he whispered into her ear, "Since the kids won't be around, let's make the most of our time." "Well then." Mito smirked faintly, tilting her head to glance at him. "Shall we use the adamantine chains again this time?" "No," Kyōsuke replied, a sly grin tugging at his lips. "Let's keep it simple. We don't want to make too much noise." The princess with the bun hairstyle prepared to return to her family, taking the 2 children with her. Meanwhile, Kyōsuke's thoughts drifted elsewhere. He was gearing up for the battlefield, ready to reunite with old acquaintances he hadn't seen in years. Word had it that Hashirama's strength had grown significantly, and with it, his confidence. Kyōsuke was curious to see if the rumors were true. On the main battlefield, the Uchiha clan's situation was now perilous. With Izuna dead in battle and the clan leader demoralized, Uchiha Kochu was left to face the formidable Senju brothers alone, no match for their combined strength. Uchiha style, void moon flash. A faint moonlight bathed the battlefield, casting an eerie glow. Those who were mesmerized by its beauty were met with their end in a flash of blade light. Kochu's left eye dojutsu maximized her luck, tilting every situation in her favor. In one-on-one combat, this ability was not particularly remarkable. However, on a large battlefield, its effects were amplified, turning the tide in ways no one could predict. Blood splattered, shuriken seemingly appeared from nowhere, and the deafening roars of jutsu colliding filled the air. Despite the chaos, Kochu evaded it all with unnatural ease. No matter how concentrated or targeted the attacks were, they would, for one reason or another, miss their mark when aimed at Kochu. Of course, not all attacks could be avoided. A self-inflicted wound, for example, could not be dodged by luck alone. For her ability to work, Kochu had to actively dodge or block attacks. The stronger her opponent, the more they could suppress the effects of her luck. A massive gap in strength couldn't be bridged by sheer fortune alone. And right now, Kochu felt the full weight of that pressure. Standing at the center of the battlefield, with his hands resting casually on his hips, was the source of her anxiety. Long black hair cascaded down his back, and his tight combat attire was topped with a red, layered chest armor. His tall, muscular frame radiated an aura of strength, unyielding, dominating, and brimming with raw power. This man was none other than the 23-year-old Senju Hashirama. Kochu bit her lip, staring at his unwavering expression, silently thinking to herself, if I can manage to kill him, the Senju clan will collapse. At this moment, his guards are few. This is our best chance. Taking a deep breath, Kochu moved. She used her escort team as cover, darting out from the forest and sprinting across the green plains like a whirlwind, her eyes locked on her formidable opponent. The Senju ninjas, seeing the danger, scattered in an instant. It wasn't because of a lack of loyalty to their leader, but because they knew staying by Hashirama's side might hinder his performance. For most self-proclaimed strong individuals, this truth was both a blessing and a curse. I've heard Kyōsuke has returned, Hashirama murmured, lowering his head slightly, his expression growing complicated. Once, he had harbored resentment toward his old friend for his role in his father's death. but those feelings were no longer as sharp, overshadowed by his dream. Especially after Tobirama accidentally killed Uchiha Izuna, the shock of that incident had made many things clear. The Senju and Uchiha had always been mortal enemies, and Kyōsuke's actions, however harsh, were to be expected. Reflecting on the past, Hashirama realized that his own father had schemed countless times against his friends. The difference was that his plans had failed. There was no reason in the world that only the Senju were allowed to kill, while others were not allowed to strike back. With this understanding, Hashirama gradually began to release the bitterness he had carried toward Kyōsuke. If he truly sought peace between the clans and wished to end the endless cycle of hatred, it had to begin with him. How could he expect his clansmen to follow if he couldn't overcome his own resentments? But just when things seemed to be moving toward an ideal outcome, Tobirama made an unexpected move, cutting down and killing Uchiha Izuna, who had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. For the time being, any hope of peace was dashed. Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 184, Chapter 184, Tobirama, I can do it again. A whirlwind of chaotic thoughts flashed through Hashirama's mind. By the time he snapped back to reality, the enemy squad had already closed in on him. 5 years. It's been 5 years. He couldn't help but murmur to himself, the weight of time pressing down on him. Though the timing is far from ideal, seeing old friends again is still something to be happy about. Hashirama clasped his hands together in front of his chest, forming the snake seal. In an instant, the ground erupted as towering trees surged up, blocking the path of the advancing enemies. Would release secret technique, nativity of a world of trees. With the chakra reserves at his disposal, Hashirama could summon a vast forest in the blink of an eye. The rapidly rising trees not only halted the enemy's charge but also lifted him, the jutsu's caster, high into the air, safely out of reach. Damn it, Uchiha Kocha muttered under her breath, her face darkening. Her Mangekyo Sharingan, with its petal-like pattern, gleamed with a menacing light. She nimbly evaded the attacking trees, her hand touching every one that came near her. Boom. 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 The forest of trees in front of her obliterates into a series of violent explosions, as if she had become a wielder of explosion release. Using her unique power, Kocha forcibly altered the path of the wood release. With every tree she touched, she embedded countless explosive tags within them. Compared to mindlessly consuming chakra, this method was undoubtedly more efficient and effective. However, she soon realized that the speed at which she destroyed the trees was far outpaced by their regrowth. You've got to be kidding me. Kocha cursed, her body flashing away in a blur to dodge the encroaching forest. As for the members of her escort squad, they had long since been reduced to bloody pulp under the immense pressure of the giant trees. Surrender, young lady of the Uchiha, Hashirama's voice echoed from afar, calm and without a hint of killing intent. At that moment, what he desired most was to mend the rift between himself and Madara. Through Kyōsuke as a mediator, he hoped to unite their two clans and establish a hidden village together, a dream he had been chasing for years. Surrender, my foot. Kocha's temper would never allow her to yield so easily before an enemy. With underhanded tactics proving ineffective, she decided to face the forest head-on. Her Mangekyo Sharingan shone brilliantly, and in the blink of an eye, a pink skeletal frame enveloped her. Susanoo. It's not over yet, Kocha grinned, her lips curling with confidence. Flesh and tendons rapidly wrapped around the skeletal form, followed by a protective layer of skin and a suit of Tengu-like armor. With her chakra barely touching the Kaga-level threshold, this third-stage Susanoo was already her limit. The transplanted sage body cells, though a powerful boost, had yet to fully sync with her chakra system. If given a few more years, doubling or even tripling her chakra reserves would be well within reach. Huff. Kocha panted heavily, adjusting to the overwhelming surge of power. A dangerous smile tugged at her lips. As expected, some things don't hurt as much once you get used to them. The sage body cells are truly remarkable. I feel as though the power of a god flows through me. Her cheeks flushed faintly as wild excitement glittered in her eyes. With a swift motion, she charged directly at the forest. As her Mangekyo spun, a massive pink naginata formed out of thin air in her Susanoo's hands. Without attempting to dodge or manipulate the trees with her ocular techniques, Kocha simply swung her blade with unrelenting force. In one powerful strike, she cleaved a 100-meter-wide swath through the forest. Truly, the brighter the pink, the crueler the methods. P.S. Smirking face new moon with face new moon with face. Oh. Hashirama murmured, his eyes widening slightly in surprise. He hadn't expected this young woman to possess such impressive strength. For a brief moment, a sense of déjà vu struck him, almost as if he were facing Madara himself. Interesting, he mused. Let's test how strong your defenses really are. Without making any grand gestures, he simply increased the flow of chakra into his jutsu. Immediately, the pressure intensified, and Kocha felt her advantage slipping away. The forest's growth outpaced her destruction once more. What had initially seemed like a decisive edge quickly turned into a perilous situation. The towering trees rapidly reached her Susanoo's armor. Bang! The trees collided with the Susanoo, sending Kochu stumbling back several steps. Before she could regain her balance, she found her Susanoo entirely entangled by the forest. No matter how hard she pushed her Mangekyo, she couldn't break free. She could only watch helplessly as the tree's crushing weight began to shatter her Susanoo's armor, piece by piece. "I won't die here," she screamed, activating her right eye unique Mangekyo ability. The trees she touched instantly disintegrated into splinters. Though she managed to break free from the encircling forest, she was left vulnerable, unable to use Susanoo again for the time being. Kochu's chest heaved with exhaustion as she realized the grim truth: she was no match for Hashirama. A terrifying figure like him was better left to her clan leader and her lord to handle. With resolve, she began retreating, preparing to leave the battlefield. But just as she turned to flee, her foot caught on a twisted root, sending her stumbling forward. In the next instant, a kunai pierced through her waist from behind. "You're not going anywhere. Stay right where you are," came the cold, icy voice of Tobirama. The words froze her in place, and a chill ran down her spine. If not for the incredible luck that allowed her to stumble and shift her weight just in time, the kunai would have pierced her heart. "Tobirama!" Hashirama roared, his fury igniting at the sight of his brother's underhanded tactics. He had spent so much effort trying to forge an alliance with the Uchiha, yet Tobirama seemed bent on sabotaging that hope, targeting their key members every chance he got. "Brother, you're too naive," Tobirama retorted coldly, twisting the kunai in his hand. "The Uchiha are inherently evil. An alliance with them is impossible." With blood spraying from Kochu's side, Tobirama withdrew the kunai and aimed it directly at her neck, ready to deal the killing blow. Die. The sound of rushing wind filled her ears, and death seemed imminent. But in this life-or-death moment, instead of fear, a radiant smile spread across Kochu's face. On her lower abdomen, the mark left by her lord began to heat up faintly. "He's come to save me." Before Tobirama could strike, a hand shot out from behind and grabbed his stabbing arm, holding it in place with unyielding strength. No matter how hard Tobirama struggled, he couldn't break free. "Little brat, it's been a while," came the mocking voice of Uchiha Kyōsuke, his smirk dripping with arrogance. "Did you visit your father and uncle's graves this year?" Uchiha Kyōsuke. Tobirama roared, his face twisted with uncontrollable rage at the sight of the men. "Yes, your grandpa is here," Kyōsuke retorted, his smirk turning cold. Without hesitation, he kicked Tobirama in the waist with such overwhelming force that the younger Senju could do nothing but gasp. For a moment, Tobirama experienced the same helplessness he had only ever felt when facing his eldest brother. Still gripping Tobirama's arm, Kyōsuke had no intention of letting him go. With Izuna dead, and his subordinates gravely injured, he would not allow this man to escape unscathed. "You bastard, don't underestimate me." Tobirama growled, his anger escalating as he noticed the disdain in Kyōsuke's eyes. Despite his efforts to free himself, Tobirama managed to form a hand seal with one hand. Water release, heavenly weeping. With a quick exhale, Tobirama spat out a series of fine water needles, aimed directly at Kyōsuke's face. True to his reputation as the shinobi world's most cunning tactician, Tobirama's jutsu was laced with malice, designed to catch his opponent off guard. "This kid," Kyōsuke muttered, his eyes narrowing in annoyance. He was not one to underestimate anyone, but Tobirama's persistent schemes were beginning to grate on him. Doesn't he ever learn? With a surge of lightning chakra, Kyōsuke obliterated the water needles in an instant, the electricity coursing through them and straight into Tobirama. Tobirama was immediately turned into a charred mess, his body smoking as the electricity continued to course through him. The most impressive part? The lightning danced harmlessly around Kochu, who stood mere inches away, untouched by the raging storm. Kyōsuke's mastery of chakra control left even Tobirama momentarily stunned. "Damn this guy," Tobirama cursed, gritting his teeth as he fought through the pain. Despite the electric onslaught, he formed another hand seal. Tiger Snake Dog Dragon. Summoning, Impure World Reincarnation. Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 185, Chapter 185, playing Flying Thunder God in front of me. Getting serious now, huh? Can't even handle a little teasing. Glancing at the coffins around him and considering Kochu's safety, Kyōsuke could only loosen his grip on Tobirama's hand with a faint smile. Seeing this, Tobirama bared his teeth in frustration, stepping back to a safe distance with an audible scoff. "Can't handle teasing. My hair got fried and is still smoking because of you, and you're saying I can't be allowed to get serious?" Senju Tobirama's fury burned hotter than the scorched ends of his hair. As if facing Uchiha Izuna hadn't been taxing enough, now he was up against an even more formidable foe. Still, it didn't matter. His confidence swelled as he convinced himself that he was no less capable than his opponent. He might lack strength compared to his opponent, but could his mastery of ninjutsu truly fall short? On the other side, Kyōsuke quickly formed a string of seals, the chakra patterns weaving into a complex spatial-time formation beneath Coach's feet. "I'm sending you back for treatment," he said firmly, his tone leaving no room for argument. "Leave this to me." Coach barely had time to blink before the seal activated. Kyōsuke wasn't about to let her waste precious seconds on melodramatic farewells. If he hesitated, who knew what kind of absurd line she might come up with? Coach was fine in most respects, brilliant, cunning, and courageous. But her sense of humor? Completely unpredictable. She had an uncanny knack for role-playing whenever the opportunity presented itself. One moment, she'd act the part of a mischievous sister-in-law, and the next, a lonely widow or a scandalous unfaithful wife. Sometimes, it was a beautiful neighbor with a flair for dramatic confessions. Kyōsuke couldn't keep up with her imagination. Honestly, he thought as she vanished into thin air, is she a transmigrator, too? Or are men in every world just wired with these same, oddly specific fantasies? Returning his focus to the battlefield, Kyōsuke swept his gaze over the reanimated corpses surrounding him. Without hesitation, he drew the Kusanagi sword from his waist, its gleaming edge slicing through the air like a streak of light. In a single, fluid motion, 7 heads were severed and sent flying. Having reached a level of strength surpassing Superkaga level, Kyōsuke was no longer the man he once was. Even without using his body flicker technique, he could display speed that surpassed any clan leader. At least for now, Tobirama had no means of bridging the insurmountable gap between them. "Your training is still lacking," Kyōsuke said coldly. With the Kusanagi sword resting casually at his side, he began advancing toward Tobirama, his leisurely strides almost mocking. Tobirama's expression darkened, his frustration written across his face. His hair, now disheveled and scorched, gave him the look of a battle-worn scion. Drawing a short blade from his back, he growled through gritted teeth, "Uchiha Kyōsuke, I'm no longer the same man I was 5 years ago. Underestimate me." His words cut off as he disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, the short blade in his hand was mere inches from Kyōsuke's chest. "And you'll pay the price." Flying Thunder God Slash. Kyōsuke reacted calmly, his sharp eyes tracking Tobirama's movements with precision. "Your raw strength may be lacking," Kyōsuke remarked, sidestepping effortlessly, "but you make up for it with endless secret techniques, allowing you to unleash Superkaga-level combat power." As Tobirama retreated, Kyōsuke continued, his tone sharpening. "But using the Flying Thunder God technique in front of me, don't you think that's a bit arrogant?" Before Tobirama could respond, Kyōsuke vanished, reappearing behind him in an instant. The Kusanagi sword swung in a deadly horizontal arc. Tobirama barely managed to raise his short blade in defense, only for it to shatter upon impact. In a desperate move, he teleported again, narrowly evading the strike. But Kyōsuke didn't relent. He pursued him relentlessly, appearing behind Tobirama with every teleportation. For the next 10 seconds, the battlefield became a blur of flickering forms. The two rivals engaged in a dizzying contest of speed and strategy, teleporting back and forth as if trying to outmaneuver each other in a deadly game of cat and mouse. Each second saw 3 rapid relocations, resulting in more than 30 instantaneous movements in total. The air around them crackled with residual energy, the ground scarred by their fleeting clashes. Neither showed any concern for chakra depletion. But the strain was beginning to show on Tobirama's face. The relentless pressure from Kyōsuke left him little room to think, his focus stretched thin. How? He's not using spatial markers, how is he constantly appearing behind me? That moment of doubt proved costly. Kyōsuke's Kusanagi sword tore through Tobirama's defenses, carving a fresh wound across his body. Blood sprayed into the air as Tobirama gritted his teeth, forced to continue this deadly game of cat and mouse. On the other hand, watching the panic in his opponent's eyes, Kyōsuke sneered inwardly, applying constant psychological pressure. The truth was simple, Kyōsuke hadn't been relying on spatial markers. Over the past 5 years, he had refined the Flying Thunder God technique to an unprecedented level. Through his mastery, he had created a domain-like barrier that extended across the battlefield. Within its range, he could teleport freely, entirely bypassing the need for spatial markers. This advanced technique, which he named Flying Thunder God, third step, was the culmination of years of refinement. Tobirama's bloodied form staggered under Kyōsuke's relentless onslaught. Within seconds, 2 more precise strikes landed, further crippling him. But Tobirama wasn't one to fold so easily. Think. There has to be a way out. Eyes narrowed in determination, Tobirama gritted his teeth and made a bold decision, long-distance teleportation. The further the distance, the greater the recovery time upon arrival. For most opponents, this recovery time was negligible, barely the blink of an eye. But for Kyōsuke, a blink was all he needed to land 2, or even 3, deadly strikes. Tobirama's breathing quickened. If his gamble failed, Kyōsuke's next slash would surely claim his life. Fortunately for him, Kyōsuke didn't pursue this time. Damn it. Tobirama staggered, blood dripping from his countless wounds. Every step felt heavier than the last. He needed treatment, immediately. Just as he steadied himself, a faint sound reached his ears. The unmistakable whiz of something slicing through the air. Instinctively looking up, Tobirama's eyes widened. A special kunai spiraled toward him with unerring precision. You've let your guard down. Squelch. The blade pierced through his chest, tearing through flesh and bone. Tobirama gasped, blood spilling from his mouth as he staggered backward. He cursed inwardly. I underestimated him, again. Indeed, the Flying Thunder God, third step had its range limitations. But that was no reason for Tobirama to grow complacent. Because besides his mastery of spacetime ninjutsu, Kyōsuke's raw speed was a force to be reckoned with. Within several kilometers, Kyōsuke could reach his target in an instant, and Tobirama's current mastery of the Flying Thunder God was insufficient to escape his relentless pursuit. This strike is for my subordinate, Kyōsuke growled, his voice cold and unfeeling. Crackle. The sound of chirping birds filled the air as Kyōsuke activated the Chidori. He had no intention of holding back. Izuna's death had to be repaid with this bastard's life. Kyōsuke thrust his arm forward. Kyōsuke, stop. A familiar voice cut through the air. Before the blow could land, a firm hand gripped Kyōsuke's wrist, halting the crackling lightning mere inches from Tobirama's face. The sudden interruption gave Tobirama the chance he desperately needed. Summoning his remaining strength, he channeled chakra and activated the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing from Kyōsuke's grasp just in time. Well, Hashirama, Kyōsuke snapped his head around, his eyes narrowing as they met the furious gaze of Hashirama Senju. Kyōsuke, Hashirama said, his tone firm and resolute. I will not allow anyone to harm Tobirama. Kyōsuke's lips curled into a mocking smile. At that moment, he wished Madara could hear this. The hypocrisy of Hashirama's words was almost laughable. Hypocrite. The Chidori in his hand flared to life once more, crackling with even greater ferocity. With a sudden surge of power, he wrenched free from Hashirama's grip, his eyes narrowing as he prepared to test the strength of the so-called God of Shinobi. Without hesitation, he aimed the Chidori directly at Hashirama's chest. Hashirama's gaze hardened. In an instant, his chakra flared to life, a radiant blue glow enveloping his right arm as he summoned an overwhelming surge of energy. Stop this, Kyōsuke. Hashirama's voice thundered. I have no desire for a meaningless fight. Meaningless. Kyōsuke's voice dripped with venom. Then kill Tobirama with your own hands, and I'll agree to an alliance with the Senju clan. How about that? I've told you, Tobirama is off limits. Then stop wasting time. Defeat me, and you can unify the land of fire. Lightning surged as Kyōsuke's Chidori crackled with deadly intent, its sharp edge aiming straight for Hashirama's heart. Why must you always be so stubborn? Hashirama roared, swinging his glowing fist with the force of a titan. Boom. Their clash sent shockwaves rippling through the battlefield. The sheer force tore apart the earth beneath them, scattering debris in every direction. Above, even the clouds split apart, as if the heavens themselves recoiled from the impact. Within a 100-meter radius, nothing remained untouched by the destruction of their exchange. Trees were uprooted, boulders pulverized, and the air itself trembled under the weight of their power. The battlefield was no longer a mere arena, it had become a stage for gods to clash. Image. Chapter ends. Blackheart Whiteheart. Chapter 186, Chapter 186, Sage vs. Sage. Amid the billowing dust, a lone figure coughed lightly as he struggled to rise from the ground. Cough, cough. This is absolutely ridiculous. Kyōsuke gritted his teeth, his gaze darkening as he glanced at his unnaturally twisted wrist. With a crisp crack, he forcibly snapped the bone back into place. Thanks to his formidable regenerative abilities, the fracture mended in mere moments, and the searing pain that had lanced through his nerves vanished without a trace. There was no doubt, he had lost that exchange of power. The strength of an advanced sage body was even greater than he had anticipated. In a direct confrontation, he was still no match. Glancing at his accumulated battle points, Kyōsuke made up his mind, he had to reach the 100,000 mark as soon as possible. Once he exchanged them for an advanced sage body of his own, he would make sure to beat Hashirama until he cried for his father and mother. Just then, the swirling dust ahead split apart, revealing a barrage of massive shuriken, each over 1.5 meters in diameter, whistling through the air as they hurtled toward him. You still love starting with these little tricks, don't you, Hashirama? A golden radiance flared as his third stage Susanoo instantly took form. With the Yata mirror at the ready, an attack capable of decimating ordinary shinobi didn't even make a ripple before him. With a flicker, he vanished from his spot. A single light leap carried him more than 20 meters in an instant. Under the piercing gaze of his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Hashirama had nowhere to hide. Water release, 100 water dragon fangs. Now that his strength had officially reached the Superkage level, he no longer needed an existing water source to unleash devastating Sutton techniques. 100 roaring water dragons surged into the sky, their gleaming fangs flashing with lethal intent. The trees along their path were shredded effortlessly. By the time the last of the dragon's force dissipated, the battlefield between him and his opponent had been completely cleared of obstructions. Kyōsuke's third stage Susanoo reappeared, its spectral blade crackling with enough might to cleave both sky and earth. With a single swing, it carved deep fissures into the grinning demonic mask that had materialized below. Would release, Hobi technique, huh? Looks like you still haven't polished it enough. Back at the Valley of the End, this very Hobi technique had withstood even the full-force strike of a majestic attire Susanoo, a testament to its near-unbreakable defense. Unfortunately for Hashirama, he hadn't yet reached that level. He likely hadn't focused much on defensive techniques, either. Seeing that Hashirama still refused to emerge, Kyōsuke directed Susanoo to cast aside its weapon. Instead, its colossal hands gripped the mask's cracked edges and wrenched them apart. The bewildered expression on Hashirama's face was almost comical as the once impenetrable barrier was forcibly pried open like a set of doors. The curse seal unraveled, and with it, Senjutsu chakra surged through Kyōsuke's body. Now fully transitioned into Snake Sage mode, he concentrated Susanoo's power into his left arm. A jet-black Chidori crackled ominously in his palm. This was none other than sage art, take Mikazuchi. Years ago, in Uzushio-gakure, Hashirama had been caught off guard by this very attack, gravely wounded and barely escaping with his life. Now, facing it again, he could almost feel the phantom pain in his once-healed abdomen. It has come to this, after all, Hashirama murmured, sighing softly. He knew words were useless now. With a resounding clap of his hands, Senjutsu chakra poured into his body at an overwhelming rate, so much so that one might think he was preparing to self-destruct. In the blink of an eye, dark red markings emerged around his eyes. Hashirama had entered Sage mode of the Shikatsu forest. This transformation amplified all his abilities, ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu alike. With his already boundless chakra now fully augmented, he now stood completely above even the tailed beasts. Let's settle this, Kyōsuke. Come at me, Hashirama. For a brief moment, the entire battlefield seemed to fall silent. Then, 10 kilometers away, the shinobi of both clans felt a violent gust of wind blast toward them. Those with weaker strength could barely remain standing. Even among the Chunin, only the most skilled could hold their ground, though their eyes were filled with pure terror. As expected, Lord Kyōsuke's power is beyond compare. Even without summoning the perfect Susanoo, the shockwaves alone are terrifying. I can't even imagine their true battle. Damn it. We can't even provide the most basic support. Believe in Lord Kyōsuke. Senju Hashirama is no match for him. When Uchiha Madara had gained control over the Nine Tails, his strength had skyrocketed to an absurd level. Everyone had assumed he had firmly secured the title of the strongest. Yet, Kyōsuke's return had shattered that belief. After all, the news had already spread, Senju Tobirama had been gravely wounded and forced to flee for his life. That damned corpse-defiling rat, and Uchiha muttered darkly, sending Tobirama their sincerest blessings. Back on the battlefield, the latest clash had ended in a draw. Though Kyōsuke's chakra reserves were not as vast as Hashirama's, his superior ocular prowess gave him an edge in technique. Slowly, both combatants rose from the rubble, their clothing stained with blood, their arms bearing extensive impact injuries. Ha ha ha. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Kyōsuke laughed, a sound filled with a thrill outsiders could never comprehend. Now this. This is what a life-and-death battle should be. I don't regret letting you live back then. After all, wouldn't the shinobi world be far too dull without you? A golden light erupted into the sky, illuminating the battlefield. With booming laughter, the majestic form of a complete body Susanoo descended, its towering figure exuding an aura of absolute dominance. As a reward, I will now fight you with everything I have. Don't die on me, Hashirama. His sage mode dissipated, yet the immense Senjutsu chakra did not fade back into his seal. Instead, it surged into the complete body Susanoo, cloaking it in a blazing sage serpent mantle. Sage art, Susanoo. Gripping a fully materialized kusanagi blade, he swung it with earth-shattering force. The resulting shockwave surged forward like a tidal wave, obliterating everything in its path. Dominating blade, divine judgment prison. Long ago, Hyuga-Tenjin, the once unstoppable force, had perished under this very technique. But this time, his opponent was Hashirama, who wouldn't be foolish enough to stand still and take the hit head-on. A fusion of Sage mode and Susanoo. This power is on par with Madara's Ninetales enhanced form. Then I have no choice. Forming the snake hand seal before his chest, Hashirama summoned a towering wooden colossus, its massive arms coiled with a wooden dragon. Wood release, wooden golem jutsu. A high-level wood release technique, its sheer strength rivaled that of a complete body Susanoo. Empowered by Hashirama's immense chakra, it could even contend with a fully armored Nine Tails. Yet, as Kyōsuke's transformation unfolded, an idea struck Hashirama. Channeling chakra into the golem, he attempted something unprecedented. Since the wood golem was an extension of his own chakra, merging the two was seamless. A brilliant golden radiance enveloped the massive wooden giant. With a sharp gleam in his eyes, Hashirama sent its coiled golden dragon surging forward to meet the incoming sword strike. Boom. A hurricane of destruction tore through the battlefield. This time, not even the most elite Jonin could remain standing amidst the raging storm. Damn it. Everyone, retreat. This place is too dangerous. Fall back 3 kilometers, no, retreat 10 kilometers immediately. It's fine. I don't believe anyone would dare to cross the battlefield right now, anyone who does is as good as dead. Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 187, Chapter 187, Hashirama, I can fight you all day. On the other side, Uchiha Madara advanced toward the Senju clan's main camp. His crimson Sharingan gleamed ominously as he formed a series of hand seals. Ninjutsu, summoning technique. A deafening explosion of smoke filled the battlefield. Come forth. Nine Tails. Amidst the horrified gazes of the surrounding shinobi, the colossal beast, now under the influence of Genjutsu, emerged. Even though Madara had become its Jinchuriki, he still preferred to summon it as if it were nothing more than a mere summoning beast. Roar. The tailed beast's earth-shaking roar sent tremors through the battlefield, and even a single attack from it was enough to cause catastrophic casualties. Now, with Tobirama heavily wounded and the clan leader being restrained by Uchiha Kaisuk, it meant it was up to the rest of them to stop the Nine Tails rampage. Everyone, prepare for a large-scale ninjutsu bombardment. Ready. Fire. Water release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique X100. 100 colossal water dragons howled as they ascended into the air, colliding head-on with the incoming tailed beast bomb. It's not over yet. Prepare for the second volley. Water release, Water Formation Wall X50. Boom. 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 Faced with a relentless barrage of high-powered ninjutsu, even the Nine Tails couldn't break through easily. At times, even Madara was forced to activate his Susanoo to withstand the overwhelming attacks. There was no doubt that the Nine Tails was immensely powerful, but its sheer size made it an easy target. Moreover, its opponents weren't mere foot soldiers from the allied shinobi forces. Standing before it were the Senju clan's finest warriors, battle-hardened elites who had fought on countless battlefields. With their combined strength, suppressing the Nine Tails was no difficult task. Within minutes, the once mighty beast was now trapped within a massive crater. The sheer weight of the earth itself bore down upon its massive frame, pinning it in place, rendering it immobile. At such close range, if it attempted to unleash another tailed beast bomb, it would likely destroy itself before even breaking free. Did we succeed? Someone shouted in excitement. But before the words had fully left his lips, a kunai sliced through the air, burying itself deep in his throat. A Uchiha war fan swept across the battlefield, and with a single swing, a violent gale erupted, instantly mowing down all enemies in his path. Amidst the chaos, a lone figure danced through the ranks, effortlessly reaping lives with a blood-stained scythe. It was none other than Madara himself. Unnoticed, he had quietly distanced himself from the Nine Tails, slipping into the enemy ranks like a phantom of death. Humph, a bunch of weaklings, he scoffed, his voice dripping with contempt. Allow me to send you all to hell. Madara was clever enough to know that he couldn't take on an entire army head-on. Thus, instead of confronting them directly, he chose a strategy that appeared reckless but was, in truth, highly effective. By diving into the enemy ranks alone, he neutralized their ability to coordinate large-scale ninjutsu attacks against him. Now, with no risk of being buried under an avalanche of combined jutsu, he could unleash his full strength and slaughter every enemy in sight. You Uchiha brat, don't be so arrogant. Enraged by the growing number of casualties, several Senju elders could no longer stand idly by. 1, 2, 3. The oppressive aura of chakra around them was unmistakable. Each of these 3 men was a shinobi of Kaga-level caliber. Madara's lips curled into a smirk. Good. Now this is more like it. He let out a wild, almost crazed laugh, his Sharingan gleaming with battle lust. Come. Show me everything you've got and entertain me. Fire release, Great Fire Whirlwind. A blazing inferno surged forth, spiraling into a raging tornado of fire that engulfed the battlefield, leaving the enemy no room to escape. Madara leaped high into the air and plunged straight into the densest part of the enemy ranks. With his warfen raised, he effortlessly deflected several incoming attack ninjutsu. Before his feet even touched the ground, the sheer force of his descent created a devastating shockwave, clearing a massive space around him. Fall back immediately. The 3 Senju elders, unable to keep up, could only order their troops to retreat as quickly as possible. But Madara had no intention of letting them escape. With one hand, he performed hand seals, and the nine tails vanished from the crater with a puff, returning to the ceiling space within Madara's body. Then, in the next instant, resume your slaughter, nine tails. Summoning technique. With a deafening roar, the nine tails reappeared amidst the fleeing Senju ranks, its sheer presence sending shockwaves through their formation. At the same time, the Uchiha forces surged forward, cutting through the enemy line like a hot knife through butter. On the other side of the battlefield, Kyōsuke and Hashirama's fierce clash raged on. Boom. A sage art, wood dragon soared through the air, attempting to entangle the perfect Susanoo. At the same time, the wooden golem charged from the opposite direction, preparing a devastating pincer attack. Seeing this, Kyōsuke's Sharingan gleamed as he saw through their movements instantly. The dark golden Yata mirror materialized before him, and with a single sweep of his left arm, he deflected the wood dragon with ease. But just as he prepared to counter the wooden golem, it abruptly crouched low, then lunged forward with explosive force. What the? The massive construct executed a full body slam, an enhanced version of thousand-handed body slam, crashing into the perfect Susanoo like a living avalanche. You bastard, are you even taking this fight seriously? Kyōsuke's mouth twitched in frustration. He didn't want anyone to witness this ridiculous scene. But there was no helping it, the wooden golem was incredibly heavy, and its sheer weight alone was enough to pin his Susanoo to the ground. With no other option, Kyōsuke shifted the Yata mirror defensively, bracing against the relentless flurry of blows raining down. Stop fooling around, Kyōsuke. Channeling his vast chakra through the wooden golem, Hashirama pressed his hands together. From the ground, over a dozen massive wooden arms, each 100 meters long, erupted skyward. Wood release, Hote technique. Seizing the opportunity while the wooden golem jumped high, the massive hands surged forward, completely restraining the perfect Susanoo to the ground. This is the end. A blinding golden light radiated from the wooden golem's fist, infused with the last of Hashirama's Senjutsu chakra. This single strike surpassed every attack he had used so far. Like a mountain crashing down, the wooden golem's fist struck Susanoo, shattering it into countless fragments. The impact's shockwave rippled outward for 3 kilometers, tearing through forests, rivers, and everything in its path. The battlefield itself was unrecognizable, a land utterly reshaped by their clash. Standing atop the wooden golem's head, Hashirama hesitated for a brief moment before reaching for the massive scroll on his back. With a flick of his hand, he unsealed the Senju clan's legendary twin blades. Clang! The two swords merged into one, forming a colossal blade over 1.3 meters long, its edge radiating a sharp, chakra-infused glow. Just as he finished preparing, a streak of lightning shot toward him at blinding speed. Uchiha style, sword jump thunderclap. Clang! Sparks exploded as steel met steel. The attacker was none other than Uchiha Kyōsuke, completely unharmed. You used the flying thunder god to escape, huh? Hashirama exhaled, his grip tightening around his weapon. As expected, taking you down won't be easy. With their Senjutsu chakra nearly depleted, the battle between perfect Susanoo and the wooden golem had ended in a deadlock, both constructs fading into nothing. Now, stripped of their titanic avatars, the fight had returned to its rawest form, pure taijutsu. Hashirama wielded overwhelming strength and boundless chakra. Kyōsuke, with his Sharingan, was swift and precise, predicting his opponent's every move. Both fought with all their might, but neither could gain the upper hand. Before long, night fell, and their ceaseless clashes had already shifted to the southernmost part of the battlefield. From time to time, shinobi from both clans dashed past, only to freeze in terror before swiftly fleeing in the opposite direction. Anyone below Kuga level had no place in this battle. One glance at Hashirama's greatsword, its chakra-extended blade reaching 7 meters, was enough to make even the bravest warriors hesitate. Even Kyōsuke was reluctant to clash against it head-on. But then, it's about time. Kyōsuke's gaze sharpened. Finding an opening, he released his grip on the Kusanagi sword and pressed his palms together. In that instant, all 7 chakra natures began to merge within him. What is he doing? For the first time, Hashirama hesitated. His heart skipped a beat, sensing something ominous. His blade swung forward, yet in that brief moment of uncertainty, Kyōsuke evaded effortlessly. Then, a black truth-seeking orb materialized, twisting and morphing into a sage's staff. Crack! Before Hashirama's stunned eyes, the Senju clan's legendary greatsword, a relic passed down for generations, was shattered in 2 with a single strike by the staff. Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 188, Chapter 188, Hashirama's Deep Confession. At the exact moment his blade shattered, Hashirama poured all his strength into dodging the attack. In that fleeting instant, he felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude for his own vigilance. Had he failed to notice the anomaly beforehand, he might have ended up just like the broken sword in his grasp, utterly destroyed. "What is that thing?" he asked, his voice tinged with confusion. "A fine weapon to take your life," Kyōsuke replied indifferently, unwilling to waste words. The duration of the truth-seeking orb was short, far too short for idle conversation. He had been observing carefully. At this moment, in terms of chakra alone, Hashirama had unquestionably reached the level of a high tier of Super Kage. As for his physical attributes, they were likely at the mid-tier Super Kage. But of course, that was to be expected. After all, he was the reincarnation of Asura's chakra. With no need for rigorous training, his strength would continue to grow indefinitely simply with the passage of time. Kyōsuke wasn't lamenting the unfairness of it all. He was merely assessing the situation. Right now, Hashirama had reached the threshold for being hunted. A peak Super Kage was worth close to 100,000 points per life. A reward that tempting wasn't something he could simply ignore. As for other concerns, well, he had the followers of the afterlife at his disposal. Worst case, he could always use Edo Tensei to bring Hashirama back. In fact, he could even take advantage of Hashirama's death to send Asura's chakra to the Pure Land, awaiting the next cycle of reincarnation into Naruto and Sasuke. Ever since learning the truth about the Atsutsuki clan, Kyōsuke's ambitions had long since expanded beyond the confines of the shinobi world. His sights were set on the interstellar battles that would unfold in the future. For that, he needed power on the level of Naruto and Sasuke. Even Kaguya wasn't out of the question as a potential ally. But before any of that, there was a certain parasite he needed to deal with, Black Zetsu. "Hashirama, your death will contribute to the peace of the shinobi world, so forgive me for not holding back." With a burst of speed from the body flicker technique, Kyōsuke advanced, gripping his sage staff tightly as he closed the distance, step by step. The murderous intent radiating from him was so blatant that there was no way Hashirama could fail to sense it. My death. For a brief moment, Hashirama couldn't fully grasp Kyōsuke's meaning. He simply wondered, was his existence standing in the way of peace between their two clans? But he quickly discarded the thought. If the Senju and Uchiha were to form an alliance, the Senju must take the dominant position. Only with him at the helm could harmony between the two be maintained. If the Uchiha were to seize control instead, the Senju's future would be grim, especially since both Kyōsuke and Madara would undoubtedly target Tobirama. "Sorry, but I can't die just yet." His gaze firmed with renewed determination. As he dodged Kyōsuke's assault, he swiftly gathered natural energy and re-entered the sage mode. As for Kyōsuke, the Senjutsu chakra he had converted in advance had already been completely consumed, leaving him incapable of activating sage mode a second time. With his speed surging, Hashirama instantly widened the gap between them. He then pressed his hands together in a seal. 3 massive red torii gates materialized through summoning. Sage Art, Myojinman, Gate of the Great God. Boom. 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 The massive torii gates descended from the sky with a thunderous crash, pinning Kyōsuke beneath their immense weight. The terrifying suppressive force made it nearly impossible for him to even gather chakra. "TCH, what a troublesome technique," Kyōsuke grumbled. He struggled with all his might, but the restraints of the Great God's gates were absolute. That was a sealing jutsu powerful enough to temporarily restrain even the Ten Tails. With his current strength, he simply couldn't contend against it. On the other side, Hashirama gazed at him deeply before heaving a sigh. "Why go this far? Have you forgotten our dream?" Kyōsuke lowered his head, his voice deep and subdued. "Kill me." His words were quiet, but they carried an unmistakable weight. "Right now, you can do it easily. If I die here, you'll have the chance to completely suppress the Uchiha." Hearing this, Hashirama's expression grew complex. For a long time, he remained silent. Then, at last, he sighed and turned away. "I see. Perhaps you never truly saw me as a friend. And my uncle's and father's deaths. I won't forget them. But even so. You know, even now, I haven't forgotten our conversation by the riverbank. Those words gave me hope that I could keep striving forward. They made me realize that peace is not an unattainable dream. It was the first time someone acknowledged my so-called foolish wish. No matter what happens in the future, Kyōsuke, you will always be my friend." With that, Hashirama walked away without looking back. That bastard. Could he be trying to trick me? Kyōsuke wanted to laugh, but when he curled his lips, he found that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't force out a smile. A faint light flickered in his right eye. In an instant, the Great God's gates shattered. With the reverse flow dojutsu at his disposal, there was no way a mere binding technique could restrain him. Had Hashirama stepped forward to deliver the final blow just now, Kyōsuke estimated that he had at least a 60% chance of killing him on the spot. Yet, instead of an attack, what he received was Hashirama's deep, heartfelt confession. Fine, perhaps calling it a confession was a bit nauseating, but Kyōsuke could sense it. In Hashirama's heart, he and Madara likely held the same level of importance. As a master of deception, Kyōsuke could easily tell whether someone's words were genuine or false. And Hashirama wasn't lying. Recalling the intent to kill he had harbored just moments ago, even Kyōsuke couldn't suppress a faint twinge of guilt. Damn it, why go and pull that sentimental nonsense? After standing in silence for a long while, Kyōsuke took a deep breath before vanishing from the battlefield with the body flicker technique. No matter what, my path will never waver. Hashirama, your ideals aren't wrong. But you only see the trees and not the entire forest. The real threat has never been the Uchiha or the Senju. I will personally put an end to this era of war. In time, the world will see that I was right. Exhausted, Kyōsuke returned to camp, where he found an equally exhausted Uchiha Madara. Yo, you look pretty beat up. Humph, don't tell me you got your ass kicked by Hashirama. As soon as they met, the two exchanged jabs before sharing details of their respective battles. After listening to Madara's experience, Kyōsuke pondered for a moment before saying, against large groups of shinobi, my Flying Thunder God technique is more suitable. Let's switch, you go play house with Hashirama, and I'll handle the bulk of the Senju forces. Madara's brow twitched, but he ignored the playing house remark. Instead, he frowned and warned, be careful. The Senju have a large number of elite shinobi. Kyōsuke smirked. Well, is the great Uchiha Madara actually praising the enemy? Madara scoffed. Do I seem that petty to you? Yet, behind his usual arrogance, a flicker of surprise flashed in his eyes. He had thought that after obtaining the Nine Tails, his strength should have surpassed Kyōsuke's. But today's battle proved otherwise. Even without external power, Kyōsuke's combat prowess was in no way inferior to either of them. Of course. This guy has far too many secrets. It was only natural that he kept improving. At the thought of secrets, a shadow crossed Madara's gaze for a moment. However, recalling Izuna's current life on the moon, that gloominess quickly faded, leaving only a sigh that no outsider could understand. Meanwhile, Kyōsuke paid no mind to his companion's brief lapse in mood. Switching opponents wasn't just a matter of tactics, he also planned to take advantage of this final war to harvest as many points as possible. After all these years, it was finally time to unlock the advanced sage body. Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 189, Chapter 189, at this moment, let the Senju feel pain. A month later, in the central region of the Land of Fire. The battlefield stretched endlessly for thousands of miles, filled with the sorrowful melodies of blood and flames. Two clans fought with their lives, embracing death for the sake of a peace that might exist, or perhaps was nothing more than an illusion. This was the darkest era of the Warring States period of the ninja world, following the disbandment of the shinobi sect. Many warriors no longer even understood the reason for their battles, yet they still plunged their kunai into the chests of strangers, as if driven by fate itself. From high above, Kyōsuke, with his extraordinary eyesight, scanned the blood-soaked battlefield, his gaze falling upon familiar faces among the countless corpses strewn across the land. Sigh. A quiet sigh escaped his lips. Standing atop the crystalline structure on the forehead of his Susanoo, he soared across the battlefield, heading straight for the Senju's main encampment. The Warring States period had given birth to endless conflict, with noble clans waging war against one another. And yet, in the end, the only true victim was the Land of Fire itself. This time, Kyōsuke had resolved to bring this era of war to an end, by his own hands. Even if it was merely an illusion, the Land of Fire needed a semblance of peace. Uchiha Madara agreed with this wholeheartedly. He, too, yearned for an era where his clan and his younger brother could live in safety and happiness. It was often only after losing something that one realized its true value. Compared to his brother's safety, his own grievances seemed utterly insignificant. He had no objections to an alliance, but only if the Uchiha held an absolute position of dominance in the future hidden village they would build. And for that to happen, the Senju had to be utterly subdued. Earlier, Madara had led an army in a surprise attack, and, as expected, Hashirama had appeared to stop him. As for Kyōsuke, at this moment, no one could stand in his way. Gazing down at the vast land below, Kyōsuke suddenly felt amused. Raising both hands, he deliberately imitated a theatrical declaration. Feel pain. Contemplate pain. Accept pain. Know pain. Those who do not understand true pain can never understand true peace. Then, in an inexplicable shift of tone, he added playfully. A sack of rice, I'll carry it up 3 or 4 floors. Having indulged in his peculiar whim, the colossal Susanoo began its slow descent, its target, the Senju clan's main camp. If he was going to fight, then he might as well make it an unforgettable battle. Though his antics just now had been playful, his resolve to make the Senju feel true pain was genuine. Hatred for the Uchiha. Loathing for Uchiha Kyōsuke. That was fine, there were plenty of people who bore hatred toward him. Peaceful coexistence was a matter for the future, for now, Kyōsuke only needed to instill fear in all who opposed him. Witness the power of a god. Enemy attack. The piercing sound of alarm bells shattered the camp's fragile tranquility in an instant. The Senju's main camp was already teeming with ninja, and within moments, figures began assembling below in dense formations. The enemy is above. The descent speed is fast. Estimated impact in 30 seconds. Where is the army? No matter who it is, take them down. Boom. A deafening roar of thunder echoed across the skies, causing even seasoned warriors to frown in unease. Suddenly, a sensory ninja's voice rang out, laced with panic. Something's wrong. There's movement within the thunderclouds, it looks like. But he never got to finish. Kyōsuke's name had long spread across the land, and with it, the legend of his signature jutsu. Lightning release, Kirin. The very technique that had once reduced the former Senju leader's younger brother to nothing but charred remains. No matter how foolish the Senju were, they had learned their lesson. But they had still underestimated the speed of the thunder's descent. In less than 1,000th of a second, before the warning could even fully escape the ninja's lips, the colossal beast of lightning crashed down from the heavens. System notification, successfully killed a Senju Genin. Earned 80 points. System notification, successfully killed a Senju Chunin. Earned 350 points. System notification, successfully killed a Senju Genin. Earned 76 points. System notification, successfully killed a Senju Jonin. Earned 2,800 points. System notification, successfully killed a Senju Genin. Earned 65 points. With just one attack, lightning release, Kirin, Kyōsuke had already amassed over 3,000 points. Current points, 88,750. Still need a bit over 10,000 more. Boom. Like a descending mountain, the fully armored Susanoo crashed into the battlefield. The ethereal Kusanagi sword unsheathed, its gleaming edge cutting a devastating arc toward the densest concentration of enemy shinobi. This time, however, the opposition was ready. Almost the instant his blade struck, an enormous defensive barrier rose in unison, coordinated large-scale ninjutsu at its finest. Earth release, earth-style wall. Times. When the dust settled, not a single corpse lay behind the wall. Seeing the enemy emerge unscathed, Kyōsuke finally understood why Madara had struggled to break through their defenses. Engaging a ninja army head-on is certainly an unwise choice. Just as Kyōsuke was about to take further action, a sudden surge of chakra flared behind him. Boom. A multi-element composite jutsu slammed into Susanoo's back, erupting in a violent explosion. When the smoke cleared, even the mighty Tengu armor of his Susanoo bore deep fractures, an unmistakable sign that the ones responsible were no ordinary foes. Uchiha brat, your arrogance ends here. Uchiha Madara has fled, today, you shall pay the price for the Senju's fallen sons. We knew you would come. Now that you're here, don't think of leaving. 3 elderly figures stepped forward, among the last remaining elders of the Senju clan, their eyes gleaming with cold determination. Senju Kiyoyuki, Great Elder. Kaga-level Strength. Senju Rikiya, 3rd Elder. Kaga-level Strength. Senju Takuji, 4th Elder. Kaga-level Strength. Kyōsuke scoffed, his gaze filled with utter disdain. A bunch of withered old trees, yet you think you can challenge me? Even as he spoke, he could sense that the flying thunder god kunai he had placed earlier were being systematically removed. The enemy's efficiency was remarkable, he suspected that Tobirama had developed some special method for detecting them. But so what? He had never planned on retreating in the first place. A feud spanning 1,000 years, today, he would personally sever it. Seeing Kyōsuke's arrogant demeanor, the 3 elders sneered, their expressions filled with an eerie confidence. Just as he was about to act, he sensed another overwhelming chakra fluctuation behind him. What if you count me as well? A new figure stepped into the battlefield. A man with a broad chest and towering frame, exuding an aura of pure, unshakable strength. But what stood out the most were his eyes, calm on the surface, yet hiding a raging storm beneath. A man of deep cunning, a strategist as much as a warrior. I didn't expect you to get involved as well. Kyōsuke's gaze turned chilling, filled with murderous intent. Do you not fear the wrath of the Uchiha, Sarutobi patriarch? The man before him was Sarutobi Sasuke, the leader of the Sarutobi clan. Of course I do, Sasuke replied, nodding earnestly, his tone almost casual. Which is why we must ensure you never leave this place. At his words, Kyōsuke's gaze swept across the gathered warriors. After a brief pause, he shook his head slightly. Even with the 4 of you, it's still not enough to take me down. Then allow me to experience the strength of the Uchiha Azura myself. A new voice echoed from the darkness. A tall man stepped forward, his features strikingly handsome, his presence commanding. Shimura Kanzuya, the current head of the Shimura clan, another formidable shinobi with Kaga-level strength. Then, Uchiha Kyōsuke. A familiar voice roared. Senju Tobirama, still recovering from serious injuries, glared at him with bloodshot eyes, his expression brimming with hatred. Kyōsuke smiled. 5 clan leaders, and one whose power has barely touched the realm of Superkage. He let out a low chuckle, nodding slightly. A rare sight indeed, assembling such an extravagant lineup. Kyōsuke nodded in acknowledgement, his crimson eyes blazed with excitement, an emotion no one else in the battlefield could understand. Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart. Chapter 190, Chapter 190, watch as I smash your truth-seeking orb with my fist. Target the damaged parts of his armor. Ninjutsu squad, prepare. Fire. Nearly 100 water dragon bullets roared forward. Aside from the Susanoo-clad figure, the other 5 opponents had already withdrawn to a safer position. You will die here today, Tobirama declared, his eyes ablaze with fury. The seething hatred etched deep in his bones twisted his entire being. Then, he saw it, a circular shield suddenly materializing on Susanoo's left arm. The Yata mirror, though powerful, was limited in size and could not shield the entirety of the colossal, perfect Susanoo, which loomed nearly 100 meters tall. However, by continuously channeling chakra into it, the shield expanded into a semicircular energy barrier, its coverage freely adjustable to intercept incoming attacks. The barrage of water dragon bullets surged forward like a relentless tidal wave. With a direct assault trajectory, the Yata mirror was able to block most of them completely. Sheer numbers can overwhelm even the mightiest. Even the Ten-Tails would struggle against the relentless force of an entire ninja alliance. I'd best not take these hits head-on recklessly. While the Yata mirror could defend against the onslaught, the sheer force of impact still transmitted through, forcing Kyōsuke to bear the brunt physically. Once or twice was manageable, but if this continued for too long, even he wouldn't emerge unscathed. If you don't want me hiding inside my Gundam mecha, fine. I'll come down and play instead. With a forceful stomp, he shattered the diamond-shaped chakra crystal beneath his feet, sending cracks spiraling outward. Then, without hesitation, he leaped from the towering, 100-meter-high Susanoo, plunging toward the battlefield below. Midair, his hands blurred through a rapid sequence of seals, he was preparing to deploy a flying thunder god barrier beneath him. Don't even think about it. Having already suffered from this technique once, Tobirama wasn't about to let history repeat itself. In a flash, he executed a flying thunder god slash, aiming to disrupt Kyōsuke's hand seals. Kyōsuke twisted his body midair, evading the strike. But instead of retreating, he lunged forward, seizing Tobirama's arm and pressing his palm firmly against his chest. Sealing technique, void restriction seal. If you don't want me using the flying thunder god, then you shouldn't use it either. Kyōsuke's voice was calm, yet laced with menace. You piece of trash, die already. The exchange was as fast as a flash of lightning. Despite his best efforts, Tobirama found himself at a disadvantage. Yet, instead of frustration, a sinister glint of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed a kunai into the air. In the next instant, 3 figures materialized around them. Flying Thunder God. Kyōsuke's gaze darted across the battlefield, instantly picking out the shadow clones lurking behind the 3 new arrivals, their presence betraying the true nature of Tobirama's strategy. I see. The main body serves as the anchor while the shadow clones use Flying Thunder God to execute the teleportation ambush. A smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. That little schemer, as cunning as ever. The 3 figures now surrounding him were none other than the elders of the Senju clan. Die, Uchiha Kyōsuke. Senju Kyuki's voice was as cold as ice. His overwhelming battle aura exploded forth as he charged, unleashing a devastating punch aimed directly at Kyōsuke. You should feel honored to be surrounded and attacked by us, even in death, Senju Rikiya added, his tone dripping with disdain. Rikiya unsheathed his katana, a potent curse-infused energy coating the blade. It immediately reminded Kyōsuke of someone, Senju Butsuma. The power behind the blade felt strikingly familiar. The last of the 3, Senju Takuji, seemed to be a man of few words, but his attack spoke volumes. His taijutsu was brutal, showcasing strength that could rival the best of them. Having just left his Susanoo, Kyōsuke couldn't summon it again immediately. He had to admit, Tobirama had chosen his moment well. But even so, this level of attack was far from enough to overcome him. A single horn sprouted from his forehead, and ethereal, pale green serpents coiled around him. Without hesitation, Kyōsuke entered Sage mode. The 3 elders' attacks came swift, powerful, and flawlessly precise. However, the serpent shadows were an extension of Kyōsuke's own being. Not only could they unleash senjutsu techniques, but they also served as an additional layer of defense against the close-range onslaught. 2 fists and a katana met the serpents, intercepted effortlessly. The remaining serpents opened their mouths, unleashing flames so intense they seemed capable of turning everything to ash in their path. Sage art, scorching flames of grief. The 3 elders relied on their shadow clones to narrowly escape the attack's reach. But Kyōsuke paid them no mind. His real target was above, Tobirama, who was temporarily unable to counterattack. That little bastard harbored an unquenchable hatred for the Uchiha. There would be no reconciliation with him. Rather than dealing with his schemes in the future, it would be better to eliminate him now. A spectral snake shot toward Tobirama. Reacting swiftly, Tobirama unleashed a massive surge of water from his mouth, attempting to force the distance between them. With precision, he quickly formed another hand seal. Chakra surged, creating a spiraling water vortex. Countless torrents merged, condensing into a massive water dragon. Water release, water dragon biting explosion. As the dragon clamped its jaws around its target, Tobirama was struck by the serpents in retaliation. His body had yet to recover from his previous injuries. Unable to withstand the assault, his wounds reopened, fresh blood sprayed through the air. His old scars split apart once more. Tobirama's face turned deathly pale. He lacked even the strength to steady himself mid-air. In this 6-on-1 battle, the mastermind behind the ambush, Senju Tobirama, was the first to fall. Boom. Kyōsuke was slammed into the ground by the water dragon. The immense force sent waves of water crashing in every direction, causing devastating secondary damage. Yet, neither the dragon's bite nor the raging currents had managed to touch him. Dojutsu, end. As Kyōsuke emerged unharmed from the wreckage, the 5 remaining Kaga-level powerhouses felt their hearts sink. They realized, this battle would not be easily won. A shinobi truly lives up to his legendary name. Today, I have witnessed it firsthand, Sarutobi Sasuke remarked. Though his words carried admiration, his hands moved without hesitation. A blast of flames erupted from his mouth, splitting into multiple streams that surged toward Kyōsuke from the front, left, and right. Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. The fire dragons were chakra-infused, their power so immense they could reduce an enemy to ash in an instant. Their accuracy was precise, making them incredibly difficult to evade. That is, unless the target was as unnervingly fast as Kyōsuke. With the sharp insight of his Sharingan and the explosive speed of his body flicker technique, Kyōsuke dodged effortlessly, weaving through the flames with ease. These 5 possess Kaga-level strength. Defeating them would grant at least 100,000 points. If I fail to take them all down, it would be an insult to my years of effort. The thought flashed through Kyōsuke's mind, his determination hardening. I'll kill one first in exchange for the advanced sage body. With that thought, black truth-seeking orbs erupted around him, forming a protective barrier. In the next instant, several powerful ninjutsu attacks rocketed toward him, unleashed by the 3 Senju elders, who still kept their watchful eyes fixed on him. Keep a close eye on his movements. Don't let him. Senju Kiyoyuki instinctively began to issue orders. Before he could finish, Kyōsuke appeared, completely unharmed, wielding a strange, yet unmistakable staff. And he was heading straight for the one who stood apart from the rest, Shimura Kanzuya. Let's see how strong you really are. Faced with Kyōsuke's direct approach, Shimura Kanzuya showed no hesitation. His eyes glinted with arrogance as he threw a punch, fully confident in his own strength. Confident enough to pit his bare fists against a truth-seeking orb. Even Might Guy, when unlocking the 8 inner gates, had never dared to strike the orb directly. But Kanzuya thought he could shatter it with his bare hand. Thinking back to his descendant, Kyōsuke couldn't help but see the resemblance, the reckless streak that ran deep within the Shimura bloodline. It was no surprise that Danzo Shimura had later dared to stab Sasuke's Susanoo with a kunai. A foolish, bold arrogance. In an instant, before the eyes of everyone watching, Shimura Kanzuya's arm was torn away as if it had never existed. Then, his chest erupted into a cloud of blood mist under the power of Kyōsuke's sage staff. Image. Chapter ends. Black Heart White Heart.